said calmly, then picked up a pen and quickly wrote his name on the contract.
Are you satisfied now?
That's wonderful, you're such a kind person, just like before. Wan Shireen was overjoyed. By the way, take this money, it should be of great help to your life. Wan Shireen handed 50,000 yuan to Su Ming. Su Ming grinned, didn't take it, and turned to leave.
Watching Su Ming's departing figure, Wan Shireen sighed. Sigh, that's why you'll never get ahead. You're always fighting for that pitiful bit of dignity, unwilling to let go. Once you learn to take advantage of any benefits, life won't be so difficult for you. The gap between our worlds is widening, and you'll probably never understand.
Wan Shireen shook her head, came to her senses, and eagerly opened her fund account, ready to use the money.
However, after opening the account, she was told that the account could not be logged in. No matter how many times she tried the password, it was always wrong. This greatly alarmed Wan Shireen, who immediately called the foundation to inquire about what had happened. I'm sorry, Ms. Wan, we just received news that your account has been permanently frozen and cannot be used anymore. If you need, we can open another account for you, but it will have to be under your and your spouse's names. You'd better come in person with your identification documents. The person from the foundation said politely. What do you mean? What nonsense are you spouting?
Wan Shireen cursed angrily. Do you know I have 15 billion in my account, such a large sum of money, and you just freeze it like that? I think you're just trying to get your hands on this money, so you're saying this on purpose, aren't you?
If that doesn't work, I'll sue your foundation in Zhengzhou.
Wan Shireen was furious. Ms. Wan, we follow all procedures. How much money is in your account has nothing to do with us. Besides, that money has already been transferred out and donated to the Poverty Relief Center. The other party said indifferently.
What? That's my money. Who gave you permission to donate it without my consent? You acted on your own initiative. That's a crime.
Wan Shireen roared, her face flushed. Ms. Wan, this account is registered under 2 names, not just yours. In short, the account has been frozen. Please feel free to contact us if you have any questions, and if you want to smear us for illegal activities, you're welcome to do so anytime. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone.
In the names of 2 people? What exactly happened?
Wan Shireen stood there blankly, unable to come to her senses for a long time, and finally sat down in a chair, looking utterly lost.
Could it be that Su Ming transferred away?
That's impossible. Su Ming probably didn't even know there was money in the account, and that guy probably didn't even know how to operate it. More than 10 billion yuan vanished without a trace, leaving Wan Shireen feeling as if she had been struck by lightning. No, she has to get to the bottom of this. Immediately, Wan Shireen called Ling Yun again, wanting to ask the ancestor through Ling Yun what exactly was going on. This money belongs to Ling Shanhai. If Ling Shanhai knew about this, he would definitely find out the truth. Given Ling Shanhai's status, it's much easier for him to act than for Ling Shanhai. Soon, Ling Yun arrived at the hotel and entered the room. As soon as he stepped inside, he was furious. Wan Shireen, what are you talking about? You said your account was frozen, 15 billion yuan, just like that. Can you even accomplish anything? I gave you a chance and you still failed. Wan Shireen's face was pale and she looked aggrieved. I don't know what happened. I just had Su Ming sign the contract and remove his name, and then my account was frozen. I called you here to ask if the ancestor could help investigate. Wan Shireen said excitedly.
Investigate my ass. Ling Yun gritted his teeth and cursed. The ancestor has already left and returned to Zhengzhou. He didn't leave any information. How am I supposed to contact him? What? Wan Shireen was shocked again. The patriarch is gone. Why, didn't you say he came to support the Ling family? He left after only 2 days? How should I know?
Ling Yun was also feeling troubled at the moment. When Ling Shanhai left, he looked old and dejected. They didn't know what had happened, and they didn't dare to ask. Now that the Ling family has lost its patriarch, they are in complete chaos, like ants on a hot pan. As a result, Wan Shireen also said that her account was frozen. This made Ling Yun even angrier. You're so useless. Ling Yun pointed at Wan Shireen, gritting her teeth and shouting, you managed to lose such a large sum of money. What else can you do? Luckily we're not married yet, otherwise I'd be dragged down by you sooner or later. What are you saying? Wan Shireen was also angered by Ling Yun's scolding.
That money is mine if it's lost, I'll be the one who's upset. Why are you taking it out on me?
Wan Shireen angrily retorted.
Oh, the money my Ling family patriarch transferred to you, you say it's yours? You really have no shame, Wan Shireen. Is this your true colors? You want to challenge me? You want to go against my Ling family?
Ling Yun grinned, his face fierce, staring menacingly at Wan Shireen. Wan Shireen was so frightened that she dared not utter a sound.
Even without Ling Shanhai, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse.
The Ling family is still not her everything. This family is not to be trifled with. Wan Shireen could only lower her head silently and say, with a wronged expression, I'm sorry.
Never mind.
Ling Yun gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Damn it, I don't know what's going on, but lately, nothing our Ling family has done has gone smoothly. I don't know who we've offended. However, it's not like there's no chance. The general election for Qingzhou is about to begin in a couple of days. Come with me to Qingzhou.
Qingzhou? Wan Shireen looked up blankly. You're going to participate in the presidential election?
Ling Yun thinks way too highly of himself.
Although they wield considerable influence in Yuncheng, it's all thanks to the Ling family.
Without Yuncheng, Ling Yun is nothing.
Moreover, the general election in Qingzhou was an extremely intense contest.
If Ling Yun were to participate, he might not even know how he died. What nonsense are you talking about? What am I going to participate in? It's my cousin. Wan Long is a very influential figure in Qingzhou's. 90% sure he'll become the governor of Qingzhou in this election. I am going to support him.
Once he's elected, why would I be afraid that the Ling family won't have its day of glory?
As he spoke, a smug smile crept onto Ling Yun's lips.
He has a cousin who is the commander of Qingzhou. Just thinking about it makes me feel awesome. So that's how it is.
Wan Shireen then realized what was happening.
Remember to dress up nicely, don't embarrass me.
Ling Yun gave Wan Shireen a cold look. Wan Shireen remained silent.
89, Chapter 89. The best days are yet to come. Going to Qingzhou? This is fantastic news.
Young Master Ling is giving you this opportunity, which shows how much he thinks of the Wan family. You'll also get to know many important people there. You must perform well and not let anyone look down on you. Wan family, Wan Jinshan and Luo Hongxia heard the news brought back by Wan Shireen.
They were all overjoyed. Moreover, Ling Yun's cousin can be elected as the commander of Qingzhou. If you can climb up to this big tree, won't the Wan and Ling families be in charge of this small place, Yuncheng?
In short, you absolutely must not offend Wan Long.
Wan Jinshan gave his earnest instructions. Oh, right. I've prepared some gifts for you. Take them with you when you go and give them to people. It'll make a good impression.
Wan Jinshan immediately turned around excitedly and took out all the most valuable things in the Wan family.
This includes the gifts Su Ming gave to Wan Shireen during their engagement.
After looking at them carefully, Wan Jinshan picked out a bead that was neither too big nor too small from Su Ming's belongings and gave it to Wan Shireen.
Take this luminous pearl as a gift.
Wan Shireen was stunned when she saw it, and said in surprise, This isn't Su Ming's stuff? Didn't we return all his things to him? Wan Shireen was somewhat shocked. She thought her mother had already returned everything to Su Ming, but she didn't expect it to still be at the Wan family's house.
Return what? This clearly belongs to the Wan family. He can only take it back on his knees. What a joke. Give it back to him. Do I owe him anything? He's the one who owes the Wan family.
Luo Hongxia sneered and said dismissively. That's right, even the most renowned experts say this luminous pearl is worth a fortune, at least $1 billion. Taking it will definitely make you look good. Don't worry about that kid, I'll handle it if he asks later.
Wan Jinshan spoke calmly and composedly. In reality, he didn't take Su Ming seriously at all.
They were certain that Su Ming wouldn't dare come back to ask for it back. Otherwise, why haven't Su Ming come knocking on their door after all these things have been sitting there for so long and are all quite valuable? Even if they come knocking on his door, he has plenty of ways to get rid of Su Ming. That kind of trash isn't worth his worry.
All right.
Wan Shireen had no choice but to accept the luminous pearl.
She didn't want to overthink it now. After all, what Su Ming said was something they shared, wasn't it? We'll talk about other things later.
However, to Wan's surprise, Su Ming came to their door that afternoon, demanding the things that had been delivered earlier. In the hall, Luo Hongxia and Wang Jinshan sat high on chairs.
They didn't even serve tea. You dare to come back to the Wan family? Who gave you the guts?
Luo Hongxia looked down at Su Ming with a cold smile. I've done nothing wrong. I've stood my ground, so what's there to be afraid of coming back for? I'm just here to retrieve my things. If you won't bring them back, then I'll come and get them myself, Su Ming said expressionlessly. Wang Jinshan remained silent. After all, those things did belong to Su Ming, and he felt obligated to help those who had taken his money. He still had some principles.
As a man, it's not easy for me to speak up.
But Luo Hongxia didn't care about any of that. She sneered, your pile of garbage. We threw it out a long time ago and had it collected by the scrap collectors. If you want it, go find it at the scrapyard yourself. Our Wan family isn't a garbage collector. Do you think we'd keep your stuff? Get lost.
Snap.
Su Ming slammed his hand heavily on the table next to him.
It made a loud bang.
The solid wooden table was slapped so hard by Su Ming that it developed several cracks. Su Ming looked up, his gloomy gaze fixed on Luo Hongxia. Do you remember the warning I gave you back then? If even one of my things is missing, someone from your Wan family will die. Do you really think I don't have that kind of power?
Oh, trying to scare me?
Luo Hongxia immediately laughed, looking at Su Ming as if he were an idiot. What's the use of pretending to be tough? We, the Wan family, know everything about you. You still want to kill someone? Come on, I'll give you my life. Do you dare to kill, you piece of trash? Luo Hongxia was not afraid at all. She walked straight up to Su Ming with a mocking expression on her face. A penniless nobody, a piece of trash, she kicked out, still dares to mention murder in front of her.
Anyone can pretend to be tough. But does this kid have that ability?
Luo Hongxia only thought Su Ming was childish and ridiculous.
Court death.
Su Ming was completely enraged, his killing intent surged forth, his eyes were sharp as knives, and a terrifying aura instantly spread and enveloped the entire hall.
All right.
Just then, Wang Jinshan interrupted, saying to the person next to him, go and move all his things out. My Wan family will not owe anyone like you anything. A short while later, all of Su Ming's belongings were moved to the hall. The chair, mirror, silk quilt, elixirs, and everything else were still there.
Get out of here with your junk.
Luo Hongxia scolded. Su Ming glanced around and realized that the most precious thing was missing.
The bright moon over the vast ocean.
That was my mother's favorite thing back then, and she often wore it around her neck. Everything here combined is not as valuable as that bright moon pearl.
One thing is missing. Su Ming's gaze was gloomy.
What do you mean less? Don't be so shameless, kiddo. You think the Wan family would take your trash? All your things are here. Take them and get out of here.
Luo Hongxia shouted impatiently. I said, something is missing.
Su Ming looked up again, his gaze dark and piercing. Luo Hongxia's temper flared up immediately, seeing Su Ming's expression made her furious. He's clearly just a good-for-nothing, so why does he always act all tough in front of her? She was about to curse at Su Ming. Wang Jinshan said in a deep voice, perhaps it was left there. No one has touched your things. You should go back first, and I'll have someone look for it and send it to you when I find it.
You said it.
Su Ming pointed at Wang Jinshan, I'm giving you this chance. You'll have to. If they didn't send it to me, I'll turn your entire household upside down and look for it myself. After saying that, Su Ming turned and left with his things. What the hell is that piece of trash pretending to be? Luo Hongxia was so angry she jumped up and down. You're the only one who's nice to him. I don't want to give him anything in return. Luo Hongxia gritted her teeth and cursed viciously at Su Ming's departing figure. Forget it, we did take his things, but it doesn't matter. Once Shireen goes to Qingzhou and gets on good terms with the governor and commander, he won't dare to come to our Wan family again, even if he had 10 times the courage. Wang Jinshan said with a cold expression. If he dares to come again, I'll break his legs. Really giving us too much credit, threatening us like that. What an ungrateful wretch.
Luo Hongxia's face was full of fierceness.
Now, they are just waiting for Wan Shireen and Lingyan to go to Qingzhou to expand their network and build good relationships.
Their good days are yet to come.
As for Su Ming, in their eyes from now on, he will be no different from a stray dog on the street. I can kill or slaughter them as I please.
90, Chapter 90, Departure from Qingzhou.
Su Ming took the items back to the Chu family home and stored them away. At the same time, they found Lin Xiaoyun and asked her if she wanted to go on a trip to Qingzhou together. He was there to preside over the general election in Qingzhou, and he could also take Lin Xiaoyun sightseeing. Travel? Upon hearing this, Xu Qingqing responded with a mocking tone, going on a trip? Do you have the money? Qingzhou is a developed and expensive place. A trip there would cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. If you stay in a nice hotel and hire a car and guide, you won't come back without spending 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. Do you have that much money? You didn't just find some random tour group, the kind that costs 2,000 or 3,000, did you? Mom, don't believe him. Don't go living in that filthy, chaotic shack. Is torture. You might get harmed without even knowing it. Xu Qingqing said with a sarcastic expression. Xu Yingkai shook his head and gave Su Ming a cold look. Young man, instead of thinking about making more money through hard work, you just want to go out and have fun. This will do you no good. If you don't have any savings, you'll only regret it later. Su Ming calmly said, I will cover all the expenses. We will be traveling in a private car, not on a tour. Ha, who would believe you? A private car? Which private car would you ride in? You're too ashamed to admit it now, aren't you? If you want to go, go by yourself, don't drag my mom into it. Xu Qingqing said irritably. Lin Xiaoyun smiled and said gently to Su Ming, Xiaoming, don't listen to their nonsense. I know you mean well, but I really can't leave work. You go by yourself. Do you have enough money? If not, I'll give you some. Have fun. No need. If Aunt Lin isn't going, I'll go by myself. I'll only be gone for 2 days. I'll be back soon. Su Ming smiled. You can stay as long as you want, and you don't even have to come back. Xu Qingqing grinned from the side. Su Ming shook his head, turned around, and walked out of the Chu family home. Once outside, they got into the luxury car driven by Zhang Wuyu and went to meet up with Yi Tang and Zhang Yilan. Xu Qingqing watched from the doorway and sneered, this kid just loves to show off. I don't even know where he rented that car, all for a few seconds of face. Just wait, he'll probably call my mom for money tomorrow. Mom, you absolutely mustn't give him money without permission. This kind of parasite will suck all your hard-earned money out of you sooner or later. Lin Xiaoyun said with a stern face, don't talk nonsense. Xiaoming has never asked me for money. He has even given me money. What good is 1,000 or 2,000 yuan? He gave it to you because you saved his life. Don't take it as kindness. Xu Yingkai said coldly as he sat to the side flipping through the newspaper. That's not just 1,000 or $2, it's 8 million. However, Lin Xiaoyun remembered Su Ming's instructions and did not say it. Yunqing High-Speed Railway Station. Wan Shirin and Ling Yan meet and set off together. Why don't you drive yourself? Wan Shirin asked curiously. Ling Yan handed one of the train tickets to Wan Shirin and shook his head, saying, it's a long way to Qingzhou from here. It would take 2 or 3 days to drive there. Besides, the Qingzhou general election is about to begin, and security in Qingzhou is tight. We might get questioned, so taking the high-speed rail is much more convenient. I see. Wan Shirin nodded, without saying anything more. High-speed rail it is, as long as it gets me to my destination as quickly as possible. At that moment, Wan Shirin saw a familiar figure walk by. It looks like Su Ming. She suddenly turned her head and saw a group of people gathered around the ticket gate next to her, but Su Ming was nowhere to be seen. Could she have misread it? Wan Shirin shook her head, thinking that too many things had happened in the past few days, causing her to have some lingering fear of Su Ming. After all, it was a train to Qingzhou. Given Su Ming's status, how could he possibly participate in the Qingzhou leadership election, let alone take this train? However, it wasn't time for ticket checking yet, but so many people were already going in and out of the ticket gate, which puzzled Wan Shirin. He couldn't help but ask Ling Yun, who are those people? How were they allowed to get on the bus so early? Ling Yun turned his head and glanced at it, a look of envy on his face. Those are people from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. I heard that Zhang Yilan, the president of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, will also be taking this train to Qingzhou. The Tianming Chamber of Commerce is the top in Yunqing, so it's normal for them to get some special treatment. It seems like she's even booked the first-class tickets. I couldn't even get a ticket. Zhang Yilan. Upon hearing the name, Wan Shirin was stunned, staring blankly with envy and longing in her eyes. She has always regarded Zhang Yilan as her rival. But the Tianming Chamber of Commerce is too powerful. She is still far from being able to compete with them. Zhang Yilan probably doesn't even know who she is. In her heart, she has always wanted to become a true strong woman like Jang Yilin. Instead of being a woman who is controlled by various circumstances and cannot even control her own life. No need to be envious when we return from this trip, our Ling family and Wan family will become number one in Yun City at that time, the mere Tianming Chamber of Commerce will be trampled under our feet. Ling Yun said confidently, while his eyes were also lewdly staring at Jang Yilin's back. Jang Yilin's figure, looks, and temperament are all top tier among beauties. She truly deserves to be called the most beautiful woman in Yuncheng. She's 3 points better than Wan Shireen. Once the Ling family becomes number one, he will eventually win over this beauty. Wan Shireen nodded silently, her fighting spirit growing even stronger. One day, she will surpass the Tianming Chamber of Commerce and surpass Jang Yilin. President Su. Inside the first-class cabin of the train, Jang Yilin wore a black short skirt and black boots, looking hot but exuding an imposing aura. He bowed respectfully to Su Ming. I had originally arranged for a helicopter, which would have allowed you to travel directly there. However, due to the Qingzhou elections, I was worried about potential unrest, so I changed it to a train, but I've already booked the entire first-class cabin, so no one will bother you. I hope Mr. Su won't mind. Jang Yilin, who is usually aloof and strong, becomes like a docile child in front of Su Ming, not daring to utter a single word at unnecessary sounds. It's alright, this suits me just fine. You can stay here and have some tea with me. Su Ming nodded. Yes. Jang Yilin walked over and sat down. In reality, any investigation or rioting can be resolved with just a few words. But Su Ming didn't like making too much noise, so being able to enter Qingzhou quietly like this was a good thing. How long will this trip take? Su Ming asked Jang Yilin. About 8 hours. Jang Yilin answered. Good. Su Ming responded calmly, then leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. The train slowly started moving. After an unknown amount of time, a loud bang was heard outside, startling Su Ming. Su Ming opened his eyes and frowned. Jang Yilin, who had been watching Su Ming closely, panicked upon seeing his expression and quickly stood up. President Su, I don't know what's happening outside, but whatever it is, if they dare to disturb you, I'll go out and teach them a lesson right away. Just now she confidently assured that no one could disturb Su Ming. She had only been driving for a short while when she heard this noise and commotion. Wasn't this a slap in the face? 91, Chapter 91. Idiot. Go see what the problem is, and fix it, Su Ming said calmly. Okay, Miss Su, I'll be right back. Jang Yilin opened the first-class cabin door and strode outside. Inside the train carriage, Ling Yun was having a heated argument with a stranger. The surrounding passengers stared in astonishment. Wan Shireen stood to one side, her face flushed and her expression embarrassed. There was a large hole punched in Ling Yun's seat. It was made by a black-clad bodyguard next to the young man. He punched through the chair with one punch, which terrified Ling Yun. The loud noise just now also came from here. You piece of trash, you dare to try and steal my seat. I just wanted to chat with this beautiful lady. What are you pretending for? I can't buy a first-class ticket, but that doesn't mean I can't mess with you, you bumpkin from Yuncheng. The young man was arrogant and domineering, pointing his finger at Ling Yun's nose and cursing viciously. Are you lawless? Do you even know who I am? Ling Yun gritted his teeth, staring at the young man with shock and anger. He was indeed a little intimidated by the young man's bodyguard, but he couldn't afford to lose face in front of Wan Shireen. Otherwise, how will the people of Yuncheng view him in the future? It's a pity he didn't bring any bodyguards or helpers with him this time. Otherwise, how could this kid be allowed to be so arrogant? Oh, who are you? Tell me, and you'd better be bold and tell me your identity, no matter what, otherwise, I'll shove your head down the toilet. The young man put one foot on the chair, grinning fiercely at Ling Yun. I am Ling Yun, the eldest young master of the Ling family in Yuncheng. I am here to participate in the Qingzhou commander election. My cousin, Wan Lon, is a front-runner in the Qingzhou commander elections. The son of the Qingzhou commander. How dare you mess with me? Ling Yun raised his fist and shouted angrily. He didn't believe that revealing his identity would scare this troublemaking idiot to death. Sure enough, the passengers in the entire carriage changed their expressions when they heard his identity.
So it's the eldest young master of the Ling family and Wang Long's cousin. This is a very important person. Everyone shrank back, not daring to utter a sound. It's likely that this troublemaking youth has met his match. If you mess with someone like Ling Yun, you're unlikely to have a good ending.
Seeing everyone's reaction, Ling Yun proudly raised his head and revealed himself. He's probably so scared his legs are about to give way and he's about to wet his pants he might be kneeling on the ground begging for mercy the next moment. This will also allow Wan Shirin to see the strength of his identity. Wang Long became the commander of Qingzhou, and it's no exaggeration that his Ling family became the #1 family in Yuncheng. However, the next moment, a huge hand swung in the air and slapped Ling Yun hard across the face. A crisp snap. Ling Yun was slapped so hard he fell onto a broken chair, 5 bright red finger marks appearing on his face. He looked up abruptly, staring at the young man in shock. "You dare hit me? I'm going to beat up trash like you frog in a well, how dare you talk back to me, look at this." The young man pulled a sign directly from his pocket and threw it at Ling Yun. Ling Yun picked it up and took a look, and his expression changed drastically. A small, palm-sized, black sign with the character, ancient, clearly engraved on it. You are from the Gu family of Qingzhou? Ling Yun was shocked, his face turning green and blue, as if he had eaten excrement, staring at the young man in disbelief. The Qingzhou ancient family is the oldest and most prestigious family in China, with a history said to span hundreds of years. The family is large and well established, with connections in various industries. Even the governor of Qingzhou had to treat the Gu family with utmost respect. His cousin, Wang Long, was even less significant compared to the powerful Gu family. That's right, he is Gu Fei, the eldest young master of the Gu family. No one dares to take the seat that the eldest young master wants. Kid, get up and get out of the way. The bodyguard standing next to him shouted coldly. A pair of cold eyes stared at Ling Yun as if he were a dead man. Ling Yun trembled with fright, quickly stood up, and with trembling hands held up the sign back to Gu Fei. He then realized what it meant to be a frog in a well with a limited view of the sky. He thought he had a great status, but in Gu Fei's eyes, he was nothing. No wonder the other party called him a bumpkin from Yuncheng. You were absolutely right to criticize me. Ling Yun could only lower his head and say tremblingly, "Young Master Gu, I was blind, please don't hold it against someone like me. I'll leave right away, you can use the seat as you like." Then he glanced at Wan Shirin and said irritably, "Let's go, what are you all standing there for?" Etc. Gu Fei reached out to stop Ling Yun, grinning, "You can leave, but this beauty can't do. What do you think I need this lousy position for, just to slap you? You're not worthy. I am doing this for her." Gu Fei's amused gaze fell on Wan Shirin. He set his sights on Wan Shirin the moment he got in the car. Such a slender figure, beautiful face, and charming beauty are rare. How could young Master Gu let this go? Teaching Ling Yun a lesson was merely to let Wan Shirin see his true identity. Ling Yun turned around stiffly, his face even more ashen, almost contorted with rage, and said in a trembling voice, "Young Master Gu, she is my fiancée, we're together, please don't make things difficult for us." "Fiancé, that means I'm not married to you yet, so what are you talking about? Why don't you get lost? Do you want me to make a hole in you too?" Gu Fei shouted. Ling Yun was so frightened that he took 2 steps back, his fists clenched, but he was helpless. He could only say to Wan Shirin with a bitter expression, "Then you can keep young Master Gu company. I'll go to the second carriage. Call me anytime if you need anything." Hearing Ling Yun's words, Wan Shirin felt a deep sense of disappointment. This guy just sold her out like that? Even though everyone was watching, she still didn't believe that Gu Fei could really do anything. But that is humiliation. Making her sit with this kind of person for 8 hours is torture, every second of it. Wan Shirin clenched her fists and bit her lip teeth, didn't say a word. "Get lost, beautiful women would love to sit with me. Why would they bother with you? You're not good enough for them." Gu Fei sneered at Ling Yun. "Shut up, all of you, stop talking nonsense and get back to your seats." Just then, Zhang Yilin came out and shouted at Gu Fei, Ling Yun, and the others. Gu Fei turned his head and saw Zhang Yilin, an even more beautiful woman. His eyes lit up and he exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, a beauty, I didn't expect so many beautiful women on this short train. It's wonderful, this trip was definitely worthwhile." "Beautiful lady, Come here and sit with me, it would be so much fun to have two beauties with me.
Gu Fei laughed heartily, his face beaming with a lewd grin. Idiot.
Zhang Yilin's eyebrows shot up, and she walked over and slapped Gu Fei across the face, shouting, I told you to go back to your seat, don't you understand?
Court death. Seeing Gu Fei being beaten, the bodyguard was instantly enraged. His aura exploded, his muscles bulged, and his huge fist slammed towards Zhang Yilin's face like a cannonball. 92, Chapter 92. You have disturbed my master. We're doomed.
Upon seeing this, everyone present was shocked. Such a beautiful woman couldn't possibly withstand the bodyguard's punches.
That punch could even pierce through a chair. If Zhang Yilin were punched, wouldn't she be disfigured, or die on the spot?
What a pity for such a beautiful woman. Gu Fei's nose was bleeding from the slap, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, kill her. Although he likes beautiful women, there are plenty of them. Zhang Yilin, who dared to slap him, is the first one.
He dares to slap Gu Fei's face. Court death.
Wan Shirin couldn't bear to look at this scene. She had always regarded Wan Shirin as her rival, but she never expected that the other party would suffer such a calamity because of her. Just as the fist was about to land on Zhang Yilin's delicate face, Zhang Yilin suddenly raised her hand, her slender fingers grabbing the bodyguard's arm and twisting it gently, with a crisp cracking sound.
The bodyguard's arm bones were actually twisted and broken. Ah!
The bodyguard let out a piercing scream, collapsed to his knees, his face contorted in pain, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead.
Everyone was shocked. Stunned. Even Gu Fei looked up at Zhang Yilin in utter shock. This seemingly frail beauty actually possesses such powerful abilities? How is that possible? Gu Fei's bodyguards are top-notch in Xingzhou, with strength around the 6th level of the War God realm. An ordinary person would die instantly from a single punch from them. And Zhang Yilin so easily broke the bodyguard's hand? All of this is thanks to Zhang Yilin staying by Su Ming's side during this time. Although Zhang Yilin was not from the border region, nor had she joined the War God army, she didn't even know Su Ming's true identity. All we know is that Su Ming is the behind-the-scenes boss of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. But she was extremely loyal and took meticulous care of Su Ming. In addition, Su Ming had been staying in Yunqing for 3 years and also wanted to cultivate the strength of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. He couldn't possibly have to personally rescue Zhang Yilin when she was in danger. So he taught Zhang Yilin some self-defense skills and gave her a few qi-nourishing pills. Zhang Yilin lived up to his expectations. She had extremely high comprehension and reached the peak of the War God realm with just a few qi-nourishing pills, approaching the threshold of the Supreme War God realm. Although they are far inferior to Yi Tang and Li Xiao. Dealing with this kind of bodyguard is as easy as crushing an ant. Who exactly are you? The bodyguard, enduring excruciating pain, looked at Zhang Yilin in disbelief. He never imagined he would lose to a woman. This isn't a place for you to act recklessly, since you can't afford to offend someone like this, Zhang Yilin said coldly, then kicked the bodyguard, sending him flying and landing on the floor under the seat. You're finished. Gu Fei was furious and shocked, covered in sweat. He pointed at Zhang Yilin and roared, I am the eldest young master of the Gu family. You dare to hit me, hit my people. I guarantee that as soon as we get off the train in Xingzhou, I will make sure you die a horrible death. No, I will take you back and torture you slowly. No, it has nothing to do with President Zhang. The terrified Wan Shirin finally came to her senses and hurriedly ran forward. Young Master Gu, I'll ride with you. President Zhang is just passing by. She doesn't know your identity. Please let her go. Then, she said to Zhang Yilin in a flustered manner, President Zhang, he is the eldest young master of the Gu family in Xingzhou. We can't afford to offend him. Even the Tianming Chamber of Commerce is several levels below the Gu family in Xingzhou. There's no need to get into trouble over such a small matter. At worst, I'll just chat with him for 8 hours. The ancient family of Xingzhou? Zhang Yilin gave a cold smile. The Gu family has some status, but it is still far behind the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. The Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce exists not only in Yunqing, but throughout the 9 provinces. It is as large as a mountain. How could an ancient family compare to it? Moreover, Su Ming, the head of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, is sitting in first class. What is she afraid of? Seeing Wan Shireen's reaction, Gu Fei smiled smugly and sinisterly, scared, regretful. Let me tell you, it's too late to regret now. Chatting. Who wants to chat with you? You two come with me to the toilet, serve me well, and I'll let you go. You? Wan Shireen's expression changed drastically, her face turned deathly pale, devoid of any color. This guy is going too far. Who would have thought that Gu Fei would be so arrogant as to say such things in front of so many people? This has caused a huge problem. What should we do now? She couldn't help but cast a fearful glance at Ling Yun.
But Ling Yun had already shrunk into a corner, not daring to utter a single word. He used to boast about how powerful he was as the eldest young master of the Ling family, but now he's like an ant, trampled on by everyone. Wan Shireen was both angry and anxious. She was angry at Ling Yun's incompetence and anxious at Gu Fei's arrogance. Tears welled up in her eyes. Just when she was at a loss, Zhang Yilin walked up, grabbed Gu Fei by the neck with one hand, lifted him up hard, and slammed him against the chair behind him. His 5 fingers were like sharp blades, as if they were about to pierce into Gu Fei's flesh. Gu Fei's face instantly turned bright red from being pinched, his eyes widened, and his eyeballs almost rolled out of their sockets. I don't know what your Gu family's abilities are, but right here, I can snap your neck, throw you out of the car, and leave you with no trace. Do you want to try? Zhang Yilin spoke coldly, exuding a powerful aura that inspired awe. So cool. No one expected that President Zhang of Tianming Chamber of Commerce would have such a powerful and dashing side. Even Wan Shireen was stunned. She then realized that she was far inferior to Zhang Yilin. It's not just about status and position. That courage, boldness, strength, and methods are all things she can only dream of. Such a woman is too outstanding. What kind of man is worthy of her? Grandma, spare me. Gu Fei forced a sound from his throat, pleading for mercy with a face full of terror. Now he was truly terrified by Zhang Yilin. She's a beauty. But Nima is a madman too. She's absolutely insane. He's never seen such a terrifying woman. If he didn't beg for mercy, he had no doubt that Zhang Yilin would strangle him to death. Waste. Zhang Yilin snorted coldly and released her grip. Gu Fei collapsed to the ground like a rag doll, clutching his throat and coughing violently. Afterwards, accompanied by his bodyguards, he scrambled back to his seat. Well done, General Manager Jiang. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the carriage, and countless people looked at Zhang Yilin with admiration. Regardless of gender, this is an act of worshipping the strong. This is truly the #1 beauty and strong woman in Yuncheng. Ling Yun finally mustered the courage to return and stand with Wan Shireen in front of Zhang Yilin. He said gratefully, "Thank you so much, President Jiang, for saving my life. When we get to Qingzhou, I will definitely book a hotel and host a banquet to properly thank you, President Jiang." Ling Yun's eyes darted around, taking this opportunity to get closer to Zhang Yilin. Maybe I can even develop a relationship with Zhang Yilin. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yilin simply waved her hand indifferently. "No need, I'm not here to save you. It's just that your noise has disturbed my master Yuri, not worthy of my intervention." 93, Chapter 93, Dad, you must avenge me. Owner? Upon hearing this, both Ling Yun and Wan Shireen's expressions changed. Given Zhang Yilin's status, how could she possibly have a master behind her? What kind of person was he? Wan Shireen was immediately struck by a sudden realization. No wonder Zhang Yilin was able to act so recklessly, not even putting the Qingzhou family in her eyes. It turned out that the real big shot on this train had not yet shown up. She hurriedly asked, "President Jiang, who is this owner? Can I meet him? I want to thank him in person." You? Zhang Yilin looked Wan Shireen up and down, then sneered, "You're not worthy." After saying that, he turned and left. At the same time, he sneered disdainfully, "I really don't know how my master could have ever taken a liking to a woman like you." Wan Shireen heard these words clearly. My heart felt like it had been struck by lightning. I was utterly shocked. You've got your eye on her? Did the powerful figure behind President Jiang have taken a liking to her? When did she come into contact with such a powerful person? I've racked my brains countless times, but I can't recall ever knowing anyone like that. He couldn't help but turn to Ling Yun and ask, did you hear that? President Jiang said that her master once had a crush on me.
Are you dreaming?
Ling Yun rolled her eyes. He didn't hear Zhang Yilan's words and thought Wan Shireen had lost her mind.
Are you out of your mind? You can't help yourself when you hear that someone else is amazing, and you're even interested in me. You're already married in Yunqing. Besides me, who would want you? You don't even know what's good for you.
Ling Yun cursed jealously. Wan Shireen fell silent, feeling both doubtful and distressed. She returned to her seat and seemed absent-minded for the rest of the time.
Zhang Yilan returned to first class.
Su Ming, leaning back in his chair, slightly opened his eyes.
President Su, everything is settled. You can rest assured and get some rest. Zhang Yilan said respectfully with a smile. What happened? Su Ming asked casually.
It was Gu Fei, the eldest young master of the Gu family in Qingzhou, causing trouble, but I've already sent him away. Zhang Yilan said somewhat boastfully, hoping to receive a word or two of praise from Su Ming, which would have satisfied her.
But the Qingzhou Gu family was nothing to Su Ming, so it was not worth mentioning. He simply nodded slightly. I see.
Then she closed her eyes again. Zhang Yilan pursed her lips and sat back down next to Su Ming. She didn't mention Wan Shireen and Ling Yun, nor did she want Su Ming to worry about such trivial matters.
Then everything fell silent again. The train continued speeding towards Qingzhou.
Meanwhile, in Qingzhou, countless important figures had already crowded into the high-speed rail station, completely sealing off the entire station and preventing anyone from entering or leaving. The governor of Qingzhou, the head of the Gu family, the patriarch of the Su family, and the acting military commander of Qingzhou.
The four top figures of Qingzhou were all eagerly waiting at the station. King Jiang should be arriving soon.
The governor looked anxious and impatient, glancing at his watch repeatedly. Now that the king of the frontier has arrived, he must first stay at our Gu family's residence. None of you should try to take it from me, said Gu Xiaotian, the head of the Gu family, with righteous indignation.
Fart. Fart. Su Huiling, the patriarch of the Su family, glared and said angrily, what kind of relationship does your Gu family have with the Jiang king? The Jiang king probably doesn't even know you. Why would he go to your Gu family? He should go to my Su family first. Stop arguing, all of you. My Wang family is the main stronghold of Qingzhou. As the governor of the state, how can it be proper for the king of the frontier to go to your family's residence instead of my own? It's a laughingstock. Governor Wang Chuan snorted coldly. You don't need to argue anymore. The king of the frontier is here to preside over the election of the commander of Qingzhou. Once he arrives, he must go to our garrison headquarters. Your matters can wait. The acting military representative, Zhang Hu, spoke with a stern face and imposing manner. No. All three immediately objected. Just over this foothold, for prominent figures from Qingzhou almost came to blows at the train station. What are they arguing about, Dad? Why are they so heated? On one side of the station, a tall, beautiful woman in a long dress with a cold and aloof face watched this scene and frowned in confusion. They're all so old, why are they still arguing like children? Who knows, but I heard they're here to welcome some big shot. It's ridiculous. This train came from Yunqing. What big shot could come from that rundown little place, and who takes the high-speed rail anyway? Wang Long, the son of the governor, stood next to the beautiful woman, arms crossed, and said with a mocking smile. And what about you? Why did you come? The beautiful woman turned her head and looked at Wang Long with a puzzled expression. Since you're here, how could I not come? Besides, my cousin Ling Yun brought his fiancée, so of course I had to come and greet him. Wang Long grinned. I heard my cousin's fiancée is a famous beauty in Yunqing. I'll just have to see her for myself. After saying this, Su Yuer's expression turned unfriendly. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Yuer is the undisputed #1 beauty in Qingzhou. Wang Long dared to say how beautiful other women were in front of her, which made her very unhappy. Seeing Su Yuer's expression change, Wang Long hurriedly said, of course, she's definitely not as good as you. People from small places like Yunqing have never seen the world. No matter how much she brags, she's probably only on par with the village belle. Unlike you, with your graceful and elegant beauty, you are a true beauty. Wang Long chuckled. Nonsense. Su Yuer rolled her eyes at Wang Long and didn't reply. She came here to see who her father was so solemnly receiving.
He might be some talented young man, a prodigy, then her love life will be settled. Soon, the train rumbled into Qingzhou station and stopped. The four heads of the family stopped arguing and stared at the entrance with hopeful and nervous eyes. Wang Long also looked towards the exit. Ling Yun and Wan Shirin came out first. Ling Yun showed an excited expression as soon as he saw Wang Long. He quickly led the silent, head-down Wan Shirin towards Wang Long, excitedly calling out, "Cousin." "Hi, Ling Yun." Wang Long also waved with a smile, but his gaze was more focused on Wan Shirin. An unpleasant incident occurred on the train, and Wan Shirin's expression was not good at the moment. She looked gloomy. Even so, her beauty was still undeniable, adding to her delicate and pitiful charm. This instantly aroused Wang Long's lustful desires. "I didn't expect it to be just empty boasting. This Wan Shirin is incredibly beautiful. Cousin, you really came to pick me up, that's wonderful." Ling Yun approached and said excitedly. Wang Long's current status is such that he personally came to pick him up, which is a huge show of respect for him. Ling Yun's smile almost stretched to his ears. But Wang Long's attention was entirely on Wan Shirin, and he didn't hear a word Ling Yun said. "This is my fiancée, Wan Shirin," Ling Yun introduced to Wang Long with a smile. Wan Shirin then forced a smile and politely greeted Wang Long. "I am Wan Shirin from the Wan family of Yunqing. Greetings, cousin." Good, it's good that you're here." Wang Long snapped out of his daze and beamed with joy. "You bumpkin." Su Yue rolled her eyes as she watched from the side, too lazy to pay attention to Wang Long and the others. Next to emerge were Gu Fei and his bodyguards. As soon as Gu Fei came out, he ran towards Gu Xiaotian, the head of the Gu family, with a face full of resentment, and cried out in a pitiful voice, "Dad, you have to avenge me." "What?" Gu Xiaotian looked closely and saw that Gu Fei's face was bruised and swollen, like a pig's head. He almost didn't recognize his son. He immediately looked surprised and asked, "What's wrong with you?" 94, Chapter 94, They Are Not Worthy. "Your son has been bullied." Gu Fei cried and wailed, looking as if he had suffered a great injustice. "What's going on? Who dares to bully you?" Gu Xiaotian was filled with doubt and surprise. "It's them." Gu Fei turned his head, revealing a fierce expression, and pointed at Ling Yun and Wan Shirin who were standing not far away. Ling Yun's expression changed drastically. He was so frightened he almost fell to the ground. He hurriedly said to Wang Long, "Cousin, let's go quickly." "What's wrong? What's the rush? Wait a little longer." Wang Long smiled calmly. "The important figures whom the four family heads received haven't appeared yet?" He wanted to see what kind of person he was. "No, cousin, we have to leave quickly. We offended the eldest young master of the Gu family on the bush. Definitely won't let us off the hook." Ling Yun urged anxiously. "The eldest young master of the Gu family?" Wang Long then stopped smiling and glanced in Gu Fei's direction. He doesn't even consider Gu Fei a threat. But Gu Xiaotian, the head of the Gu family, was still there as a junior. He couldn't afford to offend him. He nodded and said, "All right then, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll take you to eat first." "Thank you, cousin." Ling Yun was extremely grateful. So Wang Long led the two away. "Dad, don't let those two good-for-nothings get away. I'm going to kill them." Gu Fei was so angry he jumped up and down. Gu Xiaotian frowned and shook his head. "Never mind, we'll talk about your matter later. I've memorized their appearance. You go back first. I have important matters to attend to here." Although his son was bullied, nothing was more important than welcoming the king of the frontier. Besides, with the arrival of the regional king, he wouldn't dare cause any trouble. If the Gu family dares to cause trouble in front of the king of the frontier, they must be tired of living. Besides, this good-for-nothing son has been causing trouble for quite some time now. "Dad, you don't care that your son is being bullied?" Gu Fei roared, his eyes red. "Roll!" Gu Xiao was furious and let out a loud shout, which immediately frightened Gu Fei into silence. Having no other choice, Gu Fei had to leave the station with his men. A few minutes later, Su Ming and Jiang Yilan slowly walked out. Upon seeing Jiang Yilan, the four of them immediately lit up, completely disregarding their own identities, and rushed through the exit to greet her excitedly.
President Jiang. President Jiang, where is Su Wang? The four of them excitedly surrounded Jiang Yilin. These idiots. Jiang Yilin rolled her eyes. These guys don't even know who President Su is, yet they're all crammed here. I don't know what they're so excited about. She was about to introduce Su Ming's identity when she saw Su Ming shake his head at her. Then he walked out of the station exit alone. Jiang Yilin was a little anxious and hurriedly tried to keep up with Su Ming's pace. But they were surrounded by the four heads of the family. President Jiang, say something, where is Su Wang? Hasn't he gotten out of the car yet? Regardless, shall we go to my Wang family's place first? No, let's go to my Gu family first. Let's go to the Su family first. The four of them were talking at once, extremely anxious. Although they didn't know where Su Ming was, they knew that Jiang Yilin represented Su Ming. If Jiang Yilin is invited over, Su Ming will definitely show up as well. Even if they don't show up, the reputation alone is enough. Jiang Yilin was thoroughly annoyed by the four people's arguing and snapped, enough, I'm not going anywhere, book me a hotel, that's where I'll stay today. Okay, I'll order it for you right away. President Jiang, over here. The four men, their faces full of flattery, started arguing again about who should book the hotel. Su Yuer stood to the side watching this scene, shaking her head in disappointment, so it was a woman. Su Yuer turned and left the station in a huff. Su Ming had already walked alone outside the station when he bumped into Ling Yun and Wan Shirin, who were waiting for Wang Long to pick them up. Hey, it's you. I didn't expect you to actually come to Qingzhou. How did you get here? Did you also take the train that just now? Ling Yun was somewhat surprised to see Su Ming. Wan Shirin also showed a surprised expression. It seemed that she hadn't been seeing Su Ming's figure in Yunqing before. You must have been in the very last carriage, probably even with a standing ticket. After all, someone of your status could only afford a ticket like that. No wonder I didn't see you on the train. Ling Yun looked at Su Ming with a mocking sneer. Su Ming shook his head dejectedly. I'm in first class, you have no right to see me. Ha 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 ha. Ling Yun burst into laughter, looking at Su Ming as if he were an idiot. You piece of trash, you haven't changed your bragging habit at all. First class, do you even know who's sitting there? It's someone as important as Jiang Yilin. Who do you think you are? He only thought that Su Ming was trying to show off in front of him and Wan Shirin and try to regain some dignity. Moreover, he had already met Wan Shirin before, so Su Ming's lie was completely exposed. Wan Shirin shook her head in disappointment. Stop talking big. Qingzhou is not like Yunqing. Saying the wrong thing here will get you into trouble, then no one can protect you. Believe it or not. Su Ming was too lazy to explain. At that moment, Wang Long's prestigious Porsche also drove up. Ling Yun pointed at the car, his face full of arrogance, and said, a Porsche? You've never ridden in one in your life, and it belongs to my cousin Wang Long. My cousin is the prospective commander of Qingzhou. Trying to show off in front of us, you really don't know your own worth. Keep bragging here, you idiot. Ling Yun gave a mocking smile and got into the car with Wan Shirin. Wan Long peeked at Su Ming through the car window, started the car, and drove off, asking in confusion, who was that kid? Xian's ex-husband, a good-for-nothing who married into the family. Ling Yun said dismissively. Oh, Miss Wan has been married before? Wang Long looked on with curiosity. It's not really a marriage, it's just a formality, a business deal, that's how it is. Fearing Wang Long would misunderstand, she's an immoral woman, Wan Shirin hurriedly explained. So that's how it is. Wang Long became even more interested in Wan Shirin, and a wicked smile crept onto his lips. Watching Wang Long's car drive away, Su Ming remained silent. This Wang Long is clearly no good either. Wan Shirin actually chose to attach herself to such a person. However, Wan Shirin's judgment has always been questionable, otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen a good-for-nothing like Ling Yun. You know them? Just then, a clear and melodious voice came from behind. Su Ming turned around and saw Su Yuer, with her long, straight legs and beautiful face, standing behind him, looking at him with suspicion. We know each other, we're both from Yunqing. Then why didn't they pick you up and go with them? Su Yuer asked, puzzled. Because they don't deserve it. Su Ming grinned.
He didn't even bother to acknowledge the greetings from the four heads of the family, let alone a mere Wang Long.
Oh.
Upon hearing this, Su Yuer immediately laughed mockingly. She thought she could learn about the people from Yunqing from Su Ming, and also find out who the four family heads were welcoming. I never expected to hear such boastful words from Su Ming right from the start.
They immediately looked down on Su Ming.
She only thought that Su Ming wanted to show off his wealth and status in front of her in order to win her favor.
It's no different from those sycophants who fawn over her and follow her around like glue. 95, Chapter 95, Ignoring Advice.
Su Yuer immediately retorted sarcastically, "Do you even know who that is? Wang Long, a front-runner for the position of commander of Qingju's practically guaranteed the win, and you're saying he's not qualified? I can understand your lack of knowledge, but one should be humble and not be so arrogant."
Su Ming grinned, "I said he's not qualified, so he's not qualified and he can't become the commander of Qingzhou. Idiot."
Su Yuer gave a sarcastic smile, wondering where this country bumpkin got his confidence from. "You better not let me see you again, because this is the first time I felt disgusted by a man like you." Su Yuer gave Su Ming a disdainful look, then got into her car and drove away.
Su Ming frowned. What kind of people are these? Can't they communicate properly? No sooner had Su Yuer left than a limited edition SUV pulled up.
Only people with status in the border region can drive this kind of off-road vehicle. You could find only a handful of them in the entire Kyushu region. The car door opened, and Li Xiao got out, kneeling on one knee on the ground.
Li Xiao has come especially to greet and pay respects to Prince Su. Get up.
Su Ming said calmly and got into Li Xiao's car. He didn't have the four family heads greet him because Li Xiao had already arranged to pick him up in advance. And there are some things I need to say to Li Xiao alone. Get in the car, and the car departs.
How confident are you about winning the general election in Qingzhou? Su Ming asked. About 40%.
Li Xiao smiled and said modestly. He didn't dare to act arrogantly in front of Su Ming, because if he messed up, he would be too ashamed to explain himself.
Only 40%?
Su Ming frowned immediately, somewhat displeased. He cured Li Xiao's leg and greatly improved Li Xiao's skills. He had high hopes for Li Xiao. After all, he didn't trust anyone else to be the commander of Qingzhou.
If Li Xiao is confident, he could even appoint Li Xiao as the commander of Qingzhou with a single sentence.
But to my surprise, Li Xiao said it was only 40%. Seeing Su Ming's reaction, Li Xiao was immediately startled and hurriedly explained, "Mainly because I've had a leg injury for over 10 years, and I haven't participated in border battles for many years. My experience isn't what it used to be, so."
All right.
Su Ming waved his hand, not wanting to listen to this nonsense. The soldiers of the War God Army are all capable of holding off 10,000 men single-handedly. Li Xiao's lack of confidence disappointed him somewhat.
Just do your best and don't let me down.
Yes. Yes, Prince Su. Cold sweat poured down Li Xiao's forehead. He was under immense pressure. At the same time, Su Ming's phone rang. It was Zhang Yilin calling.
The four heads of the family booked a hotel, the Qingzhou International Hotel. Let's go to the International Hotel.
Su Ming said to Li Xiao.
Yes, Prince Su. Li Xiao turned the car around and headed towards the International Hotel. At the International Hotel, Wang Long also booked a private room to treat Ling Yun and Wan Shirin to dinner.
When Wan Shirin went out and saw Zhang Yilin, she was immediately intrigued.
Zhang Yilin also lives here. Does that mean that the person behind Zhang Yilin also lives here?
That master saved her life, and she was filled with gratitude and curiosity, eager to see what kind of important person he was. So she secretly followed Zhang Yilin, and when Zhang Yilin went into the room, she stood at the door looking left and right, waiting for the important person to come out. But then they bumped into Su Ming.
What are you looking at?
Su Ming's sudden words startled Wan Shirin. Wan Shirin turned her head and saw Su Ming. She breathed a sigh of relief and patted her bulging chest. You scared me to death. What are you doing here?
I live here.
Su Ming said expressionlessly.
You live here?
Wan Shirin asked with a puzzled look. Where did Su Ming get the money to stay at Qingzhou's most luxurious international hotel? He's definitely just putting on an act, and he even went out of his way to show off to her, probably trying to win her back. He immediately shook his head and said, I don't want to hear this. If you don't have a place to stay, I'll give you some money. I'll send you 2,000 yuan via my phone, enough for you to stay in a hotel nearby. Use it sparingly, and you can have a few days of fun in Qingzhou. As she spoke, Wan Shirin actually picked up her phone and transferred 2,000 yuan to Su Ming.
Su Ming was both annoyed and amused.
You might say Wan Shirin is heartless and vain, but she's still willing to sacrifice for him. You could say she's not vain, but she tries every means to curry favor with the Ling family, and now she's even trying to curry favor with Wang Long. Su Ming shook his head, unsure of what Wan Shirin was thinking. However, Wan Shirin's actions prompted him to kindly remind her that Wang Long is no pushover. Be careful. If Wang Long wants to attack you, Ling Yun can't stop him.
What are you saying? Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin immediately became angry.
Her eyebrows furrowed, and she glared at Su Ming resentfully. Are you cursing me? I kindly transferred money to you, and you still badmouth my fiancé and his cousin. If they're both going to harm me, who should I believe, you?
Even my fiancé can't help me, can you?
Wan Shirin was furious.
I feel absolutely disgusted.
This guy is really unambitious. Even at a time like this, he still says things like that to her. If she continues with this attitude, Su Ming will never be able to win her back.
She would never be interested in a man like that. Indeed, only I can help you. Su Ming thought for a moment and then said seriously.
Wan Shirin came to Qingzhou alone, without any relatives or friends. If something happens to her, there is really no one but him who can save her.
You're truly beyond saving.
Wan Shirin stomped her foot angrily and went back to her room. Su Ming shook his head. There was nothing he could do if Wan Shirin wouldn't listen to his advice.
He turned and went into Zhang Yilin's room. Zhang Yilin had changed into a comfortable outfit, and she looked slender and graceful.
Upon seeing Su Ming, Zhang Yilin blushed slightly and shyly greeted him, President Su.
Su Ming nodded slightly and walked over to sit down.
President Su, the four heads of the family have been waiting outside. They said they wouldn't leave until you made a decision, Zhang Yilin reported truthfully. When Su Ming arrived, he also saw that the hotel entrance was completely blocked because the four heads of the family were there. People came to admire, watch, and visit, creating a noisy scene at the entrance.
A bunch of annoying bastards,
Su Ming said impatiently. But realizing that things couldn't continue like this, Su Ming quickly turned to Zhang Yilin and said, let the head of the Su family in, and everyone else leave.
Yes. Zhang Yilin turned around and went downstairs to deliver the message.
When the other three family heads heard that the king of the frontier had chosen the Su family, they were all greatly disappointed and could only turn around and leave with their men in a huff.
Su Huailing followed Zhang Yilin cautiously all the way to the room and pushed open the door. They were taken aback to find that Su Ming was the only one sitting in the room.
It's you? He had seen Su Ming and Zhang Yilin walk out together at the train station, but at that time, neither he nor the other three family heads paid any attention to the unassuming Su Ming.
Moreover, in their imagination, the famous Prince Su should be majestic, solemn, mature, and inviolable. No one expected that she would be so young. 96, Chapter 96, Shameful. How dare you speak to President Su like that? Zhang Yilin immediately gave a cold shout. Yes.
Su Huailing was startled and hurriedly knelt down in front of Su Ming with a thud, respectfully bowing. This humble one, Su Huailing, pays respects to Prince Sui. Was blind before and did not recognize you. Please forgive me, Prince Su.
All right.
Su Ming waved his hand. Then let's head to your Su family's place. Go through the back door, don't make a scene.
Yes.
Su Huailing responded respectfully, not daring to be the slightest bit presumptuous. Then Su Ming stood up and waved to Zhang Yilin. Zhang Yilin came to Su Ming's side, and Su Ming leaned in and whispered a few words in Zhang Yilin's crystal ear. Zhang Yilin blushed instantly, her heart filled with joy. This was the first time Su Ming had been so close to her.
She could even feel Su Ming's heavy, warm breath. My face is flushed and my heart is pounding.
After giving his instructions, Su Ming and Su Huailing left together.
Zhang Yilin remained at the hotel. The hotel private room was still bustling with activity. Wang Long ordered a table full of fine wine and food to welcome Lingyun and Wan Shirin, and they drank and chatted in the room until their eyes were blurry. This also allowed Wan Shirin to witness the luxury of Qingzhou and Wang Long's status. This made her even more determined to build a good relationship with Wang Long. As the conversation flowed, Wan Shirin took the opportunity to take out the luminous pearl that her parents had asked her to bring, opened it and presented it to Wang Long, saying, "Brother Wang, this is a gift I brought you from Yunqing. Yunqing is a small place and doesn't have many treasures, so I hope it will catch your eye." Wang Long looked up and his eyes immediately lit up. Oh my God! This is a pearl shining brightly in the vast ocean. This thing is priceless. You can't find another one like it anywhere else in the entire 9 provinces, let alone Qingzhou. They actually managed to get it out of Wan Shirin's hands. Wang Long was almost speechless with astonishment. Taking this back will shock his father and the entire Wang family. But Wan Shirin said it was a luminous pearl, and judging from her manner, she probably regarded this treasure as an ordinary thing. Wang Long's eyes lit up, and an idea immediately came to him. He wants this. But Wan Shirin can't know how valuable it is, otherwise the Wang family will owe her a huge favor. He glanced at it indifferently, curled his lip in disdain, and said, "I thought this was some kind of treasure, a mere luminous pearl. My Wang family has plenty of those. This is just ordinary agate polished up, worth at most a few $100,000, but to you, it is indeed a treasure." This? Wan Shirin was stunned. Didn't her father say it was worth more than $1 billion? Only a few $100,000? However, with Wang Long's discerning eye, he certainly wouldn't be mistaken. This thing originally belonged to Su Ming. What valuable thing could Su Ming possibly have to offer? That guy treated his own stuff like a treasure, asking for it every day, but in front of someone truly important, it's not even worth as much as trash. Wan Shirin was greatly disappointed. She shouldn't have trusted her father. We should not believe Su Ming's things. Lingyun's expression also changed, and he angrily scolded, "What are you doing, bringing out all this trash? Do you think your cousin has never seen treasures before? You're really embarrassing me. Should have known better than to bring you." Wan Shirin looked embarrassed and took the luminous pearl back, saying awkwardly, "I didn't expect this thing to be so worthless. How about I go out again tomorrow to pick out some more valuable gifts for Brother Wang?" "No." Wang Long hurriedly waved his hand and said to Wan Shirin, "Although the gift isn't valuable, it's a token of my cousin's affection. It's a small gift but carries great meaning, more valuable than any other gift. Please give me this." "Okay, thank you, Brother Wang." Wan Shirin was extremely grateful and sent the luminous pearl over, feeling relieved. I never expected that Wang Long, with such a high status, would be such a kind and easygoing person. When Wang Long took the luminous pearl, he also took the opportunity to touch Wan Shirin's fair and delicate hand. Wan Shirin blushed, but when she looked up, Wang Long had a serious expression on his face. It probably wasn't intentional. After that, they continued eating and drinking. Wan Shirin didn't drink much. She wasn't a heavy drinker to begin with, and after 3 cups, she declined to drink anymore. But after just 3 cups, she felt dizzy and lightheaded, her head felt like it was made of mud, and she was in a daze. Then she slumped onto the table and fell into a deep sleep, losing consciousness. Well. Seeing Wan Shirin like this, Lingyun was both angry and annoyed. Not only did she bring out something shameful, but she also passed out here after just a couple of drinks. It's utterly disgraceful. Cousin, if she weren't my fiancée, I wouldn't have brought her here. You're just making a fool of yourself. It's okay, girls can't drink alcohol, that's how it is. Wang Long chuckled. Cousin, ignore her, let's keep drinking. Lingyun said excitedly, wanting to continue drinking with Wang Long. Let's wait a bit before drinking. A friend of mine is coming over. Once he arrives, we'll drink together. Wang Long grinned meaningfully. You have friends, cousin? Your friends must be some important people. Introduce them to me. Lingyun was even happier to hear that. Don't worry, you know him. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the room opened, and Gu Fei, the eldest young master of the Gu family, slowly walked in with a strange smile on his face. He asked with a smile, Young Master Wang, is everything settled? Gu Fei? Upon seeing that it was Gu Fei, Lingyun was so startled that he fell off his chair and collapsed to the ground, staring at Gu Fei in disbelief. Cousin, what's this guy doing here? He. Lingyun Ian was so frightened that his face turned pale. Given what happened on the train before, Gu Fei will definitely not let him off the hook. But she never dreamed that Gu Fei would appear here. What yours, young Master Gu is my good brother. If we're going to drink, of course we have to invite him over. Wang Long stood up, a wicked smile on his face. You. Even if Ling Yun was stupid, he now understood what was going on. Wang Long and Gu Fei are in cahoots. These two green the scions of prominent families in the state all share the same bloodline. He still hoped Wang Long would protect him, but that was impossible. Today is totally ruined. Cousin, I'm your cousin, you can't hurt me. Ling Yun's face was more painful than if he were crying, and tears welled up in his eyes. Rest assured. Wang Long chuckled, I won't do anything to you, otherwise how would I explain to my uncle, but we'll have to borrow this Miss Wan for a bit. As he spoke, Wang Long's eyes fell on Wan Shireen, looking her up and down at her slender figure, his mouth practically watering. No, cousin, she's my fiancée. If you lay a hand on her, how will I face people after this gets out? Ling Yun stood up and said anxiously. Get out of my way. Wang Long, annoyed by Ling Yun's incessant chatter, slapped him hard across the face and yelled, I already gave you plenty of face by telling young Master Gu not to touch you. Don't be ungrateful. Fiancé, what fiancé? It's just a woman. There are plenty of women out there. You can go back to Yunqing and find another one. If we don't talk about this, no one will know. You'd better stand aside and behave yourself, or I'll break your legs and send you back to Yunqing. Your Ling family won't dare utter a single word. 97, Chapter 97, You were almost defiled. Wang Long revealed his true colors completely, his mouth full of fangs, as fierce as a vicious dog. Ling Yun was so frightened that he stared in disbelief, his face stinging with pain. He stood there dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. It's over, we're doomed. Hopefully, Cheyenne won't blame him when she wakes up. He had no choice. Neither the Ling family nor the Wan family are as good as Wang Long of Qingzhou. In Wang Long's eyes, the power in Yunqing was like a toy. Young Master Gu, would you like to go first or should I? Wang Long helped the unconscious Wan Shireen up and asked with a blatant laugh. You go first, you're the host, I'm the guest, you can finish what's left, Gu Fei said with a grin. Then I won't be polite. Wang Long chuckled, picked up Wan Shireen, and walked towards the door, preparing to go to another room. Ling Yun turned his head to look to the side. He didn't want to die yet, so there was nothing he could do. Despite feeling humiliated and angry, he could only watch helplessly. Wang Long opened the door and was about to walk out when a loud bang was heard. A kick landed on Wang Long's stomach, sending him flying back and crashing heavily to the ground. Wan Shireen, who was in a deep sleep, also collapsed to one side. Wang Long and Gu Fei were both taken aback, and looked up in shock towards the doorway. Zhang Yulin and her group had completely blocked off the entire entrance corridor. Who are you? Wang Long was shocked. Gu Fei's expression also changed drastically, and he took 2 steps back in fear. Her name is Zhang Yilin, and she's from Yunqing. I was injured by her in the car. Zhang Yilin? Wang Long looked up in surprise and disbelief. You're from the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce. He had heard of the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce to some extent, and there was also a Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce in Qingzhou. The power of the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce was far beyond what the small families in Yunqing could compare to. Since you recognize me, why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? Zhang Yilin stood at the door, exuding an aura of 8 or 9 meters, staring at Wang Long as if he were trash. Don't try to fool me. Knowing the other party's identity, Wang Long calmed down, slowly stood up, and stared at Zhang Yilin with a cold gaze, saying, the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce does have some strength, but I, Wang Long, am not to be trifled with. As the prospective commander of Qingzhou, I have tens of thousands of men under my command. In addition, my Wang family rules the entire Qingzhou. Everyone who sees me must show me some respect. Who do you think you are, a mere woman from the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce? Get lost and mind your own business, otherwise, don't blame me for taking you down with me. Wang Long grinned maliciously. You really have the nerve to say that someone like you, a leader, you don't even deserve to live. Zhang Yilin sneered, stepped forward, picked up an ashtray from the table, and prepared to attack Wang Long. When Su Ming left earlier, he told her to keep an eye on Wan Shireen.
Anyone who dares to cause trouble, just kill them. With Su Ming's orders, she no longer needed to have any worries. You dare! Upon seeing Jiang Yilan's actions, Wang Long was visibly shaken, his aura surging forth, and a ferocious grin spread across his face. I forgot to tell you, besides having great power, I'm also a 9th level war god. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to pre-select the commander of Qingzhou. A woman, dare to lay a hand on me? Because he did something shameful, he almost forgot his identity as a war god. God of War, 9th rank. Jiang Yilan sneered, looking at him as if he were an ant, then turned around and suddenly raised the ashtray, smashing it against Wang Long's head. Court death. Wang Long was furious. This was the first time he had encountered such a reckless woman. Even knowing his identity and strength, she still dared to fight him. In that case, don't blame him for being ruthless and destroying the flowers. I initially thought Jiang Yilan was a great beauty and wanted to go easy on her. I never expected this woman to be so suicidal. Seeing the ashtray hurtling towards him, Wang Long calmly raised his hand to block it, preparing to strike Jiang Yilan's chest with his fist. But when he blocked it, Wang Long's expression changed drastically. Jiang Yilan's seemingly delicate arm actually conveyed a tremendous force. The blow was powerful and heavy, like splitting a mountain and breaking rocks. The force of the blow forced him to his knees, leaving him no chance to retaliate. Wang Long was utterly shocked. What's wrong with this woman? Where does such great power come from? Before he could even react, Jiang Yilan kicked him in the chest. Her high heels were like sharp blades, almost piercing Wang Long's chest, sending him flying backward. His body slammed heavily against the wall behind him, and blood flowed from his mouth and nose. Jiang Yilan didn't stop. She rushed forward and smashed the ashtray hard on Wang Long's head. In just a few blows, Wang Long was left bleeding profusely, and the ashtray shattered, scattering glass shards all over the ground. Gu Fei and Ling Yun were both dumbfounded. Staring in disbelief at the scene, he trembled with fear and his legs went weak. Gu Fei, in particular, was so scared he almost peed himself. That's so brutal. This woman. No, this isn't a woman, this is a killer. Wang Long was beaten until his face was covered in blood and he passed out. As soon as Jiang Yilan turned around, Gu Fei was so frightened that he fell to the ground with a thud, wetting a large area of the ground with his urine. Jiang Yilan's gaze swept over him, and she pointed at Ling Yun, shouting, "You're fucking not a man." After saying that, Jiang Yilan picked up the unconscious Wan Shirin and left the room. Only Gu Fei and Ling Yun remained standing there, dumbfounded. The next day, Wan Shirin woke up in her hotel room with a splitting headache and couldn't remember anything that had happened the night before. All I remember is drinking with Wang Long and Ling Yun, and then falling asleep halfway through. It seems the liquor was too strong, she couldn't handle even 3 cups. Has Brother Wang left? Wan Shirin asked in confusion. Ling Yun sat silently in the corner. Only when he heard Wan Shirin's words did he raise his head blankly and reply in a daze, "Oh, they're gone. They left a long time ago." More than they've passed away, they're probably in the ICU now receiving emergency treatment. He just hoped that nothing had happened to Wang Long. If anything goes wrong, he and Wan Shirin will probably not escape. Ugh, I embarrassed myself again. Wan Shirin's face was still full of regret and guilt. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Ever since she came to Qingzhou, problems kept popping up. It's as if she's nothing without Yuncheng, and she's lost all confidence in everything she does. Ling Yun dared not mention a word about what happened last night, because if he did, his cowardly and incompetent behavior would be exposed. It's best that Wan Shirin knows nothing. Just then, the room door opened, and a waitress walked in, asking Wan Shirin with concern, "Miss Wan, are you alright? Those 2 bastards didn't come back, did they?" "Luckily, President Jiang Yilan saved you last night, otherwise you would have been violated." What? Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Ling Yun's expression changed drastically. He stood up abruptly, his whole body tense, and pointed at the waiter, roaring, "You're just a waiter, a lowly person, you don't know anything, don't talk nonsense." 97, Chapter 97, You Were Almost Defiled. Wang Long revealed his true colors completely, his mouth full of fangs, as fierce as a vicious dog. Ling
Yun was so frightened that he stared in disbelief, his face stinging with pain. He stood there dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. It's over, we're doomed. Hopefully, Cheyenne won't blame him when she wakes up. He had no choice. Neither the Ling family nor the Wan family are as good as Wang Long of Qingzhou. In Wang Long's eyes, the power in Yunqing was like a toy. Young Master Gu, would you like to go first or should I? Wang Long helped the unconscious Wan Shirin up and asked with a blatant laugh. You go first, you're the host, I'm the guest, you can finish what's left, Gu Fei said with a grin. Then I won't be polite. Wang Long chuckled, picked up Wan Shirin, and walked towards the door, preparing to go to another room. Ling Yun turned his head to look to the side. He didn't want to die yet, so there was nothing he could do. Despite feeling humiliated and angry, he could only watch helplessly. Wang Long opened the door and was about to walk out when a loud bang was heard. A kick landed on Wang Long's stomach, sending him flying back and crashing heavily to the ground. Wan Shirin, who was in a deep sleep, also collapsed to one side. Wang Long and Gu Fei were both taken aback, and looked up in shock towards the doorway. Zhang Yilin and her group had completely blocked off the entire entrance corridor. Who are you? Wang Long was shocked. Gu Fei's expression also changed drastically, and he took 2 steps back in fear. Her name is Zhang Yilin, and she's from Yunqing. I was injured by her in the car. Zhang Yilin? Wang Long looked up in surprise and disbelief. You're from the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce. He had heard of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce to some extent, and there was also a Tianming Chamber of Commerce in Qingzhou. The power of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce was far beyond what the small families in Yunqing could compare to. Since you recognize me, why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? Zhang Yilin stood at the door, exuding an aura of 8 or 9 meters, staring at Wang Long as if he were trash. Don't try to fool me. Knowing the other party's identity, Wang Long calmed down, slowly stood up, and stared at Zhang Yilin with a cold gaze, saying, the Tianming Chamber of Commerce does have some strength, but I, Wang Long, am not to be trifled with. As the prospective commander of Qingzhou, I have tens of thousands of men under my command. In addition, my Wang family rules the entire Qingzhou. Everyone who sees me must show me some respect. Who do you think you are, a mere woman from the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce? Get lost and mind your own business, otherwise, don't blame me for taking you down with me. Wang Long grinned maliciously. You really have the nerve to say that someone like you, a leader, you don't even deserve to live. Zhang Yilin sneered, stepped forward, picked up an ashtray from the table, and prepared to attack Wang Long. When Su Ming left earlier, he told her to keep an eye on Wan Shirin. Anyone who dares to cause trouble, just kill them. With Su Ming's orders, she no longer needed to have any worries. You dare! Upon seeing Zhang Yilin's actions, Wang Long was visibly shaken, his aura surging forth, and a ferocious grin spread across his face. I forgot to tell you, besides having great power, I'm also a 9th level war god. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to pre-select the commander of Qingzhou. You, a woman, dare to lay a hand on me? Because he did something shameful, he almost forgot his identity as a war god. God of War, 9th rank. Zhang Yilin sneered, looking at him as if he were an ant, then turned around and suddenly raised the ashtray, smashing it against Wang Long's head. Court death. Wang Long was furious. This was the first time he had encountered such a reckless woman. Even knowing his identity and strength, she still dared to fight him. In that case, don't blame him for being ruthless and destroying the flowers. I initially thought Zhang Yilin was a great beauty and wanted to go easy on her. I never expected this woman to be so suicidal. Seeing the ashtray hurtling towards him, Wang Long calmly raised his hand to block it, preparing to strike Zhang Yilin's chest with his fist. But when he blocked it, Wang Long's expression changed drastically. Zhang Yilin's seemingly delicate arm actually conveyed a tremendous force. The blow was powerful and heavy, like splitting a mountain and breaking rocks. The force of the blow forced him to his knees, leaving him no chance to retaliate. Wang Long was utterly shocked. What's wrong with this woman? Where does such great power come from? Before he could even react, Zhang Yilin kicked him in the chest. Her high heels were like sharp blades, almost piercing Wang Long's chest, sending him flying backward. His body slammed heavily against the wall behind him, and blood flowed from his mouth and nose. Zhang Yilin didn't stop. She rushed forward and smashed the ashtray hard on Wang Long's head.
In just a few blows, Wang Long was left bleeding profusely, and the ashtray shattered, scattering glass shards all over the ground.
Gu Fei and Ling Yun were both dumbfounded.
Staring in disbelief at the scene, he trembled with fear and his legs went weak. Gu Fei, in particular, was so scared he almost peed himself.
That's so brutal. This woman.
No, this isn't a woman, this is a killer. Wang Long was beaten until his face was covered in blood and he passed out. As soon as Zhang Yilin turned around, Gu Fei was so frightened that he fell to the ground with a thud, wetting a large area of the ground with his urine. Zhang Yilin's gaze swept over him, and she pointed at Ling Yun, shouting, "You're fucking not a man." After saying that, Zhang Yilin picked up the unconscious Wan Shirin and left the room. Only Gu Fei and Ling Yun remained standing there, dumbfounded. The next day, Wan Shirin woke up in her hotel room with a splitting headache and couldn't remember anything that had happened the night before. "All I remember is drinking with Wang Long and Ling Yun, and then falling asleep halfway through. It seems the liquor was too strong, she couldn't handle even 3 cups.
Has Brother Wang left?" Wan Shirin asked in confusion.
Ling Yun sat silently in the corner. Only when he heard Wan Shirin's words did he raise his head blankly and reply in a daze, "Oh, they're gone, they left a long time ago. More than they've passed away, they're probably in the ICU now receiving emergency treatment." He just hoped that nothing had happened to Wang Long. If anything goes wrong, he and Wan Shirin will probably not escape. Ugh, I embarrassed myself again. Wan Shirin's face was still full of regret and guilt. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Ever since she came to Qingzhou, problems kept popping up. It's as if she's nothing without Yuncheng, and she's lost all confidence in everything she does. Ling Yun dared not mention a word about what happened last night, because if he did, his cowardly and incompetent behavior would be exposed. It's best that Wan Shirin knows nothing. Just then, the room door opened, and a waitress walked in, asking Wan Shirin with concern, "Miss Wan, are you alright? Those 2 bastards didn't come back, did they?" "Luckily, President Zhang Yilin saved you last night, otherwise you would have been violated." "What?" Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Ling Yun's expression changed drastically. He stood up abruptly, his whole body tense, and pointed at the waiter, roaring, "You're just a waiter, a lowly person, you don't know anything, don't talk nonsense." 98, Chapter 98, You Can't Touch Her. Inferior people? The waiter laughed sarcastically, "I may be a lowly person, but I still know to lend a helping hand when a friend is in trouble, and your own woman was bullied, and you didn't dare utter a single word. Aren't you even worse than an animal? You?" Ling Yun was so angry that he trembled all over and his face turned ashen, but he didn't know how to refute it. "If it weren't for President Zheng saving Miss Wan, you two would be crying your eyes out. Lower class, what are you anyway?" The waiter gave a cold laugh and turned to leave. Is what she said true? Even if Wan Shirin was stupid, she realized at this moment that things were not so simple. Even if she has a low alcohol tolerance, she shouldn't be unconscious after just 2 or 3 drinks. According to the waiter, if Zhang Yilin hadn't intervened last night, she might be in a terrible state now. She suddenly remembered Su Ming's earlier warning to her. She hadn't believed a word of it before, but she never expected to almost fall victim to such a heinous crime. "I have no choice." Ling Yun sat dejectedly in a chair, his face contorted in pain. He buried his head in his hands and said dejectedly, "My cousin and the eldest young master of the Gu family are in cahoots. Their influence in Qingzhou is far beyond what we can afford to offend. What else can I do? If I dare to resist, I'll die on the spot." So you're just going to stand by and do nothing?" Wan Shirin's face turned pale, tears streaming down her face with anger. She stood up and slapped Ling Yun across the face, roaring in a pitiful voice, "You've really disappointed me. You call yourself a man. I trusted you so much. You're no different from those 2. At this moment, Wan Shirin felt only nauseous and angry, and almost wanted to vomit. At the same time, she felt very regretful. Why didn't she listen to Su Ming's advice? If she had been careful, she wouldn't have ended up like this. "I won't trust you anymore. I am leaving now. I'm going back to Yunqing. If you want to stay here, then you can stay here alone." After angrily finishing her speech, Wan Shirin packed her things and prepared to return to Yunqing.
You can't leave.
Ling Yun said in despair.
What's the meaning? Wan Shireen asked in surprise and anger.
Zhang Yilin did save you last night, but at the same time, she also seriously injured Wang Long. The Wang family of the state governor will definitely retaliate. The station might even be blocked now. If you want to leave, you'll have to grow wings. Ling Yun shook his head in despair.
You?
Wan Shireen was so angry she was speechless again.
How come this guy has no fighting spirit at all?
Back in Yunqing, he boasted about how lawless he was, but now that he's on someone else's turf, he's scared like a turtle hiding in its shell, not daring to move an inch. However, if the Wang family wants revenge, she will have a really hard time leaving. For a moment, Wan Shireen was also lost in thought, sitting dejectedly on the bed, remaining silent for a long time. I think we should go to the Wang family and apologize to Uncle Wang Chuan. My Ling family is still related to them by blood. If we apologize, he can't really kill us all. As long as we are spared and return to Yunqing, we won't have to worry. Ling Yun raised his head and solemnly said to Wan Shireen. When had Wan Shireen ever suffered such humiliation? She was bullied, yet she still had to apologize to others.
That's impossible.
I felt incredibly wronged, and tears streamed down my face. Ling Yun continued to persuade him, we're all under your roof, let's bear with it for now and settle things later when we get back to Yun City. Although I was very reluctant to do this, there was no better way. Wan Shireen had no choice but to agree to Ling Yun's request, and together they took gifts to apologize to Governor Wang Chuan. At that moment, Wang Chuan was hosting a banquet for Su Ming at a famous restaurant in Qingzhou.
Regimental Commander, I heard your son was injured?
In the private room, Su Ming, as if deliberately bringing up a sore spot, asked with a mocking smile. Zhang Yilin reported everything that happened last night to him. He also admired Wang Chuan, who was indeed a governor of the prefecture. Even with his own son in the ICU, he still had the mood to invite him to dinner. They really know how to bend and stretch. Alas, it was done by two blind idiots. It's a trivial matter, Your Majesty need not worry. Once I find them, I will make them pay for their crimes in blood.
Wang Chuan sneered and said through gritted teeth.
Oh, how can you be so sure it wasn't your son who made the mistake first?
Su Ming asked with a smile.
Su Ming's words stunned Wang Chuan, who didn't know how to respond. Just then, Wang Chuan's men walked in and reported to him, Lord Governor, there are two people outside who want to see you, a man and a woman, named Ling Yun and Wan Shireen. The man even claims to be your relative.
Good heavens!
Wang Chuan slammed his fist on the table and stood up, sneering angrily, these two idiots, I didn't go looking for them, but they came to me of their own accord. Tell them to wait outside, I'll go deal with them right away.
Wang Chuan was furious. Because of Su Ming's status as a regional king, he didn't know how to answer the question.
But for him, he didn't care whether his son was in the wrong first. To dare beat his son like this is to provoke the prestige of the Wang family.
People like this must die. Wang Zhouton.
However, the next moment, Su Ming coldly raised his head, slowly stood up, walked to Wang Chuan, patted Wang Chuan's shoulder, and sneered with a cold expression, actually, I don't care whether your son is wrong or not, but at such a critical juncture as the Qingzhou commander-in-chief election, are you sure you really want to make a big fuss about this?
Or are you saying you don't want to be the governor of the prefecture anymore?
Upon hearing this and seeing Su Ming's sharp, knife-like gaze, Wang Chuan trembled with fear, cold sweat instantly pouring down his forehead. Yes, at this critical juncture when the whole city is on high alert. The slightest disturbance could cause huge trouble. Moreover, the king of the frontier was present.
If he escalates this situation, the consequences could be unimaginable.
How could I be so foolish as to say such a thing in front of the king of the frontier?
He was just angry for a moment. Wang Chuan immediately regretted it and wanted to slap himself twice.
I don't care how you deal with Ling Yun, after all, he's your relative, but you can't touch Wan Shireen. Make proper arrangements to send her back to Yunqing, otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Su Ming stared coldly at Wang Chuan as he spoke.
Yes.
Wang Chuan was so frightened that his whole body went cold. He hurriedly nodded repeatedly, everything will be arranged by Prince Su.
That's settled then, you go and handle it. After saying that, Su Ming turned and left the room.
After watching Su Ming leave, Wang Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he came to his senses. He found that his clothes were completely soaked. As expected of the king of the 9 provinces, the oppressive feeling he exuded almost made it hard for him to breathe. He had never felt this kind of pressure before. It seems that he must not cause any trouble during this period, otherwise, if he offends the king of the frontier, his position as governor will be over.
99, Chapter 99, Did he help me? In the lobby of the restaurant, Ling Yun and Wan Shirin stood anxiously.
At this moment, Wan Shirin felt extremely annoyed and regretted believing Ling Yun's nonsense again.
How much influence do those two have that would make the state governor forgive them? They injured the son of the governor. If they really had that kind of influence, would Wang Long still have attacked them?
It's obvious that the Wang family doesn't take them seriously at all.
If they come knocking on our door, what is it if not suicide?
But having already boarded the pirate ship, no matter how panicked Wan Shirin was, she could only try her luck.
It's alright, the governor's wife is my aunt. Even if he doesn't give me face, he has to give my aunt face, otherwise, I'll go to my aunt and complain myself. Don't worry, I'm confident I can handle this.
Ling Yun said to Wan Shirin with a confident and certain expression. Wan Shirin shook her head and remained silent. A moment later, Governor Wang Chuan and his men slowly descended the stairs.
You scoundrel, why don't you kneel before the governor?
On the stairs, the people around Wang Chuan shouted at Ling Yun and Wan Shirin.
Uncle, it's me.
Upon seeing Wang Chuan, Ling Yun immediately showed a happy expression and hurriedly went to greet him. He knelt down in front of Wang Chuan and said respectfully, Uncle, don't you remember me? I am Ling Yun. When I was little, I often came to visit you with my aunt.
Oh, Ling Yun. Wang Chuan looked down at Ling Yun with a cold gaze.
Upon realizing that the other party recognized him, Ling Yun was overjoyed and breathed a heavy sigh of relief. It seems that relatives are still the most important. In that case, there's no way Wang Chuan would lay a hand on me.
Did you do the beating of my son?
Wang Chuan asked Ling Yun coldly, his face devoid of a smile. Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat. Looking up, she saw no trace of kindness on Wang Chuan's face, and her expression instantly changed drastically. She took 2 steps back in fright. No, I didn't do it. How could I possibly have the ability to injure my cousin? It was her. She colluded with outsiders to injure my cousin Wang Long. In a panic, Ling Yun immediately turned the tables and shifted all the blame onto Wan Shirin. Wan Shirin turned pale with fright.
Ling Yun, that beast.
Beast. Wan Shirin wished she could tear Ling Yun to pieces. That bastard is not only cowardly and incompetent, but also a vicious villain who actually shifted all the blame onto me.
At this moment, Wan Shirin was utterly desperate.
He also saw through Ling Yun's true nature completely. This man is nothing short of a beast.
What should we do now? She's completely finished.
Wan Shirin's eyes were bloodshot in despair. She took 2 steps back and sat down on the ground with a thud.
Uncle, who is cousin Wang Long, he's a war god level expert. How could I possibly hurt him? It was this woman who found some helper somewhere. I think it was Zhang Yilin from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. She teamed up with Zhang Yilin to injure cousin Wang Long. It has absolutely nothing to do with me.
Ling Yun said in a panic. Still trying to argue. However, Wang Chuan's thick eyebrows shot up in a fit of rage, and he kicked Ling Yun in the chest, sending Ling Yun flying several meters away. Come on, break his legs, throw him out, and let him crawl back to Cloud City on his own. Wang Chuan waved his hand, and 2 of his henchmen immediately flew out and beat Ling Yun mercilessly. The screams echoed throughout the entire restaurant hall.
Uncle, spare me, aren't you afraid Auntie will find out? How will you explain it to her?
Ling Yun cried out desperately. Wang Chuan frowned and said coldly, didn't you guys eat? Screw it, make him shut his mouth.
Then, in less than 10 seconds, Ling Yun was completely unable to make a sound.
Seeing this, Wan Shirin was completely terrified. She never imagined that the state police would be so ruthless. If even his relative Ling Yun ended up like this, then she was even worse off.
Will she be able to get out of here alive today?
Meanwhile, Wang Chuan was also walking towards her step by step. Wan Shirin closed her eyes in despair. I never imagined that Wan Shirin would end up like this.
Miss Wan, I hope I didn't scare you. However, Wang Chuan smiled and spoke gently to Wan Shirin. Wan Shirin suddenly opened her eyes, looking at Wang Chuan with a shocked expression. Governor, you're not planning to attack me? Wan Shirin was completely shocked, not knowing what was going on.
Wang Chuan grinned. There's a cause for every wrong, and a debtor for every crime. I never act recklessly. Ling Yun deserves to die, but this has nothing to do with you, Miss Wan. If I've frightened you in any way, I apologize. By the way, if you'd like to stay, you're welcome to visit my Wang family. If you don't want to stay, I'll arrange for someone to send you back to Yunqing immediately. This. Wan Shirin felt like her brain was about to crash. What exactly happened? Even though Ling Yun was in such a state, she was completely unharmed. Why did the state police give her a break? Is someone secretly helping her? But in the entire Qingzhou, who is more powerful than the governor, and who has the ability to help her? She suddenly remembered that at the train station, the important figure that the four families were mainly welcoming was the mysterious master behind Jiang Yilan. Could it be that he's helping her? Miss Wan? Seeing that Wan Shirin remained silent for a long time, Wang Chuan couldn't help but call out. Wan Shirin finally came to her senses. Regardless of who helped her, she was incredibly lucky to have escaped this ordeal. It was like being pulled back from the brink of death. She didn't want to stay in Qingzhou for even a moment longer, and immediately replied, I want to go back to Yunqing, so there's no need to trouble the governor. I can take the carriage back by myself. As long as the other party doesn't stop her, she can go back alone without any problem. Okay, then I'll do as you say and arrange for someone to take you to the station. Wang Chuan nodded and said, Thank you, Governor. Wan Shirin said gratefully. Then he got up and walked outside with Wang Chuan. Upon arriving outside the restaurant, Wang Chuan instructed his men to bring a car to take Wan Shirin to the station. Just then, Wan Shirin turned her head and saw Su Ming get into a luxury car and leave. This left Wan Shirin completely stunned. Why is that guy here too? Could it be that Su Ming helped him? Otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen? Moreover, Su Ming had given her a heads up at the hotel earlier, as if he had some kind of premonition. Now he's riding in a luxury car again. Could it be that Su Ming is that mysterious big shot? Thinking about all this, Wan Shirin was deeply shocked. She couldn't help but look up at Wang Chuan and ask, Your Excellency, will all the important figures be present for this Qingzhou general election? Certainly. Wang Chuan affirmed, the Qingzhou general election is an unprecedented grand event for Qingzhou. Anyone with a certain status will definitely be present. Wan Shirin's eyes darted around, and she changed her mind, saying, that I won't go back to Yunqing for now. I want to participate in the Qingzhou commander election. I hope the commander will give me this opportunity and take me into the arena. Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan gave Wan Shirin a meaningful look, looking her up and down. I never expected this woman to be so career-oriented. Just a second ago they were terrified. Now, I have to participate in the Qingzhou general election again. They really have no sense of proportion. If it weren't for King Su speaking up, this woman, along with Ling Yun, would have already had her legs broken and been thrown out, yet she still dares to push her luck here. However, because of Su Ming's instructions, he dared not disobey. He nodded and said, Alright, since you want to participate, then come to my Wang family first anyway. The Qingzhou commander election is only a couple of days away. Thank you, Governor. Wan Shirin couldn't help but turn her head again to look in the direction Su Ming had just left. 100, Chapter 100 Ineffective Discipline. Su Ming took a car back to the Su family home. With nothing to do, he would wander around the Su family's courtyard. Upon arriving at the backyard, they found Su Yuer, the eldest daughter of the Su family, sitting there intently, fiddling with a piece of porcelain. Su Ming walked closer and saw that Su Yuer was repairing an antique vase. The vase already had many cracks, and Su Yuer was preparing paste to fill them in. Tisk wrong, completely wrong. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. Hearing the voice, Su Yuer was startled and turned around. When she saw Su Ming, she immediately frowned and looked surprised. It's you? Su Ming grinned, his eyes fixed on the vase, and continued with a smile, This vase is a polychrome porcelain from the Yongle period, and the materials used in its production are extremely rare. You're using such ordinary paste to fill the cracks. This will only hasten the decay of this vase. You're wasting a precious resource. You bastard. Su Yuer stood up, her pretty face icy cold, staring intently at Su Ming. What do you know? Do you need to meddle here? You're just a greenhorn from Yunqing. You probably haven't even seen an antique before, yet you have the nerve to give me pointers. Also, how did you get into my Su family? Didn't I tell you before that I shouldn't see you again, or I won't let you off the hook? Su Yuer's face was cold and aloof, her teeth clenched, her eyes filled with disgust and anger. How did this idiot even get in here? Did they follow her here? What audacity! Su Ming shook his head and said jokingly, don't worry about how I got here anyway. If you don't want this vase to be ruined, hurry up and wash off all that useless paste. Idiot, you're still pretending, aren't you? Fine, you want to play? I'll play with you. Su Yuer sneered, stepped forward, picked up the vase, and smashed it heavily on the ground. A loud crack. The antique vase was smashed to pieces in an instant. Then she shouted to those around her, help, help, someone's causing trouble. She turned around, looking at Su Ming with a sneer, you brat, let's see how you die. The value of this vase is more than you could ever pay for. Even if you sold yourself, this is what happens when you mess with me. Immediately afterwards, a large number of Su family members rushed out from all directions of the backyard. Leading the charge was Su Yuer's mother, a woman who had gained weight. Then dozens of Su family servants carrying sticks came up and surrounded Su Ming. Mom! Upon seeing the woman, Su Yuer threw herself into her arms with a wronged expression, then pointed at Su Ming and complained, that good-for-nothing, I don't know where he came from, he started hurling insults at me as soon as he arrived, and he even smashed our family's antique vase right in front of me. If you had come any later, my daughter would probably have been humiliated by him. Such a thing is true. Upon hearing this, the woman exclaimed, this is outrageous. To humiliate her daughter in the Su family is utterly outrageous. Boy, what's your name, where are you from, tell me the truth, or I'll break your legs. The woman stepped forward, pointing at Su Ming and roaring at him. Su Ming shook his head, my name is Su Ming, I'm from Yunqing. I didn't smash the vase, your daughter smashed it herself. Presumptuous. The woman flew into a rage, her face contorted with anger, and said, you mean my daughter was bored and smashed her own vase to frame you? Who do you think you are? Do you even know how much that vase is worth? It's worth at least 500 or 600 million on the market. Does someone like you even deserve to spend so much money in your lifetime? You think you're worthy of being framed? The woman roared. Exactly, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? How dare you say that the young lady framed you? It's ridiculous. The Su family members around also made sarcastic remarks. Su Yuer smiled triumphantly, wanting to see how Su Ming would handle the situation. If this kid doesn't get a good beating today, he won't be leaving the Su family. However, Su Ming remained calm and shook his head with a smile, saying, I think you know your daughter's character better than I do. As for a mere pretty face, I don't care about her at all. Ha! What a damn arrogant brat. Upon hearing this, the Su family members were enraged. Come on, take him down. The woman roared, and dozens of people instantly swarmed towards Su Ming. Stop it, all of you. Just then, a loud shout came from behind the crowd. Su Huiling, the head of the Su family, strode out in a hurry. Master, you've come at the perfect time. This brat from who knows where has sneaked into our Su family. Not only did he smash our antique vases, but he also tried to bully our daughter. If we don't beat him to death today, our Su family will have no face to show our faces in public. The woman shouted as soon as she saw Su Huiling. Su Huiling glared at the woman, said nothing, strode over to Su Ming's side, and knelt down with a thud, apologizing with a guilty expression. Your Highness Su, I have failed in my duty to discipline my family members, allowing them to offend you. I am guilty. Please forgive me, Your Highness. King Su? Seeing Su Huiling's actions, Su Yuer and her mother were instantly terrified. What exactly is going on? Is this kid Prince Su? What king? Why make the father kneel down so solemnly? Dad, what are you doing? He's just a country bumpkin from Yunqing. Su Yuer was shocked and couldn't understand it. She anxiously said to Su Huiling. Shut up. Su Huiling suddenly turned his head, his tiger-like eyes wide open, instantly frightening Su Yuer so much that she shrank behind her mother, not daring to make a sound. Su Ming shook his head in frustration. You should really teach your family a lesson. I was just trying to be helpful, but they've caused me all this trouble. It's lucky they ran into me. If it were anyone else, 10 Su families wouldn't be enough to pay for their behavior. Yes, I will teach them a lesson right away. Su Huiling was terrified, cold sweat. Su Ming was too lazy to say anything more and turned to go back to his room. Su Huiling then stood up, his angry gaze sweeping over the crowd, and roared, "All of you, disperse. From now on, no one is allowed to gather without my orders, and you too, go back to your rooms." Su Yuer and her mother were so frightened that they went back to their room. They couldn't understand why Su Huiling was so angry. Was that kid really some big shot? Inside the room, Su Huiling found Su Yuer and her mother and explained Su Ming's identity. "What, Dad, he's the king of Kyushu." Su Yuer was so frightened that she jumped up, completely losing the composure expected of a well-bred young lady. Otherwise what? Otherwise, who do you think the 4 heads of the family were picking up at the station? Su Huiling rolled his eyes in annoyance. Originally, it was a great thing for Prince Su to stay in our Su family, but you two still dared to cause him trouble. Do you want to kill the Su family? Just thinking about it made Su Huiling break out in a cold sweat and feel extremely scared. No wonder he saw right away that my way of repairing the vase was wrong. I thought he was just pretending. Su Yuer was filled with remorse, feeling both embarrassed and ashamed, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Especially when she thought about the things she had said to Su Ming at the train station, she felt even more ashamed. It turns out that the chosen one he had been searching for was right in front of him, but he was completely unaware of it and did so many shameful things. She felt like dying. Chapter 101: The Most Outstanding Genius. Dad, what should we do? We've already offended him. Su Yuer looked pale and completely lost. Although she desperately wanted to salvage Su Ming's impression of her, she had done so many shameful things that she had no face to face Su Ming again. What else can we do but apologize to Prince Su? We hope he can forgive you. Su Huiling said helplessly. Su Yuer mustered her courage and said, "I'll go. It's already like this. It can't get any worse if he doesn't forgive me. I'll kneel in front of him forever." Su Yuer got up and ran outside. "Don't do anything reckless." Su Huiling was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. "What's wrong?" Su Yuer's mother looked at Su Huiling in surprise. Yuer's attitude in admitting her mistake is good. Su Huiling is such a big figure, he can't be so petty. Alas, such a woman's view. Su Huiling sighed heavily and said irritably, "Who is Prince Su? Perhaps he doesn't even care about such a trivial matter. Otherwise, if he were really angry, would we still have the opportunity to sit here and talk? I'm afraid Yuer doesn't understand anything. If she goes over there and starts crying and making a scene, kneeling on the ground and refusing to get up, wouldn't that disgust and repel Prince Su? That would turn a non-issue into an issue. Oh no, what should we do?" Su Yuer's mother panicked immediately. Meanwhile, Su Yuer ran to Su Ming's room and knocked on the door. "Enter." Inside the room, Su Ming said indifferently. Creak. Su Yuer pushed open the door and entered. "It's you." Su Ming turned his head and saw Su Yuer, a smile playing on his lips. "What, Miss Su, what are you planning to frame me for this time?" Su Yuer blushed instantly, walked up to Su Ming, and said with a red face, "I've come to apologize to your highness. I hope you can forgive me. Was ignorant before and didn't know your identity." "Oh, you treat me like this because you don't know my identity. If I didn't have this identity, wouldn't I be the one you harmed?" Su Ming looked at Su Yuer with a half-smile. In fact, he didn't take it to heart at all. Su Yuer was a proud and arrogant young lady from a prominent family in Qingzhou, so it was normal for her to cause some trouble. But since they've already apologized, he just made a couple of casual jokes. But when Su Yuer heard this, her face changed in fright, thinking that Su Ming did not want to forgive her. Her face was pale, and she knelt down in front of Su Ming with a thud, saying in a panic, "Your Highness, I was wrong. You can do whatever you want. You can punish me however you want. It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with my parents, and nothing to do with the Su family. You've got guts to take responsibility for your actions. How about this, you serve as my personal maid for the next few days while I'm in Qingzhou, and I'll forgive you," Su Ming said with a smile.
Real?
Su Yuer looked up, her face full of surprise.
I never imagined it would be so simple, just being a maid?
After learning Su Ming's identity, she couldn't wait to get close to him and understand him. Making her a personal maid wasn't a punishment for her, it was more like a reward. You seem quite pleased with yourself, let me tell you. A personal maid is someone who makes my bed and washes my feet before I go to sleep, serves me rice and dishes before I eat, and even follows me to the toilet. How can you still be smiling?
Su Ming said with amusement. Hearing about these tasks, Su Yuer blushed even more.
Aside from the slightly embarrassing and unacceptable issue of using the restroom, everything else was perfectly fine. Her face flushed, and she lowered her head shyly, saying, "After all, I made a mistake, so doing these things is what I should do." Su Ming laughed and beckoned to Su Yuer, saying, "Alright, let me see your resolve, then come over here and give me a back massage first."
"Yes, Prince Su."
Su Yuer stepped forward, raised her delicate hands, and gently massaged Su Ming's shoulders and back.
"Push harder, have you not eaten enough, you pampered young lady?" Su Ming leaned back in his chair, enjoying himself like a nouveau riche.
With Miss Su personally giving a massage, you probably won't find another one like her in the entire Qingzhou. Su Yuer increased the pressure on her hands, and at the same time felt Su Ming's strong muscles, full of power.
Is this the king of Kyushu?
Despite his thin and frail appearance, he was surprisingly sturdy. Her shoulders were so broad, she couldn't massage them all with both hands. Just then, footsteps sounded outside, and a round-faced girl wearing a short skirt walked in.
Upon entering, he saw Su Yuer massaging Su Ming and immediately looked shocked. "Yuer, what are you doing? Who is this kid?"
The round-faced girl was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth in astonishment.
He is.
Su Yuer stopped what she was doing and hurriedly tried to introduce herself to the other party.
Su Ming frowned and hissed, "Keep pressing, why stop?"
"Yes." Su Yuer came to her senses and continued massaging Su Ming.
"Good lad, you think you're so important that Yuer gives you a massage, and in the Su family, who do you think you are?" The round-faced girl looked Su Ming up and down with suspicion.
Seeing that Su Ming was dressed in cheap clothes and had an unremarkable appearance, looking like an ordinary passerby, they looked down on him even more.
Xiaolian, stop talking, what are you doing here?"
Su Yuer turned pale with fright, fearing that the other party would say something terrifying and offend Su Ming again. She finally got Su Ming's forgiveness after a lot of trouble.
"Today is our group gathering day, have you forgotten? Aren't you coming over, giving massages to people like this here? Miss Su, have you lost your mind today?"
The round-faced girl named Xiaolian said in shock again.
Young ladies like Su Yuer always have their own social circles.
Most of them were children from wealthy families. They gathered together to chat and share their experiences, and they were all familiar with each other. Just like how Wang Long and Gu Fei became sworn brothers. Simply put, it's a gathering of a bunch of spoiled brats.
Su Yuer used to always arrive on time for their appointment at this time, but today, because of Su Ming, Su Yuer forgot about this matter.
At the same time, she didn't want to go, fearing she would leave a bad impression on Su Ming.
"You go first, I'll be there later."
Su Yuer pursed her lips and replied.
"Are you sure?"
Xiaolian grinned and said, "I heard that young Master Lang Ming will be attending today's gathering. Young Master Lang is the most outstanding genius in Qingzhou. He was hand-picked by the governor to be the future pillar of Qingzhou. Not only is his family wealthy, but he is also a top-notch appraiser.
Countless beautiful women want to pursue him. Yuer, are you really going to miss this opportunity? Giving this piece of trash a massage here?"
Xiaolian looked at Su Ming with a face full of mockery. This good for nothing, how could he compare to a prodigy like Long Ming? No, he's not even as good as one of young Master Lang's toes. Su Yuer actually gave up such a good opportunity for someone like that.
Could it be that she has some kind of illness?
"Stop talking, hurry up and go, I don't have time to go now." Su Yuer gritted her teeth and glared angrily at Xiaolian. Although she really wanted to see young Master Lang. Compared to Su Ming, Long Ming is still far behind.
Xiaolian's words terrified her. 102, Chapter 102 Master.
Fine, I'm kindly informing you, but you don't appreciate it. Don't blame me for beating you. You can continue to cling to this piece of trash.
Xiao Lian gave a sarcastic laugh and turned away.
Su Ming leaned back in his chair, listening with a calm smile throughout.
A little while later,
Su Ming sensed that Su Yuer was losing her strength for the massage and that her mind was clearly no longer on the subject.
He couldn't help but grin and ask, "Is this young Master Lang very powerful?"
Of course he's amazing at such a young age. He's already achieved top success in various fields, especially in the field of antique appraisal. He's no less capable than those masters in their 50s or 60s. Anyone who's been named by the governor will definitely be the most famous person in Qingzhou in 3 to 5 years. Of course, he can't possibly compare to you, Prince Su. Su Yuer spoke excitedly, then realized what she was doing and hurriedly tried to flatter and please Su Ming.
"Since it's so powerful, let's go check it out,"
Su Ming said with a smile.
"Really, Prince Su, you're willing to let me go?" Su Yuer's eyes widened in surprise. Although Su Ming's status and position are far superior to those of Tianlong Ming's,
but Su Yuer also knew in her heart that she was far inferior to Su Ming, and their social statuses were too different. Su Ming might not even look at her.
But Long Ming is the real deal. Go!
Su Ming shook his head. He only meant to tease Su Yuer, he never intended to possess her.
That would be troublesome for him. "Thank you, Prince Su."
Su Yuer said gratefully and happily prepared to leave, but after taking 2 steps, her eyes darted around, and she turned back to look at Su Ming, asking cautiously, "Then can I invite Prince Su to come with me? It would be a good opportunity to treat you to a meal and apologize to you."
Su Ming frowned. What is this woman trying to do? Are you pushing your luck and making him angry? He had absolutely no interest in these gatherings of spoiled brats.
He immediately put on a cold face and said in a deep voice, "No interest." Su Yuer's expression changed, and she turned around and said, "Then I won't go either. I'll stay here and serve Prince Su well today."
"You?"
Su Ming was frustrated.
He can't even find peace and quiet.
He shook his head helplessly. "Let's go, I'm going. I can't guarantee what will happen."
"It's alright, with me here, they won't dare to do anything reckless," Su Yuer immediately said happily.
In fact, Su Yuer's thoughts were very simple. First, she was afraid that if she left, she would offend Su Ming, and she would not be able to bear the consequences later. Secondly, he also wanted to use Su Ming's visit to test Lung Ming and see if that guy was really as powerful as the legends said. Su Ming agreed, and she was overjoyed. She quickly changed her clothes and went out with Su Ming to the hotel where the party was to be held. Inside the Triumph Grand Hotel, a group of wealthy young men sat together, chatting and laughing, creating a lively atmosphere. Among the crowd, a thin-faced, arrogant young man was particularly popular. Several well-known rich kids from Qingzhou were surrounding him like stars around the moon, looking at him as if he were an idol. "Young Master Lang, it's said that your appraisal skills are like having a third eye. You're always right, even finding the most valuable items from trash. With that kind of eye, you're bound to become the best in Qingzhou in the future," a rich second generation said with a fawning smile. "Young Master Lang's eye for treasures is renowned. Even the 4 major families have asked him to help them appraise their items. If he helps us pick out some treasures, we'll be rich." Someone chuckled and said. Lang Ming waved his hand modestly, "These are just trivial skills. I've only read a few more books compared to young Master Wang Long. I'm nowhere near as skilled. He's the prospective commander of Qingzhou. He's the best in Qingzhou. I might even have to work under him from now on. And then there's Miss Su Yuer from the Su family. Her family is in the antique business, and Miss Su was also a top expert in appraisal. In terms of appraisal alone, she should be number 1. By the way, didn't you say Miss Su would be coming? Where is she?" Long Ming asked, puzzled. "He came here specifically to see Su Yuer." "Su Yuer is not only skilled at appraising treasures, but also the most beautiful woman in Qingzhou. True success would be to establish a connection with Su Yuer or to win her over." I went to see her before. I don't know what got into Miss Su, giving a massage to some good-for-nothing boy she'd never even met before, and she kept saying she was too busy. I think she's not even worthy of being compared to young Master Lang," Xiao Lian said with a sarcastic expression. "No way, Su Yuer is never absent." "You didn't tell her that young Master Lang is here, did you?" someone asked, puzzled. "I told her, I seriously reminded her, but she doesn't seem to have taken it to heart." Xiaolian pouted and said with dissatisfaction. Why bother with her? We'll just keep young Master Lang company. She's always been like this, a loner, with no class. It's best if she doesn't come.
Who said I wasn't coming? Just then, Su Yuer's voice rang out from the doorway.
You've only just turned your back and you're already talking badly about me behind my back. Xiaolian, you really are a good sister.
Su Yuer stepped into the hotel and looked at Xiaolian with a cold smile. Xiaolian's face instantly turned extremely pale, and she looked at Su Yuer in astonishment. Didn't you say you weren't coming? I said later. Can't you understand human language?
Su Yuer let out a cold snort. I wish I could tear Xiaolian's mouth apart. This woman, who always speaks well of her and calls her her best friend, talks badly about her behind her back. This is just what we heard, who knows how many more we didn't hear.
Xiaolian was immediately rendered speechless by the retort.
When Lang Ming saw Su Yuer, his eyes lit up immediately. As expected of the most beautiful woman in Qingzhou, even with light makeup, she is so outstanding and refined, as beautiful as a daffodil. He hurriedly offered the middle seat with a broad smile and said to Su Yuer, Miss Su, please come and sit down, we've all been waiting for you.
However, Su Yuer did not sit down. Instead, she turned to the side and respectfully said to Su Ming, Master, please sit down.
Owner?
Hearing Su Yuer's address to Su Ming and her attitude, the group of wealthy young men present, including Lang Ming, were almost speechless with astonishment.
Su Ming had an unremarkable appearance. Their clothes were cheap and simple, probably costing less than 200 yuan in total. How could such a young man make Su Yuer call him master? They all wondered if there was something wrong with their ears and they had misheard.
Lang Ming, in particular, frowned in surprise and doubt. Miss Su, what did you call him?
Master, I am Prince Su's personal maid.
Su Yuer's calm and composed explanation.
She didn't feel ashamed to be the personal maid of the king of Kyushu.
This is an opportunity that others would kill for.
However, the others were almost driven mad. Hey kid, who the hell do you think you are, daring to be Miss Su's master? I think you're asking for it, and do you even know who we are? Just one of us could scare you to death. You dare to come to our gathering? Immediately, several rich kids stood up, pointed at Su Ming, and started cursing, spitting everywhere. If you know what's good for you, get out of here right now, or don't blame us for beating you to a pulp. Undeterred by the shouts and curses, Su Ming swaggered over and sat down in the middle.
103, Chapter 103 Proof. Hey, you son of a bitch, you don't even know fear until a knife is to your throat in our circle. You're not allowed to act so recklessly.
Seeing Su Ming's arrogant attitude, the rich second generation next to him became furious and grabbed a wine bottle from the table, ready to attack Su Ming.
Smack!
The next moment, a crisp slap rang out. Su Yuer slapped the other person across the face and shouted, Put down the wine bottle. If any of you dare to disrespect your master, don't blame me for not letting you off the hook. Su Yuer, are you crazy?
Everyone was shocked and looked at Su Yuer in disbelief. Xiaolian had said before that Su Yuer was sick, but they didn't believe her. Now it seems she was absolutely right.
Let's not even talk about making such an idiot our master.
To actually turn against such people, is this Miss Su out of her mind? What merit or ability do you possess?
Just then, Lang Ming, who had been watching coldly from the side, spoke in a deep voice.
For Miss Su to call him master, he must have some extraordinary abilities, right? Why don't you tell us about it?
Lang Ming was extremely unhappy that the woman he had his eye on had been snatched away. However, unlike other rich kids, he is more patient. In his view, Su Yuer must have been deceived. What tricks did this kid use to blind us? After all, this kind of thing is not uncommon. Women are especially more easily deceived.
In this situation, Su Yuer wouldn't listen to anything. The only way is to expose Su Ming and reveal his true colors, then Su Yuer will naturally see through the truth.
Yeah, what's so special about this kid?
The people around them echoed this sentiment.
You guys are a bunch of idiots. Su Yuer rolled her eyes and said to everyone, he is the king of the 9 provinces.
The king of the 9 provinces?
Everyone was taken aback. Then he burst into loud, enthusiastic laughter. Their faces were full of disdain and sarcasm.
King of the 9 provinces, Suyuer, you actually believe such a thing? I could say I am the emperor of the 9 provinces, but this kind of kid dares to call himself the king of the 9 provinces. I thought he really had some ability, but it turns out he fooled you with just one sentence, Miss Su. You don't seem like such a stupid person. Miss Su, anyone can brag, but you're too naive to believe him. Long Ming smiled and shook his head. You all. Suyuer was instantly both angry and anxious, her face turning red, but she didn't know how to explain. After all, Su Ming's identity cannot be explained in just a few words, and she also has no solid evidence to provide. She was so angry that tears were about to fall, and she could only cast anxious glances at Su Ming. Hopefully, Su Ming will speak up and prove himself. However, Su Ming remained calm, leaning back on the sofa and drinking his wine, offering no explanation whatsoever. What's the point of explaining to these people? He came over to avoid Suyuer's entanglement, so he simply came to check on things. I have no interest in proving anything to these clowns. Kid, Miss Su said you're the king of Kyushu, why don't you let us see you? The rich second generation next to him pointed at Su Ming's forehead and laughed loudly. What do you want to see? Su Ming asked expressionlessly. You, the king of the 9 provinces, must know everything, right? Why don't you compete with our young master Lang in appraising treasures? You're not afraid, are you? The rich second generation said with a sly smile. Not interested. Su Ming pursed his lips, too lazy to pay any attention to the other person. Humph, you're a piece of trash. Yuri, obviously insecure, afraid of being exposed and ashamed. Yuri, just a woman. Suyuer, what are you pretending for in front of us? Everyone grinned. But Su Ming remained unmoved. Lang Ming's eyes darted around as he walked up to Su Ming, staring at him and saying, you don't think about yourself, you need to consider Miss Su. You think you can just cower in the sand? You've dragged Miss Su into becoming a laughingstock all because of your incompetence. If you're a man, stand up and prove yourself. The baseless taunts from a bunch of rich kids couldn't stir the slightest ripple in Su Ming's heart. But Lang Ming's words made Su Ming slowly raise his head. He narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Lang Ming, and asked, how do you want to compete? Seeing that Su Ming had taken the bait, Lang Ming smiled smugly. He's just a greenhorn after all. He tricked me with just a few words. If Su Ming stubbornly refuses to respond today, there's really nothing he can do. After all, with Suyuer protecting them, they couldn't force their way in. It's simple, there's an auction going on at the museum next door, let's go together, each of us picks the most valuable item, and bid on it, then we'll have it appraised, and whoever has the most valuable item wins. How about that? Lang Ming said with a sarcastic and playful expression. Childish. Su Ming slowly stood up. However, I agreed to compete with you not to prove my identity, but just to make you realize what a joke you are. Ha ha ha. The others immediately burst into laughter. Everyone looked at Su Ming as if he were an idiot. This kid dares to challenge young Master Lang, the #1 appraisal genius in Qingzhou, to an appraisal contest. He even said he'd like to see who's the laughingstock. What a narrow-minded person. I guess he's never seen the world and doesn't know what a genius is. So the group went out and headed towards the nearby museum. Suyuer stared blankly at Su Ming's retreating figure, her expression complex, remaining silent for a long time. She was very happy that Su Ming was willing to help. She also wanted to see what the king of Kyushu was capable of. But it seemed that Su Ming wasn't acting for her sake, which left her feeling somewhat disappointed. Are you scared? Xiaolian stepped forward, looking at Suyuer with a mocking expression. It was wrong of me to speak ill of you, but soon, that good-for-nothing will be exposed by young Master Langthan. It will prove that I was right and you will only be looked down upon by everyone. Young Master Lang will not even notice you. Smack. Suyuer slapped Xiaolian across the face and coldly shouted, shut up. You just wait. Once young Master Lang exposes that good-for-nothing, I won't let you off the hook. Xiaolian covered her stinging face, glared fiercely at Suyuer, and then ran out. The group arrived at the museum's auction house. The auction has already begun. They found a place to sit down. Kid, don't say I didn't warn you. The rules here are that auction items cannot be returned or exchanged, and if you bid, you have to buy. You'd better think it over. A rich second generation stood behind Su Mingho and chuckled coldly.
At this moment, Lang Ming's lips curled into a triumphant smile.
This isn't just about appraising treasures, it's about who has the most money. Because only through bidding can comparisons be made.
The items here are often worth tens of millions. Tens of millions is nothing to him.
But this kid in front of me probably doesn't even have 100,000 in assets, right? There's no need to compare anymore, he's already won.
Don't worry, I'm just afraid you can't afford it, Su Ming grinned. Pretending to be something you're not, just wait and see how you put on that act.
A group of rich kids rolled their eyes in anger at Su Ming's attitude. They are already the most pretentious playboys in Qingzhou. This is the first time I've met someone who's even better at putting on an act than them. 104, Chapter 104 is difficult to assess. Next up for auction is a 200-year-old jade pendant, with a starting bid of 5 million. The auctioneer placed the gavel on the table and revealed a jade pendant that was entirely emerald green. Countless people stared wide-eyed. Lang Ming also became interested and sat up straight. Young Master Lang, do you think this jade pendant is real or fake? The rich second generation asked Lang Ming.
Of course it's true. Lang Ming rolled his eyes. The starting price is 5 million. How can you sell a fake? Although the auction house rules don't allow refunds, if you sell something for a few million, wouldn't you be the one getting chased and harassed?
It's just a matter of how much of it is true.
Lang Ming grinned, and when he got to this, he entered his area of expertise. His face immediately filled with confidence. He said with a smile, "This should be an ancient jade from the early Qing dynasty, carved by a master craftsman. Look at the patterns on it. They were carved bit by bit. It's made of top-quality jade. However, the only flaw is that it may have been improperly preserved. There are 2 spiderweb-like cracks on the side, which most people probably wouldn't be able to see."
I see. Everyone nodded in admiration.
As expected of someone with divine insight, they immediately revealed all the details of the jade pendant.
Now look at Su Ming.
A group of rich kids couldn't help but show mocking expressions.
This idiot probably still doesn't understand the situation. What makes him think he can compare to young Master Lang? Coming here is just asking for humiliation.
Even Su Yuer, who arrived shortly after, couldn't help but show an expression of appreciation and approval upon hearing Lang Ming's words. As expected of Lang Ming, the most outstanding genius of the younger generation in Qingzhou, this ability is not just talk.
Su Ming probably can't beat him.
Although Su Ming is the king of Kyushu, he is not necessarily better than Lang Ming in terms of appraising treasures.
After all, everyone has their own area of expertise. Kid, still not admitting defeat, you don't really want to fight young Master Lang, do you? Do you even have the ability?
Exactly, you have no self-awareness whatsoever. Young Master Lang has already given you plenty of face by wasting your time with you, and you still don't know how to admit your mistake. Everyone made sarcastic remarks towards Su Ming.
However, Su Ming remained unmoved, calmly watching the stage.
Forget it, everyone has the right to try. If he's going to lose, let him lose completely.
Lang Ming grinned, then slowly raised his hand and announced the bid. I bid 10 million. 10 million?
Many people turned around and looked at Lang Ming with some surprise. Many well-known figures in Qingzhou recognized Lang Ming's identity.
They couldn't help but smile immediately. So it's young Master Lang.
If young Master Lang has bid, then there's no problem. There's no need for us to fight over what young Master Lang wants. The crowd offered compliments, and no further bidding took place. Lang Ming became even more arrogant and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Su Yuer behind him. Now Su Yuer should have truly witnessed his strength. Not only in terms of appraisal skills, but also in terms of wealth, power, and reputation, he completely surpasses Su Ming. If Su Yuer weren't an idiot, she would immediately abandon a good-for-nothing like Su Ming and immediately throw herself into his arms.
However, Su Yuer just looked at Su Ming with anticipation.
She didn't believe that Su Ming, the king of the 9 provinces, would just admit defeat like that. He must have some even stronger methods up his sleeve. She was looking forward to Su Ming opening her eyes to new possibilities. However, Su Ming did not bid. In the end, Lang Ming won the bid for the jade pendant for 10 million.
Kid, you'd better hurry up. We can't just sit here all day and wait for you if you don't have any money. Just admit defeat and don't waste everyone's time. A rich second generation pointed at Su Ming and said loudly and irritably.
Su Ming shook his head and grinned. My things were prepared long ago, there's no need to bid here. Nothing here is good enough for me.
Ha, you little rascal.
A group of arrogant rich kids were driven crazy by Su Ming.
You show it to everyone, all you do is talk. Someone shouted angrily.
Don't compare values, I'll take it out when we get there, Su Ming said with a calm smile. No need to go anywhere else, the auction house has the best appraisers backstage, let's go, let's see what treasures you have. The crowd sneered and headed towards the auction house backstage with Long Ming and Su Yuer. They won't shed tears until they see the coffin, today they must make Su Ming realize the gap between himself and them. Otherwise, they would have wasted their lives.
Backstage, I found Han Shuo, the auction house's most famous appraiser.
Han Shuo was an elderly man with graying temples, who looked very dignified.
So it's young Master Lang. Young Master Lang is truly generous. He bought a jade pendant for 10 million without even blinking. No wonder he's a collector of antiques.
Han Shuo said with a smile. Senior Han, please don't stand on ceremony with me. I am here to show you the true value of this jade pendant, Long Ming asked with a smile. Of course it's a profit with young Master Lang's discerning eye, how could he be wrong? This jade pendant has already passed through my hands. It's top quality jade, just with a couple of fine lines. But that doesn't matter much after young Master Lang resells it, he can make at least 4 times the profit, Han Shuo said with a smile.
4 times? That's 80 million. Young Master Lang, you've made a fortune.
As expected of young Master Lang, he can turn lead into gold. A group of rich kids were thrilled, their eyes welling up with tears of envy. Then everyone turned to look at Su Ming, angrily saying, You brat, did you see that? Young Master Lang has this Midas touch in front of young Master Lang. You're nothing. How are you going to keep up the act now? If you've got the guts, show us what you have. Can it compare to even a hair on young Master Lang's head? Su Ming remained calm, took out a piece of vermilion bird jade from his pocket, casually tossed it on the table, and said to Han Shuo, Take a look at the value of this. This vermilion bird jade was given to him by Li Xiao, and he originally intended to give it to Wan Shireen.
Result: Wan Shireen didn't want it, so she kept it with her. And right now, all the jade he has is this stuff.
The rest are all pills, which are too valuable to be shown out without causing a sensation. Han Shuo stared intently, and was immediately stunned. He sat there in his chair, speechless for a long time. Vermilion bird jade is something only royalty and nobility can possess.
Value cannot be measured by money alone. It also represents a person's status and position. Old Han, what are you standing there for? Is this thing worth anything?
A group of rich kids asked curiously.
Long Ming also frowned.
Even with his discerning eye, he couldn't discern the origin of this thing. It looks like an ordinary piece of amber, but its color is extremely pure, making it impossible to tell what it is. Han Shuo recognized him, but also realized that Su Ming's identity was extraordinary, so he dared not speak recklessly. Moreover, it's difficult to price this vermilion bird jade. It's impossible to say it's worthless, but it's also impossible to price it like ordinary jade. He could only hesitate and say with a troubled expression, It's hard to say. The value of this thing is difficult to assess.
That means it's worthless.
Upon hearing this, the group burst into laughter.
Han Shuo uses the same phrase when talking about worthless things, because it avoids offending anyone. 105, Chapter 105. What king of the 9 provinces?
Useless trash, still pretending here, now your true colors are showing. You think you can just pull out a piece of trash and pass it off as something precious? Who do you think you are?
You made us really think you had some skills. Su Yuer, look at the kind of people you know. A burst of jeers and mockery followed.
Su Yuer immediately lost face and stood to the side with a pale expression, without saying a word.
If an ordinary person were humiliated like this, they would probably be furious.
But who is Su Ming? He never bothered to prove anything to these guys. Now that he'd said that, he could conveniently back down and leave, too lazy to get entangled with these people. So he smiled and nodded, saying, You're right, I lost. I am no match for the famous young Master Lang. Give me back my things, I'm leaving now. Su Ming reached out for the vermilion bird jade back, then turned and left.
Ah, get lost. Someone got exposed and had to tuck their tail between their legs and get out of here. What a useless piece of trash. The group booed and jeered at Su Ming's retreating figure. Su Yuer blushed with humiliation and ran out after Su Ming. Lang Ming felt uneasy. He had won, but it seemed like he hadn't won anything at all. His original intention was to use this competition to let Su Yuer see through Su Ming's identity, thereby gaining Su Yuer's favor. Unexpectedly, even so, Su Yuer is still left with Su Ming. What's the point of this competition? Etc. Just then, a man came out from backstage, trying to call out to Su Ming, but found that Su Ming and Su Yuer had already disappeared. Her face immediately filled with regret. She turned to look at Han Shuo and said irritably, Han Shuo, what are you doing? Was that vermilion bird jade just now? I saw it upstairs. Was it for auction? If our auction house could auction something like that, we could make a fortune and gain a great reputation. You're getting senile, letting such an important guest leave. This person was the owner of the auction house. Vermilion bird jade? Upon hearing this, the several rich kids present were shocked and looked at Han Shuo in disbelief. The thing that kid took out is the legendary vermilion bird jade. Lang Ming, in particular, was instantly struck dumb, as if by lightning. No wonder he didn't recognize it. It turns out that thing was actually the vermilion bird jade from the classics. Han Shuo looked aggrieved and said to the shop owner, he wasn't here for the auction, he was just here for an appraisal. I didn't let him go. Then he looked at Lang Ming and the other rich kids and said irritably, young Master Lang, you're blind, can't you recognize the vermilion bird jade? It's been touted as the #1 appraiser in Qingzhou. The value of that vermilion bird jade is enough to buy 100 of your jade pendants. Oh my god. Upon hearing this, the group of rich kids were so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped to the floor. That kid actually brought out something so valuable. Could it be that he really is the king of the 9 provinces? Is everything Su Yuer said true? A group of people were so shocked that they stood there dumbfounded for a long time, unable to recover. Outside, Su Ming and Su Yuer were returning to the Su family home. During the journey, Su Yuer didn't say much, but the expression she gave Su Ming was different. My heart was filled with deep doubt. Is this kid really the king of Kyushu? Could it be that father made a mistake? He didn't say a word when he was humiliated like this, and what he brought out was criticized as worthless. Where is the aura of the king of the 9 provinces? Su Yuer fell into deep suspicion. Her impression of Su Ming was greatly diminished, and she was extremely disappointed. I thought I had encountered the most powerful prodigy in Kyushu, but now it seems I was completely mistaken. What makes this guy even worthy of her? She was also humiliated because of this. Are you really the king of the 9 provinces? Su Yuer couldn't help but ask. What king of the 9 provinces? Su Ming turned his head and looked at Su Yuer with a puzzled expression. Ha, you really aren't him. Why did you lie to father and me, just to take advantage of our Su family? Let me tell you, you'll pay the price for taking advantage of me. Su Yuer said angrily. When did I take advantage of you? I didn't sleep with you. Su Ming grinned. This woman has a really interesting way of speaking. Are you still pretending? Su Yuer glared angrily, pointed at Su Ming's nose, and said through gritted teeth, you better not go back to the Su family, or I won't let you off the hook. Don't let me see you again, you good-for-nothing who just freeloads. After saying that, Su Yuer left Su Ming behind and returned to the Su family alone. Su Ming smiled and shook his head, ignoring him. Su Yuer returned to the Su family, intending to tell her father about the matter. But then I thought about it again. My father seemed to have no doubt about the boy's identity. It wouldn't necessarily do any good to tell him, and I might even get a scolding. Since that's the case, she'll just have to swallow her anger for now and wait for a suitable opportunity to expose Su Ming completely and make that kid feel ashamed. With that in mind, Su Yuer temporarily gave up. Even when Su Ming came back, she didn't say anything. That's how the day went by. The selection process for the commander of Qingzhou officially began the following day. Su Ming rode in Su Huiling's car with Su Huiling's family to Mount Tai in Qingzhou to participate in the general election. At the foot of Mount Tai, all kinds of luxury cars were parked, and countless people were crowding around them. However, today the entire Mount Tai is heavily guarded, and only people of important status are allowed to go up the mountain. Everyone else must stay at the foot of the mountain.
Even with the status of the four major families, they can only allow 2 or 3 people to pass through at most. When Su Ming and Su Huiling arrived at the foot of the mountain, they saw a commotion coming from ahead. It turned out that the governor, Wang Chuan, had gotten into an argument with the guards at the gate. "I'm the state governor, can't I have some special privileges and let 4 people in? I really helped out in this presidential election, don't you recognize me?" Wang Chuan said angrily to the guard. "Excuse me, governor, we know you, but rules are rules. Each family can only have 3 members, and you are no exception," the guard said with an iron fist. Wang Chuan, the son of Wang Jia, and his son Wang Long, together make up 2 people. And then there's Wang Chuan's wife. There are now 3 people in total. There was definitely no problem before, but now that Wan Shirin is involved, she has to go too. There aren't enough spots. Wang Chuan couldn't very well abandon his wife and take Wan Shirin up the mountain. Then this family will fall apart. When I get back to my wife, she'll probably cry, make a scene, and threaten suicide. The most important thing is that it would be embarrassing if word got out, so I couldn't help but argue with the guard. This argument drew the attention of many people around, making Wan Shirin's expression extremely unpleasant, and she stood there feeling utterly ashamed. She never expected the election rules to be so strict. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have insisted on participating in the election. "Old Wan, what's wrong with you? These are their rules, the 3 of us can go in, why do we have to bring this woman up with us? It's so noisy and embarrassing." Wang Chuan's wife, who is also Ling Yun's aunt, is a plump woman who complained with a lot of resentment. These words made Wan Shirin even more ashamed. 106, Chapter 106. Help me. Could that woman be Master Wan's new mistress? They really have no shame, coming out in public like this. But he's really not good looking, no wonder Master Wang cares so much about him. Many people around whispered and made amused noises. These words also changed Wang Chuan's expression. Wang Chuan's wife's face was so gloomy it looked like it could drip water. She pointed at Wan Shirin and said angrily, "You'd better get out now. If you drag me down with your bad reputation, I'll make sure you can't go back to Yuncheng." Wan Shirin blushed with embarrassment and didn't know what to do. Su Ming and Su Huiling arrived by car and happened to witness this scene. Su Ming shook his head as he watched. Why is she making a fool of herself? I thought Wan Shirin had already returned to Yuncheng after what happened before, but I didn't expect her to still be here. Oh, you actually have the nerve to pity others? You're quite the chivalrous one. If it weren't for the Su family taking you under their wing, do you think you could have climbed Mount Tai? Your fate would have been even worse than hers. Su Yuer glanced at Su Ming and gave a cold, mocking laugh. "Moon, how dare you speak like that?" Su Huiling was shocked and glared at Su Yuer, then coldly shouted, "Quickly apologize to Prince Su." "An apology? He doesn't deserve it." Su Yuer sneered, not taking Su Ming seriously at all. "You brat, I knew I shouldn't have brought you along." Su Huiling glared angrily at Su Yuer, then respectfully said to Su Ming, "Prince Su, let's go up the mountain." Su Ming nodded, got out of the car, and walked forward with Su Huiling. Upon arriving at the entrance, Wan Shirin immediately spotted Su Ming. At this moment, she had become the target of everyone's criticism, and seeing Su Ming again made her feel so ashamed and angry that she wanted to die. However, he also hoped that Su Ming would lend a helping hand. She came here specifically to find out Su Ming's true identity. However, Su Ming didn't even glance at Wan Shirin, and he and Su Huiling went straight through the entrance and headed up the mountain. Seeing this, Wan Shirin was utterly desperate. After passing through the entrance, Su Ming took out his phone and sent a message to Li Xiao, asking him to come and pick him up. A few minutes later, Li Xiao arrived in person with his men and called out towards the door, "Who is Miss Wan Shirin?" Wan Shirin, whose body was numb, suddenly looked up and was taken aback when she saw the imposing Li Xiao. She hurriedly replied, "It is I." "Okay, Miss Wan, please come with me." Li Xiao led Wan Shirin into the entrance to avoid her being ridiculed if she stayed there any longer. Wan Shirin was extremely grateful to Li Xiao, but she was also very puzzled. She had never met Li Xiao before, so why would he help her? "Thank you so much, War Godly, otherwise I would have been too ashamed to face you today," Wan Shirin said to Li Xiao with a face full of gratitude.
No need to thank me if you want to thank someone, thank the big shot who sent me to find you.
Li Xiao said with a smile.
As a fellow native of Yunqing, he also knew about Su Ming's past relationship with Wan Shirin.
He assumed that Wan Shirin would naturally know who was helping her.
Unexpectedly, Wan Shirin looked puzzled and asked in surprise, "Big boss, do I know him?"
She was completely shocked, not knowing who was helping her.
You really don't know?
Li Xiao looked shocked.
She was once the wife of Prince Su, yet she didn't know that Prince Su was secretly helping her?
However, he quickly changed his mind and realized that since Wan Shirin didn't know, it was probably because Prince Su didn't want her to know. Since that's the case, there's no need for him to say anything more.
Could it be the owner who came here with President Jiang Yilin before? Wan Shirin asked again in surprise.
Probably.
Li Xiao gave an ambiguous answer and said no more. Who exactly is he?
At this moment, Wan Shirin's curiosity about that master was soaring that she couldn't wait to see his true face. But it probably wasn't Su Ming, because Su Ming didn't even glance at her when he was at the entrance. After arriving at the mountain, Su Ming temporarily separated from the Su family. He met up with Jiang Yilin and went to the main hall of the garrison headquarters. There were other generals in Jianghu, the garrison's acting general, who all paid their respects to Su Ming. King of the frontier, before the presidential leader is elected, we request that you preside over the selection process. Zhang Hu said respectfully.
No need, you guys handle it. Yi Tang is here too, he can represent. May need to go check out other places.
Returning to this familiar place, Su Ming was filled with emotion. 3 years ago, he fought against 8 bandit leaders on the summit of Mount Tai, which resulted in him being seriously injured and stranded in Yunqing.
It was through this incident that I met Wan Shirin.
Now that they've returned, Wan Shirin is there too, but in a different way. Wan Shirin probably never imagined that it was that battle that would lead to a 3-year-long ill-fated relationship. After giving his instructions, Su Ming left the main hall and headed up the mountain.
Jiang Yilin followed closely behind.
Su Ming stopped and turned to Jiang Yilin, saying, "You go down too, go participate in the election. I'll walk around by myself."
President Su. Jiang Yilin watched Su Ming's figure with a complicated expression, but she didn't say anything and turned to leave.
Su Ming went up the mountain alone. After walking for a while, he found Wan Shirin standing by a large rock on a hillside, looking at the scenery.
What are you doing here?
Upon seeing Wan Shirin, Su Ming looked puzzled. Wan Shirin was also startled. She turned around and saw that it was Su Ming, and then she breathed a sigh of relief.
It's you!
Wan Shirin is currently feeling deeply saddened. The original intention of coming to Qingzhou with Ling Yun was to befriend Wang Long, the future commander. As a result of all these events, she realized what kind of person Wang Long was, and even broke up with Ling Yun. Now she's all alone, having made no friends and ending up being ridiculed. It also made her realize how helpless and lonely she was as a woman under the weight of power.
That's why I came here alone. Come and enjoy the scenery to relax. Unexpectedly, Su Ming ran into me. However, she was in a bad mood, and Su Ming's coldness at the entrance made her even more annoyed. She turned to look at Su Ming and said irritably, "What business is it of yours what I'm doing here? Can't you see me, just like at the entrance?"
Even though they are divorced and have had some unpleasantness, a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness.
She ended up in that situation at the entrance.
Su Ming didn't say a word in her defense, and even seemed to be avoiding her like the plague. Just thinking about it made her feel disgusted. She had lived with this man as husband and wife for 3 years, such a person made her feel utterly disgusted and repulsed. Compared to the master who secretly helped her, she was far inferior. "You don't really think I didn't see it, do you? I asked Li Xiao to pick you up. Didn't you want me to have anything to do with you and to get you involved? That's why I didn't go to help you myself."
Su Ming frowned and explained.
"Oh?" Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin laughed, but it was a laugh full of sarcasm and disdain. "You actually have the nerve to say that? Help me, it's the big shot behind President Jiang who helped me. What does that have to do with you? Can't you have any shame? It's just the two of us at a time like this, and you're still lying to me?" Wan Shirin was angry and furious, staring at Su Ming with red eyes.
107, Chapter 107. Just one kick.
Miss Wan, so this is where you are, I've been looking for you for ages.
Just then, another voice rang out from the hillside.
Su Ming turned his head and saw Wang Long from the Wang family slowly walking out.
Su Ming couldn't help but frown. What's Wang Long doing here? Wasn't Wang Long severely injured by Jiang Yilin last time? How come he recovered so quickly?
Actually, this was largely due to the Wang family's wealth, which allowed them to have all sorts of miraculous medicines, and the fact that the governor found the best doctor in Qingzhou, which enabled Wang Long to recover so quickly. When Wang Long returned home after recovering from his injuries, he was shocked to learn that Wan Shirin had also entered the Wang family. However, after spending time together, he learned that Wan Shirin did not mention what happened at the hotel, nor did she expose his behavior. This led Wang Long to mistakenly believe that Wan Shirin was unaware of what had happened that night, and that Ling Yun had been severely injured and expelled from Qingzhou. The only person who knew the truth also disappeared. This rekindled Wang Long's wicked intentions. They planned to target Wan Shirin again. However, this time he was smarter and didn't plan to use the same underhanded methods as before. Instead, he would try a different approach. First, win Wan Shirin's favor, and then, after he became the new commander of Qingzhou, he would use coercion and enticement. At that time, a woman like Wan Shirin would be easy to win over. Looking back on his previous actions, he regretted how foolish he had been. With his status and position, he could have any woman he wanted, yet he had to resort to such methods. It would be shameful if word got out. As Wang Long passed by Su Ming, he turned and gave her a disdainful look. Miss Wan, don't talk to such a useless piece of trash, it will damage your reputation. Let's go back. The election is about to begin. Good. Wan Shirin was extremely disappointed in Su Ming and didn't want to say anything more to him. She turned around and left with Wang Long. Su Ming couldn't compare to Jiang Yilin's master, or even to Wang Long. And he still boasted in front of her. This completely extinguished any remaining hope Wan Shirin had for Su Ming. Watching the two descend the mountain, Su Ming's expression was complicated. Wan Shirin, how many times do you have to be fooled before you learn to be smart? Wang Long returned to the election square and sat down next to his parents with Wan Shirin. Longer, are you confident this time? Your opponent this time seems to be Li Xiao, the god of war of Yunqing. That guy spent more than 10 years in the border region. Wang Chuan asked Wang Long. Don't worry, Daddy heard that Li Xiao is disabled. What does he have to compare with me? I'm young and ambitious, while he's old and frail. That kind of person is just here to fulfill a dream in his old age. I'll make sure he loses with dignity. Wang Long smiled confidently and arrogantly. As expected of my son, with such confidence, you're destined to be the commander of Qingzhou. Hearing Wang Long's words, Wang Chuan felt extremely proud. Soon, the election began, hosted by Yi Tang and Zhang Hu, with several contestants taking the stage one after another. Su Ming also returned to the square. Where did you go? I thought you ran away. What? Have you never seen such a big scene before? Are you so scared that you're hiding? Upon seeing Su Ming, Su Yuer immediately made sarcastic remarks. She felt that today was the perfect day to expose Su Ming's true identity. With such important figures present, even if Su Ming were exposed in public, this kid probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Moon, shut up. What's wrong with you today? Su Huiling was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. He glared at Su Yuer and scolded her. I'm not wrong. If this kid were really the king of the 9 provinces, why isn't he the one taking the stage to preside over the event, and why didn't anyone come to greet him? The king of the 9 provinces, with such a high status, surely no one here would be unfamiliar with him. Su Yuer curled her lip and sneered. You? Su Huiling was so angry that he glared and puffed out his beard. If she weren't his own daughter, he would have already taken action. Su Ming waved his hand, indicating that he didn't take it to heart. The competition has begun. Most of the others were unsurprising. They weren't worth watching at all. This selection was nothing more than Li Xiao's personal performance show. With his leg injury recovered, Li Xiao was like a tiger with wings, sweeping all before him and defeating all opponents in a short time. He met Wang Long in the final. However, Li Xiao was clearly cautious. The opponents he faced earlier were not enough to make him show his true skills, so he didn't make many moves. As a result, even in the final match, it was impossible to tell whether his leg injury had healed or not. Moreover, with Li Xiao's Supreme War God level 6 and his rich combat experience, his appearance in this selection process is naturally a devastating blow. Wang Long was completely unaware that he was still confidently spouting trash talk when facing Li Xiao. He looked at Su Ming with a smirk and said, "War Godly, you're getting on in years. Even if you were given the position of commander of Qingzhou, you wouldn't last many more years. You might as well give it to me, and I can appoint you as the vanguard commander of Qingzhou. You can help me charge into battle from now on." Li Xiao smiled and shook his head. "Young man, if you want the position of leader, you have to fight for it with your own hands. Don't waste your time talking nonsense here. That's your own fault. Don't blame me for bullying you, a disabled person." Wang Long smiled contemptuously, then suddenly charged towards Li Xiao, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful punch to Li Xiao's head. Too young. Li Xiao had thought Wang Long had some skill, but seeing Wang Long's performance greatly disappointed him. Was this year's general election for Qingzhou really that disappointing? Or perhaps, he's just too strong. Since that's the case, there's no need to pretend anymore. Li Xiao launched a flying kick, striking Wang Long in the chest with lightning speed. A loud bang. He kicked Wang Long more than 10 meters away, and Wang Long coughed up blood after landing. Everyone present was stunned by what they saw. In particular, the prefectural governor Wang Chuan stood up abruptly, his face full of disbelief. This Li Xiao was actually that strong? He couldn't even catch his own son's kick. Wan Shirin also raised an eyebrow, full of his face was shocked. Has Wang Long lost? They arrived so quickly? What's going on? Wang Long couldn't even withstand a single kick. Su Yuer was extremely shocked. Although she looked down on Wang Long's character, she still had some confidence in him, as they were both young juniors. Who would have thought that this popular candidate for the presidency of Qingzhou would lose so decisively? You're not disabled, your legs? Wang Long raised his head, his mouth full of blood, and stared blankly at Li Xiao. Is this why you think you can beat me, young man? You can't win by luck. The commander of Qingzhou is not someone like you is fit to be. Li Xiao smiled and shook his head. No, that's impossible. Wang Long collapsed to the ground in despair. She was then helped down and carried back to Wang Chuan's side. I didn't expect Li Xiao to be so strong. It seems that our Wang family has no hope at all. Wang Chuan sighed in frustration. Li Xiao's strength is so great that Wang Long would probably never be his match in his entire life. 108, Chapter 108. Look up and see who I am. No, there's still a chance. Unexpectedly, the injured Wang Long gritted his teeth, his face full of determination. Where is there any chance? Li Xiao is already the final winner. That outcome is decided. Even if you want to compete with him again, he won't agree. Wang Chuan glanced at Wang Long and also felt that his son lacked self-awareness. I have this too. But then, Wang Long took out the Shanghai Mingyue pearl that Wan Shirin had given him earlier from his pocket. This. Upon seeing the luminous pearl, Wang Chuan's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Is this the legendary pearl of the Azure Sea from the 9 provinces? Wang Chuan never dreamed that his son could produce something so expensive. That's right, Dad, this thing is priceless. It's not unreasonable to exchange it for the position of commander of Qingzhou, is it? Even though I lost the competition, as long as I take this thing to see the king of the frontier and ask him to give me the position of commander of Qingzhou, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Wang Long revealed a smug smile again. Young Master Wang, didn't you say? Hearing this, Wan Shirin, who was standing next to her, was also surprised. Didn't Wan Long say that this luminous pearl was worthless? Could it be that Wan Long lied to her again? A luminous pearl can be exchanged for the position of commander of Qingzhou. How much is this thing really worth? Wan Shirin was instantly and utterly shocked. It turned out his parents hadn't lied to him. Su Ming's things were indeed incredibly expensive. If I didn't say that, would you give me the thing? Wang Long glanced at Wan Shirin, no longer bothering to hide it. He was now just one step away from becoming the commander of Qingzhou. If he could just use this thing to get the position, then he would be in charge. Don't worry, I know what you want. You're giving gifts because you want to protect your Wan family, right? As long as I become the commander of Qingzhou, I guarantee that your Wan family will thrive in Yunqing and have whatever you want. Wang Long said this with complete confidence. Wan Shirin didn't say anything more, although Wan Long's behavior was despicable and shameless. What he said was the truth. It was all just a roundabout way of getting what each other wanted. Dad, I'm going to pay my respects to the king of Jiang now. Wait for my good news. That cripple Li Xiao dared to injure me. I'll soon teach him a lesson he won't forget. Holding the bright pearl of the vast sea, Wan Long grinned and headed towards the main hall of the general headquarters. My son has made something of himself. Our Wang family is now rich. Wang Chuan also laughed heartily. Although he is not as strong as Li Xiao, his methods and aura are unmatched by ordinary people. He is more than capable of serving as the commander of Qingzhou. Wang Long arrived at the entrance of the main hall, straightened his clothes, and looked dashing and full of pride. He had already mentally prepared what he wanted to say to the king of the frontier countless times. Then, with a burst of energy, he strode into the main hall, walked to the central chair, knelt down with a thud, and shouted, "This humble one, Wang Long, pays respects to the king of the 9 provinces. King of the 9 provinces, your majesty is boundless, may you live 10,000 years. Oh, Wang Long." A familiar voice came from in front of Wang Long. However, he didn't think much of it. He felt only respect and piety towards the king of Kyushu. The one who should be here to pay homage to me is the new commander of Qingzhou. You are not the victor, are you? What are you doing here? The authoritative voice asked slowly, carrying a sense of ancient and heavy oppression. As expected of the king of Kyushu. The sound alone was enough to make Wang Long feel immense pressure, and he was covered in sweat. He hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, I have come specifically to present a gift. I have a luminous pearl here, please take a look." I offered a gift, but I never said I wanted to receive one. The king of Kyushu sneered. Don't rush, let the king of the frontier review it before deciding whether to accept it or not. Wang Long, full of confidence, slowly took out the Shanghai moon pearl from his pocket and presented it with both hands. This, the pearl of the sea? A surprised voice came from in front of me. Wang Long became even more smug. It seems that even the king of the 9 provinces is human. No one could remain unmoved upon seeing such a priceless treasure as the pearl of the Azure Sea. It seems that I've practically secured the position of commander of Qingzhou. Please accept this, Your Majesty. I have no other request but the position of commander of Qingzhou. I hope Your Majesty will grant my wish. Wang Long bowed down again, raising the pearl of the bright moon over the sea above his head to signify his submission. You've got a good plan, haven't you, taking my things and giving them to me? Look up and see who I am. Sitting in his seat, Su Ming leaned forward, like an eagle spreading its wings, exuding power and majesty. Wang Long was shocked and slowly raised his head. And finally, for the first time, he saw the true face of the king of Kyushu. It was only when they looked that they were terrified, their faces turning pale as if they had seen a ghost. Yes, it's you are the king of the 9 provinces? Wang Long was struck dumb. He never dreamed that the king of the 9 provinces would be the same kid he had mocked on the hillside before. To his surprise, it turned out to be just a nobody from Yunqing, someone he didn't take seriously. So, the king of Kyushu has always been by my side. Wang Long was terrified. You. Wang Long was so frightened that his whole body convulsed a few times, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fright. No wonder he got emotional. This was completely beyond what he could accept. Su Ming is the king of the 9 provinces. And he had said those kinds of things to Su Ming before. Now, let alone the pearl of the Azure Sea, even if the entire Wang family went bankrupt, he still wouldn't have the chance to become the commander of Qingzhou. Unable to accept it, he fainted. Su Ming smiled wryly and waved to Zhang Yilin beside him. Zhang Yilin understood, stepped forward, took the Shanghai moon pearl, and handed it to Su Ming. Su Ming looked at the moon pearl in his hand and sneered, so the Wan family used my things to curry favor with the Wang family, and now the Wang family is using my things to give to me. What a coincidence, but what belongs to me will eventually return to my hands. Throw this kid out and notify the Wang family to come and take him away. A mere good-for-nothing like him dares to dream of becoming the commander of Qingzhou. Doesn't his commander, Wang Chuan, have any self-awareness either? Yes. Zhang Hu, who was standing nearby, responded and ordered someone to throw Wang Long out. After that, Li Xiao came in to pay his respects. Li Xiao has lived up to expectations. Su Ming didn't have much to say about Li Xiao, he fully acknowledged the other's abilities.
He gave a brief explanation, and then the entire Qingzhou general election came to a close. After that, I left Mount Tai with the Su family.
At the foot of the mountain, they ran into Wan Shirin again with the noisy and chaotic Wang family. Wan Shirin was also confused about what had happened. Wang Long went to pay his respects to the king of the frontier with great confidence, but he suddenly fainted and had to be carried out. The moon pearl was gone, and Wang Long did not get the position of commander.
Could it be that Wang Long offended the king of Kyushu and was therefore punished?
Regardless, the Wang family now seems to have lost its power and is in dire straits, so it's no longer worth her time.
She plans to return directly to Yuncheng.
It's better to rely on yourself than on others in the end. If Wanjia Group wants to turn things around, she has to find a way herself.
Trying to curry favor with the Wang family only leads to being controlled by them.
Wan Shirin also saw Su Ming. Seeing that Su Ming was still walking with the Su family, she couldn't help but shake her head. Do you plan to stay in Qingzhou for the rest of your life?
Did the Su family invite you to become their son-in-law?
Wan Shirin glanced at Su Yuer and, seeing that Su Yuer was quite beautiful, couldn't help but say with a hint of sarcasm.
109, Chapter 109. My life is over. TCH, I wouldn't even look at someone like that. Upon hearing Wan Shirin's words, Su Yuer rolled her eyes and dismissed them with disdain.
See, they don't even respect you. You have to rely on yourself. Always trying to depend on others is no different from being a parasite, and you'll never amount to anything.
Wan Shirin looked at Su Ming with sarcasm. She's figured that out now.
Understanding this made her clearer about what she needed to do next. This also depends on her knowledge and understanding. However, someone like Su Ming might never understand this in his entire life, otherwise he wouldn't be drifting further and further away from her world. Su Ming shook his head in frustration. It's unclear where Wan Shirin got the confidence to lecture him, since she's been trying to curry favor with the Wang family for the past few days.
But in the blink of an eye, it was he who became a failure.
However, Su Ming didn't want to say much, and simply said calmly, I can't stay for more than 2 days either. I need to prepare to return to Yunqing soon. Shall we meet at the station?
Station?
Wan Shirin grinned, I'm not taking the train again. I've already called people from Yunqing to pick me up. You can take your time on the train. After saying that, Wan Shirin got into the Wang family's car and left.
Look, see, that's a real man. You good for nothing, pretending to be the king of the 9 provinces, and you still have to take the train. Yuri, shameless people think you're an idiot, and you're still pretending. Su Yuer laughed gleefully from the side. Su Ming didn't react at all. Su Huailing, who was standing next to him, turned green with rage. That brat really wants to ruin the Su family. No matter what I say, she won't listen. When we get home, I'll have to show my fatherly authority and teach this girl a lesson in manners. After Wang Long was carried back, he fell seriously ill and remained in a coma. The Wang family had no idea what had happened. Wan Shirin also took the opportunity to bid farewell and return to Yuncheng. The next day, Su Huailing personally escorted Su Ming to the station and saw him onto the train. Prince Su, I will personally pay my respects to you in Yunqing next time. I apologize for the poor hospitality these past few days. Wang Chuan apologized to Su Ming repeatedly, his face full of guilt. Everything was fine until Su Yuer suddenly fell ill. Suddenly, she spoke rudely to Su Ming, which terrified him and left him feeling extremely fearful. That's why he didn't dare bring Su Yuer with him today when he saw her off. It's alright, I'm quite satisfied. You can go back now. Su Ming waved to Su Huailing and got into the car with Zhang Yilan. Su Huailing stood there until the train had disappeared into the distance before daring to lead his men back. The Su family. After learning Su Ming's true identity, the proud son of the Emperor Lang Ming realized the enormous mistake he had made. So, after participating in the Qingzhou election, he quickly had someone prepare generous gifts and personally visited the Su family to apologize to Su Ming. But when Su Yuer saw Lang Ming, she thought he had come to see her, and she was overjoyed. She was still worried that Su Ming had made her lose face and offended Lang Ming, and that she would not have a chance to apologize to Lang Ming and win back his favor. Unexpectedly, Lang Ming came to find me on his own initiative. Su Yuer quickly greeted him warmly, even taking the initiative to get closer to Lang Ming, and said with a big smile, Young Master Lang, you came to see me, right? I knew our fate was unbreakable. I was so sorry for trusting the wrong person last time. Come on, I'll make it up to you today. Let's go out for a nice meal. However, Lang Ming's attention was not on Su Yuer. Instead, he turned his head to look around and asked in confusion, "Where is the king of the 9 provinces? Where is he? Take me there quickly. I want to apologize to the king of the frontier in person." "What king of the 9 provinces?" Su Yuer was taken aback and said with a blank look, "Our Su family doesn't have any king of the 9 provinces at all, young Master Lang, you must be joking. How is that possible?" Lang Ming thought Su Yuer was deliberately making things difficult for him, so he frowned and said, "The king of Kyushu who was with you last time, didn't you say it yourself? I've realized my mistake, and I'm here to apologize to him." Him. Su Yuer immediately curled her lip in disdain. "That kid, what king of the 9 provinces? He's just a fakir already gone today." Probably knowing he couldn't keep up the act for long, so he slunk away with his tail between his legs. Su Yuer smiled. However, he also admired Su Ming's skill in putting on an act. Even young Master Lang was fooled. But when Lang Ming heard that Su Ming had left, he was shocked and took 2 steps back in despair before collapsing to the ground. "The king of Jiang is gone, then I'll never have another chance to apologize. My life is completely over." Offending the king of the borderlands is a stain on one's life. Regardless of whether the king of the frontier will hold it against him, he will never be able to explain himself in the future, and his future is completely ruined. "Young Master Lang, what are you doing? You're not serious, are you? I already told you that kid is an imposter." Su Yuer looked puzzled. "He's not an imposter, he's the real king of the 9 provinces. At the auction, he brought out the vermilion bird jade, enough to buy your entire Su family. I was blind back then and didn't recognize it. I deserve to die." Lang Ming was filled with remorse and immediately raised his hand to slap himself twice. This completely stunned Su Yuer. She stood frozen in place, staring at Lang Ming in shock and disbelief. "You mean, he's real? He didn't lie to me?" "Why would he lie to you? The king of Kyushu is someone of immense status. Even if your entire Su family fortune were given to him, he wouldn't even look at it. What benefit would he gain from lying to you?" Lang Ming rolled his eyes in annoyance. This. Su Yuer was also stunned, the two of them staring at each other for a long time, unable to come back to their senses. She made up her mind, she was going to Yuncheng. No matter what, she had to salvage Su Ming's impression of her. Su Yuer had been shrewd for 20 years, thinking she had unique insight, but she ended up making such a big mistake. Meanwhile, Su Ming had already gotten off the train at Yuncheng Station. Several people sat down the train, which had been running for hours, left me covered in dust. No one at the station was there to pick him up. He sent Jiang Yilin back to the Tianming Chamber of Commerce first, while he prepared to take a car back to the Chu family. "Hey, isn't this Qingqing's boyfriend?" Just then, a mocking voice rang out from the station entrance. Su Ming turned his head and saw a well-dressed man and woman standing next to him, looking at him with a mocking expression. "Do I know you?" Su Ming frowned. When the other party mentioned Chu Qingqing, he asked a question in return. "Otherwise, I don't even want to bother with them." "Well, you really have a bad memory. I am Qingqing's classmate and deskmate. I saw you go to school with Qingqing Yuri, her boyfriend, right?" The girl's face was full of playful and teasing smiles. "No." Su Ming rolled his eyes, denied it outright, and then turned to get into the car. These guys are clearly up to no good. He wasn't afraid, but if he implicated Chu Qingqing, she would probably treat him coldly again when he returned. "Don't go." The girl persisted, blocking Su Ming's path and saying with a smile, "We have a class reunion today, and as Qingqing's boyfriend, you should attend too. Qingqing is probably already here, so come with us." "I said I'm not interested." Su Ming was very impatient. These college students have too much energy and nothing to do. After saying that, he ignored them and prepared to get on the bus. "Fine, you don't have to go. But don't blame me for talking badly about Qingqing behind her back and spreading your story throughout the whole school. Let everyone know what kind of boyfriend Chu Qingqing has, then let's see how she can hold her head up." The girl grinned, her face full of sarcasm. "Are you threatening me?" Su Ming frowned, a cold glint in his eyes. "How could I dare? I'm just going back to tell the truth," the girl chuckled. "Okay, I'll go with you." Su Ming gave the other person a cold look,
then took a taxi with the two of them to the class reunion.
110, Chapter 110. Do you have evidence? On the bus, Su Ming learned the following.
The man and woman were named Ma Ji and Chen Ming.
They are all students from Yunqing University. And this year's students will graduate in just half a month.
This gathering can be considered a pre-graduation celebration, and also a chance to exchange ideas about our future plans and destinations after graduation. It's called an exchange, but it's really just a competition. At their age, they are at the point where they compete to see who is more capable and who has a greater advantage in status. For example, Chen Ming and Ma Ji. Chen Ming comes from a wealthy family. Even if he doesn't have a high status in Yunqing, he is at least financially secure. In addition, Ma Ji is his boyfriend, and Ma Ji has an uncle who works for one of the top conglomerates in Yunqing. After graduation, he will naturally be assigned to a position. A monthly salary of tens of thousands of yuan is no problem at all. In his career and life, he has already shortened the process by several steps compared to others. It's practically a leap, and most people can't match his pace. The girl, Chen Ming, insisted on inviting Su Ming over, her intention even more obvious, to drag someone down with her.
Although they are both outstanding, don't forget that Yunqing University is an elite school, and what kind of circles they mingle in.
Not to mention Luo Jin, the organizer of this gathering.
He is the eldest son of the Luo family, the third-ranked real estate tycoon in Yunqing.
What is her identity? The Luo family's wealth is so great that they could live off it for 10 lifetimes and still not finish it. So Chen Ming was afraid of being outdone by the others, so he planned to ridicule Su Ming and Chu Qingqing by making them look like clowns, thus diverting attention from them. But in Su Ming's eyes, their little schemes were as naive as children playing house.
Half an hour later, the car arrived at the entrance of the Victoria Hotel. This is it, let's get off.
Chen Ming and Ma Ji got out of the car first, both of them staring at Su Ming with smiles on their faces, their eyes like those of prey, afraid that Su Ming would run away.
Su Ming smiled and nodded, got out of the car and entered the hotel with the two of them without saying anything more.
Chen Ming and Ma Ji exchanged a glance, both revealing triumphant smiles with Su Ming, this hothead, as their scapegoat. The two felt completely confident.
We took the elevator upstairs and arrived at the private room. Pushing open the door, I found 7 or 8 men and women already sitting inside.
Chu Qingqing was obviously among them. When Chu Qingqing saw Su Ming enter, she immediately stood up, looking at him in utter shock. Why are you here? Didn't you go to Qingzhou?
Qingzhou?
Upon hearing this, everyone present immediately turned their curious gazes towards Su Ming. In particular, a young man with long bangs sitting in the central seat, Luo Jin, the son of a real estate tycoon, arrogantly glanced at Su Ming. Seeing Su Ming's tattered clothes and dusty appearance, he sneered, I heard that Qingzhou recently held a general election. What is this brother doing in Qingzhou at this time? You're not going to participate in the general election, are you?
Upon hearing this, those present burst into mocking laughter.
Anyone could see that Su Ming was not qualified to participate in the Qingzhou commander election. Even Luo Jin wasn't qualified to be invited, so this unremarkable-looking guy has even less of a chance.
No, he just went to Qingzhou for tourism. Chu Qingqing quickly stepped forward to explain.
She was afraid that Su Ming would relapse into his bad habit of bragging and exaggerating in front of everyone. Who were all those people present, especially Luo Jin's status? She didn't want to be implicated by Su Ming and ridiculed by others.
That's definitely not the case. Su Ming also smiled. I'm not going to participate in the election, I'm going to preside over the election.
Su Ming said with a smile.
Ha ha ha. Has this kid lost his mind? You must have had your head caught in a door.
That's hilarious, presiding over the general election. Who do you think you are? The Qingzhou general election is such a solemn and formal selection process. Who are the people who participate, and you're going to preside over a university election? If someone like you goes on stage, you'll be so scared that you'll wet your pants on the spot. Everyone burst into laughter, their mocking voices almost piercing the ceiling.
Chu Qingqing's face turned green, and she glared at Su Ming fiercely. Can you shut up?
She was furious with Su Ming.
This kid can't stand not bragging for a day. How come he hasn't made any progress after all this time?
She felt that Su Ming would kill her sooner or later.
Chu Qingqing, you know him so well, and you even speak up for him. What's your relationship? Is he your boyfriend? Luo Jin asked with a smile. No, absolutely not. Chu Qingqing denied it categorically. He's just staying at my house is not good enough for me. How could I possibly be interested in him? Chu Qingqing was eager to sever all ties with Su Ming. How could that be? You have absolutely no connection with him. Would you allow him to stay at your house? Are all the Chu family idiots, raising a parasite? Chu Qingqing, I never thought you were this kind of person. Just because he's poor, you don't even dare to admit your relationship. You're so shameful. The group immediately turned their attention to Chu Qingqing. Chu Qingqing was already furious, and now she almost fainted from anger. It's over, it's over. Now she couldn't explain herself even if she had 100 mouths. Chu Qingqing, it's okay, everyone has their downtimes. You don't need to deny it so readily since you're already here. Sit down with us. Luo Jin smiled knowingly. Chu Qingqing couldn't explain it clearly, her eyes were red, and tears were streaming down her face. We can only leave it to fate and sit down. Then she glared at Su Ming fiercely. It's all your fault. Why did you come here? You came back. Couldn't you just go home? Did you have to get me killed? They invited me here. Su Ming raised his hand and pointed to Ma Ji and Chen Ming, who were watching the show with Schadenfreude. They said if I didn't come, they'll spread your shameful deeds everywhere, making it impossible for you to face anyone at school anymore. Although I don't know what shameful things you've done, I came here for your own good, and I never expected you to say such things about me. Su Ming also looked aggrieved. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Chen Ming immediately shook his head, glared at Su Ming, and said irritably, we only invited you over because you're Qingqing's boyfriend. Don't wrong us, we didn't expect you to be this kind of person, not appreciating our kindness. Young Master Luo, don't listen to his nonsense, you must stand up for us. Chen Ming turned the tables and blamed the problem on Su Ming. That's right, you can eat whatever you want. But you can't say whatever you want, you have to take responsibility for what you say. You say they threatened you, do you have any evidence? Luo Jin raised his head slightly and looked at Su Ming with a mocking sneer. No. Su Ming replied with a smile. That's it, all I hear now is you spreading rumors. You're not only spineless, you're also utterly heartless. You don't even deserve to sit at the same table with us. Get up, apologize to both of them, and then get out of here. Luo Jin roared, staring at Su Ming. Su Ming remained silent. Chen Ming and Ma Ji immediately beamed with smugness, pointing at Su Ming and sneering, did you hear that? That, young Master Luo told you to apologize to the two of us. Hurry up and kneel down to apologize, otherwise, don't even think about leaving this room today. 111, Chapter 111. My Shin family, Shin Luo Yun. Apologize, you must apologize. Honestly, what kind of person is this? Someone kindly invited us, and they still dare to spread rumors and smear us. Do they think we're fools? Chu Qingqing, look at the kind of boyfriend you've chosen, a spineless coward. Why don't you make him kneel down and apologize right now? A group of people joined in the frenzy, demanding that Su Ming apologize to Ma Ji and Chen Ming. Su Ming remained unmoved, simply sitting calmly and coldly observing the crowd. It's like watching a bunch of noisy clowns. But Chu Qingqing couldn't withstand the pressure. Her eyes turned red as she looked at Su Ming and shouted, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and apologize. It's all your fault. It's not too much to ask you to apologize, is it? You also think I wronged them? Su Ming looked at Chu Qingqing with a puzzled expression. Isn't spouting nonsense your forte? Chu Qingqing didn't believe Su Ming at all. And she didn't care whether Su Ming was innocent or not. She just wants to quell this matter as soon as possible and doesn't want to become the target of public criticism. Are you deaf or mute? Aren't you going to apologize? Luo Jin stared at Su Ming with a gloomy expression. If Su Ming dares not apologize, he is disrespecting Luo Jin. However, if he, young Master Luo, loses face, the consequences could be severe. Luo Jin made Su Ming apologize not for any other reason than to establish his authority and gain the greatest influence among this group of classmates. That's exactly the feeling he's enjoying. If you don't apologize, do you expect me to help you personally? Luo Jin slowly stood up, his cold, sharp eyes fixed on Su Ming. Apologize now. Chu Qingqing was getting impatient and urged Su Ming on. If Su Ming doesn't apologize today, she doesn't know what the consequences will be. You're not worthy. However, Su Ming just chuckled and looked at Luo Jin with a half-smile. Court death. Luo Jin instantly flew into a rage, grabbed a dish from the table, and smashed it at Su Ming. This is a porcelain plate, heavy and powerful. If this thing were to hit someone on the head, it would surely cause a head injury and cause them to bleed profusely on the spot. But Su Ming was unhurried and dodged it by slightly turning his body. The plate flew past his ear and smashed against the wall behind him with a loud crack. He dodged the plate, but the soup and grease spilled onto Su Ming's clothes. Su Ming glanced down and shook his head. His gaze was gloomy, and his eyes already revealed murderous intent. Just then, with a snap, the door opened, and a cute head popped out, excitedly calling out, "Brother Su, you're back?" This person is naturally Shen Luo Yun. Shen Luo Yun had been keeping an eye on Su Ming's movements after learning that Wan Shirin had returned to Yunqing. She assumed that Su Ming must have returned as well, so she sent someone to inquire about Su Ming's whereabouts and found out that Su Ming had arrived at the hotel. She happened to be eating here too, so I rushed over. Miss Shen? Miss Shen. Everyone present was immediately shocked, and their expressions changed. Even Luo Jin was taken aback upon seeing Shen Luo Yun. He quickly suppressed his violent expression and revealed a gentle and polite smile. "Miss Shen, I didn't expect to see you here. Do you know anyone here?" As he spoke, Luo Jin tossed his bangs, thinking he looked very dashing and handsome. Although everyone present was from a wealthy family, they were still far inferior to Shen Luo Yun, the daughter of a renowned medical master. Most importantly, Shen Luo Yun is a stunning beauty. Even Luo Jin had to quickly put on a refined and cultured demeanor in an attempt to attract Shen Luo Yun's attention. But Shen Luo Yun only had eyes for Su Ming, no one else. She rushed up to Su Ming, standing close by, and said affectionately, "Brother Su, why didn't you tell me you were back? I could have picked you up. Oh dear, why are there so many soup stains on your clothes? Who did that?" Brother Su? Everyone in the private room was once again speechless. Luo Jin was completely stunned. He never expected that the brother Su that Shen Luo Yun called out was actually this good-for-nothing kid in front of him. Moreover, they even showed concern for Su Ming, seemingly intending to stand up for him. Luo Jin remained silent, his face grim. Su Ming curled the corners of his lips and looked at Luo Jin. Shen Luo Yun immediately understood. She straightened up, as if she had become a different person, and stared at Luo Jin with a frosty expression. "How dare you lay a hand on my sugage? Don't you want to live?" Luo Jin frowned. Although he was wary of the Shen family, he was not afraid of Shen Luo Yun. The Luo family isn't much worse than the Shen family. Besides, Shen Luo Yun is just a woman. He immediately sneered, "I was just teaching a stupid idiot a lesson, Miss Shen. You are a person of status and position. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at for associating with someone like this? Besides, do you really want to cause trouble for me, Luo Jin, for someone like this?" However, before she could finish speaking, Shen Luo Yun took 2 steps forward and slapped Luo Jin across the face. Snap! With a crisp sound, 5 bright red finger marks instantly appeared on Luo Jin's face. The crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the private room. Everyone was stunned, staring in disbelief, not daring to utter a sound. Shen Luo Yun actually hit Luo Jin. This is going way too far. Although Shen Luo Yun is the daughter of the king of medicine, Luo Jin is no ordinary person either. If things escalate, Shen Luo Yun will not gain any advantage. Moreover, why would I provoke Luo Jin for the sake of such a young man? Has Shen Luo Yun also lost her mind? Shen Luo Yun. Luo Jin flew into a rage, his eyes turning bloodshot, and roared, "You dare to lay a hand on me? You're courting death. Others may fear you, but I don't think neither of you will leave here standing today. Guards! Guards!" Luo Jin let out a series of hoarse, desperate roars. With Luo Jin's beast-like roar, all the Luo family bodyguards outside rushed in. "Young Master Luo! Young Master Luo!" A dozen bodyguards blocked the entrance and greeted Luo Jin respectfully. In the private room the others immediately turned pale with fright. This has blown up. This has really blown up. What should we do? They were all afraid of being caught in the crossfire, and each of them cast angry and resentful glances at Su Ming. This good-for-nothing is harming both himself and others. Shen Luo Yun, I want you and this piece of trash to kneel down before me. Luo Jin roared, pointing at Shen Luoyun like an enraged lion. However, the next moment, Shen Luoyun raised her hand and slapped Luo Jin across the face again. Luo Jin was stunned. He never imagined that Shen Luoyun would be so bold as to dare to attack him even after all that. So, without any warning, I got slapped again. Now the finger marks on both sides of my face are symmetrical. Kill her. Enraged, Luo Jin roared and ordered his bodyguards to take action. Who dares? Shen Luoyun, however, let out a domineering shout, blocking Su Ming's path, and sneered, I am Shen Luoyun of the Shen family. Anyone who dares to touch me will suffer. If you do, you will all be in trouble, including your Luo family. 112, Chapter 112. What happened? Shen Luoyun? Upon hearing this name, the group of fierce-looking bodyguards froze on the spot. This is the daughter of the King of Healers. Everyone present knew this. If Shen Luoyun were truly harmed, no one could bear the consequences. Damn it, what are you all standing there for? Get him, I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Luo Jin roared. However, Shen Luoyun calmly took out her phone and immediately called her father, Shen Songlin. Dad, I'm at the Victoria Hotel right now. Someone's causing me trouble. Why don't you come over? Upon hearing this, the others dared not move even more. Even Luo Jin's arrogance instantly diminished by more than half. No matter how arrogant he was, it was only towards Shen Luoyun. Towards others, among his peers, it was only. But if this really involves the king of medicine and causes conflict between families, then it's not something he can control. For a moment, Luo Jin was caught in a dilemma, gritting his teeth, but he had no way to deal with Shen Luoyun. Go ahead and do it. Why aren't you shouting so loudly? My dad's coming soon. If you don't do it today, I'll look down on you. Shen Luoyun looked at Luo Jin with a sarcastic and cold expression. Luo Jin swallowed hard, forced to swallow his anger, and glared at Su Ming, saying angrily, You brat, you're lucky. I'll see how long Shen Luoyun can protect you. Don't let me run into you again. Let's go. After speaking fiercely, Luo Jin turned and left with his men. Luo Jin left without warning, but the others panicked. With Luo Jin here, no matter how big the trouble gets, there's always this sucker to shield us. But since Luo Jin did it, Shen Luoyun and the others are even less likely to offend him. Immediately, Xu Qingqing's classmates all looked grim, and they all stood up, lowered their heads, and crept out. Chen Ming and Ma Ji, in particular, were terrified and tried to escape by blending into the crowd. Stop! Su Ming frowned and gave a cold shout. The two men trembled in fright and turned to Su Ming with embarrassed expressions. Brother, is there anything else you need? Didn't you two just tell me to kneel down and apologize to you? I haven't apologized yet. Why are you running away? Upon hearing this, the two men were so frightened that they knelt down with a thud, slapped themselves twice across the face, and cried out, Brother, we were wrong. We know we were wrong. We'll kowtow and apologize to you. Please forgive us. What's wrong with you? Didn't you say I wronged you? Then I'm the one who's in the wrong. Su Ming sneered, picked up a wine bottle from the table, and slowly walked towards the two of them. Although Luo Jin is arrogant and domineering. But the real culprits are these two. They had ill intentions in inviting him here, which led to all this trouble. Of course, he could have chosen not to come. But if he doesn't come, Xu Qingqing's fate probably won't be too good either. Xu Qingqing, whose status was already in a vulnerable position, would have faced unimaginable consequences if he hadn't been there. No, you didn't wrong us. We deserve to die. We brought this on ourselves. We invited you here on purpose to humiliate you, brother. We really know we were wrong. The two were so frightened that they repeatedly kowtowed to Su Ming and begged for mercy. Seeing that the two of them brought it up themselves, Xu Qingqing should understand now. Su Ming turned to Xu Qingqing and asked, What do you think should be done with those two? Who do you think you are? However, Xu Qingqing felt no joy whatsoever. She only felt ashamed and embarrassed, and glared angrily at Su Ming. It's only because Miss Shen helped you, otherwise you don't know what would have happened to you today. Still pretending to be something you're not. Miss Shen can help you once, but can she help you twice, and you even want to punish others? You really think you're something special? I don't want to see you either. Xu Qingqing angrily berated Su Ming before storming out of the private room. This girl? Su Ming looked utterly dejected. What's going on? It's all clear now he didn't wrong anyone, these two guys brought it on themselves, why are they still angry with him? Now he couldn't figure out what Chu Qingqing was thinking. Big brother, can we go now? Ma Ji and Chen Ming looked at Su Ming with expressions of horror. Frustrated, Su Ming threw a bottle at Ma Ji's head, causing him to bleed profusely and fall to the ground with a scream. Then Su Ming coldly snorted, "Get lost." Chen Ming was so frightened that he almost lost his mind. He helped Ma Ji, whose head was covered in blood, and they fled on their knees. Serves them right, these idiots dared to cause trouble for brother Su, they all deserve to die. Shen Luoyun sneered and cursed. Su Ming shook his head. Although it was just a matter of teaching a few henchmen a lesson, it did him no good at all. Instead, he was scolded by Chu Qingqing. Moreover, Luo Jin's hateful expression suggested that he would not give up easily. He's fine, but Chu Qingqing probably won't be able to withstand the revenge from that rich kid. He couldn't possibly be with Chu Qingqing every single moment. Just as he was pondering this, his phone rang. It was Yi Tang calling. Su Ming took out his phone and answered it. Yi Tang's voice on the other end asked respectfully, "Prince Su, where are you now? The real estate tycoon has come to your door again. This time it seems he has something to ask of you. He said he won't leave unless you see him." A real estate tycoon? Su Ming frowned. Was Luo Jin the son of a real estate tycoon? What a small world. Just when I was worried about where to deal with that kid, his father delivered himself right to my doorstep. Doorstep? Su Ming immediately nodded and said, "Tell him to wait, I'll be right there." Yes, Prince Su. Yi Tang hung up the phone. Su Ming put away his phone, turned to look at Shen Luoyun, and smiled, "Thank you for your help, but I have something to do now, so I'll be leaving first." "Brother Su, why are you being so polite with me? What's wrong? Do you need me to go with you?" Shen Luoyun asked happily. Su Ming didn't answer and strode out. They checked into the hotel. Then they took a car to Tianming Chamber of Commerce to meet with real estate tycoon Luo Han. At this moment, Luo Han was sitting cautiously in the office of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. He left all his men outside, daring not to bring any of them in. After all, this was a meeting with the renowned king of Kyushu, and he didn't know how he would handle the situation if he showed any disrespect. His main purpose in coming here was to discuss the opening of his real estate project. As one of the top 3 real estate tycoons in Yuncheng, his real estate business has always been at the forefront of Yuncheng. However, he was not content to only use his skills within Cloud City. If we can get the king of Xinjiang to name our new real estate project, then by leveraging the name of the king of the 9 provinces, our real estate business will surely soar to new heights. This opportunity will allow them to break out of Yuncheng and gain a foothold in Zhengzhou. Therefore, he valued and cherished this opportunity to meet Su Ming. A short while later, Su Ming entered the office. "King Su." Upon seeing Su Ming, Yi Tang stood up and bowed respectfully. Luo Hong also hurriedly stood up and bowed to Su Ming with a face full of fear and respect. He was quite surprised, never expecting that the famous king of Kyushu was so young, which was completely beyond his expectations. However, age is not important, no one in the world can compare to him in possessing this honor and reputation. Su Ming remained silent, his face grim, and simply walked to his seat and sat down. Yi Tang sensed something was wrong, and seeing the oil stains on Su Ming's clothes, she asked in surprise, "Prince Su, what happened?" "Then you'll have to ask this real estate tycoon in front of you. He should know what happened to me." Su Ming raised his head coldly, his sharp eyes fixed on Luo Hang. 113, Chapter 113. Su Wang, who is he? Luo Hong was startled, his face filled with confusion and fear, not knowing what was going on. He said in a flustered manner, "This is the first time I have met Prince Su. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me, but I am certain that I have never had the opportunity to pay my respects to Prince Su before." Su Ming sneered, "You may not have any, but your son Luo Jin just threw a plate at me in public at the Victoria Hotel. He even demanded I kneel down and apologize. You tell me how much influence your Luo family has. Shouldn't I pay a visit beforehand so your family will show me some leniency?" Upon hearing this, Luo Han was so frightened that his whole body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. "How dare you, your Luo family has a lot of nerve." Yi Tang was also shocked and furious, and pointed at Luo Han, letting out a roar. Luo Hong was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, too afraid to move. He knew his good-for-nothing son. It is indeed possible for someone to do such a thing. But how could his good-for-nothing son possibly clash with King Su? And he even caused such a huge problem for the Luo family? He never dreamed of this. It's all my fault, Prince Su, please give me a chance. Luo Hong was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Su Ming to apologize. Of course it's your fault. You can't even control your own son, and you call yourself a real estate tycoon. Do you have any shame? I'm warning you, you'd better think about how to teach him, or I'll start by taking action against your Luo family today. These words instantly made Luo Hong break out in a cold sweat, and he felt completely exhausted. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and said to Su Ming, I'll call right now and tell that good-for-nothing brat to come back and kowtow to you, Prince Su, to apologize in person. If he dares to disobey, I'll break his legs. After saying that, Luo Hong dialed Luo Jin's number. Just as Su Ming had predicted, Luo Jin was gathering his men, preparing to take revenge on Su Ming and Chu Qingqing. When had Luo Jin ever suffered such humiliation? Today, he must turn the Chu family upside down to vent his anger. He even went to a bar and called his classmate back, just to find out where his home was. A commotion erupted in the bar. Luo Hong, oblivious to the phone call he was making, opened bottles of expensive liquor and addressed his classmates, You'd better tell me where the Chu family is. I am furious today. I have to deal with Chu Qingqing and that good-for-nothing. I'll show them that I, Luo Jin, am someone they can never afford to mess with. What young Master Luo said, especially that kid, who acted lawlessly just because Shen Luo Yun was backing him up, and even cracked Ma Ji's head open in public. I saw it from the hotel. If we don't teach this kind of person a lesson, he'll be a problem in the future. That's right, young Master Luo, don't let him get away with this. A group of classmates also joined in the indignation and loudly echoed their sentiments. To them, Su Ming was utterly insignificant, and anyone who dared to provoke Luo Jin was doomed. Don't worry, I'll make him regret ever meeting me. Luo Jin sneered and, with a fierce look in his eyes, drank several large glasses of wine with the others. We were planning to have a good drink before we made our move. He didn't even notice that Luo Han was calling his phone one after another, like a death knell, almost driving him crazy. This Rowan is really going crazy. Unable to get through to Luo Jin, unable to give Su Ming an explanation. Su Ming sat right in front of him, scrutinizing him like the king of hell. If this continued, his entire Luo family would be doomed. They were even thinking of getting Su Ming to sponsor the company so that the Luo family could soar to new heights. It's a stroke of luck that I'm still alive now. Still can't find anyone. It seems your Luo family can't control anyone at alley. Don't think a family like this needs to exist anymore. Su Ming sneered, then turned to look at Yi Tang. No, Prince Su, give me one more chance. I'll immediately send everyone to find him. Half an hour, just half an hour more. I'll definitely have someone bring that bastard back. If he's not here by then, you can do whatever you want with him, Prince Su. Luo Han was so scared he wet himself, pleading repeatedly. Okay, then I'll give you another half hour. Su Ming leaned back in his chair, resting his eyes and relaxing. Wiping away his cold sweat, Luo Han hurriedly called the rest of the Luo family, ordering the entire family to mobilize and search for Luo Jin in Manyun City. Luo Jin probably never dreamed that a small conflict would turn the entire Luo family upside down. Luo Jin drank in the bar for almost an hour before finally feeling satisfied. Slurping drunk, he led a group of classmates and a bunch of bodyguards out to the Chu family. But as soon as he stepped out of the bar, he was stopped by people from the Luo family who had rushed over. Young Master Luo is frantic looking for you. Come back with us right now, or the Luo family will be finished. The Luo family members said anxiously and flusteredly. What? Hearing this, Luo Jin sobered up a bit, looked at the Luo family, and frowned, saying, Why are you all so panicked? If my dad wanted to see me, wouldn't he call me and ask you to come over? I think you're making a mountain out of a molehill. As he spoke, he took out his phone and saw that it was covered with missed calls from Luo Hang. Luo Jin sobered up instantly. He stood there, completely stunned. What happened? His father had never called him this many times before. Even when he needed to contact him, he would only call once or twice, and if the father didn't see him, he wouldn't call again. With hundreds of phone calls coming in, has something really happened to the Luo family? Luo Jin rubbed his eyes hard, quickly put away his phone, got into the car with his family, and then said to his classmates, I have something to do, so I'll head back first. That's enough for today. Young Master Luo? Everyone stared in astonishment as Luo Jin got into the car and drove away. Completely unaware of what happened. What serious thing has happened to young Master Luo? Could it be that we've met a benefactor? Or has he already found another way to solve this? The group of classmates looked at each other in bewilderment. Someone grinned and said, no matter what, it's just a matter of young Master Luo snapping his fingers to deal with those kinds of people. We don't need to worry at all, we can just wait and see what happens. Luo Jin rushed back to the Luo family home. As soon as he entered, he saw a large number of Luo family executives gathered in the hall. Father Luo Han also stood in front with a gloomy expression. Besides that, there was another familiar face. It was Su Ming. Su Ming sat on the carved chair in front of him, like a crouching lion, coldly watching him. Throughout the entire scene, only Su Ming was sitting. All the other members of the Luo family, including his own father, had to stand, and their faces were terribly pale. Now, Luo Jin, who had been drowsy, was completely sober and looked at his father blankly. Dad, what happened? You beast, kneel down. Without saying a word, Luo Han slapped Luo Jin across the face. Luo Jin was completely stunned by the beating. He knelt on the ground with a thud, his face full of terror, not knowing what had happened. You beast, did you lay a hand on Prince Su, and you expect him to kneel down and apologize to you? Luo Han was furious and his eyes turned red. He wished he could beat this unfilial son to death. Luo Jin stared blankly and asked, Prince Su? Who? 114, Chapter 114. He ruined me. Give it back to whoever it is? Luo Hang went up and slapped Luo Jin hard across the head. I'm absolutely furious. Luo Hong was a brilliant man who built his empire through hard work and became the top real estate tycoon in Yunqing. Everyone who mentioned him gave him a thumbs up. Unexpectedly, she ended up ruining her reputation in her later years by having such a useless son. He grabbed Luo Jin by the collar and dragged him in front of Su Ming, then roared, Now, kowtow to Prince Su until he forgives you, otherwise, I'll personally take action and pretend I never had a son like you. Luo Jin looked up in despair, staring blankly at Su Ming. Even a fool would know now that Su Ming's identity is extraordinary. What could make my father so angry and shocked? If the entire Luo family could be mobilized for this, then Su Ming's status must be above that of Yun City. Zhengzhou, Kyushu? Luo Jin wouldn't even dare to dream of it. He thought that Su Ming was only supported by Shen Luo Yun, but now he realized that it was not Shen Luo Yun who was supporting Su Ming. It was Su Ming who backed Shen Luo Yun up that made Shen Luo Yun so reckless. Luo Jin was so frightened that his body went limp. He hurriedly buried his head and kowtowed repeatedly to Su Ming, saying, Your Highness Su, I was wrong. I am sorry, I'm so sorry. His head slammed violently against the ground. After only 10 or so blows, Luo Jin was already bleeding profusely from his head and was completely disoriented. After hitting the ground more than 20 times, I was numb, as if I had lost consciousness. I mechanically slammed my head against the ground, and all I could say was a weak I'm sorry. But Rohan was merely a cold-blooded bystander. The entire Luo family was almost wiped out. His life's work was nearly destroyed. It wouldn't be a pity if Luo Jin died here. Luo Jin kowtowed more than 100 times, and finally, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Seeing that Su Ming remained silent with a cold expression, Luo Han gritted his teeth and said to the person next to him, Help him up and make him keep kowtowing. If he can't keep kowtowing, then make him kowtow by pressing his head down. Yes. Luo's men responded and stepped forward to grab Luo Jin. No. Su Ming finally spoke, standing up and waving his hand, saying expressionlessly, Even if someone like that kowtows to death in front of me, it won't do me any good. I am only here to teach your Luo family a lesson, so you can keep a closer eye on your son from now on. Yes, yes. Luo Han finally breathed a sigh of relief, his head covered in cold sweat, nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. By the way, Prince Su, please wait a moment. Luo Hong beckoned to his subordinate, who handed over a document. Luo Hong presented the document to Su Ming and said respectfully, Your Highness Su, these are the land deeds for my new development, Cloud Palace. These 2 land deeds are for 2 villas in Cloud Palace. Please accept them, Your Highness, as a token of my apology.
Su Ming reached out and took it, nodding, "Alright, that's all, I'll go back now." Also, I would like to invite King Su to attend the opening ceremony of my real estate project, Luo Hong said, mustering his courage. Originally, this gift was meant to persuade Su Ming to come out of retirement and attend his opening ceremony, which would surely cause a sensation. But I never expected my son to cause such trouble, so this gift doesn't seem so important anymore. To ask Su Ming to be successful again is somewhat shameless. But this is his only chance, and even if he has to be shameless, he has to say it. So this is what you wanted. You think these 2 villas are enough to get me to go? Aren't you being a little too naive? Even if this hadn't happened at your Luo family today, I still wouldn't have gone. Go ask Zhang Yilin, maybe she'll be interested. Su Ming snorted coldly, shook his head, and strode out of the Luo family's house. President Jian? Luo Hong stood there, stunned. But on second thought, it's not entirely impossible. Asking the king of the 9 provinces to intervene is indeed a bit too presumptuous. However, if Zhang Yilin, the president of Tianming Chamber of Commerce, could attend, that would be a great event and would also increase the value of his property. Su Wan was clearly giving him pointers. Luo Hong was overjoyed and immediately made preparations to go to the Tianming Chamber of Commerce the next day to talk to Zhang Yilin. Su Ming took a car back to the Chu family. At the Chu family home, Chu Qingqing was crying to her parents about what had happened that day, and was complaining about how inhuman Su Ming was and how he had ruined them. Chu Yingsai's face darkened as he listened, and he sat silently in the living room. Lin Xiaoyun kept comforting Chu Qingqing. I originally planned to use this gathering to build a good relationship with them, so that if I couldn't find a good job after graduation, I could ask young Master Luo and the others for help. But look what happened, this kid arrived and ruined everything. He has offended all my classmates. How am I supposed to hold my head up in the future? He ruined my life. Chu Qingqing, her face streaked with tears, cried and cursed. Brute. Chu Yingkai finally couldn't hold back and cursed, then said to Chu Qingqing, "It's okay, I just happen to have an appointment with a few bosses to discuss contracts tomorrow. I'll take you with me, and I'll put in a good word for you and ask them to give you a chance." "Thank you, Dad." With tears welling in her eyes, Chu Qingqing said gratefully. Lin Xiaoyun comforted her, "It's alright, it's just a job. There are so many jobs in Yunqing, you'll always find one. If all else fails, you can work for me, selling medicine is easy." "What kind of medicine do you sell?" Chu Yingkai glared at Lin Xiaoyun, annoyed. Qingqing graduated from university, she's in the prime of her youth, and you're going to sell medicine with her? Only you could say that. Stop talking nonsense, I'll make arrangements for Qingqing. Creak. Just then, Su Ming pushed open the door and walked into the Chu family's living room. Upon seeing Su Ming, Chu Qingqing glared at him fiercely before turning and going into her room. She didn't want to see Su Ming. "Xiaoming is back. Have you eaten? Let me heat up your food." Lin Xiaoyun remained as optimistic and cheerful as ever, and got up to prepare food for Su Ming. "Thank you, Aunt Lin," Su Ming said gratefully. A short while later, Lin Xiaoyun brought the food up and put it back on the table for Su Ming to eat. At the dinner table, Lin Xiaoyun asked curiously, "Xiaoming, how was your trip to Qingzhou? Was it fun? Did you meet anyone you liked?" She was still concerned about Su Ming's marriage. They also hope that Su Ming can emerge from the shadow of his divorce from Wan Shirin. Su Ming smiled and said, "There's nothing fun to do. I just went to the Qingzhou commander election, waited for them to finish the selection and give instructions, and then I came back." Puff. Puff. Upon hearing this, Chu Yingkai, who was drinking tea, spat out the entire mouthful of tea. He couldn't listen anymore. He looked up at Su Ming with a dark expression and shouted angrily, "What else do you want to say? Are you going to keep bragging? You even made an explanation. What explanation did you make? Do you even deserve to participate in the Qingzhou commander election? You're not even qualified to sweep the floor, yet you're still spouting nonsense here. Do you really think our Chu family is honest and will let you deceive us?" 115, Chapter 115. No problem. Chu Yingkai already looked down on Su Ming. A young man, capable of doing anything, who idles away his days and never speaks the truth. This kind of person is even more disgusting than the thugs on the street. Even a slacker knows to make a living with his own hands. Su Ming, on the other hand, only knows how to freeload at their house. If Lin Xiaoyun hadn't kept stopping him, he would have kicked Su Ming out long ago. Now, his daughter Chu Qingqing has been harmed so badly by Su Ming, and this kid doesn't even know how to repent, still here bragging like crazy, which makes him want to go crazy.
I'm not lying.
Su Ming looked at Chu Yingkai with a puzzled expression, wondering why Chu Yingkai was so angry.
Don't you know whether you're lying or not, kid? When I was your age, I was already supporting a family with my own hands. Don't you have any self-awareness? How long are you going to keep this up?
No one is talking to you now, but when you get old, you'll just be a scoundrel when you die. No one will clean up your mess.
Alright, that's enough.
Chu Yingkai's words became increasingly offensive, and Lin Xiaoyun couldn't bear to listen any longer. She turned her head and glared at Chu Yingkai, telling him to shut up. However, she also felt that it wasn't a good thing that Su Ming was always doing nothing productive.
Moreover, although Chu Yingkai's words were harsh, they were not without reason.
Su Ming is young and handsome, and he needs to find a partner eventually. If things continue like this, things will definitely not end well.
Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoyun said to Chu Yingkai, aren't you going to help Qingqing find a job tomorrow? Then take Xiaoming with you and help him find a job too. It's a good thing to let the two young people work together.
I'm not taking him. Chu Yingkai was immediately shocked and furious. This kind of person is more trouble than he's worth. Who would want him? He might even implicate Qingqing. If I had a problem, I'd take him with me.
Nonsense, are you going to take him or not? If you don't, this family will fall apart, and we won't be able to live together anymore.
Lin Xiaoyun also got angry and said angrily. You? Chu Yingkai was so angry that his eyes widened, but he couldn't do anything about Lin Xiaoyun. Enraged, she slammed her hand on the table and stood up. You always use this trick to scare me. Think you'll only be satisfied when this family really falls apart. I'll take him, okay, but if he causes any trouble, you'll regret it.
Chu Yingkai angrily left the living room and went back to his room.
Aunt Lin, I really don't need it.
Su Ming was a little depressed.
He held multiple positions, having to look after the Tianming Chamber of Commerce while also treating his own heavenly silkworm poison. I'm planning to go to the Chang family's place in the next couple of days to check if my blood begonia is doing well. There's no time to worry about work.
Moreover, if the people of the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce knew that he, the king of the 9 provinces, was working a job, what would they think of him?
Su Ming shook his head. I really don't need to work, and I can help Qingqing find a job whichever company in Yunqing she needs to work for, whether it's the top or second best, as long as she asks, I'll arrange it for her right away. Lin Xiaoyun assumed that Su Ming simply didn't want to go to work and was making up these excuses. He immediately said softly, it's okay, just go and take a look. You're fine anyway, right? Just help me out, help Qingqing out.
Alright then.
Su Ming had no choice but to agree. Since Lin Xiaoyun has said so, he has nothing more to say. The next day, Su Ming and Chu Qingqing got into Chu Yingkai's car and headed to Chu Yingkai's workplace.
Dad, why did you bring this kid along? Hasn't he caused me enough trouble?
Chu Qingqing sat in the front seat, turned around and gave Su Ming a disgusted look, her face full of displeasure. Ever since that kid came to the Chu family, nothing good has happened to her. First he was harassed by hooligans, then he was suspended from school, and now he can't even find a job. She suspected that Su Ming was sent by heaven to punish her, that he was her nemesis, her jinx. I don't want to take him. It was your mother who arranged it. If I don't agree, your mother will stop living with me. What am I supposed to do?
Chu Yingkai was furious.
Then he turned around and glared at Su Ming, saying, you brat, I brought you here because Xiaoyun said so, but I've already done more than enough. We're going to meet CEOs and big bosses later, so you'd better shut your mouth. If you ruin my plans, don't blame me, Chu Yingkai, for making you pay.
Su Ming shook his head and remained silent.
Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a building. Chu Yingkai straightened his clothes and led the two upstairs into the conference room. There were 3 people sitting in the conference room, 2 men and 1 woman. They were all dressed in suits and uniforms, looking mature and quite dignified. Upon seeing Chu Yingkai, the 3 of them smiled and said, Manager Chu is here, please have a seat. Chu Yingkai hurriedly sat down with a broad smile. President Wu, President Liu, and Miss Xu, please don't stand on ceremony with me. 3 of you are giving me too much for seats. My honor that you are willing to cooperate with me. Please feel free to name your conditions, and I will do my best to meet them.
Manager Chu was a really straightforward person.
Mr. Wu, the chubby guy, laughed heartily and said, "We don't have any demands some time ago. We want a bid for a piece of land. Construction has already begun on this land as for cooperation. It's very simple. As long as your company invests 2 billion, we'll consider it as your investment. All future promotion and sales of this land will be handled entirely by your company, and for the final marketing, your company can take 20% commission. How about that?" "If there are no problems, we can sign the contract," the three of them said with smiles on their faces. "No problem, absolutely no problem." Xu Yingkai was overjoyed. A 20% commission, that's an enormous fortune. This is clearly a huge benefit. The original agreement was that his company would help with the promotion and he would only receive 10 million. Unexpectedly, these three bosses were incredibly wealthy and generous, offering such a large benefit at once, while Jincheng Company only needed to take 2 billion would be fine. No one would refuse a windfall. If I tell the boss this time, he'll probably allocate the funds immediately. However, this is such a big matter, I need to call the general manager for instructions, Xu Yingkai said cautiously. "No problem, Manager Chu, please go ahead, we'll wait for you." The three of them chuckled and said they weren't in a hurry. Xu Yingkai nodded, smiled, took out his phone, and called his boss, who was also the company manager, to explain the situation. The general manager calmly said, "You were in charge of this deal from start to finish. 2 billion is no problem. 2 billion is nothing to our Jincheng Company, and according to you, the future profits may increase 4 or 5 times. However, since you were there the whole time, I don't know anything else. If anything goes wrong, you'll have to take full responsibility. You negotiate, take the contract back, and sign a liability agreement with the company. We agree to pay 2 billion. Upon hearing that the company had agreed, Xu Yingkai was overjoyed and patted his chest, assuring them, "Manager, don't worry, I can bear all the consequences." "That's fine." The other party hung up the phone. 116, Chapter 116, The Harmful One. Xu Yingkai, beaming, put away his phone and said to the three men, "Gentlemen, the company agrees, let's sign the contract." "That's wonderful, we knew we hadn't misjudged him." The three of them were overjoyed and took out the contract to sign with Xu Yingkai. Su Ming had been watching intently, and now he couldn't help but frown. This contract was signed far too hastily. Have you not seen the planning documents, not seen the land, and not had its value assessed? Based on just a few words from these three people, how can they possibly come up with 2 billion? This looks like a trap. Moreover, it's obvious that if something goes wrong, Xu Yingkai will have to bear the consequences alone. 2 billion, even if Xu Yingkai worked his whole life, he couldn't afford to lose that much if he sold the Chu family. Thinking of this, Su Ming looked up and said, "Wait, can you show us the location of the land and the plans for the buildings you want to build?" This? Hearing this, all three looked up, their questioning gazes falling on Su Ming. The woman frowned and asked, "Manager Chu, who is this?" "Oh, he's my secretary. He doesn't know anything and is just talking nonsense. The three of you, please ignore him." Xu Yingkai hurriedly explained, then turned and glared at Su Ming, angrily saying, "If you don't understand, just shut your mouth and don't talk nonsense here. Do the three bosses need your approval to handle things? If you have nothing better to do, go outside and wait for me." Xu Yingkai was furious. That brat, he's always causing trouble. He was just one step away from securing this huge contract, and if Su Ming ruined it, he would really fight Su Ming to the death. But Su Ming merely frowned and said in a deep voice, "No map, no plan, no assessment. How can we be sure? If it turns out to be worthless, wouldn't we just be swindled out of 2 billion for nothing? How dare you talk like that, kid?" Miss Xu, one of the three, slammed her hand on the table and stood up, pointing at Su Ming and shouting angrily, "The three of us have assets totaling over 100 billion, why would we need to cheat you out of a mere 2 billion? Manager Chu, what kind of people did you bring? Your people are so rude. If they keep acting like this, the contract can't be signed." Upon hearing this, Xu Yingkai turned pale with fright and shouted incoherently, hurriedly trying to calm the three men down, "Please don't be angry, I'll teach him a lesson." Then he turned around, pointed at Su Ming menacingly, and roared, "You're fired now. Get out of here. If you dare say another word, don't blame me for not letting you off the hook." Xu Qingqing chimed in, sneering, "That's right, you don't know anything, yet you spout nonsense here, pretending to be knowledgeable. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Get lost." Su Ming got up,
feeling depressed. If it weren't for Lin Shoyun's sake, he wouldn't bother with their business. He got up and walked out, glancing at Chu Yingkai before leaving. It's not too late to take a good look now, or it will be too late to regret it later. Roll. Chu Yingkai flew into a rage. Su Ming said no more and turned to leave. In the conference room, Chu Yingkai turned back to the three men with a fawning smile. Gentlemen, let's continue signing the contract. By the way, I have another request. My daughter is about to graduate from university, but she still doesn't have a job. Oh, it's nothing, it's nothing. The three men burst into laughter. Mr. Wu patted his chest and assured them, let him come to my company after he graduates. I'll arrange an administrative manager position for him, 30,000 yuan a month. What do you think? Just give me a call when it's ready. Really, thank you, Mr. Wu. Let's sign quickly, then I'll treat the three of you to dinner later. Chu Yingkai was so happy he almost fainted. He accomplished two major tasks at once. His good days are about to begin. Chu Qingqing was also overjoyed and thanked them in return. Thank you, Mr. Wu. And so the two parties signed the contract. However, the three declined the invitation to dinner. Chu Yingkai didn't insist at that moment. He was so happy that he felt like he was sitting on a cloud, and his whole body felt light and airy. Afterwards, Chu Yingkai took Chu Qingqing downstairs and returned to the Chu family with Su Ming. After returning home, Chu Yingkai told Lin Shoyun about it, and Lin Shoyun was overjoyed. With such a large contract, once Chu Yingkai receives his commission, the Chu family will never have to worry about money again. However, Lin Shoyun was still somewhat dissatisfied when she heard that Chu Yingkai had not helped Su Ming find a job. I already said I'd help Xiaoming and Qingqing, but you don't care about Xiaoming's situation at all, and you didn't take my words to heart either. What exactly are you trying to do? Lin Shoyun complained angrily. I've done my best, but this kid is just not up to par. We were just discussing the contract, and he insisted on looking at the CEO's architectural plans. Isn't that just asking for trouble? He almost caused me to miss the contract signing. Who does he think he is to question the business of three top executives? Their architectural plans are trade secrets. Can we just show them to them? The mention of it made Chu Yingkai angry, and he gave Su Ming a long lecture. Is that really the case? Lin Shoyun looked at Su Ming with a puzzled expression. I don't understand why Su Ming would question the boss. A big shot. It would be terrible if he were questioned. Then you really can't blame Chu Yingkai for this. Su Ming calmly said, I suspect there's something wrong with this contract because it requires Jinqing Company to invest 2 billion. If something goes wrong, Uncle Chu will definitely have to bear the 2 billion alone. The consequences will be unimaginable. Bullshit. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Chu Yingkai immediately flew into a rage, pointing at Su Ming and shouting angrily, you're just a greenhorn. What do you know, in business? How can you do business without investing? Do you think you're at home, able to eat and drink whatever you want as you please? Even the bosses of those companies invest their own money, and they're contributing the lion's share. If there's a real problem, won't they also lose everything? On the contrary, this small amount of 2 billion, in the future how much wealth would it bring? Do you know, with your limited knowledge, you probably couldn't even imagine how big that number was, no matter how hard you racked your brains. That's right, I think he's just jealous that our Chu family is about to get rich, so he caused trouble at the scene. I'd love for Dad not to sign the contract. This guy is a menace. Chu Qingqing echoed, looking at Su Ming with a cold sneer and disdain. Although Lin Shoyun was also puzzled, she was overwhelmed by the joy and didn't think too much about it. Smiling, I said, all right, the contract's signed, that's a good thing. Let's stop blaming each other. Let's go out for dinner tonight, have a nice meal. It'll also celebrate Qingqing finding a job. Yay, let's go out to eat. Chu Qingqing jumped up with joy. The Chu family wouldn't listen, so Su Ming didn't say anything more. Afterwards, the family got ready and prepared to go out for a celebratory meal. We drove up to the entrance of a bustling and vibrant hotel. The family was about to go inside when they bumped into a familiar voice at the door. Cousin? Chu Qingqing recognized it at a glance and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Fong Mei? Chu Yingkai and Lin Shoyun exclaimed in surprise when they saw a tall girl at the hotel entrance. 117, Chapter 117 Warning. The stylishly dressed girl turned around, saw Chu Yingkai's family, and immediately smiled broadly. Uncle Chu, Aunt Lin, I didn't expect you to be here too. This is wonderful, my Chu family is having a lucky day today, with one happy event after another. Fong Mei, we just happened to be here for dinner, let's eat together. Chu Yingkai was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear. Okay, Uncle Chu. So the family and Fong Mei went into the hotel, found a seat, and ordered food. Su Ming was also seated at the dinner table and learned that Fong Mei was from the same hometown as the Chu family. Later, the Chu family moved to the city, and Fong Mei went abroad to study, and they never saw each other again. Now, Fong Mei has completed her studies abroad and is the business general manager of a multinational company. She came to Yunqing to discuss business. The Chu Yingkai family was overjoyed to hear of Fong Mei's achievements. Chu Qingqing also looked on with envy. Cousin, you're really amazing. You've become the general manager of a multinational corporation. Given time, you'll be an international CEO too. Unlike me, I'm about to graduate and I've only just found a job. You're still young and so beautiful, you're destined for great things. Fong Mei smiled and comforted her. But if we're talking about beauty, Fong Mei is much prettier than Chu Qingqing. She has a high level of education, a good temperament, and an excellent figure. She has long legs and a tiny waist that can be encircled with one hand. She is an absolute beauty. By the way, Fong Mei, you're very knowledgeable. I just closed a big deal today. Could you check the contract for me to make sure there are no problems? Chu Yingkai smiled, took out the contracts he had signed with the three bosses from his briefcase, and handed them to Fong Mei for review. Firstly, it was to take this opportunity to criticize Su Ming and make Su Ming realize that there was never any problem with the business he, Chu Yingkai, discussed. Let this kid know what kind of clown he is. Secondly, it's also to show off. This was the biggest business deal Chu Yingkai had ever made in his life. Okay, let me see. Fong Mei took the contract, read it through, and said with a smile, the terms of this contract are quite rigorous, they make sense. Upon hearing this, Chu Yingkai smiled smugly, turned his head and glanced at Su Ming with disdain, his sarcasm evident in his words. But Fong Mei paused for a moment, looked at the signature at the end, and said with a smile, however, this contract is not very convincing. It's just a few names hastily signed, without a personal seal or official seal, so it has no legal effect. In other words, if you want to back out, this contract can be treated as if it never existed, Fong Mei said with a smile, putting down the contract. What? Chu Yingkai was taken aback and looked at Fong Mei in surprise. You mean, this contract is fake? It's not necessarily fake, it all depends on the other party's wishes. If they take it seriously, then it's real, and we can have private agreements. But if they think it's fake, then this contract is just a few pieces of waste paper. Fong Mei said with a smile. How could that be? Chu Yingkai was taken aback and began to feel uneasy. He quickly stood up and said, please wait a moment, I'll go out and make a phone call. This is bad. This is very bad. Could it be that Su Ming was right after all? Those three bosses really just wanted to scam him? He rushed outside the hotel, took out his phone, and called the general manager. Over the phone, Chu Yingkai hurriedly asked, General Manager, have you transferred that 2 billion? Yes, I did. You came to the company this afternoon, signed the responsibility agreement, and I applied to the chairman for the funding. What's wrong? There shouldn't be any problems, right? The general manager asked, puzzled. No, it's definitely fine. Chu Yingkai hurriedly changed his words, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He raised his hand to wipe them, finding them icy cold. He returned to his seat with unease, remaining silent, but his expression was not good. Maybe those three bosses just forgot to stamp it. Perhaps those three bosses trusted him and knew there wouldn't be any problems, which is why they didn't stamp it. Chu Yingkai comforted himself with this thought. Lin Xiaoyun and Chu Qingqing were still unaware of what had happened and continued chatting and laughing with Fong Mei. During the process, Fong Mei also noticed Su Ming, who was dressed plainly and simply, and couldn't help but ask curiously, is this Qingqing's boyfriend? I didn't expect Qingqing to have a boyfriend so soon. Chu Qingqing blushed and quickly denied it. No, cousin, don't misunderstand. This boy has nothing to do with me. He's just staying at my house temporarily. How could I possibly be interested in him? Want to stay here? Fong Mei immediately lost interest and didn't look at Su Ming again. There are all kinds of people in this world. There are plenty of guys like Su Ming who freeload off others, and since the Chu family is willing to take them in,
it's not her place to criticize them.
Fong Mei later revealed that the person she was going to meet in Yuncheng was real estate tycoon Luo Hang. The topic of discussion is cooperation on the Yunding Tiangong real estate project. Hearing that Fong Mei was going to meet such an important person, Xu Qingqing became even more envious. When will she be as outstanding as her cousin Fong Mei? After dinner, Lin Xiuyun invited Fong Mei, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, to stay at the Chu family's house for the night and catch up. Unable to refuse Lin Xiuyun's hospitality, Fong Mei agreed, and they stayed at the Chu family's house together that night. That night, Lin Xiuyun, Xu Qingqing, and Fong Mei chatted and laughed until midnight. Chu Yingkai tossed and turned in bed, restless and uneasy. Only then did he feel afraid. 2 billion. If something really goes wrong, how can he afford to bear the 2 billion? When signing the contract, all I thought about was how much money I could make, without considering how serious the consequences might be. No, nothing will happen. Chu Yingkai muttered to himself. I also decided to personally lead a team to the land site tomorrow to see for myself whether it's real or fake. We'll know once we get there. The next day, Jiang Yilan also called Su Ming. King Su, today is Luo Hang's on the day the property is handed over. Luo Hang cordially invites you to attend, insisting that you absolutely must be there. Su Ming had already rejected Luo Hang. He didn't want to get involved in such trivial business matters. However, since Jiang Yilan had already called, he decided to go and take a look. As he stepped outside, he bumped into Fong Mei, who was also preparing to drive away. When Fong Mei saw Su Ming, she couldn't help but smile and ask, "Where are you going? Shall I give you a ride? You probably don't have a car yourself." Su Ming looked around and realized that taking a taxi would be a bit troublesome, so he got into Fong Mei's car. On the bus, Fong Mei asked Su Ming where he was going, and it turned out to be the same destination she was about to go, which made her feel puzzled. But I didn't take it seriously. It's estimated that Su Ming went to work in the direction of the heavenly palace on the clouds. As Fong Mei drove, she said with a smile, "You're about my age, and at our age, it's the time to work hard. Someone like you, without even a place to live, having to freeload at other people's homes, isn't doing you any good. Or are you planning to curry favor with Chu Qingqing and stay in the Chu family for the rest of your life?" Chu Qingqing is her cousin, and she doesn't want Chu Qingqing to be harmed by someone like Su Ming. He casually mentioned that he also intended to warn Su Ming not to have any ideas about Chu Qingqing. 118, Chapter 118 House Grabbing. Why do you think I would be interested in her? Upon hearing this, Su Ming immediately laughed, looking at Fong Mei with amusement. How old is Chu Qingqing? At most, she would treat Chu Qingqing as a younger sister. Besides, Su Ming has a headache just looking at Chu Qingqing's temper. Oh, you think you're so great? Fong Mei said with a somewhat sarcastic smile. It's good to be confident, but don't be blindly confident. If you were truly capable, would you still be living under someone else's roof? If you were truly capable, why don't you buy 2 apartments in the Cloud-Top Palace and live in them yourself? Can you even get in touch with someone like real estate tycoon Luo Hang? So, in the end, you still have no ability, but you've only learned to be stubborn. It's okay to lack ability, but you must recognize your own limitations and not drag others down with you. Fong Mei spoke with a cold laugh, each word clearly intended for Su Ming's ears. Su Ming rolled his eyes. It's not that he thinks he's superior, it's that Fong Mei thinks she's superior, which is why she doesn't care about others. As for someone as self-important as Fong Mei, she would never listen to anything else. Su Ming was too lazy to say anything more. Soon, the car arrived at the entrance of the heavenly palace on the cloud top. As soon as Fong Mei got out of the car, people immediately crowded around her. Manager Fang. Manager Fang. They were all very respectful. Fong Mei smiled and nodded in response, but when she turned her head, Su Ming was nowhere to be seen. That kid probably felt embarrassed to stay by his side any longer, so he slunk away. Fong Mei ignored them and followed the others inside. Where is Boss Luo? Boss Luo is inside, waiting for you. The crowd accompanied them respectfully. Upon arriving at the residential area, they met Luo Hong in a villa. Luo Hong greeted Fong Mei with a broad smile and shook her hand, saying,
President Fong, welcome. Cooperating with a multinational company like yours will allow Yunding Tiangong to open up the international market, so I attach great importance to our cooperation. Mr. Luo, you flatter me. Cloud Palace is the top luxury residence in Cloud City, and it is our company's honor. Fong Mei said with a smile. The two exchanged polite words. Then Luo Hong introduced Zhang Yilin to Fong Mei. Upon hearing that Zhang Yilin was the renowned president of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, Fong Mei was immediately shocked. I never expected the president of Tianming Chamber of Commerce to be such a beautiful woman. In comparison, her pride and excellence pale in comparison to Zhang Yilin's. Whether it's her beauty, temperament, or career status, she is inferior to Zhang Yilin. She's like a budget version. However, she has already entered the international market, and if she can secure the cooperation with Cloud Palace, given time, her achievements will surely surpass those of Zhang Yilin. No matter how capable Zhang Yilin is, she can only live in the small city of Yunqing, and it will be difficult for her to make further progress in her career. Oh, right, Mr. Fong, there's another important person I'd like to introduce you to if you're going to work with me in Yunqing. You can't be unfamiliar with him if you don't know him. You might make mistakes in everything you do, Luo Hong said with a broad smile. Another important figure? Fong Mei was immediately shocked. What kind of top-tier expert could be so highly praised by Luo Hong? A strong sense of curiosity immediately arose in my heart. Luo Hong led Fong Mei upstairs to the second floor, pushed open the door to the living room, and respectfully bowed his head, saying, Your Highness Su, both Ms. Fong and I are here. This property handover requires Your Highness's personal inspection. I will only sign the contract if Your Highness approves. If Your Highness disagrees, I would never dare to cooperate with companies outside Yunqing on my own. This was also the reason why Luo Hong invited Su Ming. He hoped his business would grow bigger and bigger. But now, Su Ming basically calls the shots in the entire Yin city. If Su Ming disagrees, even if he had the guts, he wouldn't dare to sell the house to anyone else. Not to mention collaborating with multinational corporations. King Su? Upon hearing this, Fong Mei slowly raised her head, and when she saw Su Ming's appearance clearly, she was instantly terrified. It's him. He's the big shot you were talking about, Mr. Luo? Fong Mei was struck dumb, her eyes wide open, and she stood there, unable to recover for a long time. This kid who's staying at the Chu family's place is actually the strongest person in Jun City? Fong Mei was so frightened that she stared in disbelief, her mouth agape but unable to utter a sound. Of course, he is the king of the 9 provinces, the leader of the 8 million war god army. Luo Hong respectfully introduced Su Ming's identity. Zhang Yilin walked to Su Ming's side, bowed respectfully, and greeted him, President Su. Then he stood properly behind Su Ming. Fong Mei felt completely numb, her mind went blank. She also recalled what Luo Hong had just said. He would only dare to cooperate with Fong Mei if Su Ming spoke up. This meant that her life and death were now completely in Su Ming's hands. Fong Mei was so frightened that she knelt down on the ground with a thud, her face full of regret and fear. Thinking about the things she had said to Su Ming in the car earlier, she regretted it so much that she wanted to slap herself twice. Su Ming slowly sat up and smiled at Fong Mei. Now, do you still think I look up to Chu Qingqing? Do you still think I'm not qualified to stay in the Chu family? These words are piercing and heart-wrenching. Fong Mei felt ice cold all over. His lips trembled with fear as he said in a panic, Prince Su, I was wrong. I am nothing in front of you, and what I said was just nonsense. Please don't take it to heart, Prince Su. Su Ming smiled wryly and waved his hand. Forget it, I didn't mean to argue with you. Just sign the contract and leave. Yes, thank you, Prince Su. Fong Mei was extremely grateful and repeatedly thanked him. Then Su Ming got up and went downstairs with Zhang Yilin. Once outside, he saw that the opening ceremony of the new Yunding Tiangong residential complex was already underway, with a lively and bustling atmosphere in the crowd. He also saw Wan Shirin leading Wan Jinshan and Luo Hongxia as they squeezed in, seemingly wanting to buy a house. To be able to buy even one house in the heavenly palace in the clouds is a real privilege, a symbol of status. Being able to live here means you've joined the ranks of the top in Yunqing. The standard requirement for ranking on the rich list is owning at least one house in the Cloud Top Palace. Although the Wanjia group has grown large, their status and position have not yet been confirmed. At this moment, Wan Shirin tried every possible way to buy a set, no matter how hard she tried. However, before Luo Heng's houses even went on sale, they had already been reserved by countless wealthy individuals, and the remaining ones were reserved for business partnerships.
There are no extra houses at all. Cheyenne, did you manage to snag one?
Seeing Wan Shirin emerge from the crowd, covered in sweat, Luo Hongxia asked anxiously.
Wan Shirin shook her head. No, the houses are in high demand, they're all reserved, there are no vacancies. If you want to buy one, you can only buy it from someone else, then the price will be different, and you might not even be able to buy one. What are we going to do? Are we going to be disappointed again? Our Wan family has such a large fortune, yet we don't even own a house in the Cloud Palace. It's laughable, especially your younger brother, who dreams of having a house here as his wedding home. Luo Hongxia looked anxious. But I have no choice.
Wan Shirin was also very annoyed and helpless. The Ling family should have called Ling Yun and asked him to help us. Maybe we can buy a house then, Luo Hongxia urged.
Ling Yun? Hearing her mother mention Ling Yun, Wan Shirin's expression turned even more unpleasant. She had already broken up with Ling Yun in Qingzhou at that time. Ling Yun's legs were broken and he was thrown out by the Wang family. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. Now that she has returned to Yuncheng, there is still no news of Ling Yun. She dared not make the call. She feared that such a call would invite retaliation from the Ling family. 119, Chapter 119 Reclaim.
At this moment, Fang Mei, having signed the contract with Luo Hong, also came out. Su Ming's gaze fell on Fang Mei, and his eyes darted around before he asked, now that you have the agency contract, how do you plan to sell the houses you have?
Fang Mei signed agency agreements with Luo Hong for at least 50 houses.
She could dispose of these houses as she pleased, but 70% of the final income would be transferred to Luo Hang.
Simply put, Fang Mei is a senior salesperson. I don't know yet. Fang Mei shook her head, indicating that she didn't have many plans yet.
However, if he wants to make more money, he will definitely prioritize selling to the wealthy and rich, so that he can get a higher commission.
Then let's sell them one. Su Ming pointed to Wan Shirin in the arena and said. Them?
Fang Mei glanced at it, wondering why she would sell it to these people she had never even seen before.
But now that she knew Su Ming's identity, she dared not refuse him when he spoke. He quickly nodded in agreement. Okay, then let's buy one for them. What price would be suitable?
Fang Mei looked at Su Ming cautiously, afraid that the Wan family had some great relationship with Su Ming, so she dared not set a price casually. You decide for yourself, just make sure you don't lose money.
Su Ming nodded calmly.
Good. Fang Mei understood immediately, stepped forward, found Wan Shirin, and sold her a house through conversation. The Wan family was overjoyed, having searched high and low only to find it so easily, and bought the house in full. Afterwards, Fang Mei returned to Su Ming's side and left with him, preparing to return to the Chu family together. But when they arrived at the entrance of the heavenly palace on the cloud top, they ran into Luo Hongxia and Wan Jinshan. Su Ming originally didn't want to pay attention to it and planned to get into the car directly, but Luo Hongxia stopped him. Hey brat, stop right there. Luo Hongxia saw Su Ming, shouted, and walked up to him. Oh, you can still come here. What, do you have a house in the heavenly palace on the clouds? Don't you know your place? How dare you come and go like this? Su Ming frowned but did not reply. Luo Hongxia, arrogant and smug, looked at Su Ming with disdain and sneered, can't you say anything? Let me tell you, we just bought a house in the Cloud Palace. Do you know what that means? It means that our Wan family will be among the top in Yin City from now on, and people like you are nothing but trash under our feet. Luo Hongxia came to show off and also to demonstrate her power. After all, she still remembered what Su Ming had warned the Wan family before he went to Qingzhou. Luo Hongxia is a vengeful person. Now that she has turned the tables, she will naturally humiliate Su Ming when she sees him again. Fang Mei, standing to the side, watched with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. This woman has some nerve. Doesn't she know who Su Ming is? How dare she say such things? They were able to buy a house only because of Su Ming's charity, yet they dare to speak so arrogantly here. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have sold it to this family. Su Ming glanced at Luo Hongxia indifferently, not wanting to pay her any attention, and said calmly, anything else to say? If not, I won't keep you company any longer. After saying that, Su Ming turned and left. Stop.
Luo Hongxia sneered again, staring at Su Ming and saying, "Didn't you say before that if the Wan family didn't return the Night Shining Pearl within 3 days of your return, you would turn my Wan family upside down? Why are you silent now? Have you chickened out, or are you scared? We now own houses in the Heavenly Palace on the clouds. If you're really capable, then keep your word. If you dare to lay a finger on the Wan family, you won't have a place to stay in the entire Cloud City. Useless, all you do is brag." Luo Hongxia was full of sarcasm. Su Ming frowned even more deeply. The reason he didn't cause trouble for the Wan family was because the Songhai Moon Pearl had already returned to his hands, so he couldn't be bothered to argue with Luo Hongxia. But this woman seems to be uncomfortable unless she suffers a loss. He originally gave the house to the Wan family out of consideration for Wan Shireen. But since Luo Hongxia was so unreasonable, he wasn't going to tolerate it. Su Ming immediately turned around, stared coldly at Luo Hongxia, and said, "You asked for this, so don't blame me." Ha 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 ha. Luo Hongxia laughed loudly, her face full of disdain. "Come on, try touching me. Shireen is processing the property paperwork and will be out soon. I'll show you how big the gap is between us. Try touching me." Su Ming smirked, turned to Feng Mei, and asked, "Can we take the house back?" Feng Mei nodded. "It hasn't been transferred yet. I'll just make a phone call and get a refund. Even if it's transferred, I can still take it back." "Fine, then take it back. The Wan family is not worthy of owning a house in the Heavenly Palace on the clouds," Su Ming said coldly. "Clear." Feng Mei had been holding back for a while, so she immediately took out her phone and started making calls. Oh, keep pretending, and you even brought a woman to keep you up this act. Let me see if you brat, have the guts to do this. You think you can take back my Wan family's house? You're nothing." Luo Hongxia scoffed, looking at Su Ming as if he were a clown. He didn't take Su Ming's words to heart at all. A moment later, Feng Mei put down her phone and said to Su Ming, "It's all taken care of. Okay, let's go." Su Ming didn't say anything more and got into the car with Feng Mei. Just then, Wan Shireen walked out of the Heavenly Palace on the cloud top with a gloomy expression. Luo Hongxia, unaware of the problem, said smugly to Wan Shireen, "Shireen, guess who I just ran into? That good-for-nothing Su Ming. That trash was putting on airs in front of me, saying he wanted to take the house back. It was hilarious." "Did he really say that?" Wan Shireen also suddenly looked up, staring at her mother in shock. "Yeah, he even had a woman make a phone call, saying he wanted to take the house back. But how could that be? We've already paid for the house. You think you can just take it back like that? I think that good-for-nothing is just trying to get back what he got from me. It's just to save face. That's why I'm putting on this act," Luo Hongxia said with a look of disdain. "But our house has really been taken back." Wan Shireen stared at her mother in disbelief. He had just gone to complete the transfer of ownership and was only one step away from signing the papers when the other party suddenly told him that they were no longer selling. They received a full refund for the money they paid for the house, but they were unable to purchase another house. Wan Shireen was still wondering where things had gone wrong, whether she had offended someone. As soon as she stepped outside, she heard her mother say these words, which immediately shocked her. Could it be that Su Ming really took back the house? How is that possible? This is impossible, Xian, you're not kidding, are you? Luo Hongxia stared at Wan Shireen in utter shock, her mouth agape, wide enough to fit 2 rotten eggs. Could it be that what that kid just said was true? But how is that possible? Who is that guy? He doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the Heavenly Palace on the cloud top. Why can he just take it back like that? I have no idea. Wan Shireen shook her head blankly, but the house is indeed gone. This. Luo Hongxia looked as if she had been slapped twice, her expression even more unpleasant than if she had eaten shit. 120, Chapter 120 over 50 billion. Just as the 3 members of the Wan family were in a state of shock and confusion, the owner of the Cloud Palace, real estate tycoon Luo Heng, came out. Luo Hongxia rushed forward, anxiously grabbing Luo Heng's hand and asking, "Boss Luo, did you take back our house? We've already paid and we're about to complete the paperwork and sign the papers, but it was inexplicably taken back. You're the only one who could do this, right?" How could Luo Hongxia possibly believe that Su Ming could take back the house with just a word? Luo Heng is the true master of the Heavenly Palace on the cloud top. No one else but Luo Heng should have this right. Luo Hong frowned and glanced at Luo Hongxia, then said in a deep voice, I have indeed reclaimed quite a few houses. Some wealthy people own too many properties, so they need to be reclaimed and remanded. But who are you? Do I know you? We are from the Wan family, and my daughter is the president of the Wan family group. Luo Hongxia hurriedly explained. Wan Jia? Luo Hong smiled dismissively, ignored him, and left with his men. Wan Jia rose to prominence in just 3 years, owning shares in the group and gaining a certain reputation in Yuncheng. But in front of a truly important figure like Luo Hong, he was nothing. So he didn't even bother to say a few more words to Luo Hongxia. Watching Luo Hong leave, Luo Hongxia stood there blankly, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. Not Luo Hong? And who is that? Just then, his son, Wanhua, called. Inside, Wanhua said with great joy, Mom, I have good news for you. I found a house. It belongs to a boss. He happens to have several houses in the Cloud Palace complex that he can't live in all of, so he's willing to sell one to us. Come over right away. Upon hearing this, Luo Hongxia's sorrow turned to joy, and she quickly said to Wanhua, Wait for us, we're coming right away. Then Luo Hongxia hung up the phone and said to Wan Shirin, Wanhua has found a house. Let's go there right away. If we can't buy one here, we'll buy a better one. So the family headed to the address where Wanhua was located. Su Ming and Fong Mei returned to the Chu family by car. On the bus, Fong Mei kept secretly observing Su Ming, and the more she looked at him, the more handsome and dashing he seemed. Su Ming was simply unkempt and didn't take care of himself, so at first glance he looked rough and slovenly, making him uninteresting to anyone. Upon closer inspection, however, one discovers that Su Ming has a distinct profile, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, making him exceptionally handsome. Of course, this could also be due to his status and powerful aura, which completely changed Fong Mei's impression of Su Ming. However, she had no idea that such an important figure lived in the Chu family. Thinking about what I said before, I still feel ashamed. Fong Mei couldn't help but ask curiously, Prince Su, since you have such a status and position, why do you still live in the Chu family? And even if you do live in the Chu family, why don't you tell Qingqing and the others? Last night, late at night, Chu Qingqing was still complaining to her about how useless Su Ming was, how he brought trouble to their Chu family, and how he made Chu Qingqing eat extra meals. These words are what gave Fong Mei a bad impression of Su Ming. I couldn't help but say a few words to Su Ming this morning. But now that they know Su Ming's identity, this isn't a disaster for the Chu family at all, it's practically a godsend for them. Chu Qingqing probably has no idea how much wealth Su Ming has brought to the Chu family. That girl almost got her into trouble. Su Ming glanced at Fong Mei indifferently and said calmly, in the Chu family, I'm just an ordinary person, and I don't want to cause any trouble. Letting them know my identity might not be a good thing. So that's how it is. Fong Mei pursed her lips, not daring to ask any more questions, but her mind was completely on Su Ming. King of the 9 provinces. If she could stay by Su Ming's side, she could have anything she wanted in the future. She made up her mind since she still needed to do business for the time being, she would stay at the Chu family's place during this period and take the opportunity to get closer to Su Ming. Who knows, good luck might just fall into your lap. Upon returning to the Chu family home, Fong Mei and Su Ming entered together. Chu Qingqing frowned when she saw Su Ming return with her cousin. Cousin, will this guy keep pestering you? Don't be fooled by him's all talk and no action, he's got no skills at all. Chu Qingqing gave Su Ming a look of disdain and disgust. Fong Mei raised an eyebrow. How could you say something like that? She truly admired Chu Qingqing's courage, for being able to say such things to the king of the 9 provinces. Is Chu Qingqing completely unaware of what she's missed? She quickly explained, no, that's not true. On the contrary, he helped me out. Otherwise, I might not have been able to sign the contract with Luo Hong. Now I already have 50 apartments in Cloud Top Palace. 50 apartments? Hearing this, Chu Qingqing was overjoyed, but also incredibly envious. Cloud Top Palace, 50 apartments, land. There is incredibly valuable. Cousin, you're going to be rich, with such wealth. You'll be an internationally renowned figure in the future. Chu Qingqing exclaimed enviously. No way. Fong Mei smiled and shook her head. The house belongs to someone else. I am just responsible for selling it and making a small commission. I get 30% commission, and half of that goes to the company, so not much ends up in my hands.
That's still a Lotus single house in the Cloud Palace costs over $1 billion, so 50 houses would be over $50 billion even if you only get a 1% commission, that's still over $500 million.
Chu Qingqing clicked her tongue and exclaimed in amazement.
A single deal is worth over $50 billion, unlike some people who are idle and have probably never seen so much money in their entire lives. Chu Qingqing gave Su Ming a cold laugh, with a hint of smugness, as if the 50 billion yuan belonged to him. Su Ming rolled his eyes, ignored him, and went straight to his room to tinker with the furniture he had brought back from the Chu family.
All you ever do is rummage through your pile of junk. All the trash you have combined isn't even worth half a contract from my cousin, Chu Qingqing, he sneered.
Fang Mei broke out in a cold sweat, glared at Chu Qingqing, and said, Qingqing, stop talking, I want to talk to Uncle Chu. I'd like to stay here with you for the next few days. There's no need to discuss it, cousin, you're one of us, you can stay here as long as you want. Unlike some people, you can't get rid of them no matter what you do. Chu Qingqing said with a smile. Qingqing is right, Fang Mei, you're one of us. We're overjoyed that you're staying here. By the way, there's something I'd like to ask you for help with. Chu Yingkai walked out of the room, dressed in a suit and tie, looking solemn.
Uncle Chu, please speak freely. Fang Mei smiled.
Here's the thing, yesterday you said my contract was both real and fake, and I'm still worried about it, so today I'm planning to go and check it out in person to see what's really going on, but I don't know much about real estate, and you happen to be buying a house, so I'd like to ask you to come with me.
Chu Yingkai explained.
I see, I happen to be free, so I'll go with Uncle Chu. Fang Mei nodded in agreement.
I'm going too.
Chu Qingqing said excitedly.
Where are you going?
Chu Yingkai frowned. I'll be working for those CEOs' companies in the future, so I can go and learn more about them. Besides, I don't want to be alone with certain people.
Chu Qingqing glanced at Su Ming's room with a cold smile. 121, Chapter 121 is a trap. Alright, let's go together then.
Chu Yingkai led the group outside.
Etc.
Fang Mei said something, ran to Su Ming's room door, and knocked on the door.
Su Ming, open the door. With a sweet smile, Fang Mei asked, Brother Pseudo, you want to come with us? I'm not going.
Su Ming shook his head. I told you long ago, that contract has problems, it's a trap, there's nothing to see, going there is a waste of time.
You brat. Upon hearing this, Chu Yingkai instantly flew into a rage.
You eat and live in my Chu family home, yet you never wish me well and even say there's a problem with my contract. You're nothing but an ungrateful wretch.
Chu Yingkai roared. Chu Qingqing also sneered, that's right, he has no self-awareness at all. You'd better not go, or you'll ruin my dad's business again. Cousin, let's go, don't bother with that good for nothing. Then, Brother Su, we'll be going now. Fang Mei apologized to Su Ming. Su Ming nodded, closed the door, and ignored it.
Cousin, why are you being so polite to that kid? With your status, he's not worthy of you speaking to him properly, Chu Qingqing said dismissively.
You don't understand, many things are not as simple as they seem on the surface.
Fang Mei shook her head helplessly. Although Chu Qingqing's attitude towards Su Ming made her very uncomfortable.
But she didn't want to tell Chu Qingqing Su Ming's true identity.
Firstly, I'm afraid of offending Su Ming.
Secondly, she didn't want another rival in love. She was certain that if Chu Qingqing knew Su Ming's identity, she would probably become even more insane than she was. She didn't want to see this happen.
Chu Yingkai led the two to the destination indicated in the contract, but when he saw the scene before him, he was completely dumbfounded. The three CEOs previously explained that this is a green area covering hundreds of miles, and they plan to use it to build a commercial plaza and commercial community.
But all I could see was a barren wasteland and a huge pit.
Not a single blade of grass grew there, and next to it was a huge garbage dump where collected trash was dumped and burned, billowing thick smoke. In a place like this, let alone building a commercial plaza, even if you built a royal palace, nobody would want it.
Chu Yingkai felt a chill run down his spine. Dad, is this the place? Have we come to the wrong place?
Chu Qingqing also found it unbelievable. Although she didn't understand real estate, anyone could see that this wasn't a good place. There might be a mistake. Wait a moment, I'll call the three bosses and ask. Chu Yingkai was sweating profusely, and his heart sank. He took out his phone and called each of the three bosses. The first two phones were switched off, but when I called Ms. Zhu, the woman, the call was finally answered. Hello? Miss Zhu gave a curt hey. Ms. Zhu, I came to the address in the contract, but I found that nothing has been built here at Alice. There a mistake, or is there something wrong with the address? Chu Yingkai asked anxiously and fearfully. What address? I don't know what you're talking about, and who are you? Miss Zhu asked coldly from the other end. I am Chu Yingkai, the manager of Jinxing Company. We just signed the contract yesterday. My company has also transferred 2 billion yuan. What exactly is going on? Ms. Zhu, could you please explain? Chu Yingkai asked, his forehead covered in sweat. What am I explaining to you? We never signed any contract with you. Don't cause trouble for no reason. Are you just a mere supervisor who's obsessed with money? Who am I? If I want to do business, I won't talk to your board manager directly. Why would I need to go through a supervisor like you? Don't call me again, or I'll report you for harassment. After saying that, the other party made a decisive phone call. Beep beep beep. Chu Yingkai stood there blankly, only the dial tone coming from his phone. Dad, what's going on? Is there some mistake? Chu Qingqing frowned, asking with surprise and uncertainty. No mistake, I've been scammed. Chu Yingkai stumbled back 2 steps and sat down heavily on the ground, his face ashen and deathly pale. Then Chu Yingkai's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Dad? Chu Qingqing screamed in terror. Chu Yingkai was already in poor health, and the last time he was suspended from his job and Chu Qingqing was suspended from school, he was so devastated that he was hospitalized. Now they've been scammed out of 2 billion yuan and have to bear all the consequences. This desperate blow nearly cost Chu Yingkai his life. Chu Yingkai was then taken to the hospital, where he fell into a coma and the doctors were helpless. Lin Xiaoyan rushed to the hospital after hearing the news. Upon hearing the situation, she and Chu Qingqing embraced and wept bitterly, the two of them crying their hearts out. Snap! Su Ming pushed open the door to the hospital ward, walked into the room, looked at the scene, and shook his head helplessly. He said it a long time ago. Unfortunately, Chu Ying was blinded by greed and didn't believe him at all. He even angrily accused him of blocking his path to wealth. But such a huge pie doesn't just fall from the sky. Even if it fell, how could it possibly hit Chu Yingkai by chance? Unfortunately, Chu Yingkai failed to grasp these points, blinded by the immense profits. Meanwhile, a group of people broke into the ward. It was Lu Feng, the general manager of Jinxing Company, who arrived with his entourage. It exploded with a loud crack. Lu Feng threw the liability agreement signed by Chu Yingkai in front of Lin Xiaoyan and Chu Qingqing, and said coldly, I have investigated the matter thoroughly. Those 3 are not bosses at all, but 3 swindlers. They cheated our company out of 2 billion. Before this, I had already told Chu Yingkai that he would take full responsibility if anything went wrong. He assured me with his own confidence, and the contracts are all here. You can see for yourselves if you don't believe me. Therefore, the Chu family must bear the full responsibility for this 2 billion. It must be repaid within 1 week, otherwise all the assets and all the people of the Chu family will have to be used to pay off the debt. Lu Feng had a cold expression. He spoke with deep emotion. Lin Xiaoyan and Chu Qingqing, who were already heartbroken, were filled with despair upon hearing this. Manager Lu, we were also scammed. We are victims too. Qingqing's father is seriously ill. How are we going to repay this 2 billion? Please help us think of a way. Lin Xiaoyan knelt in front of Lu Feng and begged. Victim? Lu Feng sneered. Before signing the contract, didn't he consider whether he might be the victim? What victim did he suffer? The money came from our company, and the losses are also the company's. Jinxing Company is the biggest victim. He squandered my trust in him recklessly. Now that you have to pay the price, you're just going to play dead? I'm warning you, even if he's dead, he'd better get up and pay this money back, otherwise, I, Lu Feng, will never forgive you. Lu Feng roared and turned to leave with his men. Only Lin Xiaoyan and Chu Qingqing remained, sitting despairingly by the hospital bed, their faces devoid of any spirit. Mom, is our family finished? Chu Qingqing asked, her face streaked with tears and filled with sorrow and despair. 122, Chapter 122. A city in turmoil. There are 300,000 here. This is your salary card, which you've kept safe. It has about 2 million yuan in it. After Lin Xiaoyun and Chu Qingqing returned to the Chu family, Lin Xiaoyun rummaged through all the drawers and cabinets and took out all the supplies. Then we'll sell the house, which should fetch over $1 million. Adding that to the sale of other valuables in the house, the total will be around $5 million. With tears in her eyes, Lin Xiaoyun said that this was all the Chu family's assets. But all these assets combined don't even amount to a fraction of $2 billion. Chu Qingqing was filled with despair, her heart was ashen, and she sat blankly at the table, unable to utter a word, only tears streaming down her face. Seeing this, Fang Mei couldn't bear it and said to Lin Xiaoyun, "Aunt Lin, I also have some money to spare, and since we just signed this deal, I can get an advance. I can help you with about 10 million.
10 million is equivalent to 2 Chu families.
Fang Mei, as an outsider, has already been very generous. Of course, the main reason is that Su Ming was present. Taking out this money might make Su Ming look at her in a new light.
If I could become Su Ming's woman, this amount of money would be nothing."
"No, how can I take your money? This money is all earned through your hard work. Besides, given the current situation of our Chu family, let alone 10 million, even 100,000 might not be enough for us to repay in the future." Lin Xiaoyun hurriedly shook her head, refusing to accept Fang Mei's money no matter what. Besides, the debt is 2 billion.
Fang Mei's 10 million won't solve anything.
"Aunt Lin, just take it weary all family, let's get through this first," Fang Mei said, holding Lin Xiaoyun's hand to comfort her. But Lin Xiaoyun still refused to accept it. "What's the use?" Chu Qingqing shook her head in despair and desolation. "It only adds up to 15 million, but we owe 2 billion, a whole 2 billion, how can we possibly pay it back?" With tears streaming down her face, Chu Qingqing turned to Su Ming, her eyes red-rimmed, and said, "Didn't you always brag about how amazing you were? Why are you so quiet now? You've lived in our Chu family for so long, shouldn't you repay our kindness now? If you're really capable, help us pay off this debt." Su Ming shook his head, stood up, and said to Lin Xiaoyun, "Aunt Lin, you should go back to your room and rest. I'll figure something out. A little over 10 million yuan really isn't enough to get anything done. You're both in very poor spirits right now, so rest first, and leave the rest to me." Although he didn't want to meddle, and he had already warned Chu Yingkai about these things, it was entirely Chu Yingcai's own fault.
But seeing Lin Xiaoyun in this predicament, he couldn't bear it.
Others may not help, but Lin Xiaoyun saved his life back then, so he has to step in.
We can't just watch the Chu family be destroyed.
Hearing Su Ming's words, Fang Mei felt much more at ease. As long as Su Ming was willing to help, it was no big deal. But Chu Qingqing didn't see it that way, and roared, "You solve it. You solved my ass. You're just spouting nonsense. You should have stopped my dad from signing the contract back then. Instead, you're here offering hindsight advice and pretending to be a good person." "Didn't I stop it? But you don't believe me at all, especially you. Didn't you say I was jealous of your wealth and that's why I caused trouble?" Chu Qingqing's unreasonable behavior annoyed Su Ming, who retorted angrily with a single sentence. This left Chu Qingqing speechless, her face turning bright red. "All you do is bully me and my mom because we're weak and kind. What other abilities do you have?" Chu Qingqing said, her eyes red. Su Ming rolled his eyes, ignored Chu Qingqing, and said to Lin Xiaoyun, "Aunt Lin, you should go back and rest first." "All right." Lin Xiaoyun had no choice but to return to her room, and feeling extremely tired, Su Ming took her back to her room. That very evening, Su Ming called Yi Tang. "Investigate 3 people for me, one surnamed Wu, one surnamed Wang, and a woman surnamed Zhu. These 3 used fake contracts to deceive Chu Yingkai, swindling Jinqing Company out of 2 billion yuan. Find out who these 3 are. I want to meet with them privately. Also, while you're at it, check out Lu Feng, the general manager of Jinqing Company." Su Ming thought about it and realized that Lu Feng also had a problem. How could a company general manager be so lacking in insight that he would approve a managerial position of 2 billion yuan for Chu Yingkai without understanding anything about the company? This just doesn't make sense. "Yes." Yi Tang responded and went to investigate thoroughly. Yi Tang mobilized the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, as well as various forces in Yun City and the intelligence gathering of the War God Army, to investigate almost the entire Yun City. With just 3 people, there's nowhere for them to hide. Moreover, the existence of Jinqing Company's fund transfer records makes it even easier to check. Meanwhile, the 3 men were huddled in an office building, trembling with fear. No one expected that their small contract would cause such a stir in the entire city of Yun, and now the whole city is in an uproar,
with almost everyone outside searching for the three of them. What exactly is going on? It's only 2 billion, so why has the entire Yun city been alarmed? Miss Chu looked flustered and terrified as she stared at the other two. We've never failed before. The Chu family is just an ordinary family, and Chu Yingkai is just a minor manager. How could they have alarmed so many important figures? Now that all the entrances and exits to Lianyun City are blocked, we can't get out at all, and we can't escape. The three of them had originally planned to leave Yunqing and move on to another place once they received the money. Unexpectedly, in just 2 short days, it has already caused such a huge uproar. Have no idea. Mr. Wu shook his head in bewilderment and despair. Logically speaking, the Chu family shouldn't have this ability. Even if a junior manager takes the blame, he'd just have to swallow his pride. Could it be that the Chu family has some extraordinary background, or some important figure in their family? The three exchanged glances, and each could see shock in the other's eyes, shock and fear. Bang! Even so, a loud bang came from the office door, almost kicking the door off the building, and a group of people burst into the office. The three of you have been hiding yourselves very well, but this Cloud City is within my grasp. No matter how well you hide, you are just circling in my palm. Yi Tang stood at the door, cracking a cigarette and grinning maliciously at the three of them. In just 3 hours, he had already located the three of them. 3 swindlers, they can't escape. Who exactly are you? The three of them stood up abruptly, looking at Yi Tang with expressions of horror. Alright, I am Yi Tang, the commander of the Border War God Army, the Azure Dragon War God. The three of you, let's go somewhere else and meet someone. Azure Dragon War God? The three were completely terrified. This is outrageous. They tricked the Chu family, and now they've even gotten themselves into trouble with the infamous Azure Dragon War God. Just who is the Chu family? 123, Chapter 123. Heartless. The three of them were almost going crazy. Yi Tang didn't bother with any more words to the three of them. She immediately ordered her men to handcuff them and break the arms and legs of any who dared to resist. The three were then put into a car, their heads covered, and taken to a warehouse on the outskirts of Yuncheng. The three were tied to chairs. Whoosh! Someone ripped off the hoods covering their heads, and only then could they see what was happening. A huge warehouse, completely emptied of its contents, and not many people were inside. Yi Tang stood on the left, looking at the three of them with a cold smile. Above them, a huge chandelier shone brightly, illuminating the two of them. Under the lights ahead, a man with a straight posture and imposing presence stood. They stood with their backs to them, saying nothing, but a tremendous sense of oppression swept over them, making it almost impossible for the three of them to breathe. If Yi Tang could stand by like a lackey, then the man in front of her must be someone extraordinary. He might even be above the Azure Dragon War God. But when have they ever offended such an important figure? The three of them didn't dare to breathe, their foreheads covered in cold sweat, staring nervously at the man in front of them. Finally, the figure slowly turned around. The three of them were shocked when they saw what the other looked like. It's you? The three of them were so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. This kid is the unassuming fellow that Chu Yingkai brought along when he signed the contract. At the time, Chu Yingkai claimed that she was just his secretary. But now it seems, this is hardly a secretary. Su Ming smiled slightly at the three of them. Gentlemen, how have you been? Have you spent all 2 billion? With such a large sum of money, you must be living very comfortably, right? Who exactly are you? Are you the powerful figure behind the Chu family? The three of them stared at Su Ming with horror and disbelief. How could such a young boy cause such a stir in the entire Yun city? How is that possible? How dare you speak to Prince Su like that? I think the three of you are completely tired of living. Prince Su, what should we do with you? Should I chop off their hands and feet now and turn them into human pigs? Yi Tang laughed cruelly, like a demon. Upon hearing about this incredibly cruel method, the three of them were so frightened that goosebumps rose all over their bodies. Mr. Wu hurriedly shook his head. No, you can't kill us. The money is still in our hands. No one but us can touch that money. If you kill us, you'll never get the 2 billion back. 2 billion, do I care? Su Ming grinned and slowly walked up to the three men, saying, My 8 million war gods army can feed us 2 billion a month.
which is just pocket change for May, didn't bring you here to ask for money. I just want to see who the hell is so bold as to swindle money from me right in front of me.
A million-strong army of war gods, could you be the leader of the army of war gods, the Border King?
Upon hearing this, the three of them finally realized what was happening. That nearly scared me to death. They never imagined that simply swindling a small company in Yunqing would provoke the war god army.
Even the capital of the war god army personally intervened. That's it, they're completely finished today.
Don't even mention 3 lives, 300 lives wouldn't be enough to kill them all.
You three have finally figured it out, haven't you?
Yi Tang sneered from the side.
King of the frontier, we know we were wrong.
Mr. Wu fell to the ground with a thud, chair, and all, prostrating himself before Su Ming and crying out, "We really didn't know you were with the Chu family, otherwise, we wouldn't have dared to harm Chu Inkai even if we had 100 lives. Please, spare our lives." The other two were already too frightened to make a sound, their bodies trembling. They also lay on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy to Su Ming. Su Ming looked down at the three of them coldly. "If I weren't in the Chu family, wouldn't you have ruined our family and caused its destruction? You are only afraid of me, not because you have a guilty conscience. But killing you all like this would be too easy on you. How about this? I'll give you a chance. Tell me, besides you, who else was involved? You'd better tell the truth, my patience is running out." Su Ming stood calmly. Even if the three didn't say anything, he already knew the answer. With those 3 swindlers and their fake identities, it would have been impossible for them to have so easily swindled 2 billion from Jinsheng Company. Jinsheng Company has been operating for decades. It's impossible that they don't even have the ability to distinguish between genuine and counterfeit products. If the 3 of them were able to succeed, there must be someone else interfering.
It's Lu Feng. Lu Feng, the general manager of Jinsheng Company, is the real culprit. The terrified Mr. Wu almost blurted it out.
How could the 3 of us possibly gain the trust of a company? This whole thing was orchestrated by Lu Feng. He directed and staged it all himself, having us pretend to negotiate a contract while he conned the chairman of Jinsheng Company to get that 2 billion as for Chu Inkai. He was just a scapegoat he pushed out.
Mr. Wu spoke in a panic, desperately seeking a chance to save his life. Is that really how it is?
Su Ming smiled and shook his head. With inside help and outside coordination, Lu Feng really did a flawless job. If he hadn't stepped in, the Chu family alone, no, even if Jinsheng Company had thoroughly investigated, probably wouldn't have been able to find out where the problem was.
However, no matter how well Lu Feng planned or how meticulous his scheme was, he probably never expected to provoke him.
Originally, we planned to leave Yunqing immediately after receiving our share of the money, but Lu Feng is untrustworthy. The 2 billion is still in his hands, and he hasn't given us a single penny. Jiang Wang, we are victims too. Mr. Wu and the other 2 tearfully complained of their grievances. Su Ming rolled his eyes.
If these 3 idiots can be victims, then the whole world is a victim.
Su Ming waved his hand, ignored him, and turned to leave.
Prince Su, what should we do with them? Have they been buried?
Yi Tang hurriedly asked. No, it's still useful for now. Lock it up and wait for my orders, Su Ming said calmly, and then left the warehouse.
Yes.
Yi Tang responded respectfully.
The matter has been completely clarified, all that remains is to capture Lu Feng. However, we can't treat Lu Feng the same way we treated these 3.
We have to make that kid admit it himself and expose himself. Only in this way can Chu Yingcai's crimes and troubles be cleared. Otherwise, the Chu family would forever be burdened with a debt of 2 billion and a huge crime. Upon returning to the Chu family, Su Ming kept the matter quiet for the time being.
They didn't even tell Lin Shouyun, because it wasn't time to reveal the truth yet, and if they did, they might alert the enemy.
If Lu Feng notices and runs away, all our efforts will be in vain.
After a night like this, the next day, Su Ming got up and saw Lin Shouyun, Xu Qingqing, and Fang Mei gathered in the living room.
Although breakfast was prepared on the table, neither the mother nor the daughter had any appetite. They just sat there in a daze, their hearts filled with utter despair and heaviness, and they were too exhausted to eat anything. They won't be able to eat or sleep until this matter is resolved. Su Ming didn't stand on ceremony. He walked over, picked up a bowl of white porridge, and started eating the fried dough sticks.
You can still eat, you heartless bastard. Chu Qingqing got angry as soon as she saw Su Ming's appearance.
He's such an ingrate, all he does is freeload and is utterly useless. They were still eating and drinking at a time like this, completely disregarding their lives.
What's the difference between this kind of person and an animal? 124, Chapter 124 Save My Chu Family.
Su Ming grinned. What? You're in debt so you won't eat or live. Even if you're not going to live, you need to eat your fill to have the strength to commit suicide. You? Chu Qingqing's face turned ashen with anger as she stared intently at Su Ming. Yes, Xiaoming is right, let's eat breakfast, we'll have the energy to think of solutions and solve the problem after we eat. Lin Xiaoyun wiped away her tears and comforted him, then stepped forward and picked up her porridge to drink.
Mom, he's just talking without any sense of the situation. It's not like he's the one in debt. If this 2 billion had fallen on his shoulders, he'd probably be crying and begging for his life right now. What a good for nothing.
Chu Qingqing cursed through gritted teeth.
Fang Mei stepped forward and said to Lin Xiaoyun, and Lin, how about I ask real estate tycoon Luo Hong for help?
I'm in a business relationship with Mr. Luo now. If I ask him for help, he might lend a hand.
Although Fang Mei knew Su Ming's identity, as long as Su Ming was willing to help, this problem was a trivial matter. However, she was unsure whether Su Ming, given his status and position, would intervene on behalf of the small Chu family.
So I gave Lin Xiaoyun my suggestion.
Really?
Lin Xiaoyun looked up at Fang Mei gratefully. I didn't expect you to help us so much. As soon as you arrived I don't know how to thank you enough.
It's alright, Aunt Lin, it's what I should do, I'll go try.
After saying that, Fang Mei got up, took her handbag, and went out the door.
Chu Qingqing also immediately thought of a solution. That's right, I can ask my godfather for help with his status. Even if he doesn't help us repay the 2 billion, he should be able to figure this out without any problem.
Then you go. It would be best if you went with her. Xia Ming gets easier to get things done with 2 people.
Lin Xiaoyun looked at Su Ming and said.
She was worried that Chu Qingqing was young and naive and might cause trouble when they arrived, so it was best to have Su Ming go with her.
Okay, Aunt Lin, I'll go with her. Su Ming got up and went out with Chu Qingqing. In fact, all of these are unnecessary. He went, so how could Chen Fengyu dare not show up?
However, he had almost resolved everything, and only the last step remained, to confront Lu Feng.
Whether Chen Fengyu shows up or not is completely unimportant.
However, to put Lin Xiaoyun at ease, I still made this trip.
I don't even know why Mom made you come with me. Someone like you will only cause trouble. I am warning you. When you see Godfather later, you'd better glue your mouth shut and don't say a word. If you harm me, harm the Chu family, I'll haunt you even in my next life.
In the car, Chu Qingqing was angry and furious, glaring fiercely at Su Ming.
Fine, say it, say whatever you want. Su Ming pursed his lips, too lazy to pay attention. A dozen minutes later, they arrived at the Chen family's house. As soon as she entered the door and saw Chen Fengyu, Chu Qingqing rushed over, crying with tears streaming down her face, and cried out, Godfather, save me, save my Chu family. Chen Fengyu was also dumbfounded when he saw Su Ming coming over. He became somewhat panicked and hurriedly helped Chu Qingqing up, asking, What's wrong? Tell me slowly. It's nothing serious, I can handle it. That's how it is.
So Chu Qingqing cried as she recounted the whole story to Chen Fengyu.
After saying that, Chu Qingqing knelt down on the ground with a thud and pleaded with Chen Fengyu, Godfather, you must save me, no one in Yunqing can help us except you.
So that's how it is. Chen Fengyu suddenly realized what was happening and, filled with righteous indignation, coldly retorted, These bastards have the nerve to try and harm you, but... His gaze fell on Su Ming, and he smiled slightly, saying, With King Su here, there shouldn't be any trouble that can't be resolved, so there's no need for me to take action. Chen Fengyu's words were tinged with fear. How could he dare to overstep his bounds in front of Su Ming?
Moreover, although he recognized Chu Qingqing as his goddaughter, it was only because of Su Ming's sake. Actually, he didn't have much contact with the Chu family. Even though he had adopted this goddaughter, they rarely visited each other. Unless Su Ming orders him to take action, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Hearing this, Chu Qingqing assumed it was because of Su Ming that her godfather was unwilling to intervene. She immediately turned around, her tearful eyes filled with anger and disgust, glaring fiercely at Su Ming, and roared, "I knew you were just a piece of trash who would only ruin things. Get out of here, don't let your godfather see you, don't show your face here." You. Chen Fengyu was also surprised. That's not what he meant at all. Xu Qingqing's words were actually harming him, and he was instantly terrified, his expression changing color and his eyes filled with horror. But Su Ming was not angry, he just looked up at Chen Fengyu and said, "Go if you want, you'd better go directly to Lu Feng and find out what's going on." "Aren't you going to shut up?" Xu Qingqing roared, "What nonsense are you spouting? If Godfather were to take action, would he need you to teach him how to do it?" Chen Fengyu was taken aback. Lu Feng? The king of Jiang was hinting to him, suggesting that he go to Lu Feng to resolve this problem. He immediately nodded, okay, don't cry, I'll step and I'll help you solve this problem." Thank you, Godfather." Xu Qingqing was moved to tears and kowtowed to Chen Fengyu in gratitude once more. Chen Fengyu has been dispatched. Meanwhile, Fang Mei found real estate tycoon Luo Hong and explained the situation. Actually, she didn't have much hope. Luo Hong had no relation to the Chu family, and their relationship was just a business partnership. Besides, given Luo Hong's status, how could he possibly show his face for such a trivial matter? Unexpectedly, when Luo Hong heard that it was related to Su Ming, he immediately slammed his fist on the table and stood up, angrily saying, "This is truly lawless. They dare to swindle 2 billion from people in Yin City. They really don't take me. Luo Hong, seriously, at alley must teach these little minions a lesson." So Luo Hong and Fang Mei also went to Jincheng Company. Besides these, there is another person, Lin Langya of Yuncheng. Lin Xiaoyun, the eldest brother of the Lin family. "Last night, I felt desperate and helpless." Lin Xiaoyun then called her family, the Lin family, for help. Lin Langya, the most powerful member of the Lin family, naturally took the lead in helping Lin Xiaoyun resolve her troubles. The two are meeting inside the hotel at this moment. "That Chu Yingkai is so stupid, he fell for such a naive trap, and now you're in a desperate situation. I never agreed to let you marry this good-for-nothing. Now look what's happened, he's ruined you like this." After hearing the whole story, the burly Lin Langya first gave Chu Yingkai a good scolding. Brother, stop talking. What's done is done. Yingkai is lying unconscious in the hospital now. Do you see if there's any way to resolve this? If not, lend me some money. As long as I settle the debt, I'll pay you back slowly later." Lin Xiaoyun said, her eyes red. "I won't lend you the money," Lin Langya said expressionlessly. "Elder brother?" Lin Xiaoyun looked up in shock. Could it be that even her own brother wouldn't help her? "Listen to me, this is clearly a trap. Giving another 2 billion would be foolish. This isn't as simple as just repaying the loan. Let's go. I'll go to Jincheng Company myself, and I'll help you figure it out," Lin Langya said calmly and authoritatively. Therefore, Lin Langya, Chen Fengyu, and Luo Hong, 3 top figures in Yuncheng, all headed towards Jincheng Company. At this moment, Lu Feng, the general manager of Jincheng Company, was still unaware of the extent of the trouble he had caused. He was leaning back in his office chair, legs crossed, looking smugly at the balance in his account. Looking at those countless zeros, I couldn't stop smiling. They also admired their own methods, wondering how clever they were and how they managed to deceive everyone. A single contract netted him 2 billion, who else but Lu Feng could achieve that? 125, Chapter 125, Hidden Talent. "Manager Lu, someone outside is looking for you." A woman named Lin Xiaoyun, and a man with her, I think his name was Lin Langya. The secretary came to Lu Feng's office to report. Lin Langya? Lu Feng immediately understood what was going on. Lin Langya is the head of the Lin family in Yuncheng, and he holds all the power and influence of the Lin family. The Lin family ranks 25th in Yuncheng. They do have some ability. The fact that Lin Langya and Lin Xiaoyun came to his door at this time was probably because of the 2 billion in his possession and Chu Yingcai's crimes. Not see. Lu Feng sneered, dismissing the offer with disdain. "I'm not seeing anyone today. If you ask, just say I'm not here," Lu Feng said coldly. Although he didn't take Lin Langya seriously, he still tried to avoid him at this critical juncture to prevent any unforeseen complications. Once things calmed down, he could transfer all of the 2 billion out of the country. With 2 billion by then, wouldn't he be able to roam freely in Yuncheng, living a life of luxury every night? Why is it missing? Is it because you have a guilty conscience? However, Lin Langya's voice rang out at the door. Lin Langya barged in with Lin Xiaoyun, giving Lu Feng and his secretary no time to react. What are you doing? Stealing? What's wrong with you? Lu Feng raised an eyebrow, revealing a gloomy look, but then put on a smile, stood up with a grin, and said, I've just been running around for the company these past 2 days and I'm a little tired. I wanted to rest for a day. You guys just won't let me have a break. Mrs. Lin, if I'm not mistaken, you're manager Chewing-Sai's wife, right? I didn't even bother to come looking for you, but you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep. What, are you here to repay a loan? Lu Feng grinned, walked to the sofa and sat down. He didn't even bother to greet Lin Langya, and told his secretary to leave without even pouring him a cup of tea. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyun's expression instantly turned ugly. Standing behind her elder brother Lin Langya, she couldn't utter a single word. She didn't understand why her older brother had brought her to find Lu Feng. Coming here, aside from repaying the loan, you probably won't get a single kind word. Asking for forgiveness is even more impossible. That's 2 billion, even for a large company like Jinsheng, 2 billion is no small sum. But Lin Langya remained calm and composed, as if he knew everything. He looked down at Lu Feng and sneered, Don't pretend in front of me. Your tricks are only good for fooling ordinary people. In my eyes, they're as laughable as children playing house. 2 billion, approved on a whim. Does your Jinsheng company run a bank? In the end, you let an ordinary family bear this huge sum of money while you reap the benefits all by yourself. UVE really played your hand. Alright, I'll give you a chance. You obediently hand over the 2 billion, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, you can expect to see me in jail. What does that mean? Could it be that Lu Feng, a company manager, is crying wolf and pocketed the 2 billion? Lin Xiaoyun was filled with doubt and confusion, completely bewildered by the situation. Lu Feng's gaze darkened as he stared at Lin Langya with a sinister look. Who the hell are you, threatening me like this? I approved the loan for Chewing-Kai because I trusted him instead of repaying the favor. You turn around and bite me. Have you no shame, or all the people in your Chu family as shameless as dogs? Come on, I'll show you. After saying that, Lu Feng stood up, walked behind his desk, opened a drawer, took out a contract, threw it on the table, and sneered at Lin Langya. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. This is a liability waiver personally signed by Chewing-Sai. It even has his seal on it. Go ahead and call the police. Call whoever you want with this liability waiver. Even if the King of Heaven himself comes, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Langya frowned, walked over, picked up the letter of responsibility, and looked at it carefully. He never imagined that Chewing-Kai would be so foolish as to sign such a document with Lu Feng. Lu Feng could indeed completely shirk responsibility. This is going to be difficult. Shut up, you piece of trash. You haven't even figured out the situation, yet you dare to come looking for trouble. Originally, your Chu family had 10 days left to repay the loan. Now look what you've done. You like causing trouble, huh? I'll just have to speed things up. 3 days. If you can't repay in 3 days, just wait to be arrested by the enforcement team. At that time, it should be you who are in the prison. Lu Feng's eyebrows danced with excitement, his face fierce as he glared menacingly at Lin Langya and Lin Xiaoyun. Lin Xiaoyun was struck as if by a heavy blow, her face turning pale. Instantly she hurriedly pleaded with Lu Feng, Manager Lu, please give me a little more time. I will definitely find a way to make up for the debt. Going to jail is out of the question. If I really get arrested and go to jail, the Chu family is completely finished, and Qingqing, who is still so young, will be finished too. You asked for this. Your Chu family wants to die, and I'll grant your wish. You only have 3 days. If you can't come up with the money, no one can save you. Lu Feng sneered. These words almost made Lin Xiaoyun collapse to the ground in fright. Aunt Lin, don't be afraid, we're here. Mom, don't worry, our Chu family won't go to jail. Just then, a sound came from the office doorway again. Fang Mei and Chu Qingqing appeared one after the other, followed by Su Ming, Chen Fengyu, and Luo Hang, who also entered the office. The real estate tycoon, Luo Hang? Master Chen Fengyu? Upon seeing these two, Lu Feng, whose face had been fierce, immediately changed his expression. The Chu family must have some great influence to be able to invite these two people. What exactly is going on? Even Lin Langya looked surprised. Could the Chu family really get these two famous figures to come? If that's the case, why bother looking for him? Isn't my younger sister giving me way too much face? Godfather, you have to stand up for us.
Chu Qingqing turned to look at Chen Fengyu and pleaded. Chen Fengyu slightly raised his hand, signaling Chu Qingqing not to panic. Then he slowly stepped forward, his gaze falling on Lu Feng, and asked in a deep voice, "Where is your chairman? Have him come to see me, I'll talk to him personally." Lu Feng's expressions were priceless, changing several times in an instant, like a face-changing act. He doesn't even consider Lin Langya a threat. But the situation is different now. Even Chen Fengyu and Luo Hong have come in person, which is beyond his ability to handle. But you can't panic in this situation. If you do, you'll only make things worse. Lu Feng nodded. "So it's Mr. Chen, please wait a moment." Lu Feng walked to his desk, picked up the phone, dialed the internal line, and said to his secretary, "Notify the chairman to come to my office. Tell him that Mr. Chen from the Chen family and real estate tycoon Luo Han want to see him." "Yes." A short while later, Jin Quan, the chairman of Jincheng Company, scurried into Lu Feng's office. Upon seeing the several important figures standing in the office, they were all terrified and hurriedly bowed and scraped as they received them. "Mr. Chen, Mr. Luo, please have a seat, and Mr. Lin, please have a seat too. I never expected that my small Jincheng company would have such an honor to have such distinguished guests as you esteemed bosses." Jin Quan's face was full of flattery and obsequiousness. Lu Feng stood to one side, his expression grim. He never expected that the mere Chu family would alarm these people. Now things are getting a bit complicated. This seems to be more than just a matter of 2 billion. But the Chu family is just an ordinary family. Chu Yingkai has only ever worked as a supervisor in their company for half his life. What merits does he have to alarm these people? Could it be that the Chu family is hiding their true strength? 126, Chapter 126 Embezzlement. The group sat down. This matter would have been better resolved by Luo Hong, who was of the highest status. However, since Chen Fengyu is Chu Qingqing's godfather and has a closer relationship with the Chu family, he was the one to step in and resolve the issue. "Mr. Jin, I won't beat around the bush with you. 2 billion isn't much for your company, but it's devastating for an ordinary family. Besides, we're all victims in this, so let's not hurt each other. How about we just forget about the 2 billion, I'll keep a close eye on your Jincheng company's business from now on." Chen Fengyu sat upright, exuding an air of authority. His words did not sound like a discussion, but rather a direct order. Normally, no company would refuse. Although they lost 2 billion, they gained the favor of the Chun family, and the future benefits are unknown. This is truly a blessing in disguise. But Jin Quan is not a normal person. He grinned awkwardly. "Since Mr. Chen has personally spoken, of course there's no problem. 2 billion is a small amount, but if word gets out that my prestigious Jincheng company has been cheated and doesn't dare to pursue the matter, wouldn't Jincheng company become like a lamb to the slaughter? And this matter isn't even clear yet. How could those 3 sign the contract so easily and get money from me? It's all because of Chu Yingcai's reputation. I don't even know if the Chu family is in cahoots with those 3 bastards. When I, Jin Quan, do things, I always believe in better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. I can forego the 2 billion, but we need to get to the bottom of this and let the outside world know that Jincheng company is not something you can just cheat." "You're talking nonsense." Upon hearing this, Chu Qingqing flew into a rage. "My dad isn't with them, he was devastated after being scammed and is now in a coma. How could he be in their group? Don't wrong us." Chu Qingqing's eyes instantly turned red with anger. "Who knows, what a coincidence, he fell into a coma after the accident. Who knows if he was just lying there waiting to get his share of the money." Jin Quan sneered and glanced at Chu Qingqing with disdain. "That's right, if you're upright, you have nothing to fear. Who can guarantee that Chu Yingcai isn't just feeling guilty, which is why he fainted?" Lu Feng also joined in the mockery. "He absolutely cannot let this matter be settled so easily. Wouldn't that render his carefully crafted scapegoat useless? You're spouting lies." Chu Qingqing was so angry she was about to go crazy. She felt incredibly aggrieved and upset to be falsely accused of such a crime. "Whether you're slandering me or not, you know better than anyone else, right? If you weren't guilty, why would you be looking for help everywhere? You even troubled Mr. Chen and Boss Luo to step in. You two have trusted the wrong people. Some people aren't worth helping. Why don't we just bring Chu Yingcai here for a face-to-face confrontation? I have his full authorization letter here." Lu Feng grinned coldly and threw the contract in front of everyone again. Chu Qingqing and Lin Xiaoyun were speechless. The most crucial part of the whole thing was this letter of responsibility, which was personally signed and stamped by Chu Yingkai, who also patted his chest and guaranteed it.
With this, Lu Feng isn't afraid of anyone who comes. Chen Fengyu and Luo Hong were speechless.
Even considering their status and position as top figures in Yunqing, they found it difficult to speak up in this situation.
No matter how high one's status, one cannot be unreasonable and simply use power to oppress others. They're no different from those three swindlers.
Godfather, please help us. Sensing the sudden change in atmosphere, Chu Qingqing, in a panic, burst into tears and knelt before Chen Fengyu, saying. Chen Fengyu grinned, scratching his head, completely at a loss for what to do. Finally, Luo Hong spoke up, his gaze swept over Lu Feng and Jin Quan, saying, how about this, I'll cover the 2 billion, and we'll just let this matter rest, let's pretend nothing ever happened.
2 billion is just a house to Luo Hang.
But it's not a small amount. He said this not for the sake of the Chu family, but simply because Su Ming was present. He was willing to spend the money so that the king would have some goodwill towards him. The 2 billion was well spent.
Thank you, Mr. Luo. Lin Xiaoyun immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Luo Hang.
No. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng refused on the spot, waving his hand and sneering, Mr. Luo is rich and powerful, 2 billion is indeed nothing to you. However, one should take responsibility for one's actions. This is originally a matter for the Chu family. Mr. Luo, what if you give us the money and then come after us for it? We can't afford it.
Yes, this is not as simple as just who pays the money.
Jin Quan also spoke coldly.
You ungrateful wretch. Luo Heng's face also darkened instantly.
This tiny little company was being so persistent that Luo Han was starting to lose patience.
We're just being reasonable.
Even when Luo Han was angry, Luo Feng did not back down in the slightest.
Then let's reason things out.
This stalemate couldn't go on in the crowd. Su Ming, too lazy to waste any more time, slowly spoke and walked out with a smile on his face. Chu Qingqing and Lin Xiaoyun were both taken aback when they saw that it was Su Ming who spoke. These two are so troublesome that even Luo Hong and Chen Fengyu couldn't get through to them. Su Ming shouldn't cause any trouble at this time. Chu Qingqing shouted at Su Ming, don't speak, shut up. You have no right to speak here. Lin Xiaoyun also shook her head, Xiao Ming, this has nothing to do with you, so don't get involved and drag yourself into it. Lu Feng and Jin Quan were even more sarcastic and disdainful when they saw that Su Ming was not good looking. So, it seems any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to act so arrogantly in front of us, we need to get to the bottom of this. Lu Feng said with a sneer.
That's exactly what I've been waiting to hear.
Su Ming remained calm and smiled as he called out to the door, let them in. Following Su Ming's words, as soon as the words fell, Yi Tang, accompanied by 3 others, led President Wu, President Wang, and Miss Xu into the office. With a thud, the 3 of them were so frightened that they immediately knelt on the ground. Upon seeing the 3 people, Lu Feng's expression changed, and he instantly took a few steps back in terror.
You, all of you? Cold sweat poured down Lu Feng's forehead. What are these 3 guys doing here? Manager Lu, don't panic. Didn't you want to reason with us? You should know these 3 people, right? Su Ming asked Lu Feng with a smile. No, I don't know them.
Lu Feng shook his head like a rattle drum, his face completely bloodless.
But they know you. Su Ming grinned and looked at Yi Tang. Yi Tang understood, stepped forward and kicked one of them hard, shouting, why don't you tell us everything? Do you want me to do it myself? The 3 men trembled with fear and hurriedly raised their hands, pointing at Lu Feng in shock and anger, saying, it was him, it was Lu Feng who orchestrated this whole thing, colluding with us to use the contract to earn that 2 billion, he ordered us to do it all, otherwise, how would we have had the ability and the guts? What?
Upon hearing this, everyone present changed their expressions. Few people present could have guessed that Lu Feng himself had stolen the goods. Lin Langya was the only one who vaguely sensed it, but it was just a guess.
127, Chapter 127, The Real Big Shot.
As for Chen Fengyu and Luo Hong, they knew nothing about it and were just there to make a show of things.
Unexpectedly, Lu Feng was the real culprit.
No wonder they always disagreed with their amicable settlement. Even when Luo Han was willing to pay money, the other party still refused. Now the truth has finally come out.
Even Chairman Jean Quan was shocked, turning to look at Lu Feng. "It's you?"
Lu Feng stumbled back several steps, his back slamming against the glass window with a thud. He shook his head in panic. "No, they're framing me, they're trying to pin this on me. Don't know them at all."
"I knew you'd say that."
Of the three, Mr. Wu sneered, took out his phone, and started recording. The recording played was the sound of Lu Feng meeting with the three of them and plotting something.
"I was afraid you'd deny everything afterward and pocket the money, so I kept this in mind. What do you have to say now?"
Mr. Wu gritted his teeth and sneered at Lu Feng. "You bastard!" Enraged and nearly going berserk, Lu Feng lunged at the three men with bloodshot eyes, baring his teeth and claws. "You three beasts, what good does betraying me do you? You fucking wanna die, I'll fight you to the death." However, before Lu Feng could even reach the three of them, he was kicked away by Yi Tang. Yi Tang, as the supreme war god, can kick with a force of nearly 1,000 pounds.
Lu Feng was kicked so hard that he vomited blood and passed out on the spot.
Jean Quan was left standing there dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to utter a sound.
Su Ming nodded slightly to Yi Tang.
Yi Tang immediately pulled the three of them and turned to leave.
"Director Jean, didn't you want to find out the truth? Now that the truth is out, are you satisfied?"
Su Ming looked up at Jean Quan with a smile. Jean Quan collapsed to the ground with a thud, his face deathly pale. He never imagined the truth would be like this. Now he finally realized why Lu Feng had been praising Chuingsai's abilities and telling him how credible and profitable the contract was. It turns out I'd been subtly setting a trap for him all along. The goal was to make him completely convinced of the contract, which is why he agreed to allocate 2 billion. That's why he felt deeply betrayed after the incident. That's why he took his resentment towards Chu Yingkai out on the entire Chu family. In reality, the betrayal he felt was nothing more than a construct created by Lu Feng. Now that the truth has come out, everything feels like 2 slaps to his face.
Jean Quan, his face flushed and filled with fear, crawled to Chen Fingyu and Luo Heng, kowtowing repeatedly. "Master Chen, Boss Luo, I'm so sorry, I really didn't expect things to turn out this way. If I had known, I would never have dared to disturb you too." Filled with remorse, he raised his hand and slapped himself twice, the slaps resounding loudly. "Idiot!"
Luo Heng lost interest, feeling it was a waste of time. He glanced coldly at Jean Quan and turned away.
"Boss Luo, wait for me." Feng Mei chased after her. Chen Fingyu stared at Jean Quan, his expression icy, and said, "You should apologize not to us, but to the Chu family. You almost caused an entire family to be destroyed. How dare you be the chairman? You have no brains at all."
"Yes, yes." Jean Quan hurriedly kowtowed to Lin Xiaoyun and Chu Qingqing to apologize. Lin Xiaoyun, being kind and compassionate, quickly comforted him. "Boss Jean, you're a victim too. It's alright, we'll get to the bottom of this." Then Chen Fingyu, Lin Xiaoyu, Chu Qingqing, and Lin Langya all got up and left. Before leaving, Lin Langya glanced at Su Ming with a puzzled look, but didn't say anything more. Only Su Ming remained in the entire office. Jean Quan let out a breath, sat on the ground, shook his head and smiled bitterly.
"I never expected that the mere Chu family could actually get Chen Fingyu and Luo Heng involved. Lu Feng deserves to die. But this guy is too blind. He didn't even understand the strength of the Chu family before daring to use them as scapegoats. He deserves to end up like this," Jean Quan said sarcastically. "It seems you feel no shame whatsoever. You only think that you ended up like this because Lu Feng wasn't smart enough, or because you were less powerful than him?"
Su Ming looked at Jean Quan with a mocking smile.
"Otherwise what?"
Jean Quan looked up at Su Ming with disdain, not taking Su Ming seriously at all. Luo Heng and Chen Fingyu are here, so he should indeed show them respect and repent, but as for Su Ming, an unknown nobody, he doesn't need to pretend anymore. He sneered disdainfully. "If I had Luo Heng's strength, or if I were ranked number 1 on the rich list, would the Chu family dare to cause trouble today? If I wanted them dead, wouldn't they be dead already? In the end, it's all because of that idiot Lu Feng who messed with the wrong person." Jean Quan sneered, regretting that his power was not great enough. Indeed, power can crush anyone, but if you have no conscience, you're nothing more than a pawn being manipulated. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. "Who the hell are you?" Jean Quan was somewhat embarrassed and angry. He stood up abruptly, just as he was about to vent his resentment. Seeing Su Ming still gossiping here, he was immediately furious. You idiot, lecturing me now. I can kowtow and apologize to the Chu family because they have Luo Hang and Chen Fingyu backing them up, but who the hell do you think you are, daring to talk so arrogantly in front of me? Do you want to die? Believe me, I'll make an example of you right now. Jean Quan was so angry that he wanted to attack Su Ming. Su Ming grinned and asked jokingly, you really are an idiot. Can't you think about why the Chu family was able to get Chen Fingyu and Luo Heng? Why should those two give such a big face to a small family like the Chu family? Oh? Jean Quan looked at Su Ming as if he were an idiot, grinned and said, so you mean they only came because of you? You're the most awesome one, huh? Jean Quan was so angry he wanted to laugh. You can think that way, Su Ming said with a smile. What a fucking idiot. Jean Quan was furious and shouted towards the door, men, grab this piece of trash and throw him out. As Jean Quan shouted, Yi Tang reappeared at the office door. Approaching Su Ming, he bowed respectfully, Your Highness Su, those three fellows have been taken away and executed. They will never appear again. Su Ming nodded slightly, his gaze falling on Jean Quan and the unconscious Lu Feng, and smiled, now, only these two remain. Jean Quan's eyes narrowed instantly, his face turned pale, and he stared at Su Ming in utter shock. Su, King Su? In that instant, Jean Quan felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his scalp tingling, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Is what this kid is saying true? Oh, you recognized him, that's right, he's the Borderland King, the king of the 9 provinces. I didn't expect a small company owner like you to have such a good eye. Yi Tang smiled at Jean Quan, but her eyes were exceptionally bloodthirsty and cruel. Bang! Jean Quan's legs went weak, and he knelt straight down on the ground. He finally understood. Why would a small family like the Chu family get Chen Fingyu and Luo Hong to step in? So, the real big shot was here. King of the 9 provinces? Oh my god. Jean Quan almost fainted from fright. 128, Chapter 128. The Small Chu Family, Abundant Treasures. The Chu family. Su Ming sat together with Lin Xiaoyun, Chu Qingqing, and Lin Langya. As for Luo Hong and Chen Fingyu, they went back as soon as they finished their business. Originally, this was just a matter of them showing their faces, and it wouldn't have much impact on them personally. Lin Langya, however, had time and even sat down to meet with Lin Xiaoyun and her daughter. As for the Jincheng Company incident, it was Su Ming who ultimately cleaned up the mess. Jean Quan was guilty, but not guilty enough to warrant death. Su Ming only gave him a lesson and then let the matter rest. The culprit, Lu Feng, has been arrested by the law enforcement team. Yi Tang will handle it personally. Even if they don't die, they probably won't be able to get out again. This matter is now over. Chu Yingkai, however, remained unconscious while lying in the hospital. Uncle, you're amazing, you guessed it all along, didn't you? That's why you arranged for those 3 guys to be brought here to confront Lu Feng, so that Lu Feng wouldn't have a chance to refute you. Chu Qingqing looked at Lin Langya with admiration. In reality, the arrest of those 3 people at Jincheng Company was all arranged by Su Ming, and Lin Langya knew nothing about it. His role in the whole affair was not even as significant as Luo Heng's and Chen Fingyu's. His status and position were also inferior to the 2 of them. If it weren't for their arrival, Lu Feng probably wouldn't have taken Lin Langya seriously at all, and might have kicked Lin Langya and Lin Xiaoyun out long ago. But now that Chen Fingyu and Luo Heng are not here, the credit has fallen on Lin Langya alone. As for Su Ming, Chu Qingqing simply couldn't believe that Su Ming had done it. If Su Ming really had that ability, the Chu family wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Lin Langya didn't explain, but just smiled and pretended to be confused, saying, it's just a small favor. Besides, if I don't help Xiaoyun, who will? Uncle, you're amazing. Chu Qingqing was extremely excited. Then how did you know it was Lu Feng who stole the goods and made arrangements in advance? Chu Qingqing asked curiously. Lin Langya was speechless. He coughed twice to cover it up and said with a smile, those guys, that's all they're good for. They'll do anything for a little money. The whole thing only involves a few people, it's not hard to guess. I see. Chu Qingqing suddenly realized. Upon closer reflection, it is indeed true the only people involved in this contract were her, Su Ming, the three swindlers, her father, and Lu Feng.
My father was the victim. He fell into a coma after the incident.
Needless to say, there were three swindlers. In the end, only Lu Feng is left. If Lu Feng is innocent, then working with Jinqing Company to investigate the other three shouldn't be a big problem. But Lu Feng's inaction immediately made people suspicious of his actions. However, before this incident, they were all burdened with a debt of 2 billion yuan, and no one could think calmly. I don't think that's the case at all. Lu Feng is so confident and fearless that no normal person would doubt him. If he had a guilty conscience, he would have already transferred the money and run away.
Su Ming grinned.
Upon hearing this, Lin Langjie raised an eyebrow, glanced at Su Ming, and asked in confusion, "Who are you?"
Him, he's a good-for-nothing.
Xu Qingqing immediately curled her lip, glanced at Su Ming disdainfully, and sneered, "All you do is offer hindsight advice after the fact. If you're so smart, why didn't you say anything when you were there? We still had to rely on your uncle's help. Useless thing. Stop spreading rumors and making people sick. You said you'd take responsibility, but what have you done?" Xu Qingqing looked at Su Ming coldly, her eyes full of sarcasm. Su Ming rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue with Xu Qingqing, and shook his head, saying, "Then you two chat, I'm going to sleep first." After saying that, Su Ming turned and went back into the house. Running away after being exposed, you'll never amount to anything.
Xu Qingqing sneered.
Qingqing, stop talking. Xiaoming also contributed a lot to this. Lin Xiaoyun glared at Xu Qingqing and said, "What did he do? He just stood by and watched. What an ingrate."
Xu Qingqing scoffed.
Forget it, it's all in the past." Lin Langjie quickly tried to dissuade him, then said with a smile, "Actually, there's something else I'd like to ask for your help with." "What is it, uncle? Just tell us. We won't hesitate to do anything that we can do."
Xu Qingqing was overjoyed and readily agreed.
"It's very simple. It's this Bagua mirror in your house." Lin Langjie stood up, slowly walked to the wall on one side of the living room, reached out and took down the Bagua mirror, grinning as he said, "Could you sell me this? I recently renovated my house and need an antique to ward off evil spirits, but I'm not a collector. I don't have many antiques. You happen to have one here, could you?"
Lin Langjie looked hesitant and embarrassed.
But a barely perceptible smile played at the corners of his mouth.
He'd had his eye on this for a long time.
While others might not notice, he could tell at a glance that there was a piece of Xianhuang jade of extraordinary value inside the Bagua mirror. If this thing were sold, it would fetch at least several hundred million. It's a shame that the Chu family doesn't recognize jewels in jade. They just hung them on the wall as ordinary old goods. What a waste. However, these belonged to Chu Yingkai, and Chu Yingkai had never been willing to sell them before. Now that Chu Yingkai is in a coma, the Chu family is left with only an orphan and a widow, and Lin Xiaoyun is still her younger sister. This is undoubtedly the best opportunity. Sure enough, upon hearing Lin Langjie's words, Xu Qingqing burst out laughing. "I thought it was something big. This piece of junk, uncle. You can take it if you want. You've done us such a big favor. 2 billion, I don't even know how many tons of this kind of garbage you could buy. And without my maternal uncle, our Chu family is finished." Lin Xiaoyun smiled and nodded in agreement, saying, "Qingqing is right, brother. If you want it, just take it. Don't talk about selling it. This thing isn't really useful anyway."
"How can that be? Even though they're family, I can't just take it for free. Wouldn't that be shameless? How about I give you 20,000 yuan, consider it a purchase?" Lin Langjie laughed heartily as he spoke. 20,000 yuan? Xu Qingqing almost bit her tongue. She never dreamed that this piece of junk could sell for 20,000 yuan. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Uncle, it's wonderful that you're willing to buy it. Don't even mention 20,000 yuan, 10,000 yuan is fine too." "No, it has to be 20,000. Lin Langjie, with an air of absolute authority, immediately took out 20,000 yuan in cash and placed it on the table. Upon seeing the bright red 20,000 yuan, Xu Qingqing's eyes widened and lit up. The Chu family is currently going through a difficult time. Their father is still hospitalized. With these 20,000 yuan, I don't know how much pressure it has relieved. But if Xu Qingqing knew that the Bagua mirror and Xianhuang jade could sell for hundreds of millions, she might cry herself to death. After paying the money, Lin Langjie was also very happy, but when he turned his head,
he saw that there were still a lot of things piled up in the storage room next to the balcony.
Those things immediately caught Lin Langya's attention.
Lin Langya quickly went over and turned on the light in the storage room, only to find it filled with all sorts of treasures. Chairs, stools, a dressing table, a mirror, and a silk quilt.
Each one is a rare treasure. Oh my God!
Lin Langya was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth.
129, Chapter 129. Are you qualified? Where did this small Chu family get so many treasures?
He could make a fortune from just one of these things, let alone all of them.
Tisk tisk. Lin Langya clicked his tongue in amazement. What's wrong, uncle? Hearing Lin Langya's commotion, Chu Qingqing came over and asked with a puzzled look. These things.
Lin Langya was momentarily speechless. He really wanted to ask who these things belonged to. Chu Qingqing glanced at it and laughed disdainfully. This garbage isn't ours. I told them to throw it out a long time ago. That kid still moved it in, blocking the whole room. It's so annoying to look at.
Rubbish? Lin Langya's eyes widened like copper bells. Each of these is a priceless, rare treasure. They actually called it garbage? Is Chu Qingqing showing off to him? Wrong.
Lin Langya turned his head and glanced at Chu Qingqing's expression, confirming that Chu Qingqing really regarded these treasures as trash. Lin Langya's eyes darted around frantically, countless thoughts racing through his mind. If the Chu family can treat this antique Bagua mirror as trash, then they probably really don't recognize these things.
This is undoubtedly another opportunity to get rich quick.
Moreover, it's not just about getting rich overnight. If you own these things, any one of them can cause a sensation, and your power and status will rise accordingly. It's not just about money. Thinking of this, Lin Langya outwardly regained his composure, looked at Chu Qingqing with feigned ease, and grinned. They are indeed quite an eyesore. How about this? My new house is also lacking some furniture. Sell all these things to me. I'll offer 200,000 for them all.
200,000? Chu Qingqing was so shocked her jaw almost dropped. Was his uncle a sucker? Do you have so much money you don't know what to do with it? They actually spent 200,000 to buy this pile of junk?
The Bagua mirror from earlier, though not valuable, is quite old, and my uncle is willing to pay 20,000 yuan for it, which I understand.
Why should Su Ming spend 200,000 on these worthless items?
Chu Qingqing stared in disbelief at Lin Langya and asked in shock, Uncle, are you sick? Why did you buy all this junk?
How can you talk like that? I just like collecting old things. Just tell me if you're selling or not, and if you're not, I won't ask anymore. Lin Langya pretended to be angry. Sell, of course we'll sell. Chu Qingqing readily agreed.
Are you kidding me? Selling this pile of junk for 200,000? I'd be laughing in my sleep.
It would also be a good deed for my powerful uncle, so why not?
If Su Ming knew that she helped sell this pile of junk for 200,000 yuan, that kid would probably kneel down and thank her.
So Chu Qingqing took it upon herself to agree.
But then Lin Xiaoyan walked over and shook her head, saying, Qingqing, shut up. These things don't belong to us. They belong to Xiaoming. Whether you sell them or not isn't up to you. Don't touch other people's things. Then, looking apologetic, she said to Lin Langya, Brother, I'm sorry, these things aren't ours. We can't make the decision otherwise. We would have sold them to you.
Whose is that, Xiaoming? Who? Lin Langya asked in surprise.
Although he pretended to be indifferent, he was actually burning with desire for these treasures. That's the kid who was making sarcastic remarks earlier. Uncle, I'll call him out for you. He'll definitely agree to sell. Chu Qingqing turned around, ran to Su Ming's room, and knocked on the door repeatedly.
Su Ming opened the door, glanced at Chu Qingqing, and asked irritably, What? Want to sleep with me? Missing you my foot. Chu Qingqing was so angry that she was practically fuming. She glared at Su Ming and said angrily, Your pile of junk has caught my eye. My uncle is offering you 200,000 to sell it. Hurry up and come out. You've struck it rich this time. Only my uncle is rich enough not to care otherwise. Who would want your junk? 200,000? Hearing this, Su Ming grinned. Even adding several zeros wouldn't buy one of his items, yet he wants to buy it for 200,000. That idiot is still dreaming. Seeing Su Ming smile, Chu Qingqing assumed that Su Ming was also pleasantly surprised by the sky-high price of 200,000.
He immediately curled his lip in disdain. You've never seen so much money in your life, have you? Then hurry up and come out to greet your uncle. Okay, I'll tell him whether he'll sell or not. Su Ming sneered as he walked out and went to the living room to face Lin Langya. When Lin Langya saw Su Ming, he finally gave Su Ming a proper look. Seeing that Su Ming was dressed cheaply and didn't look like he could have 200 yuan, he immediately understood. Smiling, he said, young man, I'll buy your furniture, it's just taking up space here anyway, and it's hard to get rid of it. Sell it all to me, I'll offer 200,000, and if you think that's not enough, I'll add another 100,000. Add another 100,000? Oh my god. Shu Qingqing was so excited she was almost going crazy. So it's true that fools sometimes have good luck. She thought Su Ming would never amount to anything in his life, but unexpectedly, his luck turned around, and he was able to earn 200,000 or 300,000 yuan just by staying at home. Her eyes welled up with envy. However, Su Ming grinned, slowly raised his head, looked at Lin Langya mockingly, pulled out a check from his pocket, and said with a smile, you're from the Lin family, right? How much is your Lin family worth? Name your price, and I'll buy it for you, and I won't offer any discounts. You can name your price, are you willing? You? Lin Langya was instantly stunned. Shu Qingqing and Lin Xiaoyan also remained where they were. What is this guy doing? Crazy? Is something wrong with you? Lin Langya kindly wanted to buy his junk, and he actually said something like that. Did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? Shu Qingqing, in particular, looked at Su Ming as if he were an idiot. Are you out of your mind? If you're out of your mind, go see a doctor. Your uncle was just trying to be nice and bought it for you. Are you crazy? How can you talk like that? Su Ming just sneered, staring at Lin Langya with a sarcastic look. Everything he has here is priceless. This guy clearly knows the value of these things, which is why he wants to buy them. But knowing this, and still saying something like buy it all for 200,000, isn't that treating the Chu family like fools? It's not important that the Chu family is treated like fools, what's important is that this guy's behavior treats him like a fool as well, a blatant insult. Then he would naturally have to show Lin Langya a bit of his attitude. Are you qualified to buy my Lin family's property? Lin Langya looked at Su Ming with some annoyance. Are you qualified to buy my stuff? Su Ming asked with a smile. You? Lin Langya was instantly enraged. Shu Qingqing was so shocked she almost fainted. She glared at Su Ming fiercely, then said to Lin Langya in a panic, Uncle, this kid is a complete idiot, he's totally clueless, don't bother with him if he won't sell, let him live his life with that pile of garbage. Young man, you don't know what's good for you. I am giving you a chance to make a fortune and you don't appreciate it. You won't even have the chance to beg me on your knees later. Lin Langya looked at Su Ming as if he were an idiot, then turned and prepared to leave. Etc. Su Ming stopped Lin Langya, then pointed at the bagua mirror in Lin Langya's hand and said in a deep voice, also, don't sell that thing, leave it for me. 130, Chapter 132 Formal. What? Upon hearing this, the three were shocked once again. It's one thing for Su Ming not to sell his own things, but now he's even refusing to sell the bagua mirror of the Chu family. Isn't that meddling too much? Shu Qingqing, in particular, was so angry that she turned around and wanted to slap Su Ming. She gritted her teeth and roared, are you stupid? This is our Chu family's property. Do you think it's up to you to decide whether to sell it or not? Do you really think you're the owner? You don't have to sell your own things, but don't put on airs here, or get out of our house. Shu Qingqing roared angrily. Su Ming grinned, whatever he offers, I'll offer double, but that thing, I'm not selling. Double? Do you have the money? Uncle, if you offer 20,000, even if it's not double, can you come up with 20,000? Shu Qingqing asked Su Ming, her eyes red. Blocking someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents. The Chu family is currently facing difficulties, and Su Ming has been freeloading here for so long without offering any help. Now they actually want to stop her from making money. If this continues, she'll really fight Su Ming to the death. Forget it, forget it. However, at that moment, Lin Xiaoyun spoke up and eased the tension. She returned the 20,000 yuan she had collected to her elder brother, Lin Langya, and sighed as she looked up, brother, let's not sell this for now, otherwise, if we keep arguing like this, when will it ever end? Let's leave it at that for now. You do this too?
2?
Lin Langya glanced at Lin Xiaoyun in surprise, gritted his teeth, and nodded with a cold smile, fine. He put the Bagua mirror back on the table, giving it a cold sneer. Serves your Chu family right for being poor all this time, Xiaoyun. I think you're just used to being poor. The Chu family is destined to be poor forever. I won't stay any longer, I'm afraid I'll get infected.
After saying that, an angry Lin Langya turned and left. Uncle, that's not how it is, I'll take you.
Chu Qingqing hurriedly followed Lin Langya out together.
Why?
Lin Xiaoyun shook her head inside before sitting down in the living room. Although she didn't know why Su Ming kept interfering, things had come to this point, and she didn't know what to say.
Aunt Lin, it was the right thing to do, not sell.
Su Ming's expression softened, and he picked up the Bagua mirror and sat down next to Lin Xiaoyun.
Why?
Lin Xiaoyun asked indifferently. Although she did not blame Su Ming, she was still uncomfortable. Chu Yingkai was hospitalized and the Chu family was going through a difficult time. Su Ming's behavior was really incomprehensible to her. Su Ming knew he had no choice but to explain. He held the Bagua mirror and gently twisted and moved it on the surface.
A moment later. Click.
The Bagua mirror was opened, revealing a piece of pure yellow jade, about half the size of a palm, that looked like amber and shimmered brightly under the light. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoyun was instantly stunned, staring in astonishment.
Su Ming pointed to the yellow jade and said, "This thing is called Shenhuang jade, which is extremely rare. It has been passed down for at least 500 or 600 years, and this Bagua mirror is also an antique. If you take it to the market for auction, it will sell for at least 400 or 500 million. That's the minimum, because these kinds of antiques are priceless. If someone who knows its value finds it, the price will be even higher, so it's obvious what he was up to by trying to buy it for 20,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyun was completely stunned. You're saying this is worth 400 or 500 million? Lin Xiaoyun didn't quite believe it. When will the Chu family be able to produce something so valuable? If you have something so valuable, how could you have remained an ordinary family with no improvement in your life?
Of course, if you don't believe me, I'll take you to see an expert to verify it another day, and then you'll know whether what I said is true or not, Su Ming said confidently.
Never mind.
Lin Xiaoyun shook her head, thinking that Su Ming was just trying to comfort her. If they don't want to sell, then they don't want to sell anyway. Qingqing's dad has always treasured this thing, so he definitely won't agree to sell it. I still have some savings, so I can just wait it out. Lin Xiaoyun said with a sigh, having come to terms with it. Su Ming finished setting up the Bagua mirror and put it down, then smiled and said, "If it's about Uncle Chu being hospitalized, you don't need to worry, I'll have someone take care of it."
Yes, I'm very happy that you have this intention.
Lin Xiaoyun smiled and said it, not taking it to heart.
Outside the Chu family.
Chu Qingqing escorted Lin Langya to his car. Chu Qingqing followed Lin Langya and whispered, "Uncle, come tomorrow, come when there's no one around, and I'll sell you everything."
Real?
Lin Langya stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at Chu Qingqing in surprise. He was determined to have those things from the beginning. Even if he doesn't sell it, he'll find a way to get it sooner or later.
However, hearing Chu Qingqing's words surprised and delighted him. "Of course, Uncle, what kind of relationship do we have? You've done us such a big favor. If you wanted it and we didn't sell it to you, wouldn't we be the ones who have no manners? That kid is so stubborn. He's never even seen money before. When he sees 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, he won't know how to thank me."
Chu Qingqing smiled confidently and said, "You are such a good niece." Lin Langya was deeply moved. He took out 10,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Chu Qingqing, saying, "This is my personal money for you. Take it and buy some clothes. I'll come over tomorrow."
"Thank you, Uncle. I'll send you a message tomorrow."
Chu Qingqing was so happy she almost jumped for joy as she took the money.
"Okay, I'll be going now." Lin Langya smiled and got into the car, then drove off. The next day at noon, Lin Langya indeed came to the door.
At that time, Su Ming happened to go to the Chang family to see the blood begonia.
Lin Xiaoyun has also started working at the pharmacy. The Chu family only has one member, Chu Qingqing. Chu Qingqing only sent a message to Lin Langya to come over after she found out that everyone was gone. "Is everything alright?"
Lin Langya led his men around like a moving company. "They're all here, Uncle. Have someone move out."
Chu Qingqing invited Lin Langya to enter.
Okay, here's the money, a total of 400,000, take it, and there's a contract too, sign it. Lin Langya eagerly handed the prepared items to Chu Qingqing.
400,000? Chu Qingqing's eyes widened again, isn't it 220,000?
Chu Qingqing was filled with surprise, but also with immense joy. Even if you add another 100,000 to Su Ming's stuff, it would only be 300,000 at a Bagua mirror, and it's 320,000.
Why did Lin Langya give 400,000? My uncle is too rich and too extravagant.
Hey, it's not a matter of 10 or 20,000, consider the extra as a red envelope from your uncle. Hurry up and sign the contract, Lin Langya said with a hearty smile.
Uncle, don't be so formal, we're all family, so there's no need to sign a contract, right?
Chu Qingqing said, beaming as she held a bag full of money. Yes, this is the procedure. It's not that I'm being formal, but at least if others ask later, I'll have an explanation, right? Otherwise, they'll think I stole it.
Lin Langya explained.
That's true. So Chu Qingqing took the pen, signed the contract, and then happily went to count her money.
131, Chapter 131. My belongings are worth more than 300,000. Lin Xiaoyun worked a full day at the pharmacy. After getting off work in the afternoon, I went straight to the hospital.
They came to check on Chu Yingcai's condition and also paid his hospital fees. When she arrived at the hospital, the nurse told her that someone had already paid her hospital fees, and that it was a year's worth. In other words, from now on, no matter who in the Chu family gets sick, they won't have to pay for hospital visits. Chu Yingcai can stay as long as he wants, he can even retire in the hospital.
This shocked Lin Xiaoyun immensely. He rushed to the ward, pushed open the door, and saw that the physician Shen Songlin had already taken care of Chu Yingcai and fed him the medicine. Seeing Lin Xiaoyun's blank and bewildered face, the king of healers slowly stood up and smiled. I have already examined his illness. He already has high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and high blood sugar, plus he is overly sensitive and fragile. The sudden shock caused him to fall into a coma and go into shock. I've already given him some qi and blood tonics. He should recover and wake up after taking them for 3 or 4 days.
This?
Lin Xiaoyun was utterly shocked. The king of healers, what have we done to deserve your treatment?
Lin Xiaoyun was completely stunned. This famous physician charges tens of thousands of yuan for a single consultation.
Ordinary people simply can't be persuaded to come.
Now they've actually sent the king of physicians to treat Chu Yingcai privately. That's giving them way too much face.
Where does the Chu family get such influence?
Shen Songlin smiled calmly and said, don't worry about those things. It was Prince Su who sent me. Prince Su has helped me a lot. This was just a small favor, not enough to repay him.
Su Wang, are you talking about Xiao Ming? Lin Xiaoyun asked in surprise.
No wonder Su Ming told him last night that he would have someone take care of it. It turns out that person is the king of medicine. She thought Su Ming was just saying it casually, but it turned out he actually found such a big shot.
But how could Su Ming possibly persuade the king of physicians to come?
Lin Xiaoyun's mind raced, and she immediately understood Su Ming had a close relationship with Miss Shen, the daughter of the medicine king, and it seemed that they were even boyfriend and girlfriend. The king of physicians must have come for this reason. Otherwise, how many people in the entire Yin city could possibly invite the king of physicians? Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoyun was filled with gratitude and bowed to Shen Songlin, saying, thank you for your help, king of medicine. I, Lin Xiaoyun, have no way to repay your great kindness.
Hey, it's nothing, don't worry about it, I'll be going now. Shen Songlin smiled, waved, and turned to leave.
A doctor's heart is benevolent, the king of healers is too kind. Lin Xiaoyun watched Shen Songlin walk away with gratitude. At the same time, they realized that the other party was doing this out of respect for Su Ming, and that the Chu family owed Su Ming another favor.
That evening, Lin Xiaoyun returned home and had dinner with Chu Qingqing.
With everything settled, she felt much better and had a good appetite at dinner. A short while later, Su Ming also returned and they sat down at the dinner table together. Just as Lin Xiaoyun was about to tell Su Ming about the hospital incident to express her gratitude, Chu Qingqing took out a bag from under the table and placed it on the table with a smug smile. She looked at Su Ming and Lin Xiaoyun and said with a smile, look at this today, I'm going to show you something. After saying that, Chu Qingqing opened her pocket, and stacks of bright red banknotes were revealed in front of the two of them.
My God, Qingqing, where did you get so much money?
Lin Xiaoyun was shocked and almost choked on her food.
Su Ming frowned and looked up towards the storage room.
Chu Qingqing chuckled and said, "No need to look anymore. I've sold all your stuff. Here's a solid 400,000. Your stuff is worth 300,000. That 300,000 is yours. I don't want a penny, the rest is mine."
Chu Qingqing laughed heartily. Snap!
Suddenly, with a loud bang, the glass teacup in Su Ming's hand was crushed to pieces, tea spilled everywhere, the glass cut his palm, and blood flowed out and splattered on the table. Su Ming's face was so gloomy it could drip water, and his eyes were filled with icy killing intent. This scene terrified Lin Xiaoyun. Enraged, Lin Xiaoyun slapped Chu Qingqing across the face, her eyes red with anger as she roared, "Who told you to sell it? Have you lost your mind? Last night, Xiaoming tried his best to stop you from selling it, and you secretly sold it today, you little brat. Do you want to die?" Lin Xiaoyun was both angry and anxious, and tears welled up in her eyes.
"What's wrong with me?"
Having been slapped for no reason, Chu Qingqing was filled with indignation covering her face. She stood up and angrily shouted, her face flushed, "This kid freeloads off our family, he's got no ambition whatsoever. What you sir is junk. I helped him sell it for 300,000, 300,000. Has he ever seen so much money in his life? I was doing this for his own good,
to help him become successful sooner. What did I do wrong? Wrong? With that much money, what couldn't he do? I was just trying to be kind, and I still got beaten up. What did I do wrong?"
Chu Qingqing's tears of grievance streamed down her face like a broken string. Lin Xiaoyun closed her eyes, shook her head repeatedly, pointed at Chu Qingqing and cursed through gritted teeth, "You really are, you will never understand anything." Then she turned to Su Ming with a guilty expression and apologized, "Xiao Ming, I'm so sorry, I didn't expect Qingqing to do this, but since it's already sold, what she said makes some sense. 300,000 can do a lot of things, whether you use it to buy a house or get married, you'll have a place to settle down." Lin Xiaoyun could only try to appease her first.
300,000? Su Ming grinned sinisterly. "My things are worth far more than 300,000.
Su Ming gritted his teeth. In the past, no matter how much Chu Qingqing opposed him, he could ignore it. But this time, his actions completely enraged him. Not just 300,000, but how much? Have you ever even seen 300,000? Just tell me, do you think your stuff is worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions? Can you stop daydreaming? Chu Qingqing wiped away her tears and glared angrily at Su Ming.
Knock, knock, knock.
Just then, there was a knock at the door. An elderly man with gray hair and beard led a young man in, carefully carrying a chair in his hands, and came to Su Ming. He said respectfully, "Prince Su, the carved wooden chair you asked me to repair has been completed. You have no idea, this chair has opened the eyes of countless antique collectors in our Central Plains. Countless people are flocking to visit, just to take a second look and take pictures as souvenirs. Some wealthy people even came to my door and offered 5 billion, but this belongs to Prince Su, and I dare not touch it." Antiques Master Gu Yan said with a fawning smile. 50 billion, a chair is worth 50 billion? Upon hearing this, Chu Qingqing and Lin Xiaoyun were instantly struck dumb, their expressions of shock as if they had seen a ghost. "Are you kidding me? This chair is worth 5 billion? Chu Qingqing stared at Gu Yan in disbelief, her voice trembling uncontrollably.
132, Chapter 132. What's the difference between this and robbery?
Of course, the things belonging to Prince Su are all extremely rare and precious. Moreover, in Prince Su's hands, their value increases several times over. You can't buy them even if you have money. They are beyond the measure of money. It's an old saying, said in a very serious tone.
How can you be sure what you're saying is true? Chu Qingqing asked in astonishment, feeling her mouth dry and at a loss for words.
How dare you question my master? The young man behind Gu Yan sneered, My master, Master Gu Yan, is the top expert in the antique world of Zhengzhou. Countless priceless antiques have to be appraised by my master. How could my master be wrong? You woman, you don't understand anything and you have no sense of respect.
The undisputed leader in the antique world?
Chu Qingqing uttered these words in a daze, her legs went weak, and she sat down on the ground with a thud. Now she finally understood why Su Ming had that murderous look on his face when he heard that she had sold something. A single chair can be worth billions. How much would all of these things cost in total?
A number that Chu Qingqing could never have imagined.
At this moment, it was churning and impacting her mind. Lin Xiaoyun was also incredibly shocked. It turned out that what Su Ming had said was true all along.
No wonder Su Ming kept asking the Chu family to retrieve these things.
No wonder even the wife of the powerful one family group came to cause trouble for Su Ming.
So that means what Su Ming said last night wasn't false, and that Bagua mirror really is worth hundreds of millions.
Thinking about all this, Lin Xiaoyun's mind went blank.
If Chu Yingkai knew that something worth hundreds of millions was sold for tens of thousands of yuan, wouldn't he go crazy?
Thinking of all this, Lin Xiaoyun hurriedly said to Su Ming, "Xiao Ming, it's all our fault. Qingqing acted on her own initiative, and I didn't take good care of your property, but luckily it was bought by the Lin family, so it's one of our own. I'll go with Qingqing to get it back for you right away." After saying that, Lin Xiaoyun stopped eating and, with a numb-looking Chu Qingqing and 400,000 yuan in cash, headed straight for the Lin family. Su Ming glanced at it, then got up and went with Lin Xiaoyun and Chu Qingqing.
How could these two women possibly get it back?
Lin Langjie wasn't stupid. He had been plotting to take these things since last night.
Now that the item is in his hands, it probably won't be so easy to get it back.
Soon, the car arrived at the Lin family's house, and Lin Xiaoyun couldn't wait to go up and knock on the door. The Lin family is Lin Xiaoyun's own family, but after marrying into the Chu family, she became a member of the Chu family and had little contact with the Lin family this time. She was essentially returning to her parents' home. Creak! The Lin family gate opened, and the servants recognized Lin Xiaoyun at a glance, saying happily, "Mrs. Back, please come in."
"Is my brother home?" Lin Xiaoyun asked anxiously. "He's in the living room,"
the servant answered.
"Good."
Lin Xiaoyun nodded and led Chu Qingqing and Su Ming straight to the living room. In the living room, Lin Langjie played with the treasures he had collected, sitting leisurely in a chair. As if he had expected Lin Xiaoyun to come, he was not flustered at all when the three of them barged into the living room. He just grinned and said, "Oh, Xiaoyun, you finally decided to come back to your parents' home. It's been 5 or 6 years since your father passed away, hasn't it? And Qingqing, you've come to see your uncle. Is the pocket money I gave you enough? If not, just ask me for more." Lin Langjie smiled smugly. With the treasures he brought back from the Chu family, he would never lack money again. Tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands would be nothing to him.
"Here's your money back. How dare you cheat me?"
Chu Qingqing gritted her teeth, stepped forward, and threw the bag of banknotes in front of Lin Langjie.
"Oh, what did I lie to you about?"
Lin Langjie looked up at Chu Qingqing with a mocking smile and grinned, "As your uncle, I'm giving you money to spend, and you don't appreciate it, even accusing me of cheating you. That's a bit unreasonable. Is this how the Chu family teaches you to be a person?"
"Shut up!"
Chu Qingqing was furious, her face flushed red, and she said angrily, "You knew the value of those things, yet you bought them from me for tens of thousands of yuan? What else could it be but cheating me? And you call yourself my uncle? You don't deserve to be my elder at all."
"What are you saying?"
Lin Langjie laughed, stood up, and looked at Chu Qingqing with a sarcastic expression, saying, "You didn't have this expression when you took the money. How much these things are worth isn't important. What's important is that you don't even know the facts. You can only say you're stupid. How can you blame me?"
"If you don't understand its value, then in your hands, what's the difference between it and garbage?"
"I'm already being very generous by offering you hundreds of thousands to buy it. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't give you a single penny, and you're still ungrateful."
Lin Langjie sneered.
These words left Chu Qingqing speechless.
She was definitely in the wrong.
It was her own stupidity that she chased after Lin Langjie and sold the items to him.
Ultimately, the problem lies with her.
She is the one who owes Su Ming the most right now. If she can't get these things back, she doesn't know how to face Su Ming in the future. Lin Xiaoyun frowned and said, "Brother, we're all family, and Qingqing is your niece. She's young and doesn't understand. How can you lie to her like this? Are you still family? Give us back our things. We haven't touched a penny of the money. If you need anything in the future, I'll come back to help you immediately."
"No, please don't try that on me."
Lin Langjie smiled mockingly, glancing at Lin Xiaoyun with a disdainful look. "You only become family when things get tough. All you do is play the emotional card. I don't buy it. You married into the Chu family, so you're a member of the Chu family. A married woman is like water spilled from a cup. Whether we're family or not depends on my mood."
Don't forget, I'm the one who calls the shots in the Lin family now.
And what help can you possibly be? Your Chu family is such a bunch of losers. Well, you'd be lucky if you didn't cause me any trouble. Lin Langya was unyielding, ruthless, and his words were full of sarcasm.
Lin Xiaoyun was utterly desperate.
Clearly, this was a trap set by Lin Langya from the very beginning.
Lin Langya came specifically for the Chu family's possessions.
Xu Qingqing was furious. She stomped her foot and roared, "Don't you have any conscience? We don't want to argue with you anymore. Are you going to give our things back or not?"
"No, not yet. The things are mine now. I don't owe you anything. If you want them, buy them back. I'll have someone appraise them. I'll tell you how much they're worth on the market, and how much you'd pay for them if you can afford it. I'll sell them to you."
"Don't say I didn't give you a chance."
Lin Langyang laughed triumphantly.
"You?" Xu Qingqing was so angry that her eyes turned red. Each of those items is worth hundreds of millions, especially Su Ming's, whose value is immeasurable.
How can they afford it? Lin Langya took it for 400,000, but now he wants to buy it back for billions or even tens of billions. What's the difference between this and robbery? 134, Chapter 134 Slapping. Lin Langya was also alarmed. Master Gu was willing to appraise treasures and even purchase them. Isn't this a tremendous opportunity?
If we can sell these things to Gu Yan, and Gu Yan takes them back to Zhengzhou, then the Chu family will have to search for them in the heavens. This way, he can get rid of this hot potato and won't have any more trouble. That evening, Lin Langya asked someone to contact Gu Yan and brought something from Su Ming for Gu Yan to look at first, to arouse Gu Yan's interest, and then arranged to meet at Tianshan Tower in Yuncheng.
Tiangxi Anglu is a famous restaurant in Yuncheng. The decor is retro and the overall atmosphere is antique. The dishes are all exceptional, and many lost recipes can be found here. Famous. Many wealthy and famous people reserve seats here to discuss business, which has also raised the reputation and prestige of Tiangxi Anglu. A table is hard to come by. Lin Langya chose this location to express his respect for Gu Yan. Inside Tiangxi Anglu, the Tianzi-numbered private room.
Lin Langya saw a man in a long robe, dignified and solemn, exuding an air of dignity and displaying the demeanor of a master.
"Master Gu, I've long admired you. Even in Yuncheng, I've admired your name for a long time."
Lin Langya, with a flattering smile on his face, raised his wine glass and clinked it with Gu Yan's.
Gu Yan smiled slightly, tilted his head back and drank the wine, and said calmly, "No need for formalities. I came here to see antiques, and I'm only interested in antiques. I hope you still have the things you showed me before, so I didn't make this trip for nothing."
Master Gu is a very straightforward person. "Don't worry, I have more than a dozen of those kinds of things at home, and I guarantee you'll get to see them all at once. However, because bringing it all would attract too much attention, I only brought half of it. I'll have someone move it in right away."
Lin Langya was also impatient and couldn't wait to make a deal with Gu Yan immediately. He immediately ordered people to bring all the packaged treasures upstairs.
Soon, the items were piled up in the private room. Gu Yan personally went to the store, opened the packaging, examined it carefully, clicked his tongue in amazement, and his eyes were filled with wonder.
As expected of King Su's product,
the value of each item here is enough to move any industry leader. If it weren't for King Su's prior instructions, he would have been willing to go bankrupt to buy these things if he hadn't known about them beforehand.
However, at this moment, he could only silently criticize Lin Langya's stupidity. Don't they realize that the Chu family could possibly possess such things? And what kind of person would be able to produce such priceless items? This idiot actually dared to take it for himself. He's like the king of hell hanging himself, tired of living. However, Lin Langya was unaware of Gu Yan's thoughts and was still smugly grinning, saying, "How about it, Master Gu? I didn't disappoint you, did I? Every single item here is one of a kind that's hard to find anywhere in the 9 provinces. I really didn't expect you to be able to produce so many treasures, but I'd like to know, where did you get them, and how did you acquire them? This little cloud city can produce so many good things. It's not easy, is it?" Gu Yan straightened up and looked at Lin Langya with a half-smile, asking.
Lin Langya grinned and said, "I bought it from a friend."
"Your friend must be of high status to possess these things?" Gu Yan asked with a smile.
"Hey, they don't know its value. Keeping it in their hands would just be throwing it away as trash. A treasure
like this should naturally be handed over to someone who knows what they're doing. That's why I chose to trade with you, Master Gu. Lin Langya said with a smile. I see. Gu Yan smiled and nodded, then looked at Lin Langya and said, actually, I'm not the one who wants to buy these things, I'm just a middleman. The real buyer is the big shot. What important person? Upon hearing this, Lin Langya's eyes immediately showed surprise. Someone who can be called a great figure by someone like Gu Yan must be someone above 10,000 people, right? Could he be some kind of top big shot in Zhengzhou? If that's the case, he'll really be rich. What price couldn't they afford for such a high-ranking person? Thinking of this, Lin Langya was filled with curiosity and anticipation. King of the 9 provinces. The ancient words were slowly uttered. The king of the 9 provinces? Lin Langya was instantly shocked, his expression changing drastically. He thought it was a big shot from Zhengzhou, but he didn't expect it to be the king of Zhengzhou. He was so shocked that his mouth dropped open. Master Gu, are you referring to that king of the 9 provinces, the leader of a million-strong army of war gods who swept away 8 bandit leaders and whose name resounds throughout the world? Lin Langya was dumbfounded. What merit does the humble city of Yun have to warrant the presence of the king of the 9 provinces? And to buy your own things, what an incredible blessing! Of course, besides him, who else is worthy of being called the king of the 9 provinces? It just so happens that the king of the frontier is also here, so let's let you meet him in person, Gu Yan said with a smile. Oh my god! Lin Langya was shocked and at a loss. He hurriedly straightened his clothes, stood respectfully in place, bowed, and looked terrified, waiting for the king of Kyushu to appear. Tap tap. Footsteps approached, and Su Ming slowly walked into the room. Lin Langya looked up and saw that only Su Ming was there. He frowned and said, where is the king of the 9 provinces? Master Gu, you're not joking with me, are you? I knew it. How could the famous king of the borderlands be in Yun City? You must be teasing me. And what's this kid doing here? Doesn't he know where he is? Who does he think he is? Men, throw him out. Lin Langya shouted angrily at Su Ming. However, the next moment, Yi Tang appeared, leading a group that surrounded the entire Tianshan Tower. Outside the private rooms, in the main hall, and within a radius of several hundred meters around Tianshan Tower, were all members of the War God Army. This humble man, Gu Yan, pays his respects to Prince Su. Gu Yan immediately knelt down before Su Ming, respectfully pressing his head to the ground. Yi Tang also walked in and said to Su Ming, Prince Su, surround the area completely, inside and out. Not even a mosquito from Tianshan Tower will be able to escape. Shall we take action? At this point, Yi Tang's cold, murderous gaze fell on Lin Langya. Lin Langya was instantly struck dumb. Anyone who wasn't an idiot would understand what was going on at that moment. The young man before me is none other than the famous king of the 9 provinces. How is that possible? Lin Langya felt as if he had been slapped several times. He staggered back a few steps and sat down on the ground with a thud, staring at Su Ming with a face full of horror and shock. Are you the king of the 9 provinces? Slap him. Su Ming glanced at Lin Langya indifferently before speaking to Yi Tang. Yes. Yi Tang responded, and immediately 2 warriors rushed in, forcibly restrained Lin Langya, and slapped him repeatedly across the face. Su Ming slowly walked to the table, sat down, took a sip of tea, and turned to look at the things placed in the private room. With a glance, he knew that Lin Langya had not sent all of his things. But it doesn't matter, Lin Langya must spit out everything today. The crisp, loud sound of slaps echoed throughout the private room. In just a few minutes, Lin Langya was beaten until his mouth was full of blood, his eyes were seeing stars, and several of his teeth were knocked out. If this continues, he'll definitely be beaten to death. 135, Chapter 135. A massive effort. Stop hitting me, I was wrong, King Jiang, spare my life, I know I was wrong, please spare my dog's life. Lin Langya pleaded pitifully, his mouth agape, tears streaming down his face. Su Ming then slowly raised his hand. Several warriors pushed aside.
With a thud, Lin Langya, exhausted and barely alive, collapsed to the ground, blood flowing continuously from his mouth, staining the ground red. Lin Langya lay on the ground, trembling, his heart filled with endless fear. He never imagined that the boy who went to his Lin family and was kicked out was actually the border king. Moreover, these things of his belonged to the king of the frontier. At that moment, he felt nothing but despair. Su Ming nodded slightly, looking down at Lin Langya. This slap was something you asked for when you were in the Lin family, and I'm granting it to you now. What else do you want? Upon hearing this, Lin Langya trembled with fear. Even though his mouth was bruised and in excruciating pain, he still managed to get up and kowtow repeatedly to Su Ming. I know I was wrong. I, Lin Langya, deserve to die. I want nothing but to beg the king to spare my life. I will return everything intact, please. Lin Langya cried like a child, tears streaming down his face. Tisk tisk. Su Ming shook his head mockingly, stepped on Lin Langya's back, and grinned coldly. Didn't you still want money? Didn't you say that anyone who wanted this batch of things would have to buy it back at the original price? I know the prices of my things very well. The imperial concubine mirror is worth 3 billion, the silkworm quilt is worth 2 billion, the carved chair is worth 1 billion, and... Su Ming listed the prices of all his belongings. A total of 88 billion, to round it up. I'll give you 100 billion. Do you want a check or cash? How about I get you a contract, you sign it, and I'll send all the money to your Lin family mansion. Su Ming's words nearly drove Lin Langya mad. Yes. It sounds like a lot of money, and Su Ming can definitely afford it. But would he dare to take the money? Let alone 100 billion, he wouldn't even dare to accept $1,000. Even if you take it, you still have to be alive to spend it. If he really dared to ask for that money, the entire Lin family would probably be wiped out in the blink of an eye. King of the frontier, I deserve to die, I deserve to die. Lin Langya's head slammed against the ground, drawing blood. Terrified, he cried out, if I must die, I'm willing to pay with my life. However, the Lin family members were unaware of the situation and are innocent. He begged the king to spare them. I will take full responsibility for my actions. Okay. Su Ming grinned, then I'll grant your wish. Yi Tang, drag him out and shoot him. Yes. Yi Tang responded coldly, and 2 warriors from the war god army immediately grabbed Lin Langya from both sides, trying to drag him away. Upon hearing this, Lin Langya was so frightened that his eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot, his whole body limp and hanging on the ground like mud. This piece of trash, let's just kill him. Lin Langya pulled out a gun and pointed it directly at Lin Langya's head. Su Ming shook his head. Forget it, if we kill him, who will bring the things back to me? Since he's unconscious, let's spare his life. He won't dare to do anything wrong again. Most importantly, this is Lin Shoyun's own brother. Out of respect for Lin Shoyun, we'll spare this good-for-nothing's life for now. Yi Tang then put away his gun. Gu Yan, standing to the side, was sweating profusely and didn't dare to breathe loudly. Is this the majesty of a regional king? Everyone knows the formidable reputation of the border king, but without witnessing it firsthand, no one can imagine how terrifying it is. Gu Yan has witnessed it firsthand this time. He vowed that even if he were to die, he would never oppose the king of the frontier. Lin Langya was blind to his own good, he deserved his fate. Su Ming stood up, turned to look at Gu Yan, and smiled. Thank you for helping me, Master Gu. As a token of my gratitude, please pick anything from here. He was a man who always distinguished between gratitude and resentment. Gu Yan listened to his arrangements and met with Lin Langya without hesitation, obeying his orders without question. Even without the ancient legend, Su Ming would still have plenty of ways to get his things back. But Gu Yan's willingness to do so shows his loyalty. But Gu Yan was instantly terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat that soaked his vest. How could he dare to accept something belonging to the king of the frontier? It's not just about value, it's also about offense. Taking it is tantamount to courting death. He hurriedly knelt on the ground with a thud and said respectfully, these are things that I should do. Prince Su is too kind. I don't need any reward. Please don't take it to heart. That won't do. How about this? You're getting old and your body is weakening. I have a rejuvenation pill here. It won't make you young again, but it can help you live a few more years. Su Ming took out a pill and handed it to Gu Yan. A elixir of youth? Gu Yan was flattered and hurriedly reached out to accept the gift with trembling hands. Overjoyed, he kowtowed again in gratitude, saying, thank you for your great kindness, Prince Su. The value of this thing is self-evident. At his age, other things aren't that important anymore. Perhaps extending his life by a few years would be like a miracle cure for him. This is more precious than any treasure. The ancient saying expresses gratitude and emotion. As I have always said, until the day I die, I am willing to serve King Su wholeheartedly, even unto death. Su Ming smiled, said nothing, turned and walked out of the private room, and also asked Yi Tang to move all the other things back to the Chu family. As Yi Tang had people move things, he glanced at Gu Yan with a smile and chuckled, "You old rascal, you're really lucky to have obtained the rejuvenation pill. I've been with Prince Su for so many years, but I've never had such good fortune." Of course, even though he didn't get the rejuvenation pill, it's also because he's still young. What Su Ming gave him was far more valuable than this rejuvenating pill. Simply put, without Su Ming, there would be no present-day China. Yi Tang, the Azure Dragon War God of Heaven, may have already died in the border region. But when Gu Yan heard Yi Tang's words, he felt even more the importance of the rejuvenation pill and was even more grateful to Su Ming. Su Ming walked out of the top-tier private room, preparing to leave Tianxiang Tower and return to the Chu family. But then, they bumped into a familiar face. Su Ming looked up and saw that it was Wan Shirin's younger brother, Wan Hua. Wan Hua also saw Su Ming and was immediately surprised. A few days ago, Wan Hua bought a house in Yunding Tiangong from elsewhere, making the entire Wan family one of the most outstanding people in Yuncheng. While Wan Hua felt he had made a great contribution, he also believed that he had become one of the top figures in Yuncheng, and thus became even more arrogant and domineering. Today I invited a few friends to Tiangxiangla to celebrate, and also to show off my status. Tell others that Wan Hua is no longer what it used to be, and that from now on, the Wan family will be supreme in Yun City. Unexpectedly, they bumped into Su Ming as soon as they went upstairs. Wan Hua felt it was bad luck. But then, a thought struck him, wasn't this a perfect opportunity for revenge? He was hospitalized after being beaten by Su Ming, and that grudge has been etched in his heart ever since, but he has never been able to find an opportunity to take revenge. Now, isn't this kid just delivering himself to our doorstep? 136, Chapter 136. I'll fire you with one sentence. You little brat, are you blind? How dare you bump into me? Wan Hua looked at Su Ming with a mocking expression. Young Master Wan, do you know him? Wan Hua's friend asked curiously, his eyes filled with sarcasm as he looked Su Ming up and down. Of course I know him, don't you know, this is my ex-brother-in-law. Wan Hua said with a smile. Ex-brother-in-law? Everyone looked surprised. Unexpectedly, this unassuming young man turned out to be young Master Wan's brother-in-law. The group's expressions changed, and they were about to offer Su Ming a few words of flattery. Unexpectedly, Wan Hua changed the subject, grinning sarcastically, but that was before he's already divorced my sister. Simply put, I was dumped by my sister. Do you know why? Amidst the puzzled looks of the crowd, Wan Hua continued, because this good-for-nothing who married into the family only brought trouble to our Wan family and our Wan family, he was like trash, an eyesore. Look, my sister dumped him, and now our Wan family is thriving. So he's a jinx. That's really useless. I knew it was because of that outfit. The group burst into laughter, their gazes towards Su Ming growing even more disdainful. Su Ming ignored him, gave Wan Hua a cold look, and prepared to turn and leave. In the past, he might have been angry. But now he doesn't want to have any contact with the Wan family. What Wan Hua said will have no effect on him whatsoever. But at that moment, Wan Hua reached out and blocked his way, sneering, You think you can just walk away after bumping into me? How rude of you. Didn't you see you've dirted my shoes? Don't you know how to apologize? Has no one taught you manners? Su Ming frowned and asked in a cold voice, What do you want? It's simple. Kneel down, apologize to me, and then wipe my shoes clean, and I'll let you go. Wan Hua said arrogantly, raising his head. Did you hear me? Hurry up and kneel down to polish young Master Wan's shoes. Do you know how expensive young Master Wan's shoes are? They cost over 100,000 yuan a pair. You could never afford them in your entire life. Wan Hua's friends nearby also joined in with sneers. Su Ming shook his head and sneered, Idiot. Then he strode forward. You fucking stop right there. Wan Hua was furious. This kid is really incorrigible, he's still so pretentious I have no idea what he's trying to prove. Before, no one respected him in the Wan family. Now that he's left, he's running around like a homeless person, yet he acts all high and mighty. I don't know where he gets his confidence from. Seeing Su Ming like this made him angry. With a wave of his hand, several of his followers immediately surrounded Su Ming, trapping him in the middle. Wan Hua stepped forward, arms crossed, and sneered at Su Ming. Let me tell you, my status is not what it used to be. Beta 1 family's position is also different now, so you'd better kneel down obediently and wipe your shoes clean for me. Otherwise, even if I break both your legs in front of everyone today, no one will dare to say a bad word about me, understand? Su Ming turned his head and looked around. Below was the lobby on the first floor, where many guests of Tianxiang restaurant were gathered. There were people coming and going in the corridor next door. Not far away, Yi Tang was leading a group of people to move things. Yi Tang glanced at Su Ming a few times with a puzzled look, but seeing that Su Ming didn't call out to him, he didn't come over either. After scanning the area, Su Ming turned back to Wan Hua and smiled. There are too many people here, why don't we go somewhere else? Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Su Ming's words of submission, Wan Hua burst into triumphant laughter. I didn't expect you to still have some dignity even after falling to this level. Fine, so people won't say I, young Master Wan, am heartless. I'll give you that chance. Come with me into the private room. You're not leaving until these shoes are clean. So Wan Hua turned around and, with a few friends and Su Ming, went into the private room he had booked. Once inside the room, Wan Hua propped his leg up on a chair, grinned, and said, come on, clean it up properly. If I'm in a good mood, I might even give you a few hundred yuan so you can go out for a late night snack. Wan Hua's friends stood aside with smiles, waiting to see what would happen. Su Ming smiled slightly, stepped forward, picked up the knife on the table, and stabbed it into Wan Hua's instep. Ah! Wan Hua cried out in pain, staggered back several steps, and fell to the ground. Those around were shocked and rushed forward to help Wan Hua. The group of people looked at Su Ming with a mixture of shock and anger. You dare to hurt young Master Wan, do you want to die? I think you're tired of living. Several people roared loudly. Su Ming gave a cold laugh, casually tossing away the blood-stained knife in his hand, and said with a smile, do you know why I didn't do it outside? Because I was afraid that in the chaos, my things would be damaged. As for you, I spared your life only because of your sister, otherwise, this knife would be stuck in your neck. You dare to hurt me? Wan Hua was sweating profusely from the pain, his teeth grinding together. He roared at the people next to him, call for help, I'm going to kill this kid. The friends Wan Hua invited are all people of some standing in Yuncheng. Each of them brought at least 6 or 7 bodyguards with them on this trip, and with Wan Hua's people, there were at least 40 people in total. However, when they arrived, their bodyguards were all kept outside due to the blockade imposed by the war god army. Upon hearing Wan Hua's words, the person next to him hurriedly took out his phone and started making a call. But Su Ming was too lazy to get entangled with Wan Hua. It's not a big deal that Wan Hua was hurt, what bothers him is that the Wan family will come looking for trouble again. There's nothing wrong with the Wan family. The most important one is Wan Shireen. Then Wan Shireen will blame him for everything. Just thinking about it makes me feel terrible. So Su Ming ignored Wan Hua, who was acting like a mad dog, clapped his hands, and turned to leave. Stop right there, I'm going to kill you, you. Wan Hua, supported by someone, limped after them. Su Ming went downstairs, got into the war god army's car, and left. Wan Hua and his companions, who had given chase, were stopped by the war god army. Why are you blocking my way? Let me out, I am a guest of Tianxiang restaurant, the young master of the Wan family. Don't you recognize me? Wan Hua roared angrily. They mistook the war god army for security guards at Tiangxianglu. What's wrong? Hearing the noise, Yi Tang walked over and looked at Wan Hua and the others with a puzzled expression. You're their boss, aren't you? What kind of work are you doing? That good-for-nothing brat injured me just now, and you actually let him leave? Now you dare to stop me? I think you don't want to work here anymore. Believe me, I can get Tianxiang Tower fired with just one word? Wan Hua roared at Yi Tang with a ferocious expression. Fire me? Hearing this, Yi Tang couldn't help but laugh with a wide smile. She slapped Wan Hua across the face, looking amused. You were the one causing trouble up there, weren't you? I was busy and couldn't go up to deal with you, but you delivered yourself right to my doorstep.
Come on, tell me, how are you going to fire me? Yi Tang looked at Wan Hua with amusement.
This was the first time he had ever heard such a ridiculous statement.
137, Chapter 137. Have you ever seen such a strong security guard?
Wan Hua covered the half of his face that Yi Tang had slapped, the veins on his forehead bulging, his eyes filled with ferocity and anger. Su Ming stabbed his foot on the upper floor.
As a result, Yi Tang slapped him when he went downstairs. Since when did a security chief dare to act so disrespectfully in front of him?
This infuriated Wan Hua to the extreme.
Fine, very well, you want to die, huh? I'll grant your wish. Send all your men over here. I'm going to kill these useless trash.
Wan Hua yelled at his group of cronies.
Well.
The men quickly responded, then waved and shouted to the 40 or so bodyguards standing in the courtyard of Tianxiang Tower, 100 meters away. Come here, all of you come here. What are you doing standing there?
You bastard, you're dead meat. Let's see who can protect you today.
Wan Hua stared at Yi Tang with an extremely fierce look. Yi Tang turned her head and glanced at them, then grinned. So those were your people? I thought they were just some lackeys. Very well, then I won't stand on ceremony.
Take it down.
Yi Tang waved his hand.
Following Yi Tang's command, the War God army swarmed forward and attacked the more than 40 bodyguards.
The bodyguards were completely bewildered and had no idea what was going on. By the time they came to their senses, they had all been beaten down and pinned to the ground by the War God army. It wasn't that they didn't react in time, but rather that they were simply unable to resist. The fighting power of the War God army is simply incomprehensible. A single punch from them can send 1 or 2 people flying. More than 40 bodyguards were all lying on the ground before they even had a chance to fight back. Wan Hua was dumbfounded when he saw this. How is this possible? These bodyguards were all hand-picked. Ever since being injured by Su Ming last time, Wan Hua has become more cautious. He spent a lot of money to hire a group of top-notch bodyguards who would follow him closely whenever he went out. It was because of this confidence that he didn't take Yi Tang seriously. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, all his bodyguards were lying on the ground, groaning in pain.
Are these security guards really that strong?
Wan Hua's face changed color in horror. He took 2 steps back in fear and stared at Yi Tang in utter shock. What exactly do you want to do? Are you crazy? You dare to hurt my people when you're just a security guard? You wait, I'll call the owner of Tianxiang restaurant right now and see how you play with me. In shock and anger, Wan Hua hurriedly pulled out his phone and immediately called the owner of Tianxianglu. When the owner of Tianxianglu answered the phone and heard Wan Hua ask him to deal with Yi Tang and his group outside, he broke out in a cold sweat. Others might not know, but he knew very well who these guys outside were.
If anyone dares to provoke these people, Tianxianglu will cease to exist. Enraged, the owner of Tianxianglu roared at Wan Hua, "You idiot, get out!" After finishing his rant, the owner of Tianxianglu hung up the phone. Wan Hua was completely dumbfounded, standing there blankly, his eyes lifeless, utterly despairing.
His confidence has been completely shattered. He's used up all his trump cards. The powerful bodyguard was lying down, his once proud status was now utterly useless, and he was completely isolated and helpless.
Are you done? Yi Tang looked at Wan Hua with a smile. What did the owner of Tianxianglu say? Who exactly are you?
At this moment, Wan Hua also realized that something was wrong, and looked at Yi Tang with a trembling voice.
Never mind who I am, just tell me, is there anyone who can save you? I'm waiting.
Yi Tang smiled wickedly and slowly walked towards Wan Hua. Wan Hua realized the seriousness of the situation and knelt down with a thud, looking at Yi Tang in terror. Big brother, I was wrong, I deserve to be hit, you were right to hit me. Let me go, I'll never appear in front of you again. Wan Hua was filled with fear. At the same time, he felt resentment. It's all that brat Su Ming's fault. Not only did they hurt him, they also made him provoke such a powerful figure. Once he gets out of here, he'll definitely settle this score with Su Ming.
What a piece of trash!
Yi Tang slapped Wan Hua across the face. With a loud bang, the immense force instantly knocked Wan Hua unconscious, causing him to collapse to the ground, bleeding from his mouth and nose.
Don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you every time I see you.
Yi Tang snorted coldly, turned around, and drove away with her entourage. Wan Hua's friends were all terrified, their faces pale, and they dared not utter a sound. Watching Yi Tang lead her people away, and then seeing dozens of bodyguards lying not far away, unable to get up,
Wan Hua's friends were stunned. Who have we messed with? This is terrifying. If we continue to provoke him, will he kill us?
Thinking of Yi Tang's terrifying expression, the group broke out in a cold sweat, their clothes soaked through.
At this moment, the owner of Tianxiang Tower came out from behind, glanced at the group, and sneered disdainfully, "You bunch of idiots, you don't even know the situation, yet you dare to act up here. Do you know who those people are? They are the strongest war god army in the border region. Each and every one of them is a top-notch killing god.
Their presence here must mean something serious has happened. You bunch of idiots, how dare you cause trouble? It's only because that war god you regarded you as ants and disdained to kill you, otherwise none of you would have seen tomorrow's sun."
The owner of Tianxiang sneered. The war god army?
Upon hearing this, everyone trembled with fear. Wan Hua, in particular, gradually came to his senses, and was so frightened that he couldn't even speak.
Those weren't security guards, they were actually members of the war god army? Aren't they security guards from Tianxiang?
Wan Hua's face turned deathly pale.
Security guard, have you ever seen such a strong and disciplined security guard?
If my Tianxiang pavilion could hire these people as security guards, I wouldn't even care about the Wan family, let alone the entire Yun city. You idiot.
The owner of Tianxiang cursed and left.
Only Wan Hua and his group were left, bewildered in the wind. On the other side, the Lin family. Chu Qingqing asked her godfather Chen Fingyu for help, and the Lin family helped her get Su Ming's things back. Upon hearing that the matter was related to Su Ming, Chen Fingyu set off immediately. At the same time, I felt very irritable. Why does the Chu family always seem to cause trouble? Last time it was debt, and this time they even had Prince Su's things stolen. This made Chen Fingyu a little angry. As expected, the mere Chu family only brought trouble to King Su. If I had known this would happen, I would have been better off inviting Prince Su to my Chen family home, which would have saved me from all this trouble every few days. However, given the gravity of the matter, despite his grievances, Chen Fingyu still solemnly arrived at the Lin family's residence. In the Lin family hall, I met Lin Langya. Although the Lin family is only ranked outside the top 20s in Yunxian, they are no match for the Chen family. However, Lin Langya was a reckless and ruthless man with a notorious reputation, which gave Chen Fingyu a headache. I just hope Lin Langya can give him some face. Upon seeing Lin Langya, Chen Fingyu composed himself and said with a solemn expression, "Patriarch Lin, Qingqing is my goddaughter. I heard that you had some conflict with the Chu family. I am here for no other reason than to resolve this matter. Money or goods, just name your terms and give me a solution." Lin Langya slumped weakly in his chair. He had been beaten like a pig's head by the war god army last night and was now barely alive. He hadn't recovered yet. Hearing Chen Fingyu's words, she almost burst into tears. 138, Chapter 138. Entering the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce. He truly is the king of the 9 provinces. He's never had a moment's peace since he offended Su Ming. Even Chen Fingyu from the Chen family came knocking on our door. Lin Langya looked at Chen Fingyu with a mournful face and said in a tearful voice, "Please, let me go. Look at me, I'm barely alive. Do you really want my life before you'll stop? I've already had everything returned intact. What more do you want from me? Do you want all of my Lin family's property? I'm begging you." Lin Langya burst into tears, immediately got up and knelt on the ground, pleading with Chen Fingyu. He thought Chen Fingyu was sent by Su Ming to cause him trouble. At this moment, he was completely defeated, and all he felt was despair and sorrow. This reaction startled Chen Fingyu and Chu Qingqing. Chu Qingqing was utterly shocked. I never imagined my godfather had such a lot of influence. Yesterday, Lin Langya was arrogant and domineering, looking down on everyone, but when he saw Chen Fingyu, he was so frightened that he knelt down and begged for mercy on the spot. If I had known this would happen, I should have asked my godfather for help from the beginning. This also showed her what real power is like. In comparison, Su Ming, who only knew how to boast and was completely unserious, was far inferior. You'll never become a truly great person in your entire life.
You've returned everything? Chen Fengyu looked at Lin Langjie in astonishment.
Then look at Lin Langjie crying and begging for his parents. He realized that the guy had probably been taught a lesson. There's no need for them to worry at all. Anyone who dares to touch King Su's things is simply asking for trouble.
Yes, I returned them. Ali didn't touch a single item. Oh, and that Bagua mirror.
Lin Langjie then remembered that he still had a Bagua mirror to return, and he guessed that Chen Fengyu had come looking for him because of it.
So he quickly had someone bring out the Bagua mirror and handed it back to Chu Qingqing, saying with tears streaming down his face, "Now, I haven't taken a single thing from your Chu family. What else do you want? It money? I'll give you half of my Lin family's assets. Is that enough? I just beg you to let me go, and let my Lin family go."
Lin Langjie buried his head on the ground, filled with remorse and wanting nothing more than to slap himself twice.
If he had known earlier that Su Ming had such a terrifying identity, he wouldn't have dared to touch anything from the Chu family, even if he had 10 times the courage.
"I don't want your family fortune since you've returned everything. That's fine. I hope you learn from this and know how to behave properly in the future," Lin Langjie said calmly, then turned and left.
"I promise, I will definitely be an honest person from now on." Lin Langjie knelt on the ground and wept bitterly.
Chu Qingqing, clutching the Bagua mirror, followed Chen Fengyu away in a daze.
"Godfather, you're so cool. You have no idea how arrogant he was yesterday, but today, as soon as he saw you, he knelt down and begged for mercy. I must become like you in the future, then no one will dare to bully our Chu family," Chu Qingqing said with eyes full of admiration and hope.
Chen Fengyu helplessly pursed his lips. Lin Langjie wasn't afraid of him at all. He was clearly afraid of Prince Su.
What's the use of becoming him? Don't be fooled by Chen Fengyu's status in Yunqing. In front of a towering figure like King Su, he's nothing.
Chen Fengyu explained, "The one who's really powerful isn't me, it's that benefactor living in your house. You should learn from him. If you can become like him, then you'll be a true powerhouse."
"My family's benefactor?" Chu Qingqing frowned in confusion, wondering who Chen Fengyu was referring to. With a quick glance, Chu Qingqing understood a few things. Could it be that my godfather was referring to my cousin Fong Mei?
Indeed, Fong Mei was quite capable. The business representative manager of the multinational corporation also reached a cooperation agreement with real estate tycoon Luo Heng. Upon entering Yunqing, he began to deal with all sorts of important figures. However, compared to Chen Fengyu, Fong Mei still cannot compare to his status. Chu Qingqing grinned and said, "She is indeed very capable, but compared to my godfather, she is still far inferior. She is not my target." Chen Fengyu looked on with surprise and doubt.
Is the title of King of the 9 provinces not enough for Chu Qingqing? What exactly is this girl trying to do? Chen Fengyu shook his head, said nothing more, then bid farewell to Chu Qingqing and left.
Chu Qingqing returned to the Chu family home and entered the living room, where she saw Su Ming cooking porridge for Lin Shoyun. All of Su Ming's furniture was returned to the storage room. Chu Qingqing glanced at it and couldn't help but smile smugly. She thought she had gotten everything back on her own, and felt a sense of pride and accomplishment.
She hung the Bagua mirror back on the wall, then turned around and stared at Su Ming, saying, "I've gotten everything back for you. I don't owe you anything anymore. We're even now, so don't say I'm sorry."
"Did you bring it back?"
Su Ming turned to look at Chu Qingqing and asked jokingly.
These words made Chu Qingqing blush. It's not really something he took back, since he got help from his godfather, Chen Fengyu. But the fact that her godfather was willing to help was because of her. It was also thanks to her.
She glared at him angrily and said, "No matter what, I brought the things back to you, didn't I? Don't be ungrateful and keep harping on this without me. You'd never get them back on your own."
Su Ming smiled and shook his head.
It seems this girl still doesn't understand what happened.
The weak Lin Shoyun tried to persuade them, that's enough, don't argue anymore, just take it back, that way there won't be any loss. But Qingqing, you must never do something like that again. Learn from your mistakes. Not everyone is kind to you, except your family.
Rest assured.
Qingqing pouted, I'll get my graduation certificate tomorrow. Once I get it, I'll apply for a job at the largest business association in Yunqing, the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. As long as I join the Tianming Chamber of Commerce,
I won't lack anything in the future and no one will dare to take advantage of my Chu family again. As for some people, they just cling to their family heirlooms for a lifetime. People still have to rely on their own abilities. Chu Qingqing proudly raised her head, not mentioning Su Ming at all, but the meaning behind her words was clear. She was mocking Su Ming for being incompetent. Tianming Chamber of Commerce? Upon hearing this, Lin Shouyun was startled. Do you think you can get into those big conglomerates and corporations? Qingqing, you just graduated, don't be too ambitious, start from the bottom. Didn't your dad find you a job? You should get insurance first, and go to work to gain some experience first. What kind of place is the Tianming Chamber of Commerce? It's the #1, top-tier power in Yuncheng. Those who can enter the Tianming Chamber of Commerce are either industry elites or prominent figures. It's not enough to just have a diploma. Chu Qingqing's idea was undoubtedly like a moth drawn to a flame, with absolutely no chance of success. If this is a setback, it will probably be difficult to find a job in the future. But Chu Qingqing was exceptionally confident, calmly and proudly saying, I'm confident I can get in, Mom, don't worry, I'll figure something out myself. Before that, she would have followed her father's request and found an ordinary job to start with. But after witnessing the power and influence of her godfather Chen Fengyu, she realized that with an ordinary job, it would be difficult to get ahead in her entire life. 139, Chapter 139 Job Application. When will I ever reach the level of my godfather? If she's going to go, it has to be the best. Even if it fails, just settle for the next best thing. You can't put yourself in the lowest position from the start, or you'll never see the light of day. Su Ming listened from the side and couldn't help but smile. It's quite interesting that Chu Qingqing, after going around in circles, ultimately wanted to work under me. Whether Chu Qingqing can join the Tianming Chamber of Commerce is entirely up to him. He couldn't help but grin and say, the Tianming Chamber of Commerce isn't so easy to get into. I've heard that Jiang Yilin, the president of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, is very strict. Cut. Chu Qingqing scoffed, that's only for someone like you, who has no ability, so of course it seems impossible. I am not like you. Besides, I know Zhang Wuyu, the manager of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. I'll contact brother Wuyu tomorrow. Once we're in the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, we'll be from different worlds. Don't follow me around then, it will only embarrass me. After saying this with an air of pride, Chu Qingqing turned around and went back to her room to prepare. Zhang Wuyu? Su Ming smiled and shook his head. Xiaoming, do you really think Qingqing can get into the Tianming Chamber of Commerce? But I don't know anyone there. She's just trying to get in on her own, without any qualifications. How can she possibly get in? No, we should go with her tomorrow, otherwise, we might cause some trouble. Lin Shouyun was very worried. She knew Chu Qingqing's personality well. Now he's arrogant and speaks with great confidence. But if she were to suffer a setback, a cold shower, Chu Qingqing would likely be traumatized. Su Ming smiled reassuringly and said, Aunt Lin, don't worry. Doesn't she know Zhang Wuyu? He's the manager of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. She must be confident to say that. At worst, I'll go with her tomorrow. It just so happens that I'm also going to the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Alright, thank you for your help. Hearing Su Ming say this, Lin Shouyun's mood calmed down a bit. She didn't expect Su Ming to be of any use if he went alone. After all, that's the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. How could an ordinary person possibly get in? Su Ming went along, which at least ensured that Chu Qingqing wouldn't cause any trouble. The next day, Zhang Wuyu indeed came to visit. It wasn't because of Chu Qingqing's phone call, but because it would give him the chance to see Su Ming, that Zhang Wuyu couldn't wait to come. Chu Qingqing was overjoyed that Zhang Wuyu was so easy to talk to. It seemed that her job application with the Tianming Chamber of Commerce was now a sure thing. President Su, please. Zhang Wuyu opened the car door, his face full of respect, and the first person he invited was Su Ming. Chu Qingqing was stunned by what she saw. I don't understand why Zhang Wuyu is so respectful to Su Ming. But she didn't dare ask, so she could only take her anger out on Su Ming. She glared at him angrily and said, What are you doing following me? Didn't you hear what I said last night? I told you, we're not from the same world anymore. Don't follow me anymore, it will only embarrass me. Besides, I'm going for a job interview today. If you come with me, won't you be embarrassing me? Chu Qingqing was furious.
This guy has absolutely no self-awareness, he has no idea what's going on.
Is the Tianming Chamber of Commerce a place he can go? Su Ming glanced at Chu Qingqing with a smile and said teasingly, you think you can go, the Tianming Chamber of Commerce isn't yours. You're already this arrogant before you've even been hired. If you were hired, what would happen? If it's not mine, then it's yours, you shameless bastard.
Chu Qingqing stomped her feet in anger. Zhang Wuyu was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. He turned to look at Chu Qingqing and whispered, say less, do you still want to get the job? Upon hearing this, Chu Qingqing thought Zhang Wuyu was scolding her for being ignorant and threatening her with the job offer. He had no choice but to swallow his anger. He got on the bus as well. After getting into the car, Chu Qingqing rolled her eyes at Su Ming and said irritably, I don't care what your purpose is, I don't want to see you when we get to the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Don't show your face next to me, I don't want to be laughed at. Yes, you're the one who calls the shots, miss. Su Ming smiled and shook his head.
Zhang Wuyu, who was driving ahead, kept wiping away his sweat.
This girl is incredibly brave.
Doesn't he know that President Su is the one who calls the shots in the entire Tianming Chamber of Commerce?
How dare you say such a thing, you still want to get the job.
This is simply playing with their future.
Su Ming went to the Tianming Chamber of Commerce today mainly because matters there had been delayed for too long.
Although Jiang Yilin usually takes care of everything. However, important contracts and other documents still require Su Ming's personal review and signature.
If we don't check on it for too long, the development of the Alliance Chamber of Commerce will be put on hold for a long time. Although he didn't care, the financial burden of the war god army was supported by the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, which was spread throughout the 9 provinces, so it couldn't be taken lightly.
Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce.
Su Ming got out of the car and, together with Zhang Wuyu, took the elevator upstairs from the small building on the side.
Chu Qingqing followed too. Su Ming turned to look at Chu Qingqing, frowned, and asked, why are you following me?
Who's following you? I'm going up to apply for the job, Chu Qingqing said confidently. Go that way for the job interview, through the main entrance, up to the 3rd floor conference room. That's where the interviews are held.
Su Ming said irritably, then turned to Zhang Wuyu and said, you don't need to follow me anymore.
Yes. Zhang Wuyu responded respectfully.
Chu Qingqing was completely stunned, staring blankly as Su Ming took the elevator upstairs.
It took him a moment to realize what was happening, and he said in shock, no wonder that kid came here to take the elevator. It turns out this isn't the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. I thought this was the place to go upstairs. I knew that guy wasn't qualified to go up there.
However, how did he know where to apply for the job, and how is he so familiar with the Tianming Chamber of Commerce?
Chu Qingqing looked puzzled.
Zhang Wuyu rolled his eyes and almost fainted. This woman is so slow to react. The entire Tianming Chamber of Commerce belongs to Su Ming, how could they not be familiar with each other?
Right, it must have been you who told him. Brother Woyu, actually, you don't need to be so polite to him. Brother Woyu, I don't know him at all, is just staying at my house, but good for nothing. If you have something to say, just tell me directly. Chu Qingqing realized that Zhang Wuyu was trying to get close to her by trying to win over Su Ming.
Zhang Wuyu was utterly frustrated.
Stop talking and hurry upstairs, the job interview is about to start. Given Chu Qingqing's thought process, he felt that even if he revealed Su Ming's identity, Chu Qingqing probably wouldn't believe him.
Su Ming took the elevator up to his office on the top floor. Enter the office. President Su. Jiang Yilin was also in the office, bowing respectfully to Su Ming. Report everything that has happened.
Su Ming walked over, sat down behind the desk, and casually picked up a document to look through.
That's so awesome. Watching Su Ming's decisive and straightforward actions, the beautiful CEO Jiang Yilin was completely captivated. This man is unparalleled.
With a slightly flushed face, she reported, the 2 most crucial things are, first, Shanghai Alliance wants to acquire 10% of our shares, and second, Wan Shirin, the president of Wanjia, has applied for investment.
140, Chapter 140 Applying for Investment.
The Star Alliance is a business alliance jointly established by 7 family businesses in Yunqing through capital injection.
Also known as the 7 Star Sea.
It has only been established for 5 or 6 years, but it has the advantage of a huge capital chain. As soon as it was established, it monopolized various industries and reached a level of absolute dominance in a short period of time.
In Yunqing, any family business that grows large must submit an application to the Xinghai Alliance.
Only with the consent of the Star Sea Alliance can operations continue. If you don't apply or deliberately conceal it, no matter what kind of company it is, it will inevitably go bankrupt in Yunqing within 3 days. However, Xinghai Alliance is not listed on the rich list because the rich list has always ranked the wealth of individual companies. The Star Sea Alliance is an alliance with 7 leaders who jointly make decisions, so even if it has great power, it cannot be listed. Originally, the Star Sea Alliance wouldn't have dared to provoke the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce. However, the Star Alliance has been making great strides recently and is showing signs of becoming unstoppable. Under such circumstances, it was naturally unacceptable for the Tianming Chamber of Commerce to continue to suppress them. They then expressed their intention to acquire the shares. Su Ming didn't know any of this, but he didn't care to know, because he had never taken the Star Sea Alliance seriously. He didn't pay attention to Zhang Yilan's words, but Wan Shirin aroused his interest. He withdrew his shares from Wanja because of the divorce. Although Wan Shirin was in dire need of funds, she was unable to reach the Tianming Chamber of Commerce.
Why are you suddenly contacting us again? She was probably desperate, otherwise, given Wan Shirin's personality, she would never willingly bow down to anyone.
Su Ming was deep in thought. After all, they had been husband and wife for 3 years, and he couldn't just stand by and watch her die. Since Wan Shirin needed help, he would help her this one last time. Thinking of this, Su Ming looked up at Zhang Yilan and said, "You can step forward and approve Wan Shirin's investment application. However, an agreement needs to be signed, stipulating that the Wan family's future development plans must be reviewed and approved by me before the Wan family can continue to develop. Otherwise, the investment will be withdrawn, and there will be breach of contract compensation."
He did this not out of greed for the benefit of everyone. He was just worried that Wan Shirin might not be able to distinguish right from wrong and might go astray in the future. With him there to guide her, she could have a good outcome.
"Understood, Mr. Su, I'll take care of it right away."
Zhang Yilan immediately turned around and went to print the contract. A few minutes later, Zhang Yilan went downstairs to meet Wan Shirin.
Su Ming also went over, but Zhang Yilan was the one who came forward, and he was just an observer. In the conference room, Wan Shirin and Wan Hua sat quietly. Wan Shirin's eyes were fixed, and she looked somewhat nervous. It was impossible not to be nervous. The Tianming Chamber of Commerce had already withdrawn its 10 billion shares, and although she still didn't understand why, their return was somewhat shameless. She had absolutely no confidence in applying for investment this time.
But there was really no other way.
"I originally thought that with the help of the Ling family, the Wan family group could develop smoothly. Who could have imagined that such a thing would happen in Qingzhou? The Wang family not only failed to curry favor with Ling Yun, but also parted ways with him. Now that Ling Yun has disappeared, it's impossible for the Ling family to offer her any help.
She was completely isolated and helpless.
So even if it's humiliating, they have no choice but to turn to the Tianming Chamber of Commerce again." Creak. The conference room door opened, and Zhang Yilan walked in first, striding confidently, radiant, graceful, and stunning.
Upon seeing Zhang Yilan, Wan Shirin hurriedly stood up.
However, the two then saw Su Ming also walk into the conference room. Moreover, in front of several people, he walked over and sat down, looking completely calm. Wan Shirin was shocked.
Wan Hua was also stunned?
"What are you doing here, kid?"
Wan Hua was taken aback and looked at Su Ming with shock and anger.
He hadn't had a chance to get revenge on Su Ming for what happened at Tianxiang restaurant, and now this kid had suddenly appeared in front of him again, which made him furious. Wan Shirin stared blankly at Su Ming.
"This is the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. How did Su Ming get in?" And then he sat down so arrogantly in front of President Zhang Yilan. What did he think he was? "If you can be here, why can't I?"
Su Ming smiled at the two of them. He came because he wanted to hear why Wan Shirin was applying for investment. After all, the Wan family is capable of anything.
He wouldn't agree to invest if he had ulterior motives. Oh, I see. Wan Hua feigned sudden realization, pointed at Su Ming, and sneered, "You're here to apply for investment from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, aren't you? But take a good look at yourself in the mirror. You look like a homeless beggar who would invest in someone like you. Our Wan family owns an industrial group. Do you think we're like an idiot like you who just loafs around waiting to die? The Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce is not a rescue center." Wan Hua wore a mocking expression. Wan Shireen finally understood. Su Ming came here probably because he wanted to open a small restaurant or something, and he's here to apply for investment. It seems this guy has finally become somewhat successful. But it's still a long way off. This little progress is only enough to support oneself, but it's a long way from reaching the upper echelons. He even came directly to the Tianming Chamber of Commerce to seek investment. This guy is still as clueless as ever. All right. Zhang Yilin spoke coldly, her gaze sweeping over Wan Shireen and her brother, and said in a deep voice, "Let's get straight to the point and not waste time. I don't have time to waste with you either. I know the Wan family's intentions, but I have a few questions. I'll consider whether or not to invest after you've answered them all. Please speak, Mr. Jiang." Wan Shireen snapped out of her daze, quickly offering an apologetic smile and looking at Zhang Yilin earnestly. "The first question is, was your investment application submitted by Wanja Group or by an individual?" "It's the group, of course." Wan Shireen answered hastily. "What's the reason?" Zhang Yilin asked again. "We are facing a cash flow shortage. However, I can guarantee that as long as with the funds, our Wanja Group can earn 10 times the return in the next 6 months. I will repay this money in full and also bring dividends to the Tianming Chamber of Commerce," Wan Shireen said confidently. "I see. Alright, I have a contract here. Take a look, and if you think it's okay, sign it, and the Tianming Chamber of Commerce will agree to invest." Zhang Yilin pushed the contract in her hand to Wan Shireen. Wan Shireen thought it was some kind of profit-sharing agreement. After all, it's normal for the Tianming Chamber of Commerce to have some conditions since they're providing the funds. After reading it, Wan Shireen's eyes widened, and her face showed something was wrong. This is hardly a profit-sharing agreement. There was not a single word about money. They only made one request: all future development plans of the Wan family must be reviewed and approved by the Tianming Chamber of Commerce before they can continue to develop. Failure to report constitutes a breach of contract. This? Wan Shireen was startled, her delicate eyebrows furrowing tightly together. What is Tianming Chamber of Commerce trying to do? Once this contract is signed, it means that the Wan family will have no secrets from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. From now on, any cooperation will have to be known by the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, without reservation. Does this mean that the Tianming Chamber of Commerce intends to completely control and restrain the Wan family? Wan Shireen's expression instantly turned ugly. 141, Chapter 141. You're tired of living. She's investing, not selling the whole company. What, is there a problem? Seeing Wan Shireen's complicated expression, Zhang Yilin couldn't help but ask a question. Could you let me think about it? This isn't something I can decide on my own. Wan Shireen hesitated, caught in a dilemma. Then go back and think it over carefully before you come back. Zhang Yilin stood up expressionlessly, ready to leave. Bang! Just then, a loud bang came from the doorway, and a group of people pushed the door open and entered the conference room with great fanfare. What are you considering, President Jiang? Have you thought through our Star Sea Alliance's proposal? The man with the buzz cut, who was at the head of the group, looked at Zhang Yilin with an arrogant smile. Star Alliance? Upon seeing this group of people, Wan Shireen was shocked and quickly stood up, retreating to the side with Wan Hua, watching in astonishment. The Star Sea Alliance is a force in Yun City that is no weaker than the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce. In the past 2 years, it has even been more powerful than the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce, and no one dares to disrespect it. Moreover, everyone knows that the Star Sea Alliance acts domineeringly. How did they find the Tianming Chamber of Commerce? Upon seeing the Star Sea Alliance members, Zhang Yilin's pretty face instantly turned serious, and she couldn't help but turn her head to glance at Su Ming.
Su Ming had not expressed his opinion on the Star Sea Alliance, and at this moment she was also a little unsure how to handle it, not knowing whether Su Ming agreed or disagreed. President Jiang, what are you standing there for? Are you deaf at such a young age? Others want to beg my Star Sea Alliance to acquire you, but they don't even have the chance now that I'm willing to acquire your Tianming Chamber of Commerce's shares. It's a great honor for you, don't be ungrateful. According to my terms, 1 million per share, and I'll buy 10% of your Tianming Chamber of Commerce's shares for 10 million. How about it? Do you agree or not? Just one word. The man with the buzz cut spoke arrogantly and haughtily. 1 million per share? Upon hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but burst out laughing. How could these idiots say such things? Not to mention that the Tianming Chamber of Commerce is spread throughout the 9 provinces. Just in Yun City alone, the Tianming Chamber of Commerce has an annual income of over 100 billion. One share, you couldn't possibly buy it for less than $1 billion. This guy is clearly here to cause trouble. He couldn't be bothered to listen anymore, stood up and sneered, "Get lost, you lot, get as far away as you can before I get angry." What? Upon hearing Su Ming's voice, everyone from the Star Sea Alliance was stunned and turned around to look at Su Ming in surprise. Wan Shireen was utterly shocked. What's he doing? Are you crazy? What should I say in this situation? She didn't even consider the occasion. This was a clash between 2 top powers, the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce and the Star Sea Alliance. It was a battle of gods, and she could only watch cautiously from the sidelines. Su Ming actually dared to interrupt. Is he so desperate to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Doesn't he even understand the situation? Sure enough, the leader, a man with a buzz cut, turned around, gave Su Ming a mocking sneer, and asked coldly, "Kid, is it you who speaks? Do you know who I am? I am He Tingfei, the 3rd leader of the Star Sea Alliance and a member of the Yi family. Go ask around. Who doesn't know my name? Who do you think you are, daring to speak to me?" Su Ming sneered, "I don't care who you are, I'm just answering you on behalf of President Jiang. Your Star Sea Alliance is begging in the Sky Alliance Chamber of Commerce. It's just shameful. Get out of here while you still can." Su Ming's attitude was now clear. Zhang Yilin also realized what was happening and hurriedly chimed in, "Yes, I disagree, get out of here." Court deaf. He Tingfei sneered, his face full of ferocity. He raised his hand and said to the dozen or so people behind him, "Beat this kid down here first, and let the others see what happens when they go against me, He Tingfei." Yes. A dozen people responded and rushed forward, instantly surrounding Su Ming. That kid's dead meat. Wan Hua chuckled, a look of schadenfreude on his face. That fool is courting death. How dare he provoke the Star Sea Alliance? Does he think he's cool for standing up for Zhang Yilin? Doesn't he even know who this big shot is? Wan Hua laughed non-stop. He was just worried about not having a chance to deal with Su Ming. This idiot has brought this upon himself. Now things are going to get interesting. Wan Shireen sighed helplessly. Su Ming was too eager to show off. He lacked intelligence but still wanted to act tough. He brought this upon himself. She had no choice. "You dare to lay a hand on me? This is the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce." When Zhang Yilin heard that everyone was going to attack Su Ming, she immediately panicked. If something happens to Su Ming, he will also bear responsibility. What should we do? I'm going to smash the reputation of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Let's do it. He Tingfei let out an extremely arrogant roar. The dozen or so men immediately turned fierce. But at that moment, Su Ming suddenly raised his hand and, with lightning speed, slapped the person in front of him to the ground, causing him to spit out blood. Everyone else was shocked. Before anyone could react, Su Ming rushed out, weaving through the crowd, grabbed He Tingfei by the neck, slammed He Tingfei's head onto the table, and then picked up an ashtray from the table and pointed it at He Tingfei's forehead. He Tingfei was instantly terrified. His eyes widened like saucers as he stared at Su Ming in disbelief. How did this kid do that? He felt a tremendous force on his neck, with 5 fingers like hooks, as if they were going to strangle his throat, making it impossible for him to breathe. He was completely unable to move his entire body. Could this guy be a top-tier thug that Zhang Yilin deliberately hired after knowing he was coming? Thinking of this, He Tingfei broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly shouted, "Stop, you bastard, what are you trying to do?" Why should I stop? Didn't you want to smash the signboard of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce? I'll make a hole in your head first and see if you have the ability to smash the signboard. Su Ming wore a cold, wicked smile. Seeing Su Ming's ghostly smile, He Tingfei felt a chill run down his spine. If it really was Jiang Yilan who hired this big shot, the other party really wouldn't have the slightest concern. He was instantly terrified, cold sweat pouring down his face. He exclaimed in horror, "Think about it carefully. If you dare to make a move, you'll be starting a war with the Star Sea Alliance. You're recording death. Do you think Jiang Yilan can protect you, However, before He Tingfei could finish speaking, the ashtray in Su Ming's hand had already fallen. Snap! With a loud bang, the glass ashtray shattered, sending glass shards flying. He Tingfei was also splattered with blood on the spot. His head was broken and bleeding profusely, his eyes rolled back, and he immediately fainted, without even having time to scream. Su Ming let go, and He Tingfei collapsed to the ground like a corpse. Seeing this, He Tingfei's men were stunned and stared at Su Ming in disbelief. You dared to hurt our general manager, You tired of living? The dozen or so people were both shocked and furious. What, you want to come up and try it too? Su Ming looked at everyone with a cold smile. The dozen or so people were instantly terrified and retreated in fear. You fool, just you wait, you'll regret this, and your entire Tianming Chamber of Commerce will regret it too. You can't even imagine the price you'll pay for hurting our general manager. The crowd was shocked and furious, cursing loudly. Then they hurriedly lifted He Tingfei up and fled in a panic. 142, Chapter 142 Immense Benefits. Wan Shirin and Wan Hua were dumbfounded. I never expected this guy to have such courage. However, this is not a good thing. Wan Shirin stepped forward, placed the contract back on the table, and said to Jiang Yilan with a grim expression, President Jiang, I'm sorry, I cannot accept this contract. Let's just drop the investment application, pretend I was never here. Wan Hua, let's go. Wan Shirin turned and left. The fact that the Tianming Chamber of Commerce is now at odds with the Shanghai Alliance means they will inevitably become irreconcilable enemies in the future. At this time, it would be very disadvantageous for her if the Wentian Alliance Chamber of Commerce wanted to invest. Most importantly, she couldn't accept that contract either. It's unbelievable that such a large Tianming Chamber of Commerce lacks even this basic judgment, making an enemy of the increasingly powerful Shanghai Alliance. Isn't this just narrowing their own path? Fortunately, she didn't act impulsively and sign the contract. Otherwise, my entire family would be implicated. Wan Hua also gave Su Ming a mocking look and said sarcastically, Kid, you don't think you're so cool, do you? You're finished. You're completely finished. You dare to mess with the Star Sea Alliance. You probably don't even know what the Star Sea Alliance is. By the time you realize it, it won't be enough for you to beg for mercy on your knees. As expected, the wicked will get there. Just dessert-style. Wait and see how you die. After saying that, Wan Hua laughed heartily and left with Wan Shirin. President Su. After everyone left, Jiang Yilan finally came to her senses and looked at Su Ming with a complicated expression. She never expected things to change so much. This also seems to be her dereliction of duty. It's because she lacks the ability that allowed the Star Sea Alliance to come and swagger around. Fine. Su Ming waved his hand calmly and said indifferently, Don't worry about the Star Sea Alliance. If they dare to cause trouble, let me know immediately. Yes. Hearing this, Jiang Yilan felt reassured and breathed a sigh of relief. Outside the Tianming Chamber of Commerce building, Wan Shirin caught up with the Shanghai Alliance members who were about to leave. Wait, everyone, wait a minute. Wan Shirin went to greet her. What are you doing? He Tingfei's men turned around menacingly. Hello, I'm Wan Shirin, the president of Wanjia. I'd like to discuss investment cooperation with Shanghai Alliance, is that alright? Wan Shirin asked cautiously. Wan Shirin? Upon hearing these three words, the other party's eyes changed slightly, and then he said in a deep voice, Get in the car, President. He is unconscious. If you want to talk, go to the Star Sea Alliance and find other bosses. Good. Wan Shirin immediately showed a look of surprise and hurriedly got into the car. Sis, are you really going to the Star Sea Alliance? Wan Hua, standing behind him, asked somewhat uneasily. These people from the Star Sea Alliance all seem to have ill intentions.
We must secure the investment. If we can get investment from Shanghai Alliance, the future of the Wan family will be secure. You go back first, I'll negotiate a loan.
Wan Shireen said calmly. Then be careful, and call me if anything happens, Wan Hua hurriedly called out.
Wan Shireen has already gotten into the car and left. In the Star Sea Alliance Guild Hall, Zhou Jialong, the leader of the 7 Star Seas, was furious when he saw Yi Tingfei being carried back with a bloodied head. Who did it? Zhou Jialong was furious, his anger reaching its peak. You dare to touch even members of my Star Sea Alliance, you're courting death. It was done by the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. It seems to be a big shot hired by Jiang Yilan, Yi Tingfei's subordinate replied. I'm not a thug.
Wan Shireen also came along and was standing in the corner when she heard these words. She almost blurted them out.
She knew Su Ming's identity better than anyone else. Su Ming has absolutely no connection with the Tianming Chamber of Commerce.
It's even less likely that he was a thug hired by Jiang Yilan. That guy wouldn't have that kind of ability. But she swallowed the words back. That's good. It's good too. If the Star Sea Alliance focuses all the conflicts on the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce, then Su Ming can escape unscathed. After all, compared to the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, if Su Ming were targeted alone, he would probably die a violent death tonight. Although Su Ming's behavior also made her feel that he was very clueless. But having been husband and wife for 3 years, she didn't want Su Ming to die without knowing why. Tianming Chamber of Commerce, what a Tianming Chamber of Commerce, they really think they're the best in Yunqing. Immediately notify everyone else to come back. I'm going to completely crush their business also. I'm going to personally settle accounts with Jiang Yilan. Zhou Jialong's face was sinister and ruthless. Yes. The subordinate acknowledged and turned to report. The Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce is, in the end, just a business conglomerate. They have no idea how powerful my Star Sea Alliance is. My Star Sea Alliance has hundreds of war gods in charge. They're practically courting death. Zhou Jialong's imposing aura enveloped the entire guild hall, his domineering presence unmatched. Hundreds of war gods? Is this the power of the Star Sea Alliance? Wan Shireen was so surprised she couldn't close her mouth. Fortunately, she realized in time and didn't cooperate with the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, otherwise the Wan family would have been finished. By the way, Chief Shou, this Miss Wan is here to apply for investment. The person next to them immediately introduced Wan Shireen. Miss Wan? Zhou Jialong's gaze fell on Wan Shireen. Wan Shireen hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Zhou Jialong. Wan Shireen of Wan Family Group greets leader Zhou. You are Wan Shireen? Zhou Jialong looked at Wan Shireen with a surprised expression, sizing her up and down. Does Chief Zhou know me? Wan Shireen immediately showed a look of surprise and doubt, her delicate and fair face filled with astonishment. Wanjia Group is indeed quite well known in Yuncheng. Compared to a giant like the Star Sea Alliance, they are just small fish and shrimp. Not to mention her name, Wan Shireen. How could the imposing and famous Zhou Jialong know her? This left her momentarily speechless. Zhou Jialong smiled. Of course, Miss Wan, you are exceptionally capable and outstanding. To have the Wan family rise to the top of Yun City in just 3 years is something you can't find more than once in the entire city. I couldn't possibly not have heard of you. If you want to invest, I trust you. I'm sure you'll get dozens of times your initial investment back. Report. So I agree to the investment you requested. Real? Wan Shireen almost jumped up in surprise, looking at Zhou Jialong in disbelief. Chief Zhou, you really agreed? The difference is just too obvious. She went to the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, went to great lengths to persuade them, and finally had to sign such an outrageous contract before they would agree to invest. When they arrived at Shanghai Alliance, the other party didn't even ask why they were applying for investment, and just agreed. This surprised and delighted Wan Shireen beyond words. We've come to the right place. The Star Sea Alliance is far more powerful than the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Of course, I, Zhou Jialong, am a man of my word and never go back on my word. However, you have to promise me one thing. Zhou Jialong said with a smile. What is it, Chief Zhou? Please tell me. As long as I can do it, I'll do it for 10 things, let alone one. Wan Shireen's face was beaming with excitement. It's very simple. I need you to help me sell a batch of goods. I just imported a shipment of tobacco from overseas. but I haven't found a sales channel yet. I have faith in Miss Wan's abilities. As long as you're willing to help me sell it, I'll invest and I can split the profits 50-50 with your Wan family. Zhou Jiaolong said with great bravado.
Oh my god. Wan Shireen almost fainted from joy. What an incredible benefit this is.
This isn't helping her, it's practically putting money into her pocket.
This is a good thing that others would beg for.
Helping Shanghai Alliance sell goods, and getting 5 minutes of that, if word gets out, what a huge boost to their reputation.
Is it truly the god of wealth's blessing, and is it Wan Shireen's turn to rise to prominence? 143, Chapter 143. You still don't understand.
Wan Shireen blushed with excitement and nodded repeatedly. I promise, I will do my best to sell Chief Zhou's goods in the shortest possible time. I'm relieved to hear that I'll have someone deliver the goods to your Wanjia group tomorrow.
Zhou Jiaolong nodded with a smile. Yes, I will definitely sign for it in person. Alright, Miss Wan, you can go back now. I'll be waiting for your good news.
Zhou Jiaolong said with a smile. Chief Zhou, I'll take my leave now. Please let me know if you need anything. Wan Shireen repeatedly thanked him and turned to leave.
After Wan Shireen left, the smile on Zhou Jiaolong's face slowly faded. Is an idiot woman worth setting such a big trap for? Zhou Jiaolong seemed to be talking to himself.
Of course it's worth it. Just then, a person with a hunched back and a limp walked out from the back of the hall. His face was terribly gloomy, almost as if it were dripping with water. His face was haggard, but his eyes were full of hatred and cunning.
This person is none other than Ling Yun.
Godfather, this woman almost killed me in Qingzhou. Now that I see her alive and well, I'm furious. I want her dead. I want the entire Wan family to be wiped out. Only then will my broken legs not have been for nothing. Ling Yun gritted his teeth, spitting out these vicious words. Previously in Qingzhou, Ling Yun had both legs broken by the Wang family and was thrown out. After that, he eked out a living wandering in Qingzhou for more than 10 days. They were struggling to survive and had no way to ask the Ling family for help. At a crucial moment, he ran into Zhou Jiaolong, who brought him back to Yuncheng. He hasn't shown up during this time, as he's been recuperating in the Star Sea Alliance. Among the 7 aristocratic families of the Star Sea Alliance is his Ling family. Back when he was in the alliance, he became Zhou Jiaolong's godfather. Now, back in Yuncheng, all he wants is revenge. To take revenge on the Wan family, to take revenge on Wan Shireen, and to make Wan Shireen suffer eternal damnation. Don't worry, the Mir Wan family is as fragile as an ant before my Star Sea Alliance. That woman is at your disposal at any time now. The priority is to deal with the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce. I have hundreds of war gods. Unless Commander Li Shao of Qingzhou personally leads his men, no one in the entire Cloud City is my match.
Zhou Jiaolong raised his head arrogantly. Godfather is mighty, unmatched by anyone.
Ling Yun revealed a smug smile. Where did you go just now? Did you go looking for work somewhere else? Inside the restaurant, Xu Qingqing looked at Su Ming with a puzzled expression. She figured Su Ming definitely wouldn't be able to get into the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, so he went elsewhere to look for a job. I've been hired, do you know that? Out of hundreds of interviewees, only 5 people were hired, and I was one of them. Do you know what that means? It means that I'm now a member of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Xu Qingqing became more and more excited as she spoke, her face beaming with excitement, almost as if she were about to jump up. What an honor this is! Her classmates who graduated at the same time used to boast about how great they were, but now that she's joined the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, compared to them, all of that is nothing. What company can compare to Tianming Chamber of Commerce, the number one in Yuncheng? She had only given it a try, but it actually worked now. The joy she felt was indescribable. Isn't this normal? I've already made arrangements. Even if someone else is more qualified than you, you will still be hired. Su Ming spoke calmly, showing no surprise whatsoever. Before he came, he had already told Zhang Wuyu that with this connection, Xu Qingqing would still be hired even if she was mute. Puff! However, upon hearing this, Xu Qingqing spat out the mouthful of cola she was drinking and glared at Su Ming, saying irritably, "Are you an idiot? You want an explanation? Do you think you're the chairman of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce? I know you're upset, but from now on, we're not from the same world."
I'm a business elite, while you're just a homeless commoner, and at your age, you've accomplished nothing. You're not even in my league, so you need to put on an act in front of me and save face. But if you're going to brag, at least make it believable. Why don't you just say that the whole of Yunqing has to listen to you? Chu Qingqing rolled her eyes, looking at Su Ming with even more contempt. She was in a great mood and planned to bring Su Ming out for a meal to celebrate, but the moment he opened his mouth, she felt disgusted. Su Ming offered no explanation. Just then, a familiar figure walked in, went to the front desk, and ordered food. I'd like 2 hamburgers, a whole chicken bucket meal, and 2 steaks, to go. The one speaking was Wan Shireen. Wan Shireen returned from the Star Sea Alliance and hadn't eaten all day. Passing by the restaurant, she went in to get some lunch to go, and also brought some for Wan Hua. After ordering, she turned her head and happened to see Su Ming and Chu Qingqing. She didn't know Chu Qingqing. But Chu Qingqing is young and beautiful, and has quite a bit of charm. It turns out this guy not only hooked up with Shen Luo Yun, the eldest daughter of the Shen family, but also got involved with this young girl. Previously, he had stood up for Zhang Yilin indiscriminately at the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Clearly, Su Ming's nature is hard to change. Deceiving women and living off them seems to have become his inherent nature. Wan Shireen felt very uncomfortable. Because she was also a victim. Seeing Chu Qingqing's youthful appearance again is like seeing myself back then. Thinking of this, Wan Shireen walked over to Su Ming and Chu Qingqing's seats, glanced at Su Ming, and said in a deep voice, "Don't drag others down with you. Run away quickly. You think you've made a name for yourself in the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, but in reality, you've caused a huge disaster. You injured General Manager He of the Star Sea Alliance, which angered the entire Star Sea Alliance. They will take your life sooner or later. Take advantage of the fact that they don't know your identity yet, and escape now. It's not too late." Wan Shireen reminded Su Ming. Have we offended the Star Sea Alliance? With a crash, the hamburger Chu Qingqing was eating fell onto the table, her face covered in tears. Shocked and incredulous, he stared at Wan Shireen. "You're President Wan, right? If I remember correctly, President Wan, you said he offended the Star Sea Alliance. How is that possible? This guy has no ability at all. How could he have the qualifications to provoke the Star Sea Alliance?" Chu Qingqing couldn't understand how Su Ming had provoked such a powerful force as the Star Sea Alliance in such a short time. The Star Sea Alliance is in no way inferior to the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, where did Su Ming get the qualifications? I doubt they can even get in touch with people from the Star Sea Alliance. I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? You should stay away from him, or you'll get implicated too, Wan Shireen said, glancing at Chu Qingqing indifferently. Su Ming, however, curled the corners of his lips into a smile. He knew Wan Shireen would say that. He couldn't help but smile and said, "It's nothing. I've caused quite a bit of trouble, but I'm still alive and well. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Wan." Don't you understand? Seeing Su Ming's nonchalant attitude, Wan Shireen got angry. The troubles you caused before could all be resolved. Besides, I was there to back you up, and the Wan family had to give you some face. If someone wanted to cause you trouble, they had to give the Wan family some respect. But now, you have no one to help you anymore. You've even offended a powerful force like the Star Sea Alliance. Do you think it will be the same this time? Wan Shireen's beautiful eyes widened in anger. 144, Chapter 144 Certain Death. Mr. Wan, are you still willing to help me? Su Ming asked with a smile. I just received investment from the Star Sea Alliance and gained the trust of Chief Zhou of the Star Sea Alliance, who asked me to help him sell goods. I do have some qualifications to talk to them, but the trouble you've caused is just too great. Wan Shireen shook her head, saying with a hint of disappointment, "Besides, we're already divorced. I have no obligation to help you anymore." My God, Mr. Wan, you've received investment from the Star Sea Alliance? Chu Qingqing was so shocked that her mouth opened wide and she couldn't close it for a long time. Wan Shireen, the head of the Wan family, and Zhang Yilin, the president of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, are two of the most powerful women in Yuncheng. He truly lives up to his idol's reputation. If we can reach a cooperation agreement with the Star Sea Alliance, won't the Wan family become incredibly successful? Yes, Chief Zhou of the Star Sea Alliance already knew my identity as soon as I spoke. He agreed to cooperate with me without any hesitation. When this was mentioned, Wan Shireen's face showed a hint of pride. After all, there are very few people in the entire Yuncheng who can do this. However, Su Ming smiled and shook his head. The Star-Sea Alliance has gotten to where it is today entirely by using unscrupulous means to bleed other companies, big and small. Simply put, the Star-Sea Alliance is a kingdom of mockery. They won't do anything without profit. They're not cooperating with you out of good intentions. You'd better be careful. What are you saying? Wan Shireen raised her eyebrows and glared angrily at Su Ming. Don't slander others just because I won't help you. Do you even have access to the Star-Sea Alliance? You probably don't even know what the Star-Sea Alliance does, so why are you saying such things? You really disappoint me. I was originally planning to help you figure something out, but now it seems it's not worth it at all. You'd better take care of yourself. Wan Shireen snorted coldly, turned around unhappily, took the packed lunch, and left. Are you out of your mind? Xu Qingqing also found it incomprehensible, looking at Su Ming as if he were an idiot. President Wan only came to remind you out of sympathy and you actually slandered the Star-Sea Alliance. Who can stand that? Don't even mention Mr. Wan, I look down on you now. Besides, you've caused such a huge mess. I suggest you find a way to hide yourself, and whatever you do, don't drag my Chu family down with you, especially my parents. Xu Qingqing glared angrily at Su Ming. Afterwards, the two returned to the Chu family. To Xu Qingqing's delight, her father, Xu Yingkai, recovered from his illness and was brought home from the hospital, allowing the family to reunite. After showing concern for Xu Yingkai, Xu Qingqing also told him about what had happened that day. Xu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun were very happy to hear that Xu Qingqing had joined the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. But when he heard that Su Ming had gotten into such a big mess with the Star-Sea Alliance, Xu Yingkai's expression changed instantly. Lin Xiaoyun was also speechless. This is insane, it's absolutely insane. Still somewhat weak, Xu Yingkai shakily got up, his face full of shock and anger. He pointed at Su Ming and roared, "You really aren't satisfied until you've killed someone. You're all alone, with no ties, and you don't care about getting into trouble. But if the Star-Sea Alliance finds out about us, our entire Chu family will be finished." The Star-Sea Alliance, what kind of existence is that? It's the top merchant alliance in Cloud City. Every member is a powerful figure who commands respect. If they wanted to kill you, it would be a piece of cake for them. I've told him before, but he won't listen. And Ali don't think he realizes how much trouble he's gotten himself into, Xu Qingqing said angrily from the side. I suggest you find a way to escape yourself. Don't stay in the Chu family anymore, or you'll get us killed. Xu Yingkai said excitedly. No. Lin Xiaoyun interrupted, her expression grave. Xiaoming lives here, he's like family to us. Now that something's happened to him, we should find a way to help him. We can't let him face the Star-Sea Alliance alone. What nonsense are you spouting? That's the Star-Sea Alliance. How are we supposed to find a way to pay with our lives? The only way is for this brat to kneel down and go to the Star-Sea Alliance to confess and apologize, otherwise we're all doomed. Xu Yingkai said, somewhat exasperated. It was one thing for Lin Xiaoyun to help Su Ming in the past. Now look at the huge trouble this has caused. It's like the sky has been ripped open. Can't you tell the difference between what's important and what's not? Xu Yingkai, have you forgotten what you said? I said I'd bring Xiaoming back, and you can't have any more objections. Aren't you going back on your word? Lin Xiaoyun glared angrily at Xu Yingkai. You? Xu Yingkai was so angry that his face turned completely red. Alright, Anne Lin, stop arguing. This is a small matter. If the Star-Sea Alliance dares to come after me, I will take responsibility. Besides, they wouldn't dare. Su Ming smiled calmly. You son of a bitch. Xu Yingkai nearly fainted from anger. I don't dare to come to you. Do you really think you're the emperor? Have you no self-awareness? Furious, Xu Yingkai went straight back to his room to lie down, afraid that if he got any more agitated, he would faint from anger at Su Ming's words. Look at you, you don't even realize you're about to die. I don't care anymore, you can just wait to die. Xu Qingqing got up angrily and left. Only Lin Xiaoyun remained. Well. Lin Xiaoyun sighed heavily, feeling that Su Ming's lack of nervousness at this point was truly reckless. She stepped forward and said to Su Ming earnestly, Xiaoming, why don't you go out and hide for a while? Go to Qingzhou. Haven't you been to Qingzhou before? You should be familiar with that place. No matter how powerful the Star-Sea Alliance is, it can't possibly extend its reach into Qingzhou if you don't have money. I'll withdraw all my savings, enough for you to stay in Qingzhou for a while. Lin Xiaoyun truly considered Su Ming as one of her own. Even after such a major incident, they did not back down. They were actually trying to find a solution for Su Ming. To be honest, Su Ming was a little touched. But there's absolutely no need for that.
It's embarrassing if word gets out that the mere Star Sea Alliance scared him into hiding.
Will Su Ming ever be able to face anyone again?
She smiled reassuringly and said, Aunt Chu, don't worry, I'll handle it, I promise I won't implicate you.
But...
Lin Xiaoyun hesitated, but seeing that Su Ming was unyielding, she knew that further persuasion would be useless.
That's all we can do. The next day, Xu Qingqing went to Tianming Chamber of Commerce to start her new job. Upon arriving at the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, I witnessed a major event.
Zhou Jialong, the leader of the Star Sea Alliance, personally led hundreds of people to the company, completely sealing off the entire premises and overwhelming the employees of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce.
In the conference room, Zhou Jialong gave Zhang Yilan a final warning.
I'm warning you, I don't care what happened here yesterday, but whoever injured He Tingfei must hand him over to me. 3 days if you don't hand over the person and give me an answer, I'll come looking for you in person and then, Zhang Yilan, you won't get away with it. Zhou Jialong stood like a fierce tiger in the conference room, his imposing presence overwhelming everyone present. The other members of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce were so frightened that they turned pale and dared not utter a sound.
It's over, it's over.
Outside the meeting room, Xu Qingqing secretly watched this scene, her face filled with terror.
Su Ming is completely finished. The Star Sea Alliance members have come knocking on our door. President Jiang would never risk the entire Tianming Chamber of Commerce for his sake alone.
3 days from now, Su Ming will be dead without a doubt.
145, Chapter 145 Disaster Imminent. Prince Su, this way please. After half a month, the blood begonia has matured. Please take a look and see if you are satisfied.
At this moment, Su Ming and Yi Tang, led by Chang Chun of the Chang family, were heading to the herb garden.
With the nourishment of medicinal herbs, once the blood begonia has taken root, there shouldn't be any problems.
It seems the silkworm poison in my body needs to be resolved. The three stepped into the herb garden, and before they even got close, they heard an arrogant and domineering voice coming from inside.
Don't you know who I am? Tell the person in charge of your Chang family to come out. I am Sun Xiaoyun, the fourth leader of the Star Sea Alliance. What's wrong with me wanting a blood begonia?
If I want it, it's because I respect your Chang family. Instead of offering it up with both hands, you're still whining here. I think you have a death wish.
An arrogant young man roared domineeringly in the herb garden.
Master Sun, it's not that we don't want to give it to you, but we can't make that decision. This blood begonia was cultivated by our Chang family for Prince Suit's, not something that just anyone can have. Chang Chun's confidant stood beside the young man, smiling obsequiously as they explained.
Others, am I someone else? Didn't you hear my identity clearly?
Sun Xiaoyun flew into a rage and kicked Chang Chun's confidant to the ground.
His face was fierce, and he grinned coldly. King Su, what kind of Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to call himself king? The entire Cloud City isn't ruled by our Star Sea Alliance. What is this King Su anyway? This?
When Chang Chun arrived at the entrance of the medicinal herb garden, he was stunned by what he saw.
This Star Sea Alliance is too arrogant, isn't it?
They actually came to cause trouble at Chang Family Medicinal Herbs Garden. I want this blood begonia today, and I'd like to see who dares to stop me. The arrogant Sun Xiaoyun, disregarding everyone else, strode over to the blooming, bright red blood begonia and reached out to pluck it. Su Ming frowned, his eyes flashing with cold light.
Presumptuous!
Yi Tang roared and charged out like a tiger, kicking Sun Xiaoyun hard in the buttocks.
A loud bang.
Sun Xiaoyun was kicked more than 10 meters away, flying from one end of the herb garden to the other, where he fell face first to the ground.
Bastard!
The people Sun Xiaoyun brought were instantly shocked and turned around to glare angrily at Yi Tang.
You dare to hit our boss, son, you're asking for death.
A dozen or so people charged at Yi Tang like mad dogs. These people are all Sun Xiaoyun's personal bodyguards, and their combat strength is also top-notch. Although they have not reached the level of a top-level war god, they still have the strength of a 5th or 6th level war god. If an ordinary person were to face them, they would probably be killed on the spot. But now they are facing a supreme war god like Yi Tang. The dozen or so people seemed aggressive, but once they rushed up, they realized something was wrong. Yi Tang stood tall in the crowd, as steady as a mountain. With a single move, he possessed the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. One punch could instantly make someone cough up blood and break all their ribs. After a few thuds, only a figure could be seen flying out. All of the dozen or so bodyguards were sent flying, spitting blood, and none of them were able to get up. At one end of the herb garden, Sun Xiaoyun sat up and was so shocked by what he saw that he couldn't close his mouth. Supreme War God? With this kind of strength, one must undoubtedly be the Supreme War God, right? How could there be a Supreme War God in Kuyun City? Sun Xiaoyun was horrified, his eyes filled with fear, and he sat there motionless. After dealing with more than a dozen people, Yi Tang suddenly turned around, his murderous intent sharp, his eyes like two knives, and landed on Sun Xiaoyun. Sun Xiaoyun was so frightened that he trembled all over and almost wet his pants. Su Ming glanced around and slowly walked towards Sun Xiaoyun. Upon reaching Sun Xiaoyun, he slowly squatted down and asked with a smile, "Are you from the Star Sea Alliance?" Alliance? That's right, I am Sun Xiaoyun, the fourth leader of the Star Sea Alliance. You know who I am, so why don't you apologize to me right now? Do you think you can mess with me? Mentioning the Star Sea Alliance and his own identity, Sun Xiaoyun instantly gained confidence. Even the Supreme War God wouldn't dare to be presumptuous in the face of the Heavenly Star Sea Alliance of Cloud City. If he revealed his identity, wouldn't that kid be so scared that he'd kneel down on the spot? However, Su Ming smiled slightly, raised his hand and slapped Sun Xiaoyun across the face, grinning and saying, "Do you know that I raised the blood begonia? Is the Chang family raising medicine for me?" Sun Xiaoyun's mouth and eyes were twisted from the slap, his face burning with pain. He covered his face, staring at Su Ming in shock. "So what if it's yours? What are you? How can you compare to me? Taking your things is your good fortune. You dare to lay a hand on me. Do you even know what the Star Sea Alliance is?" Snap. Su Ming slapped Sun Xiaoyun across the face again, grinning. "You people from the Star Sea Alliance really don't know what's good for you, Yi Tingfei. And now you, a piece of trash, Yuri, all picking on me. What, is the Star Sea Alliance really doomed?" Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoyun was stunned for a moment, and his eyes showed fear. Just yesterday, he heard that the third leader, Yi Tingfei, had been beaten bloody and seriously injured in the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. He has not yet regained consciousness. The entire Star Sea Alliance believes that it was done by the Sky Alliance Chamber of Commerce. But hearing these words from Su Ming's mouth now greatly surprised him. Could it be this kid in front of me who did it? "He Lao San, did you hit him?" Sun Xiaoyun asked in surprise. Yes, he insisted on saying he'd buy out my Tianming Chamber of Commerce's shares for 1 million per share. Is your Shanghai Alliance really that greedy? Do you think my Tianming Chamber of Commerce can swallow you up too? Do you really think you're above the law? Su Ming said with a joking smile. Yours, the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce, who exactly are you? Sun Xiaoyun was struck dumb, staring at Su Ming with a face full of terror and numbness. You idiot, I think everyone in your Star Sea Alliance is an idiot. You don't even know King Su, yet you dare to come looking for trouble. You deserve to die. Chang Chun let out a disdainful sneer. He stepped forward and stared coldly at Sun Xiaoyun. But I'll let you die in peace. He is the leader of the War God Army, the king of the 9 provinces. The blood begonia naturally belongs to King Su. You idiot, you still want to steal it? I think you're tired of living. The king of the 9 provinces? Upon hearing those 4 resounding words, Sun Xiaoyun nearly fainted from fright. This guy is the legendary king of the 9 provinces. How is that possible? The king of Kyushu is so young, his age is almost the same as his. In that instant, Sun Xiaoyun's face turned completely pale. No wonder even Yi Tingfei was beaten bloody. It turns out that their Star Sea Alliance has offended the king of the 9 provinces. It turns out that the one who truly brought disaster and was about to face calamity was the Star Sea Alliance. At this moment, Sun Xiaoyun was terrified. You piece of trash, don't you even consider that in the entire Cloud City, who can obtain the seeds of the blood begonia? Do you really think your Star Sea Alliance is above the law? You deserve to die. Chang Chun gave a gloomy, cold laugh. 146, Chapter 146 Stealing. Sun Xiaoyun slowly raised his head and looked at Su Ming's figure, which was as majestic as a mountain. An immense pressure swept over us. His face went from pale to flushed red, like a pig's liver. Sun Xiaoyun was so frightened that he hurriedly got up, knelt down in front of Su Ming, and kowtowed repeatedly. "Prince Su, I was wrong, I'm sorry, I was blind to your greatness, just consider me a fart, please let me go."
"Didn't you still want my blood, Begonia? If you're so capable, take it."
Su Ming looked down at Sun Xiaoyun with indifference.
"I'm sorry, Prince Su, I'm so sorry."
Sun Xiaoyun was so frightened that tears and snot streamed down his face, and he kept banging his head on the ground like he was pounding garlic. "If you want me to let you go, fine, but have all the people from your Star Sea Alliance come to the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce and kneel down and kowtow to me, not a single one of them will be spared." After saying that, Su Ming kicked Sun Xiaoyun in the chest.
A loud bang.
He kicked Sun Xiaoyun dozens of meters away, breaking all his ribs. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood in midair and fainted on the spot after landing.
Is this the power of King Su? Chang Chun was dumbfounded.
They thought that Yi Tang, a supreme war god, was already incredibly powerful, but after seeing Su Ming take action himself, they realized that Su Ming's strength was probably unmatched in the entire 9 provinces. With this kind of strength, let alone the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce, even the top war gods of the 9 provinces would probably have to give way.
Star Alliance Hall.
Sun Xiaoyun's men were lying in a row, some unconscious, some seriously injured and still coughing up blood. None of them were unharmed. As for Sun Xiaoyun, his condition is more serious. He has been sent to the emergency room, and it is still unknown whether he will wake up. Zhou Jialong stood in front, looking at the tragic scene, his brows furrowed.
Who did it?
Zhou Jialong grabbed one of the less seriously injured bodyguards and asked him a question.
Yes, they are from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce.
The other person answered, pale-faced and trembling.
People from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce?
2 murderous intents shot out from Zhou Jialong's eyes.
Yes, it seems to be the same person who injured President He Tingfei. He also said that everyone in our Shanghai alliance must kneel and kowtow at the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Not a single one can be missing.
The bodyguard didn't listen to everything he was told. He was half dead from Yi Tang's beating and was already in a daze, so he didn't hear Su Ming's identity clearly. He only heard the last few sentences of the conversation, which he now told Zhou Jialong.
Snap.
The chair next to him was shattered into pieces by Zhou Jialong's slap, and his fierce aura surged forth. Tianming Chamber of Commerce. What a Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Yilan, a woman, dares to oppose my Shanghai alliance. It seems I need to speed up my plans. Kneel down, I want to see who kneels to whom. Zhou Jialong was furious, his murderous aura soaring into the sky like a sharp blade.
Where does the Tianming Chamber of Commerce get its confidence from?
Ling Yan also slowly walked out from the side, frowned, and said with a gloomy face, it's just Zhang Yilan, a woman. She has some status in Yunqing, but in the end, she's just a president of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. What makes her dare to oppose the Shanghai alliance, which is an alliance of our 7 great families?
Could it be that there's a powerful figure behind the Star Sea Alliance? Ling Yun raised a question. A master?
Zhou Jialong sneered. I know the entire Yun city like the back of my hand. What expert could possibly be stronger than me? Zhou Jialong, it seems he didn't take my 3-day deadline to heart at all. I heard that the Tianming Chamber of Commerce is about to transport a batch of goods into the city. Fine, I'll show her the power of Zhou Jialong. Second Master, take 800 men and head out of Yun City as soon as the Tianming Merchant Guild's goods land. Rob themas for the people of the Tianming Merchant Guild. Whether to kill them or bury them is up to you.
Zhou Jialong shouted loudly to those behind him.
Yes. A deep reply came, and a gaunt-faced man dressed in black slowly walked out. This person is the second in command of the Star Sea Alliance, whose combat strength is exceptional, possessing the power of a supreme war god. With another 800 men, not only could we rob the goods, but we could also easily raise the Tianming Chamber of Commerce to the ground.
Second in command Xin Ao led his men there.
Zhou Jialong's gaze fell on Ling Yan, and he said with a sinister smile, come with me to the Wan family, and I'll help you get revenge first.
Yes, Godfather.
Ling Yan immediately smiled with excitement.
The annihilation of countless families, did it happen so quickly? Finally, it's time to avenge my broken leg. I wonder what kind of expressions the Wan family would have if they saw me.
Just thinking about it made Ling Yan burst into a strange, snarling laugh.
Wanjia Group.
Wan Shireen is now in high spirits, full of energy and enthusiasm. Although the Star Sea Alliance's investment funds haven't arrived yet, their goods have already been delivered, which shows that Chief Zhou Jialong is indeed a man of his word. Wan Shireen, along with Wan Hua, signed for all the goods and moved them all into the warehouse. Looking at the pile of goods, Wan Hua rubbed her hands excitedly, circled around the large pile of goods, and asked curiously, "Sister, what exactly are all these things? The items from the Star Sea Alliance are naturally extraordinary. Why don't we open them and see for ourselves?" Wan Shireen said with a smile. "That's right, the goods from the Star Sea Alliance must be priceless. They might sell for tens of billions just from these goods alone. Our One family group is going to make a fortune." Wan Hua chuckled and couldn't wait to grab a knife and pry open the box. But when he pried it open and saw what was inside, Wan Hua froze on the spot. "What's wrong? Look how scared you are. Even if it's expensive, it shouldn't scare you like this. You're so spineless." Wan Shireen laughed and cursed, then stepped forward, peeked out, and was immediately stunned. There was nothing in the box except a pile of hay. "The warehouse has at least 100 boxes, are they all empty?" Wan Shireen was shocked and hurriedly said to Wan Hua, "Open the other boxes and see what's going on. Are these boxes empty? Did Chief Zhou tell me to sell hay?" Wan Hua hurriedly opened the other wooden crates. The same thing happened, everything was completely empty. "Sis, what exactly happened?" "Impossible." Wan Shireen frowned deeply, her expression complex. A sense of unease arose in her heart, and she felt uneasy. "Of course there were things in the boxes of my Star Sea Alliance, but they were all stolen by your Wan family group." Just then, with a whoosh, the warehouse roller shutter door was pulled open, and Zhou Jialong led his men into the Wanja Group's warehouse. "Chief Zhou." Upon seeing Zhou Jialong, Wan Shireen's expression changed. She hurriedly stepped forward, frowning as she asked, "Chief Zhou, what exactly is going on? These boxes only arrived today, we haven't even touched them. We opened them and there's nothing there. How can you accuse us of stealing?" "Oh." Zhou Jialong sneered, his face full of mockery, and said, "If it wasn't your Wan family who stole it, then who was? The goods were delivered directly to the Wan family, they didn't pass through anyone else's hands. What I have here are all valuable antiques. This is my purchase contract, take a good look." After saying that, Zhou Jialong tossed a contract to Wan Shireen. 147, Chapter 147, Seeking Help. Wan Shireen picked it up and saw that the contract clearly stated that Shanghai Alliance had purchased a large number of antiques, and the transaction amount was clearly written down. There are signatures and stamps at the end. It is a completely formal contract. But now, these antiques have vanished without a trace. Impossible. Wan Shireen shook her head blankly. Our Wan family has never touched it. There is surveillance footage to prove it. The box was only opened just now. Surveillance? What good is surveillance? You can change the surveillance system of the Wan family as you please. My things are worth 30 billion now. They have disappeared from your Wan family's hands. You only have two choices. 1. Compensate me 30 billion. 2. Use your entire Wan family group as collateral to repay the debt. Zhou Jialong grinned. Right, Wan Shireen, I knew you were a thieving scoundrel a long time ago. Luckily I didn't marry you, or you would have stolen the entire Ling family. You dared to touch my godfather's things. Your Wan family is really tired of living. Ling Yan let out a sinister laugh behind Zhou Jialong, then slowly walked out. Upon seeing Ling Yan's appearance, Wan Shireen's expression changed drastically. He took a few steps back in alarm. Now, even a fool could see that it was the Star Sea Alliance that was behind this, and that Zhou Jialong had set her up as a trap, which was also Ling Yan's revenge. You're talking nonsense. Wan Hua strode out, his face contorted with rage, and pointed at Zhou Jialong, shouting, There's nothing in your box at all. Oh, I see, it must be you, Ling Yan, trying to collude with the Star Sea Alliance to harm my sister, right? Let me tell you, the Wan family isn't to be trifled with. If you push us too far, we'll fight your Ling family to the death. Fight to the death? Ling Yan grinned, gave Wan Hua a gloomy look, and said coldly, First, beat him to his knees. As Ling Yan finished speaking, the Star Sea Alliance members rushed up from behind, grabbed Wan Hua's shoulders, and kicked him in the thighs. There was a loud click. It felt as if my bones were broken. Wan Hua let out a desperate scream, kneeling on the ground, cold sweat pouring down his face from the pain, his expression contorted. The people Zhou Jialong brought were all at the level of war gods. Wan Hua was just an ordinary person, he didn't even have a chance to resist.
Enough!
In her desperation, Wan Shireen let out a sharp shout. She was caught off guard, she had no way out and no room for choice. I only regret that I cooperated with the Star Ocean Alliance. She suddenly remembered what Su Ming had said to her at the restaurant.
Did that guy already figure it out? Why didn't she believe Su Ming? If we had noticed it sooner, things wouldn't have come to this.
But it was too late for regrets. Now Wan Shireen took 2 steps forward and knelt down on Zhou Jialong's face with a thud. Her eyes were red as she pleaded, "Chief Shou, whatever you want to do, come at me alone, spare my one family, spare my brother."
Now you know how to beg for mercy?
Ling Yun gave a sinister laugh, looking at Wan Shireen with sarcasm. Back in Qingzhou, weren't you so confident? You even colluded with the Wang family to injure my legs. Now, this is the retribution you deserve. Wan Shireen, it's all your fault for being a woman, lacking self-awareness, yet still wanting to succeed. What do you think you are? Ling Yun gritted his teeth, as if he wanted to vent all his anger. And slapped Wan Shireen across the face, causing her mouth to bleed. Then, pointing a finger at Wan Shireen, he sneered, "Remember, without my Ling Yun family, you're nothing. You were just my plaything to begin with. Do you think I'd even look at you? You're not even qualified to curry favor with my Ling family." Wan Shireen gritted her work meant nothing to these people. Not only Ling Yun, but the Star Sea Alliance never considered giving her any chance. The Tianming Chamber of Commerce did give her a chance, but she rejected it. Thinking of this, Wan Shireen couldn't stop her tears from flowing, and felt utterly desperate. Zhou Jialong waved his hand and said, "Take that kid away, Wan Shireen. Remember my words, pay 30 billion in compensation. If you can't pay, I will personally take over the Wan family group in 3 days. If you dare to disobey, you can forget about ever seeing that kid again." After saying that, Zhou Jialong had Wan Hua grabbed and taken away from the scene. "Let me see if there's any way to save you now, or you could come to my Ling family tonight, serve me well, and please me. Maybe I'll take pity on you and spare you this time." Ling Yun squatted down, pinched Wan Shireen's cheek, and chuckled lewdly. After saying that, he got up, leaned on his cane, and limped away. Only Wan Shireen remained, sitting in the warehouse, filled with despair and helplessness.
Is there anyone who can save her now?
Wan Shireen sat there blankly for a long time, then suddenly thought of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. In the entire Cloud City, only the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce can rival the Star Sea Alliance. Why did the Tianming Chamber of Commerce help her? She even ruined the previous collaboration herself. Now, the Tianming Chamber of Commerce probably won't even give her a second glance. But she was still desperate. In despair, Wan Shireen could only head towards the Tianming Chamber of Commerce with the thought of giving it a try. Tianming Chamber of Commerce. President Su, our belongings have been stolen. As soon as Su Ming stepped inside, Zhang Yilin hurriedly said to him. "What?" Su Ming frowned. "A shipment of our goods from Yangzhou was robbed. As soon as it landed, all the delivery men were either dead or injured. 200 people in total, none of them survived, and they were all sent to the hospital," Zhang Yilin said with a grim expression. "Who did it?" Su Ming remained calm and sat down to the side. "I had someone investigate, and it was done by the Star Sea Alliance. I reckon the goods were all delivered to them, but our people were seriously injured, and most of the delivery men were outsiders who didn't know the Star Sea Alliance at all. There's not a single piece of evidence." Zhang Yilin clenched her fists, both angry and heartbroken. "Forget about the goods. But those who were injured, and those from Yangzhou, how are we going to explain this to the people from the surrounding businesses? If word gets out, who will dare to cooperate with the Tianming Chamber of Commerce in the future? Star Sea Alliance, these idiots are really tired of living." Su Ming revealed a cold smile.
President Su, what should we do now? Zhang Yilin asked nervously.
The Star Sea Alliance is indeed much larger and more numerous than the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Trying to take it by force wouldn't necessarily be successful. In fact, it would result in even greater losses.
Don't worry, I'll handle it. I'll personally go to the Star Sea Alliance tomorrow,
Su Ming said with an icy look in his eyes.
Yes. Zhang Yilin nodded.
She didn't know what to do either, so she could only follow Su Ming's arrangements. Su Ming got up and left the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. The mere Star Sea Alliance dares to provoke him time and time again. It seems he hasn't made a move in a long time and hasn't properly taught these idiots how to behave. Su Ming got downstairs. He bumped right into Wan Shirin, who had come to ask for help. Su Ming looked up and saw that Wan Shirin was absent-minded and had injuries on her face.
I couldn't help but ask, what's wrong with you?
Wan Shirin was also taken aback when she saw that it was Su Ming. She turned her injured face slightly away and shook her head, saying, "It's none of your business."
What do you mean it's none of my business? Someone hit you, who did it? Su Ming asked directly. I told you, it's none of your business,
Wan Shirin said in a low voice, then went straight upstairs without saying anything more.
Talking to Su Ming won't help. Even Ling Yun of the Star Sea Alliance couldn't handle her, so what could Su Ming possibly do? Saying it will only make me lose face. The only thing she can count on now is the Tianming Chamber of Commerce.
Seeing Wan Shirin go upstairs, Su Ming frowned, thought for a moment, and then followed her.
148, Chapter 148 Commander of the War God Army. Su Ming witnessed Wan Shirin enter the conference room and meet with Zhang Yilin.
A short while later, Wan Shirin came out again, her expression seemingly darkening once more, and hurriedly left the Tianming Chamber of Commerce.
Curious, Su Ming returned to the conference room, looked at Zhang Yilin, and asked in confusion, "What did she say to you?"
The Wan family was framed by the Star Sea Alliance. The leader of the Star Sea Alliance is forcing them to pay 30 billion in compensation, or else the Wan family group will be used as collateral. Her younger brother, Wan Hua, has also been arrested. They came to ask us for help, but the Tianming Chamber of Commerce is also in dire straits, so I didn't agree to their request,
Zhang Yilin answered truthfully. 300 billion?
Su Ming frowned, glanced in the direction Wan Shirin had left, and quickly followed after her.
How could Wanja possibly provide 30 billion? Even if you sold the Wanja group, you might not get 30 billion. The actions of the Star Sea Alliance are clearly aimed at driving the Wan family to the brink of ruin.
If Wan Shirin hadn't been desperate, she wouldn't have come to the Tianming Chamber of Commerce for help.
The Star Sea Alliance has truly committed numerous evil deeds. Su Ming left the Tianming Chamber of Commerce and saw Wan Shirin hailing a taxi, seemingly about to leave. He immediately flagged down a car and let the other driver follow him.
Although he divorced Wan Shirin, she was, in name, his first woman. Wan Shirin is now all alone and helpless, and he doesn't want to see her do anything rash.
Following Wan Shirin's car, they discovered that she had actually arrived outside the Ling family's residence.
After getting out of the car, Wan Shirin hurriedly stepped into the Ling family's residence. Su Ming also got out of the car, and looking at the high walls and courtyard in front of him, his brows furrowed even more deeply.
Is Wan Shirin planning to seek help from the Ling family?
Didn't she know that the Ling family was also part of the Star Sea Alliance? The Ling family and the Star Sea Alliance were already in cahoots. Wasn't she just walking into a trap? After pondering for a while, Su Ming also stepped into the Ling family home.
Stop! The guard at the gate spotted Su Ming immediately and shouted coldly, pointing at Su Ming and yelling, "Where did this brat come from? Don't you know this is the Ling family of Yunqing? How dare you barge in like this? Get out of here right now."
Su Ming remained calm, glanced up at the guards, and said, "Summon your patriarch, Ling Lan, to come out. I want to see him."
Oh?
Upon hearing this, the guard laughed and looked Su Ming up and down again. Judging from Su Ming's attire, he was even more certain that this was a good-for-nothing brat who dared to ask to see their family head. He was truly courting death. He grinned and sneered, "Kid, take a piss and see what you look like. You're not worthy to meet our patriarch."
patriarch, you think you can just casually mention Master Ling's name? I'll give you one last chance, get out of here, or we'll break your legs and throw you out. Snap. Su Ming slapped the guard across the face, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. The guard landed, coughing up blood and passing out on the spot. The other guards present were immediately stunned and stared at Su Ming in disbelief. A slap can send someone flying more than 10 meters? Where did this kid get such power? Only then did they realize the seriousness of the situation. To beat someone up in front of the Ling family's doorstep, isn't that blatant provocation? You bastard, you're asking for death. This is the Ling family, with hundreds of members. How dare you act so recklessly here by yourself? Someone roared in shock and anger. Immediately, 30 or 40 people rushed up and surrounded the entire entrance, completely encircling Su Ming. You dare to hit someone at the Ling family's doorstep, you're asking for trouble. So what if you're strong? There are dozens of us here, and one spit from each of us could drown you. 40 men stared fiercely at Su Ming. What happened? At this moment, Ling Lan, the head of the Ling family, heard the noise and quickly came out. Master Ling, this brat is arrogant and disrespectful. He came to our Ling family and spouted nonsense. He even injured one of our men after a disagreement, someone said angrily. Are there guys like this who aren't dead or alive? Ling Lan also shouted sharply, pushed through the crowd, and spotted Su Ming at a glance. Ling Lan's cold and sharp eyes swept over Su Ming, confirming that there was no such person as Su Ming in Yin City. He then sneered, young man, get your facts straight. I'll assume you're just momentarily out of your mind. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, then get out of here. Don't make my men do anything. You are Ling Lan. Su Ming glanced indifferently at Ling Lan, slowly reached out, took out the war god token of the war god army from his pocket, and held it in the air. Look carefully. Su Ming spoke coldly. Ling Lan stared wide-eyed and instantly trembled with fear. War, the war god's decree? Ling Lan was so frightened that she almost couldn't breathe. She knelt down with a thud and bowed in terror, saying, this humble one, Ling Lan, greets the commander. The war god order is a command order issued only to commanders and above in the war god army. It is a symbol of status and a representation of power. Moreover, it was a command from the war god army. Nothing in the entire 9 provinces could compare. Even the servants of the Ling family were dumbfounded. War god army? Is that the invincible war god army that is famous throughout the land? More than 40 people immediately knelt on the ground. It finally happened. Ling Lan lay prone, her head covered in sweat. He had received news that the war god army had its eyes on the Ling family, but through his series of responses, he had managed to alleviate the suspicion. He thought that the war god army had withdrawn its suspicions about the Ling family. Unexpectedly, they came to our door in person this time. At this moment, Ling Lan's heart was pounding like a drum. Filled with panic, she said in fear, I was unaware of the commander's personal arrival. I failed to greet you properly. I am guilty. Please forgive me, Commander. Su Ming waved his hand and said in a deep voice, get up. I am not here today to target your Ling family. Come with me to the living room. I have something to say to you. Hearing this, Ling Lan was shocked, but at the same time she breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't aimed at the Ling family, which meant it wasn't as serious as she had imagined. Commander of the war god army, since its arrival, things have been of great importance. Ling Lan hurriedly got up and respectfully welcomed Su Ming into the living room. Please have a seat, Commander. Ling Lan turned around and shouted sternly, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and take out my treasured Longjing tea and brew it for the commander. Then Ling Lan stood to the side, her face full of flattery, and asked cautiously, I didn't know the commander had arrived. What are your instructions? Ling Yun is your son, right? He's at the Ling family's house right now. Tell him to come see me, Su Ming said coldly. Ling Yun? Ling Lan's eyes widened slightly. He came not for the Ling family, but for his son? Did that little brat offend the war god army? How is that possible? Ling Lan was so shocked that she broke out in a cold sweat again. She hurriedly nodded respectfully and said, yes, I will immediately send someone to inform that rebellious son. Inside the bedroom in the backyard of the Ling family, Ling Yun was looking at Wan Shirin with a smug expression. So you did come after all. Now you should understand who holds your fate in their hands, right? Apart from me, no one in the entire Cloud City can save you.
Ling Yun looked at Wan Shireen with a gloomy, cold smile. Wan Shireen gritted her teeth, her face pale. She had nowhere else to go. There was really no other way but to ask Ling Yun. If the Ling family doesn't help, the Wan family will surely perish. 149, Chapter 149 Shocking to one's worldview. Wan Shireen knelt on the ground with a thud, gritting her teeth as she said, "Young Master Ling, we were engaged. After all, if none of this had happened, we would already be husband and wife. Please, I'm begging you, help me with this, save Wan Hui." Wan Shireen, "Have never begged anyone before, I'm only begging you, young Master Ling." At this point, Wan Shireen couldn't help but let tears stream down her face. She has no idea what terrible things she has done. Why has it come to this? For the past 3 years, everything should have gone smoothly, but I don't know when it started, everything suddenly took a turn for the worse, and I couldn't achieve my goals no matter what I did. Now they can only kneel down and beg Ling Yun. Begging me won't help. Ling Yun sneered, saying sarcastically, "Back in Qingzhou, when the Wang family tried to harm me, why didn't you kneel down and plead for me? As a result, I had both my legs broken, and you didn't even ask about it or look for me. Almost died in Qingzhou. Why didn't you mention our engagement back then?" Ling Yun gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at Wan Shireen. Wan Shireen, with tears in her eyes, raised her hand and slapped herself, saying in a pitiful voice, "It's all my fault. Let Wan Hua go. Young Master Ling, if you have any hatred, come at me. Don't hit me." Ling Yun pointed at Wan Shireen and sneered, "If I smear your face, I'll lose interest later. Alright, I don't want to bring up the past, let's talk about what's in front of us. I've already said, if you want to save your brother, you can, but make sure you serve me well, and I'll make sure he goes back safely. Do you understand? If you understand, then take off your clothes yourself. You can't expect me to do it, can you? I don't like forcing people." Ling Yun grinned lewdly, his eyes fixed on Wan Shireen's ample chest. The current Ling Yun is a completely different person from before. Although Ling Yun was arrogant and domineering before, at least he still had a bottom line. But at this moment, one could see not a trace of humanity in Ling Yun's eyes. Ling Yun's legs were broken, and so were his pride and dignity. All that's left is to resort to any means necessary. Wan Shireen closed her eyes and remained silent for a long while. After a moment, she slowly stood up and looked at Ling Yun with teary eyes. "How about this? Our engagement hasn't been cancelled yet. You release Wan Hua, and we'll proceed with the engagement as things stand. Once we're married, you can do whatever you want. Methan, I'll be yours." Are you kidding me? Unable to bear it any longer, Wan Hua stood up, grabbed Wan Shireen, and pushed her down onto the bed, roaring fiercely, "I've already given you enough face by talking so much nonsense to you. Don't you have any shame, huh? You, Wan Shireen, really think you're good enough for me? Marriage, you're not worthy. All I want is you. After today, I'll lose interest in you, understand? Don't you have any self-awareness? If you want to save your brother, then lie still and don't move." After saying that, Wan Hua couldn't wait to start taking off Wan Shireen's clothes. Wan Shireen closed her eyes in despair. 2 lines of clear tears rolled down her cheeks. She had never been touched by anyone, not even during the 3 years she was married to Su Ming, when he never touched her. "I never imagined that I would have to explain myself in this way today." Bang bang bang. Just then, there was a loud knocking at the door. Ling Yun's interest was abruptly interrupted, and his anger surged to his head. He turned around and roared, "Who the hell is that? Can't you see I'm busy? I don't have time." "Young Master Ling, the master wants to see you and wants you to go there immediately." The Ling family servants at the door said anxiously. "Didn't you understand? I said I'm busy. If you keep nagging, I'll break your legs when I get out here," Ling Yun roared angrily. "The young master said you must go there immediately, that's his order." The servants urged them on. "Damn it!" Ling Yun was so angry that he cursed loudly. He stood up, straightened his clothes, pointed at Wan Shireen, and said coldly, "You lie here and don't move. If I don't see you when I come back, your brother won't make it through the night." After saying that, Ling Yun opened the door and went out. Ling Yun limped into the hall and, upon seeing his father Ling Lan, angrily and impatiently shouted, "Dad, what is it? I have something to do, and you've ruined my good time." "Nonsense, come here." Ling Lan shouted angrily. Ling Yun walked in unhurriedly, and when he looked up, he found that Su Ming was sitting in the main seat of their Ling family hall, looking at him with icy eyes. Ling Yun immediately flew into a rage,
pointing at Su Ming and shouting, "So it's you, brat, who do you think you are, daring to sit in the main seat of my Ling family? Do you want to die? Get down here right now, or I'll kill you right here in the Ling family today." Su Ming remained indifferent and did not speak. Ling Lan was quite frightened and stepped forward to kick Ling Yun directly. Ling Yun, who was already crippled, was kicked to the ground by Ling Lan. Ling Yun was instantly shocked and furious, turning around in astonishment. "Dad, what are you doing? Are you crazy? I'm just disciplining this kid. Why are you getting so worked up? And as the head of the Ling family, how can you let him sit in the main seat? How can you face our Ling family ancestors? You beast, shut up." Ling Lan's face turned bright red. She slapped Ling Yun across the face, her veins bulging as she roared, "Kneel down, if you say another word, I'll beat you to death." Ling Yun was completely shocked and stared at Ling Lan in disbelief. Is this really his own father? What's going on? Faced with his father's furious outburst, Ling Yun had no choice but to get up and obediently kneel on the ground. Ling Lan then turned around and respectfully said to Su Ming, "Commander, the rebellious son has arrived. Has he gotten into some trouble, or has he offended the war god army? If he has done anything wrong, I will teach him a lesson immediately." Su Ming gave a cold laugh. "Your son, Ling Yun, threatened my wife, kidnapped her brother, and now he's brought my wife to your Ling family. If I'm not mistaken, my wife is in her room right now. Tell me, what is this? What crime should I commit against him? How should I deal with him? No, I should punish your Ling family?" Su Ming looked up, his cold gaze falling on Ling Lan. These words instantly chilled Ling Lan to the bone, making her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. He was completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. After a moment, she stiffly turned around and looked at Ling Yun in shock. "What the commander said, is it all true?" Ling Lan never dreamed that her son could do such a thing. Kidnapping the wife of the war god army commander? What a serious crime this is. Confiscating their property and wiping out their entire families would be no problem. He thought that the fact that the war god army suspected his Ling family of having a relationship with the bandit leader was already a very serious matter. I never expected something like this to happen. This was like a bolt from the blue. It completely shattered his worldview. The dignified head of the Ling family was almost driven mad with fear at this moment. Dad, don't listen to his nonsense. What his wife, it's Wan Shirin. Wan Shirin divorced him a long time ago and is now my fiancé. Besides, he's a good-for-nothing, looked down upon by the Wan family, and Wan Shirin despised him even more, which is why she divorced him. It's as if I've offended him so much. 150, Chapter 150. Why bother? Who does he think he is, daring to act so presumptuously in our Ling family? Wan Shirin is my fiancé, I can do whatever I want with her. What is he pretending for? Ling Yun shouted angrily, clearly unconvinced. Snap! However, before he could finish speaking, Ling Lan slapped him hard across the face. Now, Ling Lan understood completely. It turns out that the war god commander in front of me is the son-in-law of the Wan family for 3 years. No wonder Wanja Group's business has been so smooth sailing for the past 3 years. It turns out that this big shot has been supporting them all along. If he had known earlier, he would never have allowed Ling Yun to marry Wan Shirin. No wonder the Ling family was being targeted. Even recently, all of the Ling family's business dealings were cut off, forcing them to seek help from the Ling family's patriarch. So this is where the root of all the trouble started. Ling Lan understood everything. At this moment, he wished he could beat Ling Yun to death. Several slaps left Ling Yun dizzy and disoriented. But Ling Yun still didn't understand what was happening. He just thought his father had gone mad. Even with blood trickling from his mouth, his gaze remained fierce, showing no sign of resentment. Ling Lan pointed a trembling finger at Ling Yun and roared, "Do you know who he is? He's the commander of the war god army, and he possesses the war god token with a single command from the commander. You beast, you wouldn't be spared even if you died 100 times over." The war god army, commander? Ling Yun was instantly dumbfounded. He stared at Su Ming in disbelief. Dad, are you kidding me? He's the commander of the war god army? What makes him so? If he really were, would the Wan family have been kicked out of the house? Ling Yun was shocked, confused, and couldn't believe it. His eyes were filled with deep confusion and doubt.
Su Ming grinned. Patriarch Ling, it seems your Ling family doesn't take my war god army seriously. In that case, should I leave? But if I leave, I have no idea what will happen next. These words were a death ultimatum. Ling Lan trembled with fear and kicked Ling Yun twice more. You beast, shut up, quickly kowtow to the commander and apologize, otherwise, I'll kill you with my own hands, and it'll be as if I never gave birth to you. Seeing his father's shock, anger, and fear. Even if Ling Yun was stupid, he would understand that Su Ming's identity could not be fake. He was immediately terrified and turned pale. He hurriedly crawled to Su Ming and kowtowed to him repeatedly. Commander, I was wrong. He kowtowed once and said, I was wrong. Ling Yun's mind went completely numb at that moment. All I wanted was for this nightmare to end quickly. However, Su Ming simply sat there expressionless, letting Ling Yun kowtow without wavering in the slightest. Bang bang bang. The sound of kowtowing echoed throughout the hall. Ling Lan watched from the side, expressionless, her teeth clenched tightly. If this continues, Ling Yun will surely die here. But compared to the entire Ling family, he would rather Ling Yun die than risk the entire Ling family being wiped out. Moreover, all of this was Ling Yun's doing, which almost led to the destruction of the entire Ling family. Now, he deserves to be punished. I don't know how long it will take. Ling Yun kowtowed hundreds of times, blood flowing down his nose and cheeks. Finally, his head lolled to the side, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Ling Lan didn't dare to go up and help, but just looked at Su Ming in fear, waiting for Su Ming to speak. Su Ming then slowly stood up and glanced at Ling Yun. Although Ling Yun won't die, he'll probably have to stay in the hospital for a while. He looked at Ling Lan, his face expressionless, and said, let's call it a day. Send Wan Shireen back safely. Don't tell her I was here also. Your Ling family is part of the Star Sea Alliance, right? To go and tell Zhou Jialong that I'm waiting for him at the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Return the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce's belongings safely, otherwise, the Star Sea Alliance is doomed. After saying that, Su Ming strode away from the Ling family. Ling Lan was utterly shocked. The other party even knows that the Ling family is within the Star Sea Alliance? Doesn't that mean they already know everything about Yuncheng? So, does this mean that the Star Sea Alliance not only attacked the Heaven Alliance Chamber of Commerce this time, but also offended the War God Army? Thinking of this, Ling Lan felt a chill run down her spine. No way. We must get to Zhou Jialong and explain this matter clearly. If Zhou Jialong remains obstinate, he must leave the Star Sea Alliance immediately, otherwise the Ling family's disaster is far from over. Fortunately, this incident allowed him to learn about the news in advance, otherwise, he might have died mysteriously along with the Star Sea Alliance. Ling Yun was taken to the hospital. In the backyard bedroom, Wan Shireen clenched her fists, her face was pale, and her eyes were devoid of any spirit. During the time Ling Yun was away, she had gone through countless internal struggles. If she stays here and waits for Ling Yun to return, her fate is self-evident. But if he were to leave like this, his younger brother Wanhua would surely die as well. She came here to rescue Wanhua. Since that's the case, then leaving is impossible. Just pretend you're being pressed down by a ghost. Wan Shireen grew increasingly desperate the more she thought about it. It's just that the Wan family lacks the strength and ability. It's just that Wan Shireen lacks ability and cannot control her own destiny. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door. Hearing footsteps, Wan Shireen's heart jumped into her throat. Is it Ling Yun who's back? Or should we make one last desperate attempt and threaten suicide? Thinking it over, Wan Shireen picked up a pair of scissors from the side. If she really had no other choice, she might as well die. Creak! The room door was pushed open. Wan Shireen immediately pressed the scissors to her neck and cried out in a pitiful voice towards the door, Young Master Ling, I, Wan Shireen, have nowhere else to turn and only one life left. If you insist on forcing me, then I can only die here. Miss Wan, what are you doing? Ling Lan was shocked and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Master Ling? Wan Shireen froze on the spot, staring at Ling Lan in shock. Seeing Wan Shireen's appearance, Ling Lan understood that Su Ming's words were true. That rebellious son really did such a heinous thing. Ling Lan hurriedly persuaded Wan Shireen to put down the scissors in her hand.
Miss Wan, let's talk this out. No one is forcing you. I am here to take you home. Take me back?
Wan Shireen was even more shocked, but then gritted her teeth and said, I can't leave if I don't release Wan Hua. I will die. What about young Master Ling? Please beg him to let Wan Hua go.
Well.
Ling Lan sighed heavily and smiled helplessly. That unfilial son has been seriously injured and sent to the hospital. Miss Wan, you don't need to be so agitated. Actually, with such a powerful figure backing you up, you don't need to go to such lengths. If you were to suffer any injury, my entire Ling family couldn't afford to compensate you. Why bother?
An important person?
Wan Shireen looked bewildered. Yes, otherwise why do you think my unfilial son was sent to the hospital? Don't worry, I'll help you figure out what to do about your brother. I'll go to the Star Sea Alliance myself tomorrow and give you an explanation. Ling Lan said with a wry smile.
What exactly is going on?
Wan Shireen was so surprised that her mouth hung open, completely bewildered.
Who is this important person? If she really knew some important person, would she have ended up in this situation? In the entire Yunqing, who else is a powerful figure who can help her?
151, Chapter 151. He's really tired of living. Miss Wan, stop pretending with him around. No one in the Star Sea Alliance, or even the entire Yin City or the entire Central State, would dare to touch you. Ling Lan smiled, assuming that Wan Shireen was intentionally concealing Su Ming's identity.
After 3 years of marriage, how could she not even know Su Ming's identity?
However, Wan Shireen truly didn't know, and upon hearing Ling Lan's words, she felt even more confused.
He said in surprise, Master Ling, I really don't know. Can you tell me who is helping me?
Previously in Qingzhou, Jiang Yilan had a powerful backer who helped her several times, otherwise, she might have died in Qingzhou.
Now that he's at this critical juncture, another important figure has stepped in to help him. Could it be the same person? Wan Shireen is really curious. What merit or ability did she possess to receive so much help from the other party? But they've never even seen what the other person looks like. This woman? Is he genuinely unaware, feigning ignorance, or is he being played?
Ling Lan frowned, but Su Ming had warned him not to say anything carelessly. It wasn't appropriate to question him at this moment, so he could only shake his head and say, if you don't know, you'll find out sooner or later. I'll have someone send you back first, and I'll go to the Star Sea Alliance to negotiate tomorrow. You don't need to worry about your brother's matter for now.
Ling Lan had Wan Shireen sent away.
The next day, after reorganizing, Ling Lan arrived at the Star Sea Alliance and found its leader, Zhou Jiaolong.
What, you want to withdraw from the Star Sea Alliance? Are you sure your Ling family wants to withdraw from the Star Sea Alliance?
Zhou Jiaolong looked at the evacuation application that Ling Lan handed over, his face full of doubt.
The Star Sea Alliance is currently at its zenith, and countless families are eager to join but have no chance at this time. Ling Lan actually applied to withdraw? He's out of his mind.
The reason he sought an alliance with the Ling family was because he had a close relationship with the Ling family and was Ling Yun's godfather. Therefore, the Ling family can be considered a core member of the Star Sea Alliance. But Ling Lan's current behavior is incomprehensible to him. You'd better think this through. Once you withdraw, you can't rejoin the Star Sea Alliance. The Star Sea Alliance is thriving right now, and your withdrawal is an extremely foolish decision. Wait another year or two, and the Star Sea Alliance will become the #1 in Yin City, and all the families within it will be among the top in Yin City. Don't regret it when your Ling family is gone. Zhou Jiaolong grinned coldly, looking at Ling Lan with a hint of sarcasm. This guy must have gotten his head caught in a door when he went out. Otherwise, why would they make such a foolish decision? However, Ling Lan simply shook her head. I've made my decision. We'll leave immediately, and from now on, my Ling family will have no further connection with the Star Sea Alliance. Also, Brother Zhou, I advise you not to oppose the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce anymore. Release the Wan family members, otherwise, you'll make a terrible mistake.
A grave mistake? Zhou Jiaolong threw his head back and laughed loudly, looking at Ling Lan as if she were an idiot. You idiot. Are you out of your mind? You should go to the hospital to get checked out. The Tianming Chamber of Commerce is almost suffocating me now. Their stuff worth billions is still in my warehouse and you're telling me to back down? Can't you see who's in power right now, who's #1 in Yuncheng? Once I crush the Tianming Chamber of Commerce under my feet, then no one in Yunqing will be my match. Wrong, the only mistake is that I developed too fast. I might be lonely without any rivals in the future. Zhou Jiaolong laughed triumphantly. You also robbed the Tianming Chamber of Commerce's goods?
Ling Lan was shocked, and a deep fear appeared on her face.
No wonder.
No wonder Su Ming asked him to tell Zhou Jiaolong to return the things properly last night.
So that's why.
This guy is really crazy. He even dares to rob goods belonging to the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Don't they know that the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce is spread throughout the 9 provinces, and Yun City is just a small branch? This has caused an enormous disaster. If we really anger the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce, not only the Star Sea Alliance, but the entire Cloud City will be unable to bear the consequences.
Moreover, he now knows that the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce is related to the War God Army.
Just thinking about it made Ling Lan break out in a cold sweat, which further strengthened his resolve to withdraw from the Star Sea Alliance.
Or rather, they can't wait. We must evacuate, or it will be too late.
Ling Lan stood up abruptly, staring nervously at Zhou Jiaolong, and said, Brother Zhou, I don't care how powerful or invincible the Star Sea Alliance becomes in the future, but I must withdraw from the Star Sea Alliance now for the sake of our many years of friendship. Please grant my request.
Oh. Zhou Jiaolong gave a sarcastic sneer, took out a pen, and signed his name on the application form, approving Ling Lan's application. He looked at Ling Lan with a mocking gaze. A mere Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce has scared you like this? You're destined for nothing. You don't even know how to enjoy good fortune. You want to leave? I'll grant your wish, but don't come begging to me on your knees later. You've already missed your chance. What an idiot. Ling Lan was practically going crazy.
This guy probably has no idea how much trouble he's gotten himself into. They're still gloating over themselves here. By the time they realize what's happening, they'll probably have nowhere to cry.
Ling Lan shook her head, picked up the application form, and turned to leave, but as she reached the door, she couldn't help but stop and turn back to Zhou Jiaolong. Brother Zhou, listen to me one last time. Stop now, there's still time. Also, release Wan Jia and Wan Hua, otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable.
Idiot, get lost. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Cowards don't deserve to talk to me. For that Wan Hua, I'll make him get lost. I was just trying to get revenge for your son, but now that your Ling family is so cowardly, there's no use keeping him around.
Zhou Jiaolong waved his hand dismissively.
He completely disregarded Ling Lan's words. What a joke, you're about to become number 1 in Yunqing, just one step away. Should you stop now?
Not shooting at the last second? Are you kidding me?
Zhou Jiaolong also stood up, exuding an air of domineering power.
It's time to go to the Tianming Chamber of Commerce to demand the return of the people.
The 3-day deadline has passed, and he wants to see how the Tianming Chamber of Commerce will deal with him.
Men, let's go.
Zhou Jiaolong's big hand with a wave of his hand, he immediately led all his subordinates, almost all of them, more than 1,000 people, towards the direction of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce.
Tianming Chamber of Commerce.
Su Ming came with Chu Qingqing. Chu Qingqing came to work, but Su Ming, upon arriving, casually leaned against the air conditioner in the office, looking drowsy. Chu Qingqing was practically going crazy watching this. After finishing her work and looking around to make sure no one was watching, Chu Qingqing went to Su Ming's side, tugged at his arm, and said in a deep voice, "Come out with me."
What are you doing?
Su Ming glanced at Chu Qingqing lazily, but still got up and followed Chu Qingqing to the outside corridor.
Are you out of your mind? Why aren't you running? You're still standing here. Don't you know the entire Star Sea Alliance is looking for you?
I overheard them saying they gave the Tianming Chamber of Commerce 3 days to hand you over. You still dare to stay here? Don't you know what's good for you?
Are you really tired of living? 152, Chapter 152. You've been fired.
Do you think you're more important, or the Tianming Chamber of Commerce? President Jian will definitely hand you over at that time. You won't have enough lives to survive. Chu Qingqing was somewhat exasperated, her little face turning bright red. She'd never seen such a stupid guy. Even when death is imminent, they remain oblivious and unhurried.
It's a miracle this guy is still alive.
Is this what you wanted to talk about? The mere Star Sea Alliance is nothing to me. I am here just waiting for them to come. Su Ming grinned easily.
You go to work, I won't bother you. You? Shu Qingqing rolled her eyes in anger. You deserve to die. I was just trying to warn you, and you're still pretending. Do you even know what the Star Sea Alliance is? You think that you're beating up that CEO? He last time meant the entirety of the Star Sea Alliance. The Star Sea Alliance is an alliance of 7 great families. For them, killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. But you wouldn't understand anyway. Fine, if you want to die, I can't stop you. Out of sight, out of mind. Just fend for yourself. Shu Qingqing looked at Su Ming as if he were an idiot, then turned and went back to her office. She thought she had made herself clear enough, and if Su Ming wasn't an idiot, he would have run far away as fast as he could. But after entering the office, Su Ming walked in again, went back to the sofa, and lay down to sleep. He's beyond saving. Shu Qingqing was too lazy to look anymore. She no longer cared whether this piece of trash lived or died. Anyway, she said what she needed to say. Even if her mother asks about it later, she will have a clear conscience. Get up. Which department are you from? Half an hour later, a man in a suit came to the sofa, kicked Su Ming's leg hard, and shouted at Su Ming with a gloomy face. Su Ming looked up and said irritably, "What department I'm in is none of your business. Why are these guys all so idle?" Was he being too lenient? The entire Tianming Chamber of Commerce belongs to him. It's his business where he wants to lie down. What did you say? The man in the suit paused for a moment, his eyes flashing with anger. How dare this kid talk to him like that? Didn't he know he was the manager of this department? Show me your employee ID. I want to see who you're affiliated with. How dare you be so arrogant? Believe me, I can fire you with a single word. The man demanded angrily. Su Ming rolled his eyes and continued lying down. No, get lost. You son of a bitch. The man in the suit instantly flew into a rage. Just as he was about to lash out, Shu Qingqing noticed the situation, walked over, and said to the man in the suit, "Manager Wu, he's not from our company." Ha! Manager Wu immediately laughed, looking at Su Ming with a sarcastic expression. I knew you dared to be so arrogant. So you're not one of the company's employees? Then you deserve to die. Even more, not one of the company's employees, daring to lie here. Get out of here right now. What do you think this place is? This is the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Do you think it's your home? Manager Wu let out a cold laugh. Su Ming slowly sat up, feeling a headache coming on from all the noise this guy was making. She looked up and gave the other person a cold look, then said in a chilling voice, Manager Wu, right? Which department are you from? This guy. Shu Qingqing rolled her eyes. They really don't understand anything. How dare you ask Manager Wu which department he's from? But this is fine too. Let Manager Wu teach this idiot a lesson, and it will save Su Ming from lingering here and getting on our nerves. Shu Qingqing immediately sneered. Manager Wu is our business department manager and a core member of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. How dare you treat him like this? Hurry up and apologize to Manager Wu. Manager Wu raised his head, his face full of arrogance. There are very few people in the entire Yunqing who have achieved the position of department manager at the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. He has every right to be proud. Someone like Su Ming would probably kneel down in fear upon hearing the identity of the person in question. However, Su Ming remained calm and said indifferently, very well, business department manager, you're fired. Go to the finance department to collect your final salary. Get out of here now, and don't let me see you again. You fucking? Manager Wu was completely stunned. What the hell is going on with this kid? Fire him? Who do you think you are? I think you need to be taught a lesson. I didn't want to bother with you since you're not from the company, but since you're so eager to die, I'll show you who's in charge here. Manager Wu gritted his teeth and shouted towards the door, someone, notify the security department and have someone throw this piece of trash out. Manager Wu's shout immediately drew the attention of countless employees, and everyone in the department couldn't help but gather around. Kid, just you wait when the security department comes, don't come kneeling and begging for mercy. Manager Wu sneered. But just then, footsteps sounded at the door. Zhang Yilin, looking dashing and confident, stepped into the office. President Zhang. President Zhang. When everyone saw Zhang Yilin, they all greeted her respectfully. What are you all doing gathered here? Don't you have any work to do?
Zhang Yilin swept her gaze across the room with a cold look and issued a stern command.
President Zhang, this kid isn't from our company, but he's been hanging around here, and I was just about to teach him a lesson. He even said he wanted to fire me, which is ridiculous. IDE already notified the security department, and they'll throw him out immediately.
Manager Wu immediately flattered Zhang Yilin, but his tone was full of confidence and smugness, as if he had everything under control.
Zhang Yilin glanced at Manager Wu and said coldly, "He's right, you're fired. Go to the finance department, collect your salary, and get out of here. Don't ever show your face at the Tianming Chamber of Commerce again."
What? Manager Wu was instantly struck dumb, standing there speechless. Not to mention Manager Wu, the entire department, and Chu Qingqing, stood there in utter shock, their faces filled with disbelief.
What's going on?
This person who isn't from the company is causing trouble here and nothing happens to them, but Manager Wu is the one who gets fired.
Everyone was stunned.
Manager Wu was even more incredulous, staring at Zhang Yilin in shock. "President Zhang, are you kidding me? What did I do wrong? I just kicked this kid out. I did nothing wrong, neither morally nor logically."
Roll. Zhang Yilin glanced at Manager Wu impatiently.
Then, in full view of everyone, he approached Su Ming and respectfully whispered, "President Su, the person has arrived." The people naturally refer to the members of the Star-Sea Alliance.
Good. Su Ming nodded slightly, got up and headed out of the office. Zhang Yilin followed closely behind.
Amidst the shocked expressions of the crowd, the two left the scene.
Manager Wu was left looking completely bewildered, stunned, and at a loss. They didn't even understand what was going on.
When Su Ming went outside, he saw that the company lobby had indeed been occupied by people from the Star-Sea Alliance. Nearly 1,000 people stood in a row, each one looking menacing. The hall was too small to fit everyone, and more than half the people were waiting outside the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, looking ready for anything.
It seemed that as long as Zhou Jialong gave the order, the entire Tianming Chamber of Commerce would be crushed.
"Zhang Yilin, where is she? The deadline has passed. I told you, if you can't hand her over, I'll come and find her myself." When Zhou Jialong saw Zhang Yilin appear, a sinister smile immediately spread across his face.
153, Chapter 153 Run. Nobody's here.
Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Yilin said coldly, "He Tingfei's injuries were inflicted by our entire Tianming Chamber of Commerce. You're looking for the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. There's no one here." "Oh, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? Well, I hope you can still say that later."
Zhou Jialong curled his lips into a smirk, his face dark and gloomy. "It's me."
Just then, Su Ming slowly walked out, a smile on his face. "I'm the one who smashed He Tingfei's head. I've been waiting for you here, Zhou Jialong, right? How about we talk upstairs?"
"President Su?" Zhang Yilin looked at Su Ming in surprise. She just said that she didn't want Su Ming to take the blame. Let the entire Tianming Chamber of Commerce share the responsibility. She didn't believe Zhou Jialong would really dare to do anything to the Tianming Chamber of Commerce.
To her surprise, Su Ming took the initiative to admit it.
Does Su Ming intend to take on the Star-Sea Alliance alone?
That's a huge difference. "Alright, brat, if you're going to act like a man, then let's go upstairs and talk. I'd like to see if you'll kneel, kowtow, or beg for mercy."
Zhou Jialong sneered and went upstairs with Su Ming and Zhang Yilin. They entered Zhang Yilin's office upstairs.
In the office, Zhou Jialong lit a cigarette, sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked at Su Ming with a mocking expression. "You're the thug Zhang Yilin hired, aren't you? You seem very confident, but fists alone aren't enough. I have 1,200 people downstairs, 600 of whom are war god level experts. How many can you take on? Today you only have two choices. First, you pay for He Tingfei's injury with your life. Second, the Tianming Chamber of Commerce will give up 50% of its shares as compensation. Otherwise, none of you will escape today."
600 war gods? Hearing this, Zhang Yilin was also startled.
I never imagined that Zhou Jialong would be this powerful this week.
600 war gods are stronger than a 10,000-strong army.
Even a garrison of 10,000 men in Zhengzhou only has 200 or 300 war gods among them. How did Zhou Jialong cultivate such a massive force? Little did they know that the Star-Sea Alliance's 7 great families could easily produce dozens of war gods. In addition, Zhou Jialong spent a fortune to bring in hundreds of war gods from the border regions. This force ultimately converged in his hands, which is why he was invincible. That's why he can be so unscrupulous. Below the Star Sea Alliance, there are no stronger individuals, and no one can rival the Star Sea Alliance.
Zhang Yilan's face instantly turned pale.
The Tianming Chamber of Commerce only has 700 or 800 members, and they don't have any war gods at all, so they are no match for Zhou Jialong.
600 war gods. However, Su Ming just grinned, as if he hadn't heard it all, and looked at Zhou Jialong with a half-smile. Did Ling Lan relay my words to you? Did you deliver the goods from my Tianming Chamber of Commerce? Did you release Wan Hua? If you fail to do even one of these things, your Xinghai alliance will lose 100 people including your 600 war gods.
Ha 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 ha.
Zhou Jialong burst into laughter. You're really happy, kid, you really made me laugh.
Zhou Jialong stood up, clapped his hands, and laughed loudly. Fine, if you want to die, I won't waste my breath on you, a mere piece of trash trying to negotiate with me. You're the first one. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. After saying that, Zhou Jialong took out his phone and prepared to call someone up.
But just then, my phone rang first. Zhou Jialong answered the call. On the other end of the phone was Ling Yan's weak voice. Godfather, run, don't go to the Tianming Chamber of Commerce.
Then there was no sound.
What the hell? Zhou Jialong looked completely bewildered, wondering what was wrong with Ling Yun.
However, the Ling family members were all mentally unstable, so he couldn't be bothered with them. But as soon as the call ended, another call came in, and the phone kept ringing.
Zhou Jialong frowned. What on earth was going on? He answered the phone again.
This time, the call came from the Star Sea Alliance.
It was the sound of Qin Ao, the second in command, in pain.
Big brother, something's happened, someone's attacked our Star Sea Alliance. Before he could finish speaking, the phone seemed to have been snatched away, and then a different voice came through. Zhou Jialong, is it? I'm Li Xiao. Your Star Sea Alliance isn't any better. How come you don't have a single capable fighter? I only had 500 men, and I took them all down. Your wife and children are in my hands. Li Xiao said with a bloodthirsty smile.
You, Li Xiao?
Zhou Jialong was instantly shocked, and almost dropped his phone.
His face was filled with shock. What exactly do you want, Li Xiao?
When have I ever offended you? You are also from Yunqing. Why are you attacking my Star Sea Alliance? Sweat instantly beaded on Zhou Jialong's forehead. He had mentioned it before. The only person he feared was Li Xiao. Li Xiao, the supreme war god, also became the commander of Qingzhou. Whether as a person or as a force, he was incredibly powerful and terrifying. But he has never offended Li Xiao, so why is Li Xiao now at the Star Sea Alliance?
What I want to do, someone on your side will tell you. Whatever they tell you to do, you do. If you fail to do one thing, you'll never see your family again.
I remember, his name is Su Ming. After saying that, Li Xiao hung up the phone.
Su Ming?
Zhou Jialong's expression changed drastically, and he turned around abruptly.
Su Ming, isn't that the kid in front of us?
You're one of Li Xiao's men. What's your relationship with Li Xiao? Zhou Jialong stared at Su Ming in shock. Li Xiao is nothing more than one of my subordinates. I was the one who made him the commander of Qingzhou. So, who do you think I am? Su Ming looked at Zhou Jialong with a smile. Zhou Jialong was struck dumb, staggered back several steps, and landed hard on his backside. No, that's impossible. You're not a thug hired by Zhang Yilan. How could Li Xiao be your subordinate? Zhou Jialong was so shocked that his scalp tingled and his whole body went cold. Looking at Su Ming was like seeing ghost. He remembered what Ling Lan had said to him. He recalled Ling Lan's panicked and terrified expression earlier.
Then I remembered Ling Yun's phone call. Tell him to run. Could it be that? Is all of this because of this guy in front of me? Zhou Jialong's values were severely impacted.
Su Ming grinned, slowly walked up to Zhou Jialong, took out the war god token, held it up in front of Zhou Jialong, and smiled. You don't recognize me, but you should recognize this, right?
War, the war god's decree, you are. Zhou Jialong was nearly scared to death. He understood. He finally understood. Why did the Ling family withdraw? Why did Ling Yun tell him to run away? Why is Tianming Chamber of Commerce not afraid at all? You are the commander of the war god army.
Zhou Jialong's face was completely drained of color, and his eyes were filled with panic and fear.
Wrong, I am the leader of the war god army.
Su Ming grinned coldly.
The leader of the war god army, a borderland king? Zhou Jialong's eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. Oh my god.
His Star Sea alliance has actually provoked the king of the 9 provinces.
154, chapter 154. So that's how it is. Wan Hua, are you alright?
Wan Jia, Luo Hongxia, and Wan Jinshan have been unable to eat or sleep well these past 2 days because of Wan Hua's situation. They are filled with worry. Luo Hongxia, in particular, was crying and making a scene. She looked haggard, with red and swollen eyes. On one hand, they blamed Wan Jinshan for being incompetent, saying that his own son had been kidnapped and he didn't dare to utter a single word. On one hand, they were throwing tantrums and causing chaos in every household. Upon seeing Wan Hua return, the two hurriedly went to greet him. Wan Hua was pale and bloodless. He stumbled a few steps before collapsing forward and losing consciousness. During his time with the Star Sea Alliance, he suffered a lot of torment. His constitution was already weak, and with all that torture, he was left with only half a life.
Wan Hua!
Luo Hongxia exclaimed in shock, holding Wan Hua tightly, tears welling up again. My god, look what they've done to Wan Hua. Those damned Star Sea Alliance members deserve to be torn to pieces. However, given the strength of the Star Sea Alliance, why would we release Wan Hua without handing over 30 billion? Wan Jinshan, standing to the side, uttered a sound of surprise and doubt.
The Star Sea Alliance is indeed hateful. However, its immense and powerful influence is undeniable. No one in the entire Cloud City can rival it.
In the eyes of the Star Sea Alliance, the Wan family is like small fish and shrimp. Otherwise, even if Wan Hua were kidnapped, he wouldn't have remained completely inactive. He realized that nothing he did would work against the Star Sea Alliance. All his methods were futile and like throwing an egg against a rock. That's when he gave up the pointless struggle. I never expected that Wan Hua would be released. It was Ling Lan, the patriarch of the Ling family, who negotiated with them. He also told me yesterday that Wan Hua would be back. Wan Shirin, standing to the side, spoke with a complicated expression. She knew in her heart that it wasn't just Ling Lan.
Who is this important figure secretly helping her? Otherwise, how could Ling Lan possibly persuade the Star Sea Alliance to release the people? Moreover, the Ling family originally belonged to the Star Sea Alliance. So it's Master Ling. Wan Jinshan looked as if he had just realized something.
Master Ling's status is indeed as powerful as ever. His mere presence was enough to persuade the Star Sea Alliance to release the hostage. Shirin, how are things going between you and young Master Ling Yun? It's been so long, you should get married by now. You can't delay any longer. Otherwise, if something like this happens again, we won't know who to turn to for help.
Upon hearing how powerful Ling Lan was, Wan Jinshan couldn't wait to climb up the Ling family's coattails.
Luo Hongxia also looked up and agreed. Yes, Shirin, can we still get married? Give us an answer. If you keep dragging this out, people will lose patience. If something good is dragged on, it will just fizzle out. In the end it won't do us any good. Wan Shirin knew very well that the Ling family was partly responsible for almost killing her this time.
How could she possibly marry Ling Yun?
Seeing her parents' attitude, she suddenly didn't know how to answer.
What use is the Ling family? What good is a mere Ling family? Just then, a mocking voice rang out from the doorway.
Upon hearing that familiar voice, the Wan family members all looked up abruptly. Then Zhao Yan swaggered in with her entourage, looking very imposing and arrogant.
Zhao Yan!
Luo Hongxia exclaimed in surprise. Since the Zhao family left without saying goodbye at the last engagement banquet, there has been no further news from them.
I never expected Zhao Yan to come back. Aunt Luo, I'm back.
Zhao Yan said with a confident smile.
Zhao Yan, where did you go the other day? What about brother Zhao Tianshan?
Wan Jinshan asked with a look of surprise. Last time, our Zhao family encountered some trouble, so we rushed back to Zhongzhou, but now everything is resolved, and our Zhao family is no longer the Zhao family of the past. My father obtained an ancient formula from someone, and after production, it sold for nearly 100 billion in just half a month, and that's net profit.
Zhao Yan revealed this while looking up. My god, a net income of hundreds of billions, what is that value?
Wang Jinshan and Luo Hongxia were both so shocked they couldn't close their mouths.
Wan Shirin also raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the Zhao family is the one secretly helping her?
According to Zhao Yan, it is indeed possible for the Zhao family to turn their fortunes around. Unable to resist, he blurted out, could it be that you helped me? Did you help the Star Sea Alliance release Wan Hua?
What Star Alliance?
Zhao Yan was somewhat puzzled, but then she smiled dismissively and said, the mere Star Sea Alliance is nothing but a fart in my eyes. Although the Star Sea Alliance is said to be an alliance of 7 great families, which sounds intimidating, in the end, it's just 7 families in Yun City. It's like 7 brutes from a village joining forces. What use could they be?
Can you compare to the Zhao family, the foremost family in Zhengzhou? Zhao Yan let out a smug laugh. I see.
Wang Jinshan and Luo Hongxia instantly understood that it wasn't the Ling family, but the Zhao family that was secretly helping. Indeed, their relationship with the Zhao family has become even closer. The Zhao family has a reason to intervene. The Ling family would never provoke the Star Sea Alliance for their sake. So that's how it is. Wan Shirin smiled. Now, everything was finally clear. This finally resolved the question that had been weighing on her mind, but she also felt a little regretful, realizing that this important figure was from the Zhao family, and not some rare powerhouse. She hoped it was some kind of exceptionally powerful expert, someone she might even be able to make contact with.
Tianming Chamber of Commerce.
Zhou Jialong understood everything, and was so frightened that he knelt down in front of Su Ming and kowtowed repeatedly. Boss, King of the Frontier, I never expected the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce to be yours. Otherwise, even if you had 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. Please give me a chance and let me go. I promise that from now on, the Star Sea Alliance will only obey the orders of the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Zhou Jialong kowtowed repeatedly, his eyes were red-rimmed, and his whole body trembled.
The leader of the War God Army. He could destroy the Star Sea Alliance in the blink of an eye. How unlucky he was to have to mess with the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Weak the dragon was filled with regret.
Thinking back, it was all because I acted impulsively and arrogantly. I just want to raise my hand and slap myself a few times. Su Ming looked coldly at Zhou Jialong, grinning sneer. You weren't like this just now. Didn't you still want 50% of my Tianming Chamber of Commerce's shares? Besides, you haven't done a single thing I asked you to do.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Jialong felt a chill run down his spine.
He knelt down, weeping bitterly. King of the Frontier, I deserve to die, but there is one thing I have done. I have released Wan Hua. Of all the things Su Ming mentioned, he actually did this one. Of course, it was only because he felt that Wan Hua was completely useless that he had him thrown out.
Yes, that's true.
Su Ming nodded slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, originally, if you hadn't accomplished one task, your entire Star Sea Alliance would have died, but now that you've accomplished one, you can be spared. However, from this day forward, the Star Sea Alliance will be completely dismantled. I don't want to hear the name Star Sea Alliance again, otherwise, I can take your life back at any time.
Real? Zhou Jialong looked up in surprise. Unexpectedly, his unintentional act saved his life.
He hurriedly kowtowed repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, King Jiang, for sparing my life. I will immediately disband the Star Sea Alliance upon my return. As for the items of the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce, I will return them all intact.
Get out. Su Ming waved his hand impatiently. Thank you, Your Majesty.
Zhou Jialong was covered in sweat and repeatedly thanked him.
155, Chapter 155 Broad-mindedness.
Afterwards, Zhou Jialong returned to the Star Sea Alliance and immediately summoned all its members. The entire Star Sea Alliance was disbanded on the spot, and they would have no further dealings with each other. The other leaders of the Star Sea Alliance were shocked and incredulous. Especially Qin Ao, the second in command, who had just suffered humiliation at the hands of Li Xiao and was filled with resentment. They were still waiting for Zhou Jialong to return so they could gather their forces and seek revenge on Li Xiao. Unexpectedly, Zhou Jialong brought back such news. Faced with the doubts of the crowd, Zhou Jialong simply waved his hand wearily. We've messed with someone we could never afford to offend in our lifetime. The entire Starsea Alliance was almost wiped out. Forget about revenge. If you want to live, don't even think about it again.
Someone I can't afford to offend in this lifetime? The Starsea Alliance has been destroyed? Everyone was utterly shocked. You're still alive?
After getting off work, Chu Qingqing went back to the Chu family home with Su Ming. She was surprised to find Su Ming safe and sound. Although she didn't witness what happened firsthand, she had heard about the fact that over 1,000 members of the Starsea Alliance had blocked the entire Tianming Chamber of Commerce Hall.
Everyone in the office thought the Tianming Chamber of Commerce was going to collapse.
To everyone's surprise, the Starsea Alliance members left after only half an hour, as if nothing had happened.
What surprised Chu Qingqing even more was that Su Ming was completely unharmed.
The Starsea Alliance was clearly targeting Su Ming.
This guy is so lucky, he even survived this?
I told you, the Starsea Alliance is nothing in my eyes. Su Ming said with a calm smile.
Shut up.
Chu Qingqing rolled her eyes in anger. It's probably President Jiang who stepped in to protect you. I didn't expect President Jiang to be so capable. A woman like her can actually hold the entire Starsea Alliance back. She truly deserves to be the #1 female CEO in Yunqing. I'll be satisfied with my life if I can reach her level.
Unlike you.
Chu Qingqing glanced at Su Ming with disdain. President Jiang saved you, and you don't even know how to be grateful, yet you're still bragging here. You're not even as good as a woman.
How do you know she saved me, and not me who saved her? Su Ming frowned and asked in return.
Oh. Chu Qingqing laughed, looking at Su Ming as if he were an idiot. Do you have that ability? If you still had that ability, would you still be freeloading off my Chu family? You don't even have a job, and you almost dragged the Tianming Chamber of Commerce down with you. Don't you feel ashamed saying such things? Su Ming shook his head, too lazy to explain. Anyway, Chu Qingqing didn't believe him, so nothing he said mattered. And there's no need to explain. Upon returning to the Chu family home, Lin Xiaoyun was overjoyed to find Su Ming safe and sound.
Xiaoming, you're alright, that's great. Didn't they cause you any trouble? I looked for them, but I chased them all away. Su Ming smiled and said. Puff.
Chu Qingqing, who was drinking water, spat it out and said irritably, You're really incorrigible, Mom. Don't listen to her nonsense. When I was at work, I saw with my own eyes that over 1,000 members of the Starsea Alliance stormed the company. It was probably only because President Jiang intervened that he was spared. This guy has absolutely no self-awareness. I have no idea what price President Jiang paid to protect him this time, but don't expect him to be grateful for anything.
Chu Qingqing sneered.
The more I look at him, the more I think Su Ming is a spineless coward. Even a dog will wag its tail in gratitude when someone helps it. But Su Ming is the kind of person who, instead of being grateful, takes all the credit for himself. It's disgusting. Qingqing is right. It's probably alright because the Tianming Chamber of Commerce took the blame for everything, but there's no use saying all that. I am leaving for the Chang family right away. Qingqing, come with me now that you're a member of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. You'll have some prestige there. Chu Yingkai walked out and looked at his daughter, a member of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, a look of pride inevitably appearing on his face. Fresh out of college, at the age of 19 or 20, to become a member of the renowned Tianming Chamber of Commerce, this honor is enough to overshadow a large number of people in Yuncheng. These days, he feels especially proud when he mentions it to outsiders.
What are you going to the Chang family for? Chu Qingqing asked in surprise.
Your father isn't fully recovered yet. The Chang family is a renowned family of doctors. Going to their house to see them and buy some medicine might help him recover faster. They might even be able to cure his habit of fainting when he gets excited, Lin Xiaoyun explained. The Chang family is a renowned medical family in Yuncheng. In the past, ordinary people like them would never have dared to go. At most, I can buy some medicine from a chain store under the Chang family, which is already quite good. But now that Chu Qingqing has become a member of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, she has gained some status and can go there to try her luck.
Yes, maybe we can buy 1 or 2 rejuvenation pills. That would be a huge profit.
Chu Yingkai said with a big smile. The rejuvenation pill, no need to go to the Chang family, I'll have them deliver it to you.
Su Ming smiled and said.
Shu Yingkai couldn't afford that stuff, even one piece was being sold for over 100 million. The assets of the Chu family are so large that it would take 10 Chu families to buy them. He said this to prevent Shu Yingkai from losing face. Ha, idiot. Shu Yingkai glanced at Su Ming and rolled his eyes. You even had someone else deliver it to you. Do you know who the Chang family is? You probably haven't even heard of them. They're the #1 medical family in Yunqing. People begging to buy their medicine and see a doctor practically break down their door, and they all have to be subservient to them, and you still had someone else deliver it to you. Who do you think you are? Shu Yingkai looked at Su Ming and sneered. Dad, don't waste your breath on this idiot. He won't understand no matter how much you say. After all, the difference in their levels is too great. I'll go with you. Okay, let's go. The father and daughter went out and took a car to the Chang family's house. Only Lin Xiaoyun and Su Ming remained. Don't take what they say to heart. They've always been like that, making a fuss over the slightest thing, Lin Xiaoyun said with a gentle smile. I won't take it to heart. Off. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. Because of the vast difference in their social status, Shu Yingkai and Chu Qingqing's words couldn't hurt him in the slightest. It's like listening to a child's babbling. Who would take it to heart? Xiaoming, you are such a magnanimous child. Are you hungry? Wait a moment, I'll go cook. Lin Xiaoyun turned and went to the kitchen. Su Ming sat in the living room and took out an old-fashioned medical book to read. Hua Tuo's Classics. If any family of traditional Chinese medicine were to see this, they would probably go crazy on the spot. This is a top-tier medical book that countless divine doctors have sought but could not obtain. It exists only in legends. Even if one can only glance at it and learn a fraction of its knowledge, one can squeeze into the list of divine doctors in the 9 provinces. But Su Ming already knew this book by heart. I'm only taking it out to look at it now because I'm bored, but also to refresh my memory and see if there's a way to enhance the medicinal power of the blood begonia. After all, what he needs to do now is to completely eradicate the heavenly silkworm poison. It's not just about suppression. Bang bang bang. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Su Ming turned his head and saw Yi Tang rushing in, anxiously saying to Su Ming, Your Highness, something has happened to the Chang family. It's said that someone wants to seize the Chang family's medicinal herb garden. I just received the news. To seize the Chang family's medicinal herb garden? Su Ming couldn't help but frown. Are there really people this bold in Yuncheng? They even dared to touch the place where he kept his medicine? He immediately stood up as well. Let's go check out the Chang family. Yes. Yi Tang agreed, and the two of them hurried towards the Chang family's residence. When Lin Xiaoyun finished cooking and came out, Su Ming was nowhere to be seen. Hey, where's Xiaoming? He's not even eating. Where did he run off to again? 156, Chapter 156. Sima Qingling. At the entrance of the Chang family's residence. Dad, let me speak when we go in. Although I don't have any official position yet, they should give me some face out of respect for the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Chu Qingqing said confidently. Yes, I know, that's why I brought you here. I've already prepared the money. I'll pay you as soon as we reach an agreement. Shu Yingkai had a big smile on his face. The two entered the Chang family compound together. Strangely, after entering, they didn't see a single person. Upon reaching the lobby, I discovered it was packed with people, the atmosphere tense and serious, making it difficult to even breathe loudly. These people were tense and aggressive, and didn't seem to be from the Chang family. Chu Qingqing mustered her courage, found one of them, and said politely, Hello, I am Chu Qingqing from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. I am here to buy medicine. Chu Qingqing directly revealed her identity, thinking that the other party would look at her with new respect. Unexpectedly, the man turned around abruptly, his fierce gaze falling on Chu Qingqing, and he sneered, Buy medicine? You still want to buy medicine? The next moment, the man slapped Chu Qingqing across the face and coldly shouted, Go squat over there and wait. If you want to buy medicine, wait. The Chang family will change hands soon. Whether we sell medicine or not will be up to us. The slap stunned Chu Qingqing, her face turned bright red, and she stared blankly at the other person. If you dare to hit my daughter, I'll fight you to the death. Shu Yingkai was instantly enraged and almost lost his mind, rushing towards the other party with bloodshot eyes. However, as soon as he got close, he was kicked to the ground ground and a large knife was placed directly against Chu Yingcai's neck, the cold blade pressed against his carotid artery.
"What did you say? You want to fight me?" The man looked at Chu Yingcai with a cold smile, his eyes as if he were looking at a dead man. Chu Yingcai was instantly terrified.
His face was completely bloodless.
Chu Qingqing then came to her senses and realized the seriousness of the situation. She hurriedly stepped forward and begged for mercy. I'm sorry, we made a mistake, big brother, please don't hit us, we'll squat over there, we have nothing to do with the Chang family." "Roll!" the man roared, his voice booming like thunder.
Chu Qingqing then hurriedly helped Chu Yingcai to a corner. They then discovered that many other people had also been taken hostage, including servants of the Chang family. The servants of the Chang family also witnessed what just happened. At this moment, a servant spoke up, "You've come at the worst possible time. The eldest son of the Sima family of Zhengzhou has arrived and wants to forcibly acquire our Chang family. Master disagrees, and they've already come to blows. It could turn into a major disaster."
The Sima family of Zhengzhou? Upon hearing this, Chu Qingqing was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. "Are you talking about the Sima family of Zhengzhou, known for their ferocity and immense power, and who once produced one of the 8 great bandit leaders?"
Chu Qingqing asked, her face full of shock.
"Who else but them? Who else would dare to be so domineering?"
the servants said in a fearful whisper.
No wonder the other party didn't give her any face even though they knew she was from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce.
It turns out they were from the Sima family. No matter how powerful the Tianming Chamber of Commerce is, it's only in Yunqing compared to the top families in Zhengzhou, it's far inferior.
Especially a fierce family like the Sima family.
I heard that the Sima family was originally a bandit gang. The Sima family members were ruthless and decisive, and they trained a large number of assassins in the underground. There are more than a dozen mercenary groups with thousands of members, including many powerful war gods.
Most of the Sima family's wealth was acquired through fighting and plundering. Infamous.
Even today, despite the Sima family's numerous misdeeds, no one dares to utter a single word or mention their past.
Although Sima Xiuhu, one of the 8 bandit leaders, was killed, Sima Quanglong, the head of the Sima family, is still alive. The Sima family's power has not been reduced much.
Even after his younger brother's death, Sima Quanglong became even more violent and bloodthirsty, and those who dared to provoke the Sima family never fared well. Chu Qingqing was so frightened that she couldn't speak.
Today we've fallen into a wolf's den.
Let alone buying medicine, just getting out alive would be a stroke of good luck amidst misfortune. I just hope that Master Chang will be sensible and cooperate obediently, and that he won't anger the Sima family.
Otherwise, she and Chu Yingcai would both be implicated. Chang family medicinal herbs garden.
Chang Chun's face was covered in blood, and 3 or 4 knives were held to his neck. If he moved even slightly, the blades could cut his throat. Not that he didn't expect the rumors to be true. Your Chang family actually managed to cultivate the blood begonia, so the news about the revival of your Chang family's medicinal plants must also be true. Beside the herb garden, a long-haired young man squatted down. His face was thin, his eyes were sunken, and he looked weak and listless, as if he had been indulging in too much drinking and womanizing. But his eyes were exceptionally fierce and sharp, like those of a jackal, gleaming with a dark light. He plucked a petal from a blood begonia, popped it into his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it with a gulp. He stood up, clapped his hands, and turned his gaze back to Chang Chun, grinning wickedly. "But I don't understand, what gives you, a mere patriarch of a Yunqing family, the right to defy my orders? It's your greatest honor to bring your Chang family under the control of my Sima family. You dare to resist? Do you, the Chang family, have a death wish? If it weren't for your medical background and the fact that you're a talented person, you would already be dead by now. I'm giving you one last chance. First, choose to submit to the Sima family. You will receive 20% of the annual profits, and the rest will be handed over to us. You will obey the Sima family's every command. Second, I'll wipe out the entire Chang family and send someone else to take over. Then, this place won't be called the Chang family anymore." Young Master Sima Qinglang said with a sinister grin on his face. Chang Chun gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Sima Qinglang. The Chang family is the Chang family, they will not bow to anyone. These medicinal seeds do not belong to you, they are for Prince Su to cultivate. No one is allowed to touch them. Chang Chun's gaze was firm, even though the blade was pressed against the vein, yet there was no compromise. Su Wan, who, you're Chang family's investor, a mere businessman from Yunqing, and you're willing to go to such lengths, even risking your life, you, who only know how to research medicine, have you gone crazy from all that research? Sima Qinglang wore a sarcastic smile. They assumed that what Chang Chun was referring to were simply the financial backers who invested in the Chang family. You don't understand anything at all. However, Chang Chun just grinned and looked at Sima Qinglang as if he were an idiot. If you dare touch Prince Su's medicine, not even a god can save you. Ha ha ha. Sima Qinglang let out a wild laugh. Yunqing, you still have someone who dares to be my enemy. You must have lost your mind. An idiot like you is useless. Drag him away, chop him up and feed him to the dogs. I'll send someone else to take over this herb garden. Yes, young master. Several warrior-level swordsmen gave a firm shout and dragged Chang Chun out. Sima Qinglang, with a smile on his face, surveyed the entire herb garden, calculating the immense benefits he could gain after taking over the Chang family's property. Bang bang bang. Just then, several explosions came from outside, accompanied by shrill screams. It must have been that stupid Chang Chun who got chopped up. Sima Qinglang grinned. 157. Chapter 157. You can't find good stuff at a cheap price. Boom! With a loud bang, a knife-wielding man flew in and landed in front of Sima Qinglang, spitting out blood. Sima Qinglang was startled, took 2 steps back, his smile froze on his face, and he looked up in surprise. Ahead, Su Ming, Yi Tang, and Chang Chun, whose face was covered in blood, walked in. You still dare to resist? Sima Qinglang was utterly shocked. Chang Chun has really gotten himself into a lot of trouble. They can die peacefully at his hands, while the others can escape unscathed. But wouldn't this resistance force him to go on a killing spree? I think the Chang family members are all tired of living fine, then today I'll wipe them all out. From this day forward, the Chang family will cease to exist in the medical field. Sima Qinglang revealed a fierce and ferocious expression. Then he turned around and shouted to those behind him, Men, all of you, come in, start killing, kill them all, regardless of age or gender. But after the sound rang out, there was no sound behind him. Sima Qinglang couldn't help but peek out from the herb garden and immediately saw that all of the nearly 100 people he had brought were lying haphazardly on the ground. Instead, there were men dressed in black, with solemn and indifferent expressions, standing in place like a military unit, with strict discipline. The momentum seemed to converge into a sharp sword, soaring into the sky. Sharp and piercing. This? Sima Qinglang stared wide-eyed in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Where did these guys come from? His subordinates, numbering over 100, are all at the level of war gods, top-tier fighters he brought from Zhongzhou. This mere Yunqing, wouldn't this force easily sweep it away? But now they're all lying on the ground, like dead people. How is that possible? Sima Qinglang suddenly turned around and looked at Su Ming and the other two. Can't find anyone? Is anyone else here? If not, you're the only one left. Yi Tang stared fiercely at Sima Qinglang, like a wild beast. Who exactly are you? How dare you attack me? Sima Qinglang was shocked, his eyes widening as he roared, Don't you know who I am? I am the eldest young master of the Sima family of Zhongzhou, Sima Qinglang. If you dare to lay a finger on me, not only the Chang family, but the entire Yin city will be alarmed. Snap! Before Sima Qinglang could finish speaking, Yi Tang slapped him hard across the face. With a loud bang, Sima Qinglang's gaunt face was distorted by the blow, the immense force seemingly about to send him flying. He stumbled to the side, half of his leg hitting the ground, and blood instantly spilled from the corner of his mouth. Sima Qinglang gritted his teeth. It's not too late to apologize now, otherwise, when my Sima family arrives, none of you will survive. Snap! Yi Tang slapped Sima Qinglang across the face again, knocking him to the ground with a mouthful of mud in his mouth. Yi Tang stepped forward, stomped on Sima Qinglang's head with one foot, and shoved the other's head into the mud. Then he turned to Su Ming and asked, Prince Su, what should we do? Execute him on the spot. Yi Tang kills every single one of these people he sees, and never takes them seriously.
This is why it's in Yunqing, and it's not advisable to make a big fuss.
In border regions, anyone who dares to offend the local king or act arrogantly will be hanged and executed by slow slicing as a warning to others. Let him get lost, it's just a doge, it's easy to bury him if you kill him, Su Ming said indifferently.
Yes. Yi Tang kicked Sima Qinglang in the waist, sending him flying, and shouted, "Get as far away as you can, and never set foot in the Chang family's medicine garden again." Prince Su, why don't you kill him? The Sima family, also known as the Tiger Head family, is a den of snakes and rats. If we don't kill him, there might be future troubles. Yi Tang turned around and looked at Su Ming with a puzzled expression. It's understandable that others wouldn't kill him. But such a bandit leader's family is so wicked that killing them wouldn't be a pity. Su Ming shook his head slightly. Killing one person won't make a difference, he's more like bait that we can use to lure out the entire Sima family. I see. Yi Tang suddenly realized. So it turns out they weren't refusing to kill, they wanted to kill even more. It means to wipe out the entire Sima family.
Once he understood, Yi Tang instantly rubbed his hands together, his blood boiling with excitement.
I'm afraid the Sima family won't dare to come. If they do, we can really show our skills this time. He's been holding back for a long time.
Su Ming turned to Chang Chun and said, by the way, there should be a father and daughter from the Chu family outside who want to buy medicine. Give them 2 rejuvenation pills.
Yes, Prince Su.
Chang Chun had utter respect for Su Ming, and if Su Ming hadn't arrived in time, he might already be dead. He, Chang Chun, not just the entire Chang family, would do anything for Prince Su.
Also, find me a few furnaces, I need to refine medicine.
Su Ming's gaze fell on the blood begonias that were already in full bloom and ripe around him. These blood begonias are ready to be refined. We'll take them back to the Chu family to refine them, and we'll also need to prepare other medicinal herbs. We might still be disturbed. The Chang family has no shortage of medicinal herbs, and the herb garden is extremely quiet, making it an ideal place for refining medicine. Upon hearing that Su Ming was going to refine medicine, Chang Chun's eyes widened in surprise. This was a great opportunity to broaden his horizons. Witnessing the king of the 9 provinces refine medicine even once would benefit him immensely for the rest of his life. Quickly send your men to prepare the furnace. In the Chang family hall, Chu Qingqing and Chu Yingkai were terrified, wondering what their fate would be today. But at that moment, everyone standing in the hall suddenly went crazy, terrified, as if they had seen a ghost, and all of them scrambled away. It seemed like they were carrying someone, but Chu Qingqing couldn't see clearly. The two breathed a sigh of relief, covered in sweat, and prepared to leave this troublesome place. At this moment, members of the Chang family came out and called to the father and daughter.
Wait a minute, you two.
Chu Yingkai stopped and turned around in surprise.
I thought I had gotten into some trouble again.
The other person walked up with a smile and said, I'm sorry to have startled you two. This is the medicine that the patriarch instructed me to give you. Please take it back. Chang family members touched. He handed 2 rejuvenation pills to Chu Yingkai.
What kind of medicine is this?
Chu Yingkai looked at the 2 pitch-black pills with a puzzled expression, completely baffled.
Although the fame of the rejuvenation pill has spread far and wide. But how could an ordinary family possibly have access to such a top-grade elixir? The wealthy who could afford it treasured it like a precious gem. Normal people have no idea what it looks like.
Chu Yingkai didn't recognize it, thinking it was just an ordinary tonic or pill. After all, it was given away for free, so what good could it be? He immediately shook his head and said, I don't want it. I came to buy medicine to treat my ailment. I don't need this stuff. Could you please ask me if there's any medicine to treat my condition, since I often faint when I get excited?
Ha! The Chang family was completely bewildered by Chu Yingkai. Don't you want the rejuvenation pill? What's up with this guy?
These pills cost hundreds of millions each, so these 2 alone cost 200 million. Countless people would beg for them but still can't buy them.
With this rejuvenating pill, what ailment can't be cured? Isn't this like buying the casket and returning the pearl? Are there really such stupid guys?
However, since the patriarch had given instructions, he couldn't say anything. He nodded slightly and said, it's medicine for treating nervous fragility, right? I'll go get it for you. Keep these 2 pills, they'll come in handy someday. The other party stuffed the medicine into Chu Yingkai's hand and turned to get more medicine.
158, Chapter 158 Refining Medicine in a Cauldron. Dad, what kind of medicine is this? Chu Qingqing looked on in surprise. Why is the Chang family giving us medicine? Chu Yingkai grinned. Didn't you realize something big happened? The Chang family is probably in dire straits themselves now. They're afraid we'll tell anyone what happened here, so they just gave us a couple of pills to appease us, but you get what you pay for. Let's buy the medicine and leave quickly, so we don't get implicated. That's right. Chu Qingqing nodded in agreement. The Chang family is ultimately just a family that raises and sells medicine. They can't compare to proper large families, let alone the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. The Tianming Chamber of Commerce is even getting troubled by others, but the Tianming Chamber of Commerce can handle it. The situation with the Chang family is hard to predict. The Chang family, a renowned family of doctors, was rumored to be extraordinary, but now it seems they are nothing special. They were being bullied and humiliated, yet they dared not react in the slightest. They even sent medicine as hush money. It's utterly shameful. So the two of them grabbed the medicine and left. Refining medicine in a furnace. It is a traditional method of medicine preparation in ancient medicine. Hundreds of years ago, Taoist masters or medical experts would concoct elixirs that would be remembered for generations, all by themselves and in a single cauldron. However, this method of alchemy has long been lost unless one is truly a top-notch medical expert. Ordinary people simply cannot do it, or have never even heard of it. In the herb garden, Su Ming used 4 cauldrons, each the size of a head, arranged neatly. With a focused expression, he arranged the picked blood crabapple blossoms and other medicinal herbs, preparing to begin refining the medicine. There was no one else in the entire herb garden except Yi Tang, who was guarding the entrance, and Shang Chun, who was watching curiously from the side. He had some knowledge of alchemy using furnaces and had tried many methods, but it was extremely difficult to produce finished medicines. He could only produce some low-grade medicines, or even just powder. This is the first time I've seen someone like Su Ming use blood begonia to refine pills. Sir, Miss Shen has arrived. A servant came over from the doorway and whispered. Miss Shen, is this Shen Luo Yun? Chang Chun looked at the other person in surprise. Yes. The servant answered. Chang Chun hesitated for a moment, unsure whether he should let the other party in, since it wasn't up to him now, so he could only turn his gaze to Yi Tang. Knowing the relationship between Su Ming and Shen Luo Yun, Yi Tang nodded and said, let her in. Yes. The servant turned and left. A short while later, Shen Luo Yun, dressed in a long black dress, walked in from a distance. She could smell the strong aroma of medicine and couldn't help but ask with a smile, Master Chang, have you obtained some ancient prescription this time, or are you inventing some new medicine? Shoo. Chang Chun immediately gestured for Shen Luo Yun to be quiet. How could he possibly invent any new drugs? The rejuvenation pill was a prescription given to him by Prince Su. Shen Luo Yun mustn't alarm Prince Su, or it would be a loss. Shen Luo Yun looked on with curiosity as she approached. Her gaze fell on the medicine garden, where she saw that Su Ming had set up 4 furnaces and was refining medicine. Hiss, a furnace for refining medicine? Shen Luo Yun gasped, her face filled with shock. Of course, you've come at just the right time. It's an honor for us to witness the King of Su personally refining medicine in his furnace. Chang Chun whispered. Shen Luo Yun didn't reply. Her eyes were fixed on the situation in the arena, completely absorbed. The flames turned the furnace crimson. Su Ming threw the blood begonia into the first furnace, and it immediately began to sizzle. In less than 30 seconds, the blood begonia was completely melted, turning into a pool of red liquid. But Su Ming did not rush to pour it out. Instead, he let the medicinal liquid churn in the alchemy furnace. Meanwhile, 3 other furnaces were also melting and preparing medicine, spreading the fragrance of herbs throughout the entire herb garden. Time slowly passed. Seeing that the time was ripe, Su Ming waved his hand and flipped over the 3 fiery red cauldrons almost simultaneously. He poured all the medicinal liquid from the 3 cauldrons into one of the cauldrons. Oh my God! Seeing this, Shen Luo Yun and Chang Chun were both speechless with astonishment. Is this something an ordinary person could do? No wonder he tried hundreds of times without success. At the same time, 3 fiery red furnaces are lit, and the medicinal liquid is simultaneously poured into one alchemy furnace, with the timing being perfect. Who can do that? They could even start a stove or a cauldron, even if it cost them their lives. Chang Chun was almost speechless with awe at the incredible skill displayed. Chang Chun is, after all, the #1 doctor in Yunqing. But seeing Su Ming's alchemy with his own eyes now, he felt that he had wasted most of his life. Like a farmer who only knows how to grow medicinal herbs. Shen Luoyun was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. Even the eldest daughter of the Shen family in Zhongzhou had never witnessed such an astonishing scene. As expected of the king of Kyushu. This one skill alone is enough for her to learn for a lifetime. The medicinal liquids were simmered together in one furnace, sizzling and crackling. During this time, Su Ming remained calm, as if he were resting with his eyes closed, but everything was under his control. A dozen minutes later, Su Ming scooped up some ice water with one hand and, without any protection, slammed it down on the blazing furnace, flipping it over and accurately pouring the medicinal liquid into the prepared mold. Then insert the model into the ice block. Everything is done. Su Ming took a towel to wipe his hands, and there was no trace of burn on his hands. Chang Chun and Shen Luoyun, watching from the sidelines, didn't dare to breathe. Although it seemed that the alchemy process was already finished, they still dared not approach or make a sound. Yi Tang, however, was not surprised at all and remained calm. After all, she had seen Su Ming refine medicine countless times back in the border region. This method of alchemy is actually the most common. Su Ming hasn't yet used the more advanced methods. I doubt many people in Kyushu have ever seen this. You can go now. Yi Tang reminded her. King Su. Chang Chun shouted and ran over, looking at the ice in astonishment, and asked, "Did it work?" Brother Su. Shen Luoyun also took small steps closer, her face filled with admiration. She looked at Su Ming with admiration and her eyes sparkled like stars. You're here too. Su Ming glanced at Shen Luoyun with slight surprise. It had been a while since I'd seen Shen Luoyun. I didn't expect this girl to arrive so coincidentally, right when he was refining pills. Prince Su, did it succeed? Chang Chun asked cautiously. Open it and take a look. Su Ming smiled calmly. With permission, Chang Chun then removed the model from the ice. With a gentle shake, the 5 pills on the model fell down neatly, round and smooth, crystal clear and full, each one as if it were exquisitely carved, without the slightest flaw. Most importantly, it smells like medicine. The quality of a finished pill can be determined by its aroma. Just like the rejuvenation pill he refined, just displaying one of them could fill the entire hall with its medicinal fragrance. The few pills that Su Ming refined were still chilled, but as soon as they were taken out, the medicinal fragrance seemed to flood in through all 7 orifices, refreshing the mind and making one's head exceptionally clear. Chang Chun was so shocked he couldn't speak. What grade of pill must this be? Compared to this, his rejuvenation pill is utter garbage. 159, Chapter 159. What king? The elixir is divided into 9 grades. The rejuvenation pill is classified as a 3rd grade pill, considered the finest among ordinary pills. But the medicine that Su Ming personally refined is estimated to be at least grade 6. That's the best of the best. Calling it a divine elixir wouldn't be an exaggeration. It's just a bit of a pity. Su Ming shook his head and sighed. Pity? Chang Chun looked up in shock. Is that a pity? This is already perfect, okay? If this kind of pill were taken out, the entire central continent would be shocked. Even just one of them could probably cause unrest. But Su Ming just shook his head and offered no explanation. The regret he expressed wasn't about his own alchemy skills, but rather the fact that he hadn't found a perfect prescription. These few pills couldn't completely eradicate the heavenly silkworm poison, they could only guarantee that the poison wouldn't flare up after being taken each month. But if you stop taking the pills, the symptoms will relapse. This did not achieve the effect he wanted. King Su. Chang Chun was excited and suddenly knelt down in front of Su Ming, pleading,
I beg King Su to teach me this alchemy skill. I don't need all of it, as long as I can learn even a third of it, it will be of great use to me in alchemy in the future. I promise that after I have mastered the skill, I will never use it indiscriminately. I will always obtain King Su's permission before I begin alchemy.
Chang Chun's eyes were filled with longing.
Although it was a bit presumptuous and ungrateful, for someone who had spent half his life studying elixirs, seeing such alchemy techniques made him unable to control himself. He'd be laughing in his sleep if he learned even a little bit. Hey, you're talking nonsense. You think you can just learn such a top-notch alchemy method as you please? Only someone with real ability can learn it, right, Brother Su? If you pass it on to me, I promise I'll stay by your side from now on. If you tell me to refine, I'll refine. Shen Luoyun also grabbed Su Ming's hand anxiously and said coquettishly. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. You don't need to argue anymore. I can teach both of you, but let's see if you can learn it now. Pick up the furnace on the table. Upon hearing this, the two were overjoyed. Shen Luoyun wanted to show off, so she stepped forward first and said with a smile, what's so difficult about that? Then he reached out and picked up one of the cauldrons. Ah! Shen Luoyun suddenly let out a scream, her face changed drastically, and she retreated in terror. The furnace cauldron fell to the ground, sizzling loudly, and the wet, moist soil next to it was scalded black. That furnace is still at a high temperature. Although so much time has passed, the high temperatures still haven't subsided. With the slightest touch, Shen Luoyun's palms were already burning red and blistered. That's because she released it quickly. If it had been 2 more seconds, my fart would have been scalded. Chang Chun was also dumbfounded. Just now, Su Ming so easily flipped over several furnaces, seemingly without any problem. Now, Shen Luoyun almost had her skin burned off just by touching them. This is terrifying. Su Ming laughed. Alchemy and medicine require extremely high temperatures. Even if I teach you, you still won't be able to refine them unless you first learn how to lift the furnace without getting burned. This alchemy method is nothing to him. After all, for him, this was just the basics. But for ordinary people, it's an insurmountable mountain. Just looking at it is exhausting, let alone learning it. Brother Su, why didn't you say so sooner? You're so mean. Shen Luoyun frowned coquettishly, then looked at her pink, delicate hands, which were scalded like pig's trotters, and felt both painful and uncomfortable, with tears almost falling down her face. Su Ming tossed Shen Luoyun a jar of ointment and smiled, just apply this and it'll be fine. Chang Chun, shocked, rolled his eyes and asked, if, could we use something else instead, like a technological hand or something, as long as we can pick up the furnace, right? First of all, where would you find such a high-tech hand with such advanced materials? It could melt even steel at extreme temperatures. Secondly, alchemy in a furnace requires hands-on involvement and precise control of time and heat down to the millisecond for the elixir to be perfect. If you use other rigid machinery instead, what's the difference between that and machine-made alchemy? Su Ming said with a smile. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Chang Chun's head. There's absolutely no hope now. Alright, forget about alchemy for nowhere, you can have one of the finished pills. Take it and study it at your leisure. Su Ming took out a blood begonia pill and threw it to Chang Chun. Chang Chun was one of his own, having cared for him for so long with meticulous care and unwavering loyalty, that pill was well worth it. Thank you, Prince Su. Although disappointed, Chang Chun was still extremely grateful to have received such a top-quality elixir, and thanked him again with joy. Then I'll be going now. Keep an eye on the things here. Su Ming nodded and gave his instructions. Yes. Chang Chun bowed his head and responded. Su Ming turned and walked out, and Shen Luoyun hurriedly followed. Brother Su, wait for me. Once outside, they took a car back to the Chu family home. In the car, Su Ming looked at Shen Luoyun with a puzzled expression. Why are you here again? Didn't you go back to Zhangzhou? Although Shen Luoyun didn't come to say goodbye some time ago, Su Ming knew very well that Shen Luoyun and Shen Sonlin had gone back to Zhangzhou to manage the medicine prescriptions. Unexpectedly, Shen Luoyun has returned after only half a month. Brother Su, something's happened. Shen Luoyun looked grim as he rubbed his injured hand and said, the Zhao family of Zhangzhou somehow obtained the toad spring you gave me and began refining it in large quantities, causing a sensation throughout Zhangzhou. They made hundreds of billions in profit overnight. Now the Zhao family has become one of the top families in Zhangzhou. The consequence of doing this is that countless families have been suppressed, including our Shin family. There are even countless people who doubt that our Shin family is worthy of being a medical family. Some people even threaten to abolish our Shin family. Shin Luo-yoon became more and more upset as she spoke. I came here specifically to ask Su Ming for help. Now the Shin family is under complete suppression, suspected and targeted everywhere, and they are almost at their wits' end. What does that have to do with me, thing? Su Ming smiled wryly, his face indifferent. He gave Shin Luo-yoon the toad spring due, but Shin Luo-yoon didn't keep it safe and it fell into other people's hands. Was that her own fault? If you don't cherish things, no amount of pleading with anyone will help. Shin Luo-yoon was speechless after being rebuked and could only hang her head. 10,000 families. Young Master Sima, what's wrong with you? Zhao Yan was shocked to see Sima Qinglang with a bruised and swollen face. Sima Qinglang, with his status, shouldn't he be able to do whatever he wants in the Smolian city? How could he have been beaten like this on his very first day here? Who would dare to do that? I don't know who he is, but the Chang family mentioned that he's called King Suo. My men have fallen into his hands. If I hadn't fought back so fiercely, I might be dead already. Sima Qinglang lay to one side, his expression pained as he spoke. King Su, his surname is Su? Wan Shireen looked on with surprise. Could it be Su Ming? No, impossible. What kind of status does Sima Qinglang have? How could he not even be able to deal with Su Ming? But Zhao Yan knew perfectly well that she had already learned Su Ming's identity from her father. But now the Zhao family is at the height of its power. She didn't take Su Ming seriously. Moreover, she had held a grudge ever since Su Ming humiliated her, and her trip here was partly motivated by a desire for revenge. He immediately curled his lip in disdain and said, "What King Su? What kind of king is he from Yun City? Does any Tom, Dick, or Harry even deserve to be called a king?" 160, Chapter 160 Wasting Nature's Resources. You're right, I was completely careless this time. I'll contact my dad right away and have him send 10 Supreme War Gods down from Cloud City. If I see that guy again, I'll make him kneel down and beg for mercy. Sima Qinglang gritted his teeth, his face full of ferocity. When has the eldest son of the Sima family ever suffered such humiliation? How could they have messed up in Yuncheng? Just thinking about it makes me furious. Sima Qinglang immediately took out his phone to contact his father. 10 Supreme War Gods? Upon hearing this, the entire Wan family turned pale with shock. How many Supreme War Gods does Yuncheng have? There's only Li Xiao. Moreover, everyone knows how terrifying the Supreme War God is. There is only one Li Xiao in Yuncheng, and he has become the commander of Qingzhou. The Sima family has sent out 10 of them at once. Who can stop them? Whoever provoked Sima Qinglang is in big trouble now. Seeing Sima Qinglang's expression, Zhao Yan smiled with satisfaction. This was exactly the situation she wanted. With the Sima family making a big move, the Zhao family can easily profit from it. Relying on the Sima family's power, they can take over other industries in Yuncheng without lifting a finger. No matter how much Su Ming boasts about being the king of the 9 provinces, can he really achieve this level of power? When they see the 10 Supreme War Gods of the Sima family, they'll probably be scared out of their wits. That's right. Zhao Yan turned her head with a smug look on her face and said to Wan Shireen, "Sister Shireen, I've organized a party and invited all the top figures in Yuncheng. You'll have to make an appearance then. Didn't you want to help the Wan family seek development? This is the perfect opportunity." Real? Upon hearing this, Wan Shireen immediately showed a look of surprise and delight. Being able to attend such a gathering would naturally be entirely beneficial for her. She had long wanted to befriend other important figures, but unfortunately, she had no opportunity. Her status didn't even qualify her for an appointment. I never expected that Zhao Yan could invite all those big shots to a single gathering. As expected of a prominent family from Zhangzhou. This is a great opportunity, Shireen. You should prepare well and make more friends. It will benefit the Wan family. Wan Jinshan and Luo Hongxia were both overjoyed. I will. Wan Shireen nodded happily. After finishing his call, Sima Qinglang gave Zhao Yan a meaningful look without making a sound. Zhao Yan smiled, glanced at Sima Qinglang, then looked at Wan Shirin, her smile playful.
The Chu family.
Su Ming brought Shen Luoyun back, and as soon as they entered the living room, they smelled a strong medicinal odor.
Is this the scent of the rejuvenation pill?
Shen Luoyun walked forward in surprise, smelled the medicine, and went to the table. She saw a bowl on the table, filled with a strong medicinal soup. Shen Luoyun lowered her head and sniffed, her face full of surprise. This is indeed the smell of the rejuvenation pill, but isn't the rejuvenation pill a pill? How did it become a medicinal soup?
What kind of rejuvenation pill?
At this moment, Lin Xiaoyun came out of the kitchen, along with Chu Qingqing and Chu Yingkai. The three of them were in the kitchen discussing how to brew the medicine they had brought back from the Chang family.
Upon seeing Shen Luoyun, they all showed expressions of shock.
Miss Shen, what brings you here?
Miss Shen, it's an honor to have you here. Please have a seat.
Shen Luoyun's identity is such that her coming to the Chu family is like a big star appearing in an ordinary family.
Chu Yingkai immediately put on a fawning smile.
Shen Luoyun had saved his life, and he was incredibly excited to see her again.
This medicinal soup? Shen Luoyun looked at the bowl on the table with a puzzled expression.
Oh, that's medicine we brought back from the Chang family. Something happened at the Chang family today, and they gave me 2 pills before they left. I figured it wasn't anything good, but it's medicine after all, so I'm going to dissolve it in water and drink it.
Chu Yingkai said with a smile.
Still basking in his own cleverness. It's a shame to throw away this medicine, but it's not very effective if you take it. Soaking it in water and drinking it as a tonic is probably the best way to prepare it.
However, Shen Luoyun stared in shock, her eyes wide. You soaked the rejuvenation pill in water? Rejuvenation pill? What rejuvenation pill?
Chu Yingkai looked astonished. Even Lin Xiaoyun and Chu Qingqing showed puzzled expressions.
How could the Chu family possibly possess a rejuvenation pill?
Those things worth hundreds of millions. The 2 pills that the Chang family gave you are naturally the rejuvenation pills. I can tell just by the smell of the medicine. When these rejuvenation pills are soaked in water, their medicinal effects are reduced by 50%, making them no different from ordinary tonics.
Shen Luoyun looked regretful.
Although they bought a lot of rejuvenation pills from the Chang family, the value of these pills is undeniable.
Every one you eat is one less you can have. Even though the Shen family didn't have the recipe to refine the rejuvenation pill,
the Chu family actually used it to soak in water. That's incredibly extravagant.
What?
Upon hearing this, Chu Yingkai sat down on the ground with a thud, stunned and speechless.
Miss Shen, you're saying this is a rejuvenation pill?
He never imagined that the medicine the Chang family gave him for free was actually a rejuvenation pill worth hundreds of millions. And now it has actually dissolved in water.
This is more than just a pity, it's downright a waste of resources. Even if you don't eat it, you can make a fortune selling it.
At that moment, Chu Yingkai was filled with remorse and felt dizzy.
I almost fainted again.
Su Ming shook his head. These 2 rejuvenation pills were specifically given to Chu Yingkai by Chang Chun, as he had instructed them to be given to him. I never expected Chu Yingkai to treat it like this after he got it back. As expected, such extreme things are not suitable for this family, they are beyond their comprehension.
But the Chang family is perfectly fine. Why would they give us the rejuvenation pill, such an expensive thing, just given away like that? Chu Qingqing was shocked and couldn't understand it.
His face was filled with regret.
The Chu family missed a chance to get rich quick.
Speaking of this, Shen Luoyun couldn't help but turn to look at Su Ming, and said with a meaningful smile, there must be a reason for that. Perhaps it's because our family only bought them because of the influence of certain important figures. Otherwise, such expensive items are impossible to buy. Even with money, our Changshan family only managed to buy 20. Shen Luoyun had already made her hints quite clearly. If Su Ming hadn't been staying at the Chu family's house, how could the Chang family have possibly sent them the spring return pill out of respect for Su Ming?
Do you really think money grows on trees? However, the Chu family is really too dense. Su Ming has been living here for so long, and they still don't know how powerful a god is living in their Chu family? She racked her brains but couldn't figure out how to get Su Ming to go to Zhongzhou. These guys are still oblivious to their good fortune. She would be overjoyed if Su Ming could go to the Shin family. An important person? Upon hearing this, Chu Qingqing looked bewildered and couldn't help but turn her gaze to Su Ming. Looking at Su Ming, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she had a look of sudden realization. Could it be that the Chang family sent the rejuvenation pill because of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce? My God, I didn't understand. 161, Chapter 161 An Unsuitable Marriage. Sigh, it's all my fault. I was too stupid and didn't think it through beforehand. My identity is different now. I have the Tianming Chamber of Commerce behind. Chang family gave us these pills, so why would they give us ordinary pills? As she spoke, Chu Qingqing felt another wave of annoyance. This woman? Shen Luoyun rolled her eyes. It's more than just stupid. They might as well just die stupidly. The Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce, wasn't that also Su Ming's? It's estimated that Chu Qingqing still doesn't know who the real boss of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce is. Shen Luoyun shook her head. Now she understood that it was impossible to reason with someone like Chu Qingqing. No wonder the Chu family still doesn't know Su Ming's identity. It makes sense. Su Ming calmly said, "It's fine to just soak it, drinking it now will still have some effect. What else can we do but forget about it? You're really good at making sarcastic remarks." Chu Yingkai got up, glared at Su Ming, and said angrily, "If you don't know anything, don't talk. You probably don't even know what the rejuvenation pill looks like, right? My Chu family was able to get the Chang family to give us the rejuvenation pill, but you'll never get it in your entire life." Chu Yingkai felt annoyed just looking at Su Ming and vented all his resentment on Su Ming. "How dare you talk like that?" Shen Luoyun was shocked when she heard this. The Chu family is incredibly audacious. How dare you speak to Su Ming like that? Chu Yingkai quickly forced a smile at Shen Luoyun. "Miss Shen, I wasn't talking about you, I was just scolding this good-for-nothing. He's so blind. Miss Shen is here, and he's not even serving tea and water. He just freeloads in our Chu family, doing absolutely nothing. Is he? Even a dog knows to bark." As Chu Yingkai's words became increasingly outrageous, Shen Luoyun was both shocked and furious. Just as he was about to explode, Lin Xiaoyan stopped Chu Yingkai, saying, "Alright, stop talking. You're crazy. The rejuvenation pill is gone, and that's your own fault. Why are you taking it out on Xiaoming? Go check the medicine in the kitchen, make sure it doesn't boil dry. You're just protecting him, you jinx." Chu Yingkai glared at Su Ming, then turned and went into the kitchen. Lin Xiaoyan looked embarrassed and greeted Shen Luoyun. "Miss Shen, please sit down. Don't listen to his nonsense. That's just how he is. He takes his anger out on people when something happens. Such a grown man, yet he's so immature. I am sorry to have made you laugh at me. Miss Shen, may I ask what brings you to our Chu family, Miss Shen?" Lin Xiaoyun is quite sensible. Compared to the two rejuvenation pills, she was even more aware that Shen Luoyun's arrival at their small Chu family was definitely not a simple visit. Even if they have a close relationship with Su Ming, they would never condescend to come here. Because Shen Luoyun had never been here before. "I did come here because I needed something, but now, it's all over." As she spoke, Shen Luoyun couldn't help but glance in Su Ming's direction. But before they knew it, Su Ming had already gone back to his room. Her gaze then fell on Su Ming's door. Her request to Su Ming had already been rejected. There's no point in saying anything more now. Chu Qingqing glanced over and thought that Shen Luoyun was afraid that Su Ming would overhear her story. After all, the Shen family is a prominent family in Zhongzhou, and related matters are quite confidential. He immediately smiled and said, "Miss Shen, don't worry, that kid won't be able to hear anything once he's inside. Our rooms are very soundproof. Miss Shen, are you planning to cooperate with the Tianming Chamber of Commerce? Although I don't have the authority to agree to that, I can ask President Jiang for you. If she can attract a client like Shen Luoyun, her status in the Tianming Chamber of Commerce will rise accordingly." But when Shen Luoyun heard this, she just rolled her eyes. She had absolutely no affection for Chu Qingqing. He stood up and said, "It's getting late, so I won't keep you any longer. I have things to attend to. Goodbye." After saying that, Shin Luoyun turned and left the Chu family.
Lin Xiaoyun was completely bewildered. They came and went so suddenly, it was all too rushed.
He couldn't help but turn to look at Chu Qingqing. "Did you say something wrong again and make Miss Shin angry and leave? If you don't know, don't talk nonsense. Maybe Miss Shin came to see Xiaoming."
"Find him, Shaw, forget it's completely useless. How could he compare to me? Besides, what kind of status does Miss Shin have? She wouldn't even look at a dog if she wanted to."
Chu Qingqing scoffed.
"What do you know? Don't you know that Miss Shin and Xiaoming were already quite close before this? Xiaoming's divorce is still unresolved. If he and Miss Shin are truly destined for each other, and you ruin it, you'll have committed a serious crime," Lin Xiaoyun said angrily.
"Mom, stop talking nonsense,"
Chu Qingqing said disdainfully. "They're not even in the same social class. How could they possibly be destined for each other? Any such union would be a tragic one. Miss Shin was interested in him. I look down on him, let alone Miss Shin."
"Hey, you little rascal."
Lin Xiaoyun was speechless.
However, strictly speaking, Su Ming's status is indeed vastly different from Shin Luoyun's.
Even if the two of them really like each other, they can never be together in the future. A man has to achieve something before he can be successful. Meanwhile, Su Ming sat cross-legged in his room with his eyes closed, not hearing a word of what was being said outside.
It's not that the room is soundproof.
He really wanted to hear it. No sound within 100 meters could escape his ears.
He was currently concentrating on controlling the effects of the blood begonia pill and suppressing the heavenly silkworm poison within his body. As expected of the blood begonia,
the medicine was extremely potent. Once it reached the dantian, lower abdomen, in the body, it completely eliminated the residual toxicity of the silkworm poison. Based on this effect, taking several pills consecutively might actually completely eliminate the silkworm poison.
As the medicine took effect, sweat gradually appeared on Su Ming's head.
A dozen minutes later, Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes and gasped.
"Hiss, golden snake venom?"
Su Ming's face showed pain.
"What a vicious poison mastermind."
Su Ming gritted his teeth. Surprisingly, the silkworm venom also contained the venom of a golden snake. This golden snake venom is a highly potent poison. It is extracted from the most potent snake venom and other poisons, and then injected into his body along with the blood of the snake's venom master. The heavenly silkworm poison was already difficult enough to deal with. Unexpectedly, the silkworm venom contained the golden snake venom, which was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. Blood begonia alone cannot eliminate both poisons.
We need to think of another way. Damn you, Chen Su, the chief poisoner, I swear I will wipe out your entire Chen family.
Su Ming was so angry he gritted his teeth.
There's no way to deal with this for now.
The heavenly silkworm poison has been suppressed. But with the added venom of the golden snake, we'll have to find another way. Su Ming could only get up, take a shower, and then go to sleep. The next day, Zhang Wuyu from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce came to the door and found Su Ming in the courtyard.
President Su. Zhang Wuyu bowed respectfully to Su Ming.
We received an invitation from Zhao Yan of the Zhao family. They are inviting you to a grand event in Yuncheng. Zhang Wuyu said respectfully.
How did you know it was an invitation? Su Ming asked in return. He understood Zhao Yan's personality.
They will always seek revenge. Zhao Yan harbored a grudge against him, so how could she possibly invite him?
162, Chapter Chapter 162 Invitation. The invitation is for the owner of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce.
Zhang Wuyu replied.
I see. Su Ming shook his head and said, I'm not going. Let Zhang Yilin go, or you can go on behalf of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce.
Zhang Wuyu was flattered and sweating profusely. He was not qualified at all. He was just a small manager of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. If he went to such a place, he would not only be left without a place to stay, but would also become a laughingstock. Why not? I tell you to go, so go. I am appointing you to represent the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. So you represent the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, Su Ming said calmly. This kind of gathering is just a small-scale affair. Not only is he not interested, but Zhang Yilin probably isn't interested either. So Zhang Wuyu can go if he wants to. Yes, thank you, President Su. Zhang Wuyu was filled with excitement and hurriedly bowed to Su Ming in gratitude. On the balcony upstairs, Chu Qingqing and Lin Xiaoyun watched this scene. Mom, see that's Zhang Wuyu, the manager of our Tianming Chamber of Commerce that I told you about's only 25 years old, but he's already a well-known business elite in Yunqing at his age. There's no way anyone can compare to him. Moreover, he is a manager of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, and his future achievements will be even greater. Chu Qingqing said with an appreciative look. Zhang Wuyu is indeed considered one of the elite among the younger generation. Becoming the manager of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce is something a normal person could never achieve in a lifetime. Not to mention Zhang Wuyu's monthly salary of hundreds of thousands. He is indeed a handsome man. Lin Xiaoyun nodded approvingly. Yes, he's handsome, just like a celebrity. Chu Qingqing's eyes were shining as she spoke. Looking at Su Ming next to Zhang Wuyu, he immediately felt as if he had seen trash, as if he had encountered bad luck. In comparison, Su Ming is nothing compared to Zhang Wuyu. She's not bad looking, but she's slovenly, not to mention her social status and income. The difference is like heaven and earth. Why is it that this person is clinging to the Chu family? If it were Zhang Wuyu, she would be more than happy to welcome him. Chu Qingqing curled her lip in disgust. Look at that kid. Brother Wuyu bowed to him and greeted him, and he didn't even return the greeting. Who does he think he is? Brother Wuyu is only trying to get closer to him because of me, but he doesn't know what's good for him and just sits there doing nothing. What an idiot. Not only are they useless, they also lack any self-awareness. Chu Qingqing grew angrier as she spoke, wishing she could go down and slap Su Ming twice. Lin Xiaoyun rolled her eyes at Chu Qingqing. What are you saying? Xiaoming isn't bad either. He just might not be over his divorce yet. He would never be impolite. Mom, what do you know? Don't blindly protect him. That kind of person will ruin you sooner or later. Get away from him as soon as possible, or better yet, kick him out of the Chu family. Chu Qingqing said dismissively. As they were talking, Zhang Wuyu had already come upstairs. Brother Wuyu, are we going to the company? Chu Qingqing greeted them with a big smile. Yes, but there's one more thing. I'd like to invite you to the party. Would you like to come? I just spoke to President Su downstairs, but he declined, so I'll have to go myself, Zhang Wuyu said with a smile. Why invite someone like that? He doesn't even want to go. You've already set him up. He'll never be able to attend a high-class party like yours, Brother Wuyu. Luckily he didn't go, or he would have been embarrassed. Brother Wuyu, don't mind him, the two of us can go. Chu Qingqing said excitedly. Okay, then get ready, I'll pick you up tonight. Zhang Wuyu smiled and nodded. Then the two of them went to the Tianming Chamber of Commerce together. When Chu Yingkai came out and saw this scene, he was filled with relief. Qingqing has finally grown up and is even walking with the manager of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. She has a bright future ahead of her. That young man looks very good too. He's practically a perfect son-in-law. We won't have to worry about the Chu family's livelihood anymore. Lin Xiaoyun smiled and nodded. Yes, we're relieved that she's found a good partner, but... Lin Xiaoyun couldn't help but turn her head to look at Su Ming below. After spending so much time together, she had come to regard Su Ming as family. Chu Qingqing doesn't need to worry. But Su Ming still has no prospects. This can't go on. Su Ming will have to find a home sooner or later. This way, he can learn to take on family responsibilities and not just drift through life like this. Chu Yingkai knew what Lin Xiaoyun was thinking, and sneered, as long as we're doing well, That's enough. We'll find a chance to kick that bloodsucker out of the house. What good do you think he'll get from being nice to him? We haven't gotten a single advantage out of him, and all this time keeping him around will only make him take advantage of us. Xu Yingkai gave Su Ming a look of disgust. You'd better shut up. Lin Xiaoyun shook her head inside, finding it very unpleasant to hear. That evening, Xu Qingqing and Zhang Wuyu went to a party. Su Ming had originally planned to calmly think about how to get rid of the golden snake venom in his body. But then she received a call from Shen Luoyun. Shen Luoyun also invited him to the party. I'm not going. Zhang Wuyu told me about it, and I already refused. I am not qualified to attend that kind of gathering. Su Ming said dismissively. Given your status as Brother Su, you're naturally not qualified to attend this kind of gathering, but this gathering is a trap. It was initiated by Zhao Yan and Sima Qinglang, and the Sima family has even sent 10 supreme war gods. If things go wrong, something terrible might happen. Moreover, Niswan Shirin has also been invited. Shen Luoyun said to Su Ming with a worried expression. Trap? Upon hearing this, Su Ming raised his eyebrows. Even Sima Qinglang participated. That's probably pretty close to 80 or 90%. Sima Qinglang arrived with the intention of taking over the Chang family, and even brought hundreds of swordsmen to wreak havoc. Given that guy's brutality, everyone else might suffer at this gathering. Thinking of this, Su Ming said in a deep voice, "You are no, I'll be there right away. I'm right at the Chu family's gate, Brother Su, I'm waiting for you." Shen Luoyun replied. It seems this girl knew he would definitely come, so she waited for him at the Chu family's gate. However, Shen Luoyun guessed it correctly. However, he went not because he cared about the fate of others, but because it was a good opportunity to cast a wide net. His original intention in letting Sima Qinglang go was to draw the Sima family's power down. Once outside, there's the gathering. How do you know? I'll definitely go. Su Ming couldn't help but look at Shen Luoyun and ask. Shen Luoyun immediately smiled and said, "Brother Su, I understand you. Although you are usually indifferent to other things, you are a good person and would never stand by and watch the Sima family and the Zhao family join forces to do evil." Shen Luoyun chuckled, thinking she understood Su Ming very well. Little did she know that what she said was completely different from what Su Ming thought. 163, Chapter 163. Something big is about to happen. Hey, isn't that Su Ming? Wasn't he supposed to be not coming? Xu Qingqing and Zhang Wuyu arrived at the entrance of the hotel where the party was being held. As they looked up, they saw Su Ming and Shen Luoyun going through the entrance inspection and entering the party hall. President Su? Zhang Wuyu also showed a surprised expression. Su Ming told him personally during the day that he couldn't come, so why did he suddenly reappear? Could it be that something terrible has happened, which is why they changed their minds? I thought that kid was so tough. Turns out he's just relying on women's, probably just pretending to be high and mighty because he's afraid we'll find out in reality. He's still relying on Miss Shen Luoyun. What a spineless bastard. Xu Qingqing curled her lip in disdain. They were even more contemptuous of Su Ming's attempt to cover up the truth. Stop talking, let's go inside and take a look. Zhang Wuyu urged him on. Su Ming showed up in person, eager to see what had happened. I hope I don't run into him inside, or I'll expose him and see if he still has any shame, Xu Qingqing sneered as she followed Zhang Wuyu into the party hall. As soon as she entered, before she could even stand still, Xu Qingqing looked up and saw a large number of important figures surrounding her, all greeting Su Ming. Prince Su, Prince Su. These top figures in Yunqing all came up to greet Su Ming, their manners respectful and enthusiastic. Xu Qingqing was so shocked by this scene that she couldn't close her mouth. I never imagined the Shen family was so powerful. Shen Luoyun's influence is enough to make these usually aloof big shots come up and greet Su Ming. They clearly don't know Su Ming. However, the fact that they are the #1 medical family in Zhengzhou is not just empty talk. Chu Qingqing was full of amazement, believing that these people were just trying to curry favor with the Shen family, which was why they gave Su Ming a hard time. Zhang Wuyu was also shocked, but his thoughts were completely different from Chu Qingqing's. He knew very well that these people weren't there because of the Shen family, but because of Su Ming's unique status and authority. Let alone one Shen family, even 10 Shen families wouldn't be enough to make them so enthusiastic, or even so humble. Let's see how long he can keep up this act. He doesn't understand the etiquette and rules of these high-class gatherings. It won't be long before he shows his true colors. Chu Qingqing sneered in jealousy. But Su Ming and Shen Luoyun had already gone upstairs with the others. What, you're saying the Sima family is going to attack us, Prince Su, is this news true? In the hotel room, the group of bigwigs from Yunqing all changed their expressions drastically upon hearing Su Ming's words, and were extremely surprised. My messages are never false. I am here to let you know. Su Ming sat in the head seat and spoke calmly. The Sima family has some nerve, but since they're a bandit gang, their actions are understandable. However, daring to cause trouble in our Yin city is a bit too much of an overestimation of themselves. Everyone immediately burst into cold laughter. They all revealed ferocious expressions. It was one thing if they didn't know, but they might have been tricked by Sima Qinglang without their knowledge. But once you know that, things change. With so many of them, a dozen or so representing over a dozen top families, totaling tens of thousands of people, how could they possibly be afraid of a mere Sima Qinglang? It's still uncertain who's outsmarting whom. I heard that the Sima family dispatched 10 supreme war gods yesterday, Shen Luoyun added from the side. 10 supreme war gods? Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. Some teacups fell to the ground, some stared wide-eyed, and some almost bit their tongues, but without exception, they were all shocked, panicked, and terrified. A supreme war god is enough to rule a region. For example, Li Xiao. A supreme war god can be a match for 1,000 men. 2 supreme war gods are enough to shake Cloud City. They were a dozen or so powerful families, and although they had many members, even if they were all combined, they were no match for 10 supreme war gods. In the face of absolute power, quantity is completely useless. When the supreme god of war made his move, killing them was as easy as killing chickens. Immediately, everyone's expressions turned extremely ugly. The Sima family is making such a big fuss, they're determined to take control of Yin City. How can we resist? We can't even get reinforcements in time. Maybe we should surrender first, buy some time, and then think of a solution. The crowd looked embarrassed as they spoke. A bunch of useless bastards. Seeing everyone's reaction, Su Ming rolled his eyes in annoyance. They all usually pride themselves on being the best in Yunqing, but the 10 supreme war gods terrified them all. Fortunately, he wasn't one of his war god army's men, otherwise he would have captured and tortured him. 10 supreme war gods are terrifying, even one of them could wipe out an entire clan. We simply cannot withstand them. Someone said with a sour face, looking aggrieved. Su glanced at them and said, I'm here, you can't be afraid of me otherwise. Why do you think I came here? When the Sima family comes looking for you, you'd better lure out that Sima Qinglang and those 10 good-for-nothings. Lend them to the plaza behind the hotel, and I'll take care of them all. Prince Su, are you alone? Everyone stared at Su Ming in shock. Everyone knows Su Ming is powerful. After all, he is the king of the 9 provinces, and no one dares to disobey him. The title of King of the 9 Provinces refers to status and position, not military strength. The Supreme War God is the pinnacle of martial prowess. Besides, there are 10 of them. Even if Su Ming is also a Supreme War God, how can one of him withstand 10? Prince Su, please think it over. Why don't we stall for 2 days and find some help from other places before we make our move? Someone said cautiously. Stop talking nonsense, just do as I say. I want to see people in the back square in an hour, otherwise, I won't care whether you live or die. Su Ming patted his behind, got up, and left with Shen Luoyun. Only a dozen or so people remained, looking at each other in bewilderment. Who is that? Wow, what an imposing presence. In the hotel lobby, Chu Qingqing saw Sima Qinglang and Zhao Yan appear. followed by about 10 people, all shrouded in black robes. Like a bodyguard, he stayed close to Sima Qinglang.
Upon its appearance, its immense aura was so overwhelming that it made it difficult for people to breathe.
This was the first time Chu Qingqing had ever seen such a scene, and she was immediately stunned.
That's Sima Qinglang, the eldest son of the Sima family. I heard he came to Yunqing before, but I thought it was just a rumor. I didn't expect it to be true. Zhang Wuyu stared intently at Sima Qinglang. Something big is definitely going to happen.
He then realized the seriousness of the situation.
Should we call Jiang Yilan?
Otherwise, nobody knows what will happen next.
Is the Sima family very powerful? Chu Qingqing looked completely bewildered. She'd never even heard of it.
Of course they're powerful. The Sima family and the Mountain and Sea Alliance were once the strongest in Zhengzhou, but the Mountain and Sea Alliance collapsed for some reason. Now only the Sima family remains the strongest in Zhengzhou. Their immense power is unimaginable. I suspect the Mountain and Sea Alliance was perhaps wiped out by the Sima family, Zhang Wuyu said with a solemn expression.
164, Chapter 164. Stop pretending. Oh my God.
Chu Qingqing was immediately shocked. She had never heard of such a powerful being. It was simply a sign of her ignorance. Looking at Sima Qinglong's thin and sharp face, Chu Qingqing immediately felt admiration again.
That's incredible. He's only 23 or 24 years old. At that age, he already has such power. What will he be like in the future? In comparison, even Zhang Wuyu couldn't compare to 1/10 of the other's ability.
Not to mention Su Ming, the mangy dog at home. The difference is like heaven and earth, like mud and clouds.
Brother Wuyu, wait for me, I'm going to say hello and get to know you. With a face full of admiration, Chu Qingqing couldn't control herself and headed towards Sima Qinglang. What? Zhang Wuyu was terrified. He hasn't finished speaking yet. The Sima family are no good people.
Especially the eldest son of the Sima family, who is eccentric and violent, like a mad dog, and should not be provoked. Before Zhang Wuyu could speak, Chu Qingqing had already gone to meet him. Young Master Sima, hello, my name is Chu Qingqing, from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. I have long admired your name and have come here specifically to pay my respects. Chu Qingqing approached Sima Qinglang with a smile on her face and said, Tianming Chamber of Commerce? Sima Qinglang stopped in his tracks, his sharp, eagle-like eyes falling on Chu Qingqing, scanning her from head to toe as if he were probing his prey. He saw that Chu Qingqing had long, slender legs, fair and delicate skin, and a pretty and delicate appearance. Most importantly, she was young and innocent, as if she had just come of age. This was extremely tempting for Sima Qinglang. He immediately curled the corners of his mouth, took out a business card and handed it to Chu Qingqing. Want to get to know me? Take my business card and come upstairs to room 888. My people will let you in, and we can get to know each other properly.
Real?
Chu Qingqing's face was filled with surprise.
I never expected the opportunity to come so easily.
She thought that a young master like Sima Qinglang, a big shot, would probably be difficult to get along with. I didn't expect him to be so approachable. It seems my initiative wasn't in vain. Chu Qingqing accepted the business card and thanked him repeatedly with great joy.
Sima Qinglang smiled meaningfully and led his men upstairs. Holding the business card, Chu Qingqing was completely immersed in joy. Half a day later, he finally came to his senses and remembered Zhang Wuyu. Only then did he turn around and return to Zhang Wuyu's side. But her mind was no longer on Zhang Wuyu, it was all on room 888, and she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Are you alright? I haven't finished speaking yet. He forgot to tell you, although the Sima family is incredibly powerful, none of them are kind, especially Sima Qinglang. He's a devil among men, there's no evil he wouldn't do, Zhang Wuyu reminded Chu Qingqing. What are you saying? Chu Qingqing turned to look at Zhang Wuyu, frowning. I'm just going over to get to know him. You don't need to slander young Master Sima like that. Don't worry, he might not even be interested in me. You don't need to be jealous. But young Master Sima is really a nice person. He actually took the initiative to let me get to know him. He's both outstanding and kind. A blush appeared on Chu Qingqing's face. Ha, I'm jealous? Zhang Wuyu was stunned. What was all this about?
He only cultivated a good relationship with Chu Qingqing because he saw that she was living with President Su, so that he would have more opportunities to get to know Su Ming.
Unexpectedly, he became jealous instead.
This was just a reminder. As for who Chu Qingqing wanted to get to know, he didn't care at all. However, out of goodwill, Zhang Wuyu still warned, "You'd better not go, or he'll tear you apart."
Oh.
Chu Qingqing gave Zhang Wuyu a half-smile. "You need to make your words even scarier, otherwise you won't scare me." Didn't expect someone as outstanding as you to be so petty. Compared to him, he's not even in the same league as young Master Sima. Chu Qingqing suddenly felt disgusted with Zhang Wuyu.
Looking again, it's no longer so outstanding, no longer 1 in a million. It's up to you. Zhang Wuyu rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay any more attention to this woman who was a bit dim-witted. He invited the wrong person this time.
Chu Qingqing and Zhang Wuyu parted on bad terms and didn't speak to each other again. But Chu Qingqing wasn't worried at all, because she had received an invitation from Sima Qinglang. After they parted ways, Chu Qingqing couldn't wait to take the business card and go upstairs. Arriving at the door of room 888, Chu Qingqing looked around and saw 2 men in black robes standing at the door. These must be the bodyguards that Sima Qinglang brought earlier. Chu Qingqing took out her business card, held it up with a hint of pride and a touch of smugness, and said with a smile, "I was invited by young Master Sima." The man in black robes raised his head, his eyes flashing with an eerie light. He glanced at Chu Qingqing with amusement, then pushed open the door and let her in. They seemed to have gotten used to it. Chu Qingqing entered the room and was overjoyed to see the luxurious top-tier suite in front of her.
Is this the room where top-level celebrities stay when they travel? Such a luxurious room must cost tens of thousands of yuan a night.
If it weren't for young Master Sima's invitation, she probably would never have seen what such a luxurious suite looked like in her entire life.
Splash!
The sound of water flushing came from the bathroom. Sima Qinglang pushed open the door and walked out, wiping his hands.
Young Master Sima.
Upon seeing Sima Qinglang, Chu Qingqing immediately tensed up, her eyes filled with surprise and delight as she looked at him. "Here, go take a shower, but don't stay too long, I have something to do later."
Sima Qinglang glanced at Chu Qingqing indifferently and said calmly, "What?"
Chu Qingqing was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, puzzled, and said, "I took a shower today and just went out. I didn't sweat, so I don't need to shower again, right?"
"No, you have to wash it."
Sima Qinglang frowned, his tone commanding, his eyes filled with authority, and coldly snorted, You lowly creature, who knows how many germs you carry, if you want my favor, you'd better wash yourself spotless."
Patronize?
Chu Qingqing then realized that what Sima Qinglang said was completely different from what she was thinking. Moreover, the phrase inferior people that the other person used made her particularly uncomfortable. Looking at Sima Qinglang now, he seems to be a completely different person from the one I met downstairs. Chu Qingqing quickly shook her head, "Young Master Sima, I think you've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to get to know you. After all, everyone knows your name, young Master Sima. If I've caused any misunderstanding, it's my fault. I'll leave now."
Stop fucking pretending. Stop fucking pretending. Sima Qinglang was very impatient. He slapped Chu Qingqing across the face and then pushed her onto the bed. He grinned and sneered, "Yes, that's my name. Do you know how many women have offered themselves up to me? And they're all rich girls, including those on the Central Plains beauty list. The list goes on and on. For a nobody like you from a small town like you, I'm giving you this opportunity. Do you even know how much of a bargain you've already gotten? We know each other. Who doesn't know what you're thinking? You just want money, you just want status, right? Don't worry, if you serve me well, I guarantee you'll be promoted 3 ranks in the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce, and I'll even allow you to call yourself my woman in public from now on. Is that a good enough deal?" 165, Chapter 165 Too Fierce.
No, young Master Sima, you've got it wrong, that's not how it is.
It's not what you think.
Shu Qingqing struggled desperately on the bed, and tears welled up in her eyes. She never dreamed things would turn out this way. Although she does indeed crave wealth and status.
But there are still the most basic bottom lines.
She never expected Sima Qinglang to be this kind of person, otherwise she would never have come up here. She suddenly remembered what Zhang Wuyu had told her. It turned out that everything was true. How she longs for Zhang Wuyu to appear.
However, in this luxurious suite, she couldn't hear a single sound. And nobody will show up.
Fine, you're not going to shower, huh, fine, I want to yes, struggle as much as you want. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. I didn't expect you to be so into my tastes. Sima Qinglang chuckled strangely, revealing a crazed expression like a jackal, while one hand gripped Shu Qingqing's neck tightly. Shu Qingqing could barely breathe, her eyes rolled back, and her limbs grew increasingly weak.
My brain was almost completely blank. Bang bang bang.
Just then, there was a knock on the door.
Who is it? I'm busy. Sima Qinglang turned around and let out a violent roar.
Creak. The door to the room was pushed open, and Zhao Yan stood in the doorway, grinning. Young master, everyone's here, you have to make time, even if you're busy. How about we play some more later? Upon seeing Zhao Yan, Sima Qinglang realized the seriousness of the matter. Disappointed, he released Shu Qingqing, stood up, straightened his clothes, and said irritably, you really know how to pick your time. Zhao Yan grinned, this kind of thing can happen sooner or later. Let's take care of the important matters first. Besides, don't you want Wan Shirin? Wouldn't it be better if the two of you played together?
You're right, you know me best. Upon hearing Wan Shirin's name, Sima Qinglang immediately revealed a lewd and excited smile. Then let's get down to business first.
Sima Qinglang turned and walked out. When he reached the door, he instructed the two men in black robes, keep a close eye on this pheasant. Don't let it get away. It's not easy to have some wild game. Don't ruin my appetite. Zhao Yan glanced at Shu Qingqing on the bed, but didn't pay it any mind, and left with Sima Qinglang.
Shu Qingqing was completely locked in the room, unable to call out to anyone.
Sima Qinglang and Zhao Yan arrived at another room, where the dozen or so bigwigs from Yunqing who had met Su Ming earlier were sitting.
Young Master Sima. Young Master.
Despite the polite formalities, everyone welcomed Sima Qinglang with smiles on their faces.
Sima Qinglang nodded slightly, walked to his seat with a cold and arrogant expression, and slowly said, the reason I summoned you is simple. I want you to sign a document stating that all the businesses of your families here will be incorporated into the Sima family. The Sima family will receive 70% of the revenue, and you will receive 30% in exchange. You will be under the Sima family's control, and your families will be guaranteed to prosper forever. Any objections? If not, let's sign the contract.
After Sima Qinglang finished speaking, Zhao Yan also took out more than a dozen documents and contracts and threw them on the table.
The dozen or so people were stunned. Everyone stared at Sima Qinglang in astonishment. It seems that King Su was absolutely right. The Sima family is indeed ambitious and has come to annex Yun City. Moreover, they only sent Sima Qinglang, completely disregarding them.
This so-called contract is nothing but a predatory contract, just a way to shackle them.
But in the eyes of the Sima family of Zhengzhou, Yunqing was nothing at all. Even if all of their dozen or so families were combined, they couldn't match half the power of the Sima family.
If it weren't for Su Ming, they would have been completely helpless in the face of such threats and oppression. If they didn't obey, they would be wiped out.
Young master, isn't this a bit inappropriate?
From the crowd, real estate tycoon Luo Hong slowly spoke, saying in a deep voice, "Isn't this forcing our entire family to change our surname? From now on, there will be no more aristocratic families. Everyone will be called the Sima family."
What's wrong? Did you suffer some injustice?
Sima Qinglang grinned, his arrogance reaching its peak, and looked at Luo Hong with a mocking expression. "Isn't it an honor for you to bear the name of my Sima family? Others would beg for such a chance. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up, sign it and get out of here. If you don't sign, there are 10 supreme war gods outside. None of you will leave here alive today."
Sima Qinglang said with a cold laugh. Everyone immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Everything is happening just as King Su predicted. There is no other choice.
Although I think it's still very risky for Su Ming to take on 10 supreme war gods by himself. But now they have no other choice but to do as Su Ming says. Luo Heng's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "Young Master Sima, we can sign. No one dares to disobey the Sima family's orders, but there's someone who wants to meet with you once you've met him and returned. We'll sign, otherwise, we'd rather die than sign."
Who the hell is he? Why does he cause so much trouble every day? Sima Qinglang was very impatient.
Why are these guys so slow?
Haven't these old geezers ever learned their lesson? Do we still need to be severely punished, like those families in Zhengzhou, before they'll know to kneel down and act like dogs? King Su.
Luo Hong slowly uttered 2 words.
Upon hearing those 2 words, the usually nonchalant Sima Qinglang immediately raised an eyebrow. Zhao Yan's expression also changed.
What, King Su and Dog King, does anyone think they can just see young Master Sima? No way, stop wasting time and sign now, or you won't be leaving.
Zhao Yan said angrily. Although the Zhao and Sima families are not necessarily afraid of Su Ming now. But taking Yunqing is the real priority. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Zhao Yan immediately refused to stop her. "We didn't plan to go out."
Luo Hong smiled. But if young Master Sima doesn't even dare to accept invitations, how can he command respect? If he can't command respect, even if we die here, our dozen or so families, they won't submit. At worst, there will be rivers of blood. At least they'll take a slice of the Sima family's flesh.
At this moment, an unprecedented domineering aura appeared on Luo Heng's face. Sima Qinglang's eyes became exceptionally sharp.
Zhao Yan gritted her teeth and said, "Young Master Sima, don't go, don't agree to their demands. Who are they going to see? I don't believe their family would dare to rebel unless all of their dozen or so families want to die."
No.
However, Sima Qinglang slowly stood up, his face full of rage. "I was just wondering where to find him, and you guys have delivered him to me on your own initiative. Fine, then I'll let you watch me trample him under my feet when the time comes. Anyone who disagrees will die with him."
Every word I said is true, understand? Sima Qinglang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Everyone was immediately filled with surprise and doubt. This Sima Qinglang is too ruthless. Can Su Ming really handle this alone?
However, Su Ming is, after all, a border king, and he may have already deployed hundreds of thousands of war god army soldiers to wait for him. Thinking this way, everyone felt a little more at ease.
"Where is he?" Sima Qinglang asked.
1 hour later, at the hotel's back plaza.
166, Chapter 166, The Power of One Person. Prince Su, why are you the only one here?
An hour later, Luo Hong and his group arrived at the hotel's back plaza ahead of time. They found only Su Ming and Shen Luoyun standing there, which instantly alarmed and filled more than a dozen bigwigs from Yunqing with apprehension.
That can't be.
The others turned to look around, searching for the war god army.
How could it be just Su Ming alone?
They were facing 10 master-level war gods.
The combined power of 10 supreme war gods is enough to scatter the ashes of any ordinary person.
Su Ming was standing here all by himself. He really didn't take the other person seriously.
I've already given them enough face by doing this normally.
I wouldn't even bother to intervene, Su Ming said with a calm smile. He used to leave things like this to Yitang, and besides, Li Xiao is still in Yuncheng. Even if Li Xiao comes, he'll be more than capable of handling it.
However, since this matter involves the Sima family, it would be best to handle it personally.
No, King Su, you're not joking with us. There must be the war god army around, right? After all, you are the border king, and the war god army is always with you. How can we let you do it yourself? The person next to him asked with a wry smile.
No, it's just me. Su Ming remained indifferent and didn't bother to explain.
It's over, it's over. The crowd retreated in fear. This is really the end. They trusted Su Ming so much, betting the lives of more than a dozen families on him, only to find out that this guy was just a joke.
He actually came to challenge us all by himself.
The consequence of this is that the members of those dozen or so aristocratic families might all perish. Call for help,
someone said in a panic.
Yes, it's not too late to call for help. Quickly bring over all the people from our other families. That way, we can at least hold our own against Sima Qinglang. As they talked, everyone took out their phones to contact their families.
You have no chance.
At this moment, a sinister laugh rang out from behind, and Sima Qinglang, accompanied by Zhao Yan, slowly walked towards the center of the square. At the same time, 10 men in black robes landed in all directions, surrounding the entire square. The robes of the 10 men in black robes fluttered in the strong wind, their imposing presence dominating the entire scene. Now you're scared? Too late. I gave you chances, you signed, and nothing happened, but you insisted on sending this kid to test his skills against Mado. You really think this kind of trash can be my match?
Sima Qinglang laughed triumphantly.
The dozen or so bigwigs from Yunqing looked at each other, sweating profusely. They had been very confident, but now, Su Ming's actions had left them completely uncertain. Many people had already made plans to beg for mercy from Sima Qinglang and agree to the contract as soon as Su Ming fell, because only in this way could they save their families. So everyone immediately fell silent. Sima Qinglang glanced disdainfully at the dozen or so people, then walked up to Su Ming and sneered, "Kid, I still remember the grudge against the Chang family last time. Aren't you known as King Su? Where are your men? Did they all run away in fear at the sight of my 10 supreme beings?" Zhao Yan looked around in surprise. Outside the square, it was as silent as a dead land, with only the howling wind and nothing else. It seems there are indeed no members of the war god army. Zhao Yan felt much more at ease. I never expected this guy to be so bold as to actually dare to challenge Sima Qinglang all by himself.
Is it because he has been in a high position for too long, and his self-confidence has become too great, to the point of arrogance?
Su Ming is simply courting death. Thinking of this, Zhao Yan couldn't help but smile, looking at Shen Luoyun and mocking, "Shen Luoyun, look at the kind of people you trust. You don't even realize you're about to die this time. I've won." In every other aspect, she had always lost to Shen Luoyun, whether it was the ranking of beauties in Zhengzhou or reputation and ability. However, when it comes to judging people, the difference in skill is now immediately apparent. She's already won too much.
Shen Luoyun did not answer, but just looked at Zhao Yan indifferently, seemingly not worried at all. What an idiotic woman! Zhao Yan grinned coldly.
Sima Qinglang raised his hand and patted Su Ming's face, sneering, "Kid, I'm giving you one last chance now. Kneel down and kowtow to me, call me grandpa a few times, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, today I'll be collecting your corpse." Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze flashing with cold light. He raised his hand, grabbed Sima Qinglong's arm, and with a light twist, Sima Qinglong's right hand was broken on the spot with a crack. Ah! Before Sima Qinglang could finish speaking, he let out another scream. Everyone present was startled. No one expected Su Ming to suddenly make a move.
But this has caused a major disaster. How can we clean up this mess now?
This is a fight to the death. Sure enough, Sima Qinglang clutched his severed arm and took 2 steps back. His face contorted as he glared at Su Ming and roared, "Kill him!"
With Sima Qinglong's roar, 10 men in black robes charged madly toward Su Ming.
The sheer size of the aura intimidated everyone present, causing them to retreat in fear. It's too powerful. When the 10 supreme war gods make a move, it seems that even the gale is manipulated and swayed. The 2 rushed towards Su Ming's face first, and with a sudden punch, carrying terrifying force, a loud explosion was heard in the air as the fist smashed into Su Ming's face like a cannonball.
Everyone else was so scared they backed away. However, Shen Luoyun stood motionless beside Su Ming, completely blocking his path. This shows complete trust in Su Ming.
She believed that absolutely no one could hurt him. Just as the fist was about to land on Su Ming's face, Su Ming raised his hand, and his large palm swung out in midair, directly slapping the 2 men in the face.
2 loud bangs.
The 2 men's jaws were dislocated and their faces were distorted by Su Ming's slap, and their internal energy was also dissipated. The 2 supreme war gods were sent flying more than 10 meters away by a simple slap from Su Ming, and after landing, they coughed up several mouthfuls of blood.
This? Everyone was stunned.
The dozen or so bigwigs from Yuncheng were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped.
Is this true? Is this a dream?
Those were supreme war gods, 2 of them, yet they couldn't even withstand a single slap from Su Ming and were sent flying. What kind of strength is that? Let alone ordinary people, even the remaining supreme war gods were stunned when they saw this scene.
How is that possible?
However, they didn't take it to heart. Those 2 guys must have been careless. No one can slap 2 supreme war gods away with one hand. If such a being exists, it must not be human, it must be powerful enough to exceed their comprehension. The others continued to rush forward, launching a siege against Su Ming. But no matter who he faced, Su Ming simply threw a punch or a kick. No one could remember a single move from Su Ming. Anyone who took a punch or a kick would be lying down on the spot, either dead or seriously injured. In a short time, all 10 supreme war gods were lying on the ground, some spitting blood and howling in pain, and some fainting on the spot.
Seeing this, Sima Qinglang was completely terrified. What the hell is going on? Is this guy even human? 167, Chapter 167 Warning. 10 Supreme War Gods.
This is the strongest fighting force of the Sima family. Even if they were taken to the frontier, 10 supreme war gods would be at the level of commanders or above, capable of leading a region. Now, in front of Su Ming, they are as vulnerable as children. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Su Ming slowly turned his head, his gaze falling on Sima Qinglang, and then slowly walked towards Sima Qinglang. Sima Qinglang was so frightened that he sat down on the ground with a thud, even urinating in the process, leaving a wet patch on his trouser leg.
Su Ming walked up to Sima Qinglang, looked at the terrified Sima Qinglang, and said expressionlessly, "One of you is not enough. Send your father, Sima Quanglong, like Sima Xiuhu. I will give him a quick death. Your entire Sima family will be wiped out." Sima Xiuhu, my second uncle, could it be that you are the one who killed my second uncle?
Upon hearing this, Sima Qinglang was instantly terrified, his whole body trembling as he stared at Su Ming as if he had seen a ghost.
King Su, you are the summit of Mount Tai? Now he finally understood what the title King Su meant.
At the summit of Mount Tai, the king of Kyushu beheaded 8 bandit leaders.
Among them was Sima Xiuhu, the tiger-headed Sima, who was his second uncle.
Upon realizing all this, Sima Qinglong's face was completely drained of color, he was nearly scared to death.
It's good that you understand.
Su Ming grinned coldly, raised his leg and kicked Sima Qinglang in the head with a bang. Sima Qinglang's neck was dislocated, and he lay on the ground unconscious. Su Ming turned his head and looked at Zhao Yan standing next to him. Zhao Yan looked at Su Ming with a deathly pale face. She never expected that Su Ming would be this powerful. In the end, she still lost.
If the Sima family is no match for Su Ming, then what can the Zhao family use to fight against Su Ming? Get out!
Su Ming looked at Zhao Yan and said, for Wan Shirin's sake, I won't touch you, but you'd better go back and warn your Zhao family not to cause trouble. Yanqing is a small place, but Zhengzhou is just a tiny piece of land to me. Small skirmishes are fine, but don't alarm me.
Upon hearing this, Shen Luoyun showed a grateful and touched expression.
Although Su Ming rejected her. But it's clear that these words were spoken on behalf of the Shen family. Otherwise, Su Ming would have had no reason to bring this up. It seems that Brother Su is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. However, Zhao Yan was unmoved, gritting her teeth and sneering at Su Ming. What are you pretending for? If you're so capable, why haven't the people around you gotten any benefits? Why did Wan Shirin still divorce you? Why are you still treated like trash? Who are you trying to scare? Do you really dare to do anything to me? Let me tell you, I'll tell Wan Shirin everything as soon as I get out of here. Let's see what she thinks of you then. I'll make sure you can never hold your head up high in front of Wan Shirin again. Zhao Yan said through gritted teeth. Snap. As soon as Zhao Yan finished speaking, Su Ming raised his hand and slapped Zhao Yan across the face, causing her to fall to the ground with blood coming from the corner of her mouth. Su Ming didn't even bother to look at Zhao Yan, and said to Shen Luoyun, let's go. Zhao Yan was left sitting there, filled with jealousy and resentment, tears streaming down her face. Su Ming returned to the hall and met Zhang Wuyu. Zhang Wuyu is still hesitating whether or not to call Zhang Yilin. But so far, the entire gathering has returned to a state of calm and tranquility. As I hesitated, I saw Su Ming walking over. Zhang Wuyu hurriedly went up to her and asked anxiously, President Su, are you alright? I just saw the eldest son of the Sima family arrive with his men. Should I call the Tianming Chamber of Commerce to come and provide support? No. Su Ming shook his head, looked around, but couldn't see Chu Qingqing anywhere. He asked in confusion, where is Chu Qingqing? Did she go back first? Wasn't she with you? Zhang Wuyu then remembered Chu Qingqing. However, he didn't have a good impression of Chu Qingqing anymore, and awkwardly grinned, saying, when she saw Sima Qinglang just now, she acted like she'd seen a celebrity. She's already gone upstairs to Sima Qinglang's room. I don't want to deal with that kind of woman anymore. He no longer wanted to pay attention to women who lacked common sense. To avoid getting infected myself. You went to Sima Qinglang's room? Su Ming frowned immediately. How long have you been gone? Su Ming asked again. It's been a long time, almost half an hour. Zhang Wuyu replied. Damn it! Su Ming cursed and immediately went upstairs. Although Chu Qingqing brought this upon herself, it would be difficult to explain to Lin Shouyun if something were to happen. After all, Chu Qingqing was invited to this kind of place by Zhang Wuyu. Zhang Wuyu was one of his men. He bears some responsibility. Once upstairs, they found room 888, and Su Ming kicked the door open with a bang. Inside the room, Chu Qingqing curled up on the bed like a wounded kitten, looking up in fright at the sound. But they found that it was Su Ming and Zhang Wuyu who had come. Chu Qingqing was both surprised and delighted. She jumped off the bed and threw herself into Zhang Wuyu's arms, crying and saying, Brother Wuyu, I was wrong. I should have listened to you. I shouldn't have trusted others. I will never do it again. Zhang Wuyu was speechless. Su Ming also shook his head. Fortunately, Sima Qinglang was challenged to a duel by Su Ming, so he couldn't be distracted during the process. Otherwise, half an hour would have been enough for the other party to completely devour Chu Qingqing. Su Ming said coldly, Go back, Zhang Wuyu, you take her back. Yes. Zhang Wuyu respectfully responded and led the panicked Chu Qingqing downstairs. Shen Luoyun looked at Su Ming with a big smile. Brother Su, let's go too. You haven't finished eating yet, have you? I'll treat you to dinner. Good. Su Ming nodded and left with Shen Luoyun. After exercising, I'm actually a bit hungry. When they got downstairs and were about to leave, they bumped into Wan Shirin, who looked anxious. Wan Shirin also saw Su Ming, frowned, stopped in her tracks,
and asked angrily, "Did you hit Zhao Yan, young Master Sima, did you injure her?" She had just arrived at the gathering, but when she found Zhao Yan's face was already bruised and tearful. When questioned, Zhao Yan tearfully admitted that it was Su Ming who hit her. But Zhao Yan didn't dare to reveal the reason or what happened. She was still somewhat wary of Su Ming's methods. However, this led Wan Shirin to completely misunderstand. She thought Su Ming had misunderstood her relationship with Sima Qinglang, so she came here specifically to beat them up. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's expression turned cold. Seeing Zhao Yan standing right behind Wan Shirin, Su Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "Didn't I tell you not to talk nonsense? You don't care about what I say at all?" Zhao Yan trembled with fright and hid behind Wan Shirin. 168, Chapter 168. This is too much. What do you want to do? Wan Shirin was furious, and seeing Su Ming's completely unaware of his mistake only fueled her anger. Her face flushed red with anger as she glared at Su Ming. "You hit someone, and you still think you're in the right? You even threatened her. What exactly do you want? Do you want to hit me too? Are you a violent maniac? You think you're so great, injuring young Master Sima? Do you know how much trouble you've gotten yourself into?" Trouble? Su Ming curled his lip in disdain. "The Sima family is nothing but a fart in my eyes. I regret that I didn't go easy on them." Snap. Wan Shirin slapped Su Ming across the face. The crisp applause echoed throughout the hotel lobby, drawing the attention of countless guests who all turned to look in their direction. Su Ming was exposed to the public eye. Get slapped in the face by a woman? This man is so spineless. Everyone present wore expressions of mockery and disdain. Brute. Wan Shirin pointed at Su Ming and cursed him angrily before turning and leaving with Zhao Yan. That's outrageous. Shen Luoyun gritted her teeth in anger, her face filled with shock and fury. Wan Shirin has gone too far. She doesn't even know how much you helped her, Brother Su, and she thinks you're trying to harm her. I've never seen such an ungrateful woman before. If I go and teach her a lesson, the Wan family is doomed. Shen Luoyun was furious. Slapping Su Ming in the face would make her angrier than slapping her face. Moreover, this kind of ungrateful behavior. Shen Luoyun rushed out, ready to settle scores with Wan Shirin. But Su Ming stopped him. Su Ming calmly shook his head. Forget it, she's always been like this. You won't get anything out of her. If you go to her, it'll only deepen the misunderstanding. Let's go eat. Brother Su. Shen Luoyun turned around and looked at Su Ming with deep sympathy, feeling heartbroken. He'd been with this woman for 3 years. Su Ming must have suffered a lot of injustice. Just thinking about it makes her feel extremely sad. But Su Ming didn't care. We went out to eat together. At the hospital, the entire Wan family arrived looking at the seriously injured and unconscious Sima Qinglang. Wan Jinshan, Luo Hongxia, Wan Shirin, and the others all had complicated expressions. This Su Ming is simply too arrogant. Luo Hongxia gritted her teeth in anger. How dare he lay a hand on young Master Sima? Is he tired of living? What kind of power does the Sima family have? If they find out about this, who can bear the consequences of their wrath? It might even implicate our Wan family. What a damned bastard. So many people have died, why isn't he dead yet? Luo Hongxia was so angry she wanted to slam her fist on the table. Young Master Sima is seriously injured. The Wan family couldn't possibly be unaware of such a serious matter. We need to come up with a plan in advance, otherwise, when the Sima family comes down, we won't be able to escape without an explanation, Wan Jinshan said solemnly. What's there to explain? It wasn't us who did it. Just arrest that kid Su Ming and give the Sima family an explanation. Luo Hongxia snorted coldly. Yes, I can testify that this has nothing to do with you. Zhao Yan spoke up from the side. It was all Su Ming's doing, and he should bear all the blame, especially for that slap on my face. Zhao Yan's eyes were also filled with hatred. That's right. Right, I'll take some men to find him tomorrow. Let's see if that kid is scared when he finds out he's offended the entire Sima family. Wan Hua also spoke up with a cold laugh. Wan Shirin shook her head, feeling an unbearable headache. Why did things turn out like this again? They even told her to go to a party and meet other important people, but before she even met them, she caused so much trouble. Now, she's starting to resent Su Ming too. Why do people like that always seem to be causing trouble? Even though she's already divorced Su Ming, why does this person still keep appearing in her life, and why can't she get rid of him? Is this a plan to cling to her for the rest of his life? The Chu family. Lin Xiaoyun was also extremely frightened after hearing about Chu Qingqing's ordeal. I never imagined that the renowned young master of the Sima family of Zhengzhou would be such a person, but remember this, money doesn't guarantee a good person. It was just a coincidence that Xiaoming saved you this time, otherwise, who knows what would have happened to you. You must be more discerning in the future. Lin Xiaoyun sighed deeply, unsure of what she could teach Chu Qingqing about these interactions with high society. All I can do is remind Chu Qingqing to learn her lesson. He saved me, no way. Chu Qingqing turned her head and glanced at Su Ming, then snorted coldly, it was brother Zhang Wuyu who saved me. If I had relied on him, I would have died 1,000 times over, but I really didn't listen to brother Wuyu. I will definitely be smarter in the future. Su Ming smiled faintly, who saved you is not important. What's important is what Aunt Lin said, having money doesn't necessarily make you a good person, and you're even trying to get close to others. What dog doesn't crave meat? What do you mean by that? Chu Qingqing was hit where it hurt, and glared angrily at Su Ming. What do you mean I'm willingly throwing myself at someone? You want me to throw myself at you? You don't even have the ability. Even if he's not the best, he's still the young master of the #1 family in Zhengzhou. Even if I'm ruined by him, I can still benefit from it. You're something else. If I were to be harmed by someone like you, I'd be truly unlucky for the rest of my life. Living would be worse than dying. Su Ming rolled his eyes. So you mean you regret not being defiled by Sima Qinglang? You? Chu Qingqing's face flushed red from the retort, and she pointed at Su Ming, shouting excitedly, you're just jealous of me for being able to meet young master Sima. You'll never be qualified to meet such a big shot in your entire life because you're just trash. After angrily finishing her statement, Chu Qingqing turned and went back to her room, slamming the door shut. Chu Yingkai also looked at Su Ming coldly. Qingqing is right. No matter what, he's still the young master of the #1 family in Zhongzhou. It's none of your business to point fingers at him. Compared to him, you're nothing. Don't get involved. He was smug. The most important thing in life is to know yourself. Chu Yingkai looked at him with disdain. Looking at Su Ming is like looking at a piece of trash. He became even angrier when he saw Su Ming mocking Chu Qingqing. You two, father and daughter, are truly bewitched. Lin Xiaoyun shook her head. This matter is meant to teach Qingqing a lesson, not to compare who is of higher status. No matter how powerful someone is it a good thing if they do evil? Su Ming smiled and shook his head, offering no rebuttal. There's nothing to say. With limited knowledge, saying more is just a waste of breath. The next day, Li Xiao visited Su Ming at the Chu family home. King Su. In the courtyard, Li Xiao respectfully bowed to Su Ming. I have returned to Yunqing and am only now coming to pay my respects to King Sui. Am guilty and beg King Su to punish me. Li Xiao knelt on one knee on the ground. Su Ming waved his hand. Don't give me that. The Star Sea Alliance is all taken care of. Why aren't you going back yet? Doesn't Qingzhou need you as its commander? At this point, Li Xiao fell silent for a moment, looking hesitant. Speak your mind. Su Ming said impatiently. Yes, although I have been appointed as the commander of Qingzhou, I haven't made much progress in improving the overall strength of the Qingzhou garrison. I don't know if it's a problem with my abilities, but their strength hasn't improved. I am even starting to doubt whether I'm suitable to be a commander. That's why I've come to ask Prince Su for guidance. 169, Chapter 169 Recruitment. Every so often, each military district in Kyushu holds a major competition. First, we should exchange ideas and learn from each other. Secondly, it also reveals the capabilities and strengths of the rulers of each state, thus determining who is stronger and who is weaker. Of course, the initial purpose was to learn. But today, it has intensified and has long since become a competition that concerns the reputation of various continents. Those who lost the competition mostly returned to their own garrisons, and it wouldn't be long before they were eliminated from their positions as commanders. Because he lacks the ability to command respect, he loses face for the state where his troops are stationed, and is no longer qualified to be a commander. He may even face various forms of exclusion. In any case, losing the competition is a bad consequence, and those who lack ability will reap what they sow.
Li Xiao's lifelong dream has been to become a commander. He has only just taken office and hasn't even warmed his seat yet. If he is eliminated now, it will be a regret for his entire life. He is not afraid of anyone in terms of combat strength.
However, the guidance provided was somewhat disappointing.
Or it may also be related to the fact that he has only been in office for a short time.
I see.
After listening, Su Ming immediately understood Su Ming's worries. He was well aware of the capabilities of the Qingzhou garrison. The Qingzhou garrison has always been rather incompetent, consistently ranking last or second to last in the competitions, which is why none of its commanders have held their positions for long. Having suffered repeated setbacks in the region, the people there had long since given up and had no confidence in the matter what to do.
Li Xiao inherited a complete mess.
It is indeed a bit of a stretch to expect results in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Su Ming smiled and said, "It's alright, I'll go to Qingzhou in a couple of days and give you some pointers."
Real.
Li Xiao was both surprised and delighted, not expecting Su Ming to agree so readily.
With King Su's guidance, success is practically guaranteed. This is something that others would kill for. Thank you, Prince Su.
Li Xiao was extremely grateful and quickly bowed to express his thanks.
Su Ming smiled slightly. Alright, you can go back now.
Yes, Prince Su, I will send a car to pick you up in 2 days. Li Xiao was overjoyed and got up to take his leave. Su Ming watched Li Xiao leave. Li Xiao was someone he personally promoted, so he should help with this small favor. Who was that guy just now? He was limping, and he didn't look like a good person. When Su Ming returned to the living room, Xu Qingqing asked him with a suspicious look on her face.
My friend. Su Ming answered calmly.
Of course he's your friend, not ours. We wouldn't know someone like Fade's old and obviously disabled. He matches your pathetic self perfectly. Is he homeless too? Let me tell you, my family is already being lenient by taking you in. Don't bring your scoundrels into our house.
Xu Qingqing said angrily. Su Ming rolled his eyes. What kind of status does that person have? He's the commander of Qingzhou. Even if you ask him for a favor, he might not come.
They really think their own home is some kind of treasure. Su Ming glanced at Xu Qingqing but said nothing.
Alright, I understand now. You're not afraid and looking for help because you injured Sima Qinglang, are you?
Xu Qingqing widened her eyes and stared at Su Ming.
Last night, she learned from Zhang Wuyu that Sima Qinglang had been seriously injured and hospitalized. Knowing Sima Qinglang's identity, there's probably not a single person in the entire Yun city who would dare to hurt him.
Only those who are ignorant are like newborn calves, unafraid of tigers. This matter is clearly related to Su Ming. Only Su Ming is ignorant and prone to violence. Perhaps it was during the chaos last night when Zhang Wuyu saved her that Su Ming took advantage of the situation to injure Sima Qinglang.
Now that I've come to my senses, I'm scared. What, you injured Sima Qinglang?
Xu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun were both startled when they heard this.
Xiaoming, is this really true? Lin Xiaoyun's face turned pale with fright.
This is no small matter. The Sima family is the most powerful family in Zhengzhou, unlike those in Yunqing. If the Sima family were to take their anger out on us, who could withstand it?
Let alone Su Ming, anyone in Yunqing would probably be trembling with fear.
If this is true, it will be a huge disaster. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. The news spread really fast, even Xu Qingqing knew about it.
It seems that it won't be long before the Sima family finds out. When the time comes, Sima Quanglong will naturally come to meet his death. He nodded slightly. I'm the one who injured you, but I did it on purpose.
Su Ming grinned. Even if Sima Quanglong knew there was something wrong with this trap, he would still fall into it, unless the Sima family was willing to lose all face.
You did it on purpose, huh? You're so smug, aren't you?
Xu Qingqing looked at Su Ming as if he were an idiot.
You have no idea how much trouble you've caused. Yes, I was bullied by Sima Qinglang, but that doesn't give you the right to hit someone. There are many ways to resolve this. If you don't know what to do, just leave it to Brother Wuyu. You insisted on hitting someone to show off. Do you think this will make me like you? How ridiculous. This only makes you look ignorant and stupid. Xu Qingqing sneered. This is far too serious.
Lin Xiaoyun was also suddenly nervous and at a loss. Xu Yingcai's face was dark, no one can withstand the wrath of the Sima family, let alone our small Chu family. You'd better get out of here. If you stay, our Chu family will be finished. Lin Xiaoyun also stood up and said, Xiaoming, why don't you go out and hide for a while? If you hide, the Sima family shouldn't have a hard time finding you. Su Ming wasn't a big shot in Yuncheng. There was no identity or background to speak of. As long as he hides, it's no different from him disappearing into thin air. The Sima family shouldn't be able to find him anytime soon. It's not too late for Su Ming to come back after things have calmed down. Why are you hiding? I'm deliberately waiting for the Sima family to come. I am afraid they won't be able to find me. Su Ming grinned. You idiot! Chu Qingqing almost fainted from anger. At a time like this, are you still pretending? Do you really not know what it feels like to have your head roll? Roll? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. I don't want to die either. Chu Qingqing said angrily. Don't worry, with me here, they won't be able to touch you. Su Ming smiled calmly, turned around and left. He's insane. This guy is definitely insane. Chu Yingkai stared blankly at Su Ming's figure, speechless for a long time. What else could this be but being terrified? Would a normal person say something like that? I just hope that when the Sima family comes, they won't target them. Otherwise, he couldn't even imagine what the outcome would be. Lin Xiaoyun frowned deeply, unsure of what to do. With the Chu family's status, how could they possibly stop the Sima family or protect Su Ming? After much thought, she realized that she had no choice but to ask someone for help. But who can the entire Yunqing turn to? Chen Fengyu. The only person in the Chu family who was both well-connected and capable was Master Chen Fengyu. Lin Xiaoyun stood up and said to Chu Qingqing, Qingqing, come out with me. Let's go ask Master Chen for help. What? I'm not going. Why should I beg my godfather for something like that? I don't want to, Chu Qingqing said angrily. Are you kidding me? Why would someone like Su Ming deserve her pleading, or even her godfather's intervention? This is so embarrassing to say. 170, Chapter 170. It's for real. 10,000 families. 4 people came down from Zhengzhou. The 3 burly men, with their imposing stature, broad shoulders, and bulging temples, exuded a menacing and intimidating aura. Just sitting there, they were so imposing that they inspired fear in all who beheld them. These 3 alone were enough to intimidate the entire Wan family, leaving Wan Jinshan and Luo Hongxia speechless. The leader was a man in a suit, around 40 years old, who looked mature and steady, but his eyes revealed a domineering and dignified air. Luo Hongxia carefully served the tea and respectfully asked, Lord Sima, what brings you here in person? It goes without saying that these guys came because of Sima Qinglang. However, at times like this, it's better for the entire Wan family to play dumb. If even the slightest sign of trouble is shown, the Sima family will likely take their anger out on us. My name is Sima Mang, and I am the secretary of Master Sima. I handle most of Master Sima's affairs, including those of the eldest young master, Sima Qinglang. At this point, Sima Mang's eyes suddenly sharpened. Luo Hongxia was so frightened that she trembled all over and almost fell to the ground. Then Sima Mang pointed to the 3 burly men beside him and said, They are the 3 war gods of my Sima family, Sanglong, Liu, and Zhanma. Each of them has 5,000 men under their command. These men will all enter Yunqing within 2 days. I don't know which family in Yunqing can find 15,000 men. Which family can withstand the trampling of the 3 war gods and their legions? So I only want to know one thing, who injured the young master, and how? The 3 war gods? 15,000 people? Upon hearing this, everyone in the Wan family was terrified and speechless. Let alone the Wan family, no family could possibly stop them. As expected, no one could withstand the wrath of the Sima family. Even though Master Sima didn't come in person, he only sent his secretary down. It was already such a terrifying lineup. If Sima Quanglong came down, what would happen? We'll raise Yunqing to the ground. Luo Hongxia swallowed hard in fright and hurriedly said, Young Master Sima's injury has nothing to do with our Wan family. However, I know who did it, and I can tell Lord Sima without reservation. Explain. Sima Mang let out a cold shout. It was a kid named Su Ming. He was originally my Wan family's son-in-law, but we kicked him out because he was a useless good-for-nothing. My daughter happened to be at the party that day. I guess that kid was driven by love turned to hate, and when he saw my daughter getting close to the eldest young master, he injured her. That's what happened. We only found out about the incident after the young master was injured, and it was too late to stop it. Luo Hongxia explained anxiously. Love turned into hate? Sima Meng sneered, looking at Luo Hongxia as if she were an idiot. 2 hours earlier, the first thing he did upon arriving in Yunqing was to visit the eldest son at the hospital. With his neck almost dislocated and multiple fractures and ruptures throughout his body, Sima Qinglang needed a respirator to breathe. From the very first move, they were almost intent on killing. This is not hatred. This seems more like an attempt to ensure the young master never wakes up again. Therefore, Luo Hongxia's statement is completely unfounded. However, there is one thing he agrees on. The other party must be a good-for-nothing who has no idea of the young master's identity, otherwise they wouldn't dare to use such a deadly move. But he couldn't understand why the young master was still injured when he came to Yunqing with 10 supreme war gods. These 10 people were enough to surpass the Ling family in Yunqing. The 10 great war gods have also disappeared without a trace. Could it be that those 10 men have harbored rebellious intentions and betrayed the young master? He came to find out these things. Yes, it must be love turned to hate, jealousy of young master Sima. Otherwise, even if you gave that kid 10 lives, he wouldn't dare to lay a hand on the young master, Luo Hongxia said with certainty. Where is he? Sima Meng raised an eyebrow and asked in a cold voice. I know where he is, Siri will take you to him. Good. Sima Meng stood up and, accompanied by 3 burly men, went to the Chu family with Luo Hongxia. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyun, along with Chu Qingqing, was in the Chen family's main hall, looking for help for Su Ming. Chu Qingqing originally didn't want to come. She didn't want to trouble her godfather because of Su Ming's matter. But Lin Xiaoyun mentioned that if the Sima family came, not to mention Su Ming, their Chu family would definitely not escape either, and none of them would have a good ending. This reason left Chu Qingqing speechless. I had no choice but to follow along. Godfather, that kid has gotten into trouble again, but I didn't expect him to have offended the Sima family of Zhengzhou this time. It's impossible to protect him now. We beg you to step in and save the Chu family's life. Chu Qingqing stood in the hall, pleadingly addressing Chen Fengyu. Chen Fengyu grinned and said, I won't get involved, let things take their course. Based on what had happened before, he had long understood that, given the status of the Prince of Su, he didn't need to worry about anything. These things were nothing to King Su. He ran over there, only to watch the spectacle and make a fool of himself. He had been misled by Chu Qingqing a few times before, even thinking of doing his part to curry favor with Prince Su, but each time he ended up making a wasted trip. I almost made a fool of myself. If this continues, it will definitely provoke the displeasure of Prince Su. He realized now that the Chu family was ignorant, and he couldn't be ignorant along with them. Otherwise, how foolish would he seem in King Su's eyes? But these words took on a different meaning when they reached Lin Xiaoyun and Chu Qingqing's ears. They assumed Chen Fengyu was simply too lazy and didn't want to take action anymore. Lin Xiaoyun hurriedly stepped forward, pleading, Master Chen, I know we're shamelessly begging you, but we have no other choice. If no powerful figure keeps an eye on the Sima family, Xiaoming is doomed. He won't die. Chen Fengyu shook his head. What a joke, the mere Sima family thinks they can threaten Prince Su's life, that's ridiculous. Whether that guy lives or dies is not important, but our Chu family will definitely be implicated. Godfather, I beg you. Chu Qingqing knelt directly in front of Chen Fengyu. TSK, you. Chen Fengyu was speechless. He got up and helped Chu Qingqing up, saying dejectedly, fine, I'll go with you then, but only this once. He really didn't want to have come all this way for nothing. There's no need for him to worry about King Su. Isn't this a joke? So the 3 of them returned to the Chu family home, and as soon as they entered, they were all stunned. The living room was a complete mess. Chu Yingkai was beaten until he spat out blood and knelt on the ground, looking as pitiful as a domestic dog. In the middle, Sima Meng sat in a chair, with Luo Hongxia and 3 burly men standing beside him. The terrifying aura was like the arrival of the King of Hell, making it almost impossible to breathe. Yingkai. Dad. Lin Xiaoyun and Chu Qingqing gasped and rushed over, tears streaming down their faces.
Chen Fengyu was also shocked. Is this for real this time? 171, Chapter 171 Doubts. What do you want to do? You dare hit my dad? Chu Qingqing looked up, her eyes bloodshot, staring angrily at Sima Meng. How dare you? You don't even kneel before Lord Sima. I think your Chu family is tired of living kneel down. Beside them, Luo Hongxia, taking advantage of the situation, shouted fiercely at Lin Xiaoyun and Chu Qingqing. Qingqing. Don't even think about it, you only know how to bully the weak. Why should I kneel down? Do you even deserve to be a member of the Sima family? I'd rather die than kneel before you. Chu Qingqing gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. Court death. Sima Meng did not speak, but the war god of the Azure Wolf beside him stepped forward, and his enormous aura instantly swept over them, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Although Sanlong didn't make a move, his aura was already suffocating Chu Qingqing. Who exactly is this guy? Chu Qingqing's expression changed from anger to terror. She could feel her insignificance in front of the wolf, as fragile as dust and sand. If Sanlong were to make a move, she probably wouldn't even have the ability to resist and would die here. Kneel down. The wolf uttered 2 words, and a large hand slowly pressed down on Chu Qingqing's head. In an instant, an immense force swept in. Chu Qingqing's head was throbbing with pain, and she couldn't help but let out a scream. Although she tried her best to stay upright, the immense force made her tremble all over, and her head felt like it was about to explode. Don't want. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoyun burst into tears, her eyes filled with pleading, and she was almost scared to death. Chu Yingkai was already seriously injured. If anything happened to her daughter, there would be no point in her living. No, please don't hurt her. Lin Xiaoyun wept bitterly. But the wolf was cold and ruthless, and continued to exert force on its hands. Chen Fengyu couldn't stand it any longer. He took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Sima Meng and his group. He said coldly, "Stop, I am Chen Fengyu from the Chun family of Yunqing. I am ranked 7th on the rich list. Give me, Chen Fengyu, some face and let them go. You're just ordinary people. Killing them won't make you seem any more powerful." Smack! However, before Chen Fengyu could finish speaking, he was slapped across the face by another fierce tiger war god. Bang! Bang! Chen Fengyu was sent flying and landed on the sofa next to him, his face contorted and blood gushing from his mouth. Chen Fengyu, what trash! Sima Meng sneered disdainfully, then slowly swept his gaze over the crowd, coldly saying, "I'll give you 3 days to hand over that brat named Su Ming. Send him to the Wan family. If I don't see him in 3 days, your Chu family, and you, Chen Fengyu, will all be dead. I, Sima Meng, mean what I say." After saying that, Sima Meng stood up, straightened his clothes, and turned to leave. Sanlong released Chu Qingqing and left the scene with the others. Chu Qingqing collapsed to the spot, blood flowing from her mouth and nose. Without a doubt, if the stalemate continued for another few dozen seconds and the strength of the Azure Wolf increased, Chu Qingqing would not have survived. Seeing this scene before her, Lin Xiaoyun slumped to the ground, her eyes filled with despair. At this moment, Su Ming was unaware of what had happened. He had just left the Tianming Chamber of Commerce and was heading to the Chang family to explain things. Because I need to go to Qingzhou to provide guidance, this process will take at least 3 days, if not 5. Normally, there would be no need to worry about these few days. However, now that we have offended the Sima family, we are afraid that the Sima family's power will cause trouble, so we need to have the relevant departments take precautions in advance. As soon as the Sima family arrives, notify him immediately. After leaving the Chang family home, the car sent by Li Xiao to pick them up was already parked in front of them. Although it arrived a day earlier than expected, it was clear that Li Xiao was already impatient. Since the Chu family doesn't like him anyway, Su Ming didn't bother going back to say hello. He simply got into the car and headed towards Qingzhou. Little did they know that this departure would mean they would almost brush past the Sima family. The Chu family. Chu Qingqing went out and searched everywhere, contacting almost everyone she knew, but she still couldn't find Su Ming. He returned home dejectedly. "Mom, I've searched everywhere, including the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, but I can't find that kite's probably really scared and has gone into hiding. He might have already fled Yun City, leaving this mess for us. I told you, you can't trust those kinds of people at all. They all talk and no action, but it's all lies. When threatened, they'll run away like wild dogs." Chu Qingqing was filled with despair and anger, her eyes bloodshot. Impossible, impossible, Xiaoming isn't that kind of person.
Lin Xiaoyun muttered to herself. But Su Ming hasn't shown up for a day, and the fact seems to be a done deal. I just can't convince myself. 2 lines of tears slid down her cheeks. Mom, don't count on that kind of person. Do you expect him to get into trouble and take the blame himself? If he really had that kind of responsibility and ability, why would Miss Wan have abandoned him? Clearly, he's a scumbag. Xu Qingqing said in despair.
What else can we do?
Lin Xiaoyun covered her face and wept.
Why don't we run away too?
Xu Qingqing said absent-mindedly, anyway, Dad has worked for so many years and has some savings with that money, we can move to a different city, it shouldn't be a problem. However, Xu Qingqing was still too naive.
The Sima family is the most powerful family in Zhengzhou, and they came here specifically to demand an explanation. The Sima family will not rest until they have captured Su Ming.
Where can they escape to?
As long as they are still within the 9 provinces, the Sima family can find them. It's just a matter of time.
Moreover, the Chu family has already been targeted by Sima Mang's men, so escaping is out of the question, and even leaving the city will be difficult. Let's think of another way. I'll go to the Wan family tomorrow and personally beg the Sima family for mercy. If all else fails, I'll have to tell them all about Xiaoming, so they know we have nothing to do with this way, perhaps we can save our Chu family. Lin Xiaoyun said painfully. Mom, what are you hesitating for at a time like this? Isn't our predicament all that kid's fault? How important could his information be? Tell him everything, whether you should or shouldn't he, as long as we can be saved. What does it matter if that kid dies? We've raised him for so long, it's time for him to repay our kindness. Besides, he brought all of this on himself.
Xu Qingqing said angrily.
Okay, I'll try it myself tomorrow. You stay with your dad for now.
Xu Qingqing could only nod. Su Ming arrived in Qingzhou.
Li Xiao personally led a group to welcome them. However, when Li Zhao's team saw Su Ming, they all looked surprised and suspicious. They heard that Li Xiao had invited a top figure to provide guidance, but they never expected it to be such a young man. One of the tall women, in particular, was named Qin Shuang, and she was an instructor that Li Xiao had invited from other places. Upon seeing Su Ming, he immediately looked at him with disdain. Commander Li, this is the top figure you were talking about. This kid, he's barely grown up yet. What can he possibly do? Someone like him can change the Qingzhou garrison. What a joke.
Yeah, what kind of guy is this? Judging by their attire, they probably haven't even seen what the Qingzhou garrison looks like. Those around them also expressed their disdain and skepticism. 172, Chapter 172. Come and hit me.
No one knows the current situation of the Qingzhou garrison better than they do. Qin Shuang is a renowned top instructor, but even she can't handle these seasoned veterans.
This is a complete stagnant pool of mud. What can a kid like that change?
They'd probably be scared to death if they saw the garrison troops. However, upon hearing this, Li Xiao was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and nearly died of fright.
What's going on with these guys? How dare you speak so arrogantly in front of Prince Su? Do you really want to die?
Li Xiao hurriedly apologized to Su Ming. Your Highness Su, I invited them from outside, I didn't know.
Never mind.
Su Ming waved his hand to interrupt, too lazy to argue, and said impatiently, just take me there, hurry up, I have things to do in Yuncheng.
Yes.
Li Xiao wiped away the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly led the way. What could possibly be going on? He's just putting on an act. I bet he's got no skills whatsoever and is just here to freeload. Just wait, those people will teach him a lesson he won't forget.
Qin Shuang walked behind, watching Su Ming's figure with a disdainful sneer. Soon, we arrived at the Taishan garrison base square. Li Xiao ordered everyone to gather together.
A few piercing whistles and horn blasts, scattered and disorganized, led a disorganized troop of soldiers toward this side, gathering in the square. Su Ming glanced over and saw that the entire Qingzhou legion was in a relaxed state, completely lacking discipline. They were all lazy and their clothes were not even properly dressed.
All I know is a military corps. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was some kind of gang of thugs.
Given their appearance, it would be a miracle if they didn't get beaten to a pulp. These guys should be glad they're not from the war god army, otherwise Su Ming would have hung them up and whipped them. The long-legged beauty Qin Shuang stood to the side with her arms crossed, looking at Su Ming with a cold smile. She wanted to see what Su Ming was up to. She couldn't get these guys to train, no matter how much she threatened or bribed them. Could Su Ming be any more cunning than her? She didn't believe it at all. They were just waiting to see Su Ming make a fool of himself. Su Ming shook his head and said coldly, "A cowardly soldier is a cowardly individual, but a cowardly general leads to a cohort of cowards. Yes, I have failed in my duty." Li Xiao felt ashamed and embarrassed, and lowered his head to admit his mistake. It was indeed because he was not capable enough, otherwise he would not have had to ask Su Ming for help. Having Su Ming step forward wouldn't make him look important, it would only make him look useless. "I feel nothing but shame." Su Ming slowly walked off the stage now. To train and discipline these people, the proper way is to first rectify their lifestyle, adjust their discipline, ensure that orders are obeyed and prohibitions are enforced, and raise their overall morale so that they can be invincible in the future. However, doing it this way would take too long. It would be impossible to complete in less than 2 or 3 months. He doesn't have that much time. The simplest and most direct way is through force. Let these people witness true power, instill resentment and hatred in them, and thus ignite their fighting spirit. Walking up to the crowd, Su Ming's gaze fell on one of the burly men, and he pointed at him, saying, "You, come out here." The burly man walked out casually, a smile on his face, looking at Su Ming with disdain. "Do you think you're really that great?" Su Ming looked at the other party and asked with a cold smile. "I don't consider myself particularly great, but I'm at least better than you," the man said with a disdainful look at Su Ming. Immediately, thousands upon thousands of people behind him burst into laughter. "Fine, come and hit me." Su Ming pointed at the man and said with a cold gaze. "Real?" The man looked Su Ming up and down, and seeing that Su Ming was thin and frail, he asked with some sarcasm. "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up." The man helplessly shrugged. "You asked for this. I've never seen such a request before. If I punch you, you might die." The crowd erupted in uproar and laughter. Laughter erupted. The atmosphere was relaxed yet lively. No one thought Su Ming would be a match for them. What a joke, their physiques are not even in the same league. Wouldn't Su Ming be beaten to a pulp? Seeing this, Qin Shuang also sneered and understood what Su Ming was trying to do. Isn't this just a show of force? She tried as soon as she arrived, and she challenged not just one person, but 5 or 6 in a row, but it was no use. These guys didn't take her seriously at all. After the fight and the commotion, things went back to normal, without causing the slightest disturbance. So this is a stagnant pool. Clearly, Su Ming was even more foolish than her with that skinny little guy. He'd probably have a hard time even taking on one of them, and might just end up lying here. "Let's do it!" Su Ming shouted again. "Court death!" The burly man gave a sinister smile, then suddenly charged forward like a tank, crashing directly into Su Ming. He swung his massive fist in midair and smashed it down on Su Ming's head. Ring ring! Just then, Su Ming's phone rang. Su Ming took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Zhang Yilin. Zhang Yilin rarely calls him unless it's something important. So Su Ming answered the phone. But before him, the man's fist came hurtling towards him like a cannonball. What's going on with this kid? Everyone present looked on in shock. Faced with the attack, he actually answered the phone on the spot. What's going on? Is he afraid he won't die fast enough? They still don't treat them like human beings at all. The man was also filled with shock and anger, and his strength surged even more as he unleashed a powerful blow, slamming it towards Su Ming's face. Hello? While answering the phone, Su Ming glanced at the phone, turned his head, and easily dodged the other party's attack. President Su, something's happened. Zhang Yilin said anxiously on the other end. What's up? Su Ming asked, puzzled. At this moment, the man missed his target and, regaining his senses, attacked Su Ming's back. Su Ming dodged again, like a cat playing with a mouse. The Sima family has arrived. It was Sima Quanglong's personal secretary who brought 3 great war gods and over 10,000 people, all of whom entered Yun City. However, he arrived at the Wan family's residence first, causing my side to receive the news a little late. I heard that the Wan family was threatened and intimidated by Sima Mang, and now Lin Xiaoyun from the Chu family has gone alone to the Sima family to negotiate.
Something might go wrong. What?
Su Ming was stunned on the spot.
Lin Xiaoyun negotiates alone? This is not like lambs being led to the slaughter.
He never expected that the Sima family would arrive so soon after he left. No, maybe he arrived early, even before he left.
The news just came a little late.
If anything happens to Lin Xiaoyun, he will slaughter the entire Sima family, leaving no one alive. Su Ming was both shocked and furious.
Bang!
While Su Ming was stunned and in a daze, the burly man in front of him seized the opportunity and threw a punch that hit Su Ming squarely in the face with a loud bang. The entire hall fell silent, everyone stared in shock, utterly speechless. They were already speechless with astonishment at the sight of Su Ming effortlessly dodging attacks and toying with the burly man while answering the phone. Even Qin Shuang was stunned.
Still wondering just how strong Su Ming really is, and what he's up to.
Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, they all landed squarely on Su Ming's face. So he was just pretending.
173, Chapter 173 Victims.
When everyone came to their senses, they sneered and looked at Su Ming as if he were a fool. But the man in front of him looked at Su Ming with eyes filled with terror. Because of his punch, Su Ming didn't move an inch, not even blinking, as if he were nailed to the ground. He put all his strength into that punch. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be blasted away. But Su Ming's calmness terrified him. He realized that it wasn't that Su Ming couldn't dodge, but that the other party didn't need to dodge at all and didn't take him seriously at all. The disparity in strength is too great. Immediately afterwards, two icy, bone-chilling killing intents shot out from Su Ming's eyes. The man's fat face trembled with fright, and he took 2 steps back, staring at Su Ming in terror.
Get out of my way.
Su Ming looked at the man and gave him a cold shout.
Yes.
The man nearly wet himself in fright, retreating in terror to the side. Su Ming then strode back to Li Xiao's side.
King Su? Li Xiao looked at Su Ming with suspicion and uncertainty, wondering what had happened.
Even with Su Wang's abilities, he would be like a child in front of Su Ming. How could he possibly take that punch? Could it be that Su Wang did it on purpose? Qin Shuang's face was full of mockery. She curled her lips into a sneer and said sarcastically, "Kid, can't keep up the act anymore. In the face of absolute strength, you're as fragile as paper, utterly vulnerable instructor. If you stay here a few more days, you might lose your life. Get the hell out of here." Su Ming glanced coldly at Qin Shuang, but didn't reply. Instead, he leaned close to Li Xiao's ear and whispered a few words, giving Li Xiao the training method.
It's very simple. Make an example of someone.
In the next few days, we will find a few of the most undisciplined individuals, punish them in public, and if all else fails, kill them. Of course, it wasn't a real killing, it was just to create the illusion of killing someone and temporarily lock them up. Stimulate everyone's emotions so that they can achieve training results in a short period of time and thus participate in the competition. At the same time, Su Ming also left Li Xiao a prescription. Using this prescription for training would make the results twice as effective. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao was so grateful that he almost knelt down before Su Ming. But Su Ming had no time to spare. He immediately made a phone call, and shortly afterward, a helicopter roared into the base and landed directly on the square. Amidst everyone's stunned gazes, Su Ming boarded the helicopter and sped away.
Just who was this guy?
Qin Shuang stared in disbelief. He's incompetent, yet he can ride in a helicopter. Riding in a helicopter isn't that impressive, but for a helicopter to fly into a military base is something not everyone can do. Even the governor of Qingzhou doesn't have that kind of prestige. You could say he's formidable, but even he ran away with his tail between his legs.
Could it be that Li Xiao arranged for this helicopter?
Qin Shuang turned around and looked at Li Xiao with a puzzled expression. Commander Li, who exactly is this guy? Why are you so respectful to him? He's completely useless, isn't he? He ran away without doing anything, and he probably knows he can't afford to lose face after getting punched.
Shut up.
Li Xiao glanced coldly at Qin Shuang and said in a deep voice, Prince Su has already taught me the training methods. Tell them to start training immediately.
Yes.
Several subordinates responded and ran up to reorganize the training.
10,000 families.
Wan family executives, including Wan Jinshan, Luo Hongxia, and Wan Hua, accompanied them. Sima Mang sat in the headseat, his gaze icy, like the Grim Reaper judging a death. Lin Xiaoyun knelt on the ground, and with trepidation, recounted to Sima Mang in detail how she met Su Ming and what happened afterward. 3 years later, Su Ming was seriously injured and was rescued by her. He then recuperated at the Chu family for a month before leaving and ending up in the Wan family, where he became a son-in-law. He's been married into the family for 3 years. The timing was perfect. But all Lin Xiaoyun could say was the information on the surface. She didn't know Su Ming's specific identity. She didn't even know where Su Ming was from. However, she heard about Sima Qinglang being injured by Su Ming from Chu Qingqing and told Sima Mang the truth. Luo Hongxia scoffed after hearing this. Bullshit, you woman, you never tell the truth. You want to avenge your daughter and injure young Master Sima? What kind of treasure do you think your daughter is? That kid was obviously jealous that my Shireen was close to young Master Sima, and he attacked her out of love turned to hate. What relationship do you have with the Chu family? Young Master Sima wouldn't even give you a second glance. He probably doesn't even know what your daughter looks like. Shameless thing. Luo Hongxia launched into a tirade of abuse at Lin Xiaoyun. Although this is not a good thing, it is a matter of face. Luo Hongxia could not accept that Sima Qinglang was seriously injured because of an unknown Chu family. I doubt even the Sima family would admit it. Yes, no matter who it is, this at least proves that our Chu family has nothing to do with this matter. My daughter Qingqing is the victim. Please, Lord Sima, let us go. Lin Xiaoyun shed tears and kowtowed, pleading. Victim? Upon hearing this, Sima Mang gave a sinister smile. Are you saying that our young master taking a liking to your daughter is an act of harm, so your Chu family is the victim? You were oppressed by my Sima family? Lin Xiaoyun was immediately horrified, her face turning pale as she hurriedly shook her head. That's not what I meant. I just said that we have absolutely nothing to do with young Master Sima. Oh, so you're admitting that the young master's affair was caused by your daughter? Sima Mang asked again with a cold smile. I. Lin Xiaoyun was at a loss for words, her eyes filled with terror, unable to utter a single sentence. Sima Mang was eloquent and skilled in sophistry. He had no intention of letting the Chu family off the hook no matter what Lin Xiaoyun said. It was full of loopholes in his ears. It seems you weren't telling the truth at all. At least I still don't know that kid's identity. Let me give you an excuse. Yuri still covering for hair. A woman like you won't learn her lesson unless she's taught a lesson. Hang her up. Sima Mang let out a sharp shout. Immediately, someone rushed up and pinned Lin Xiaoyun down. No, Lord Sima. Lin Xiaoyun screamed in terror, tears streaming down her face. Leave him in the square for a day in the scorching sun, then I'll teach him a lesson tonight, Sima Mang shouted. Yes. The men dragged the struggling Lin Xiaoyun away. Lin Xiaoyun was tied up to a pillar in Wanjia Square. I was exposed to the scorching sun all day. By evening, he was parched, his face was completely bloodless, and he hung his head, barely clinging to life. Luo Hongxia led her people to Lin Xiaoyun, smiling gloatingly. A woman like you deserves this, and you dared to take in a stray dog that our one family abandoned. Do you think you're better than our one family? You really won't know regret until you're about to die. That kind of trash harms himself and others. Don, I know that better than you, you idiot. Now you know how big a mistake you made. Luo Hongxia let out a triumphant laugh. He felt clever and proud of his decision to force Wan Shireen to divorce Su Ming and kick Su Ming out of the house. Otherwise, Lin Xiaoyun might have ended up like her today. Pooh. Lin Xiaoyun slowly raised her head and spat on Luo Hongxia's face. Beast. Court death. Luo Hongxia flew into a rage and slapped Lin Xiaoyun across the face. You're so eager to die. Yeah, fine, I'll grant your wish. Beat him up. Luo Hongxia was furious. The people behind her immediately rushed forward and slapped Lin Xiaoyun's face repeatedly. In a short time, Lin Xiaoyun was beaten until her mouth and nose bled, and she was no longer human. 174, Chapter 174. Lousy Yitang. Lin Xiaoyun was already exhausted after a day of being exposed to the scorching sun. After being slapped again, he was almost on the verge of death. But in that daze, she realized that the Wan family and the Sima family would never let her go. Regardless of whether the Chu family has any connection to the matter of the eldest son of the Sima family, when the Sima family's power declines, everyone involved will not have a good ending. So begging for mercy is completely useless. But it's too late to regret it now. She can no longer leave the Wan family. What are you doing? At this moment, Sima Meng came out and looked at Luo Hongxia with a cold, deep voice. Luo Hongxia was startled and quickly turned around, bowing her head, and said, Lord Sima, I just thought this woman was so stubborn, so I wanted to teach her a lesson for you first. Teach her a lesson? Sima Meng sneered. This expression gave Luo Hongxia a fright. Did his unauthorized actions anger Sima Meng? As she was trying to figure out how to explain, Sima Meng pulled out a whip, grinned viciously, and said, Does slapping someone work as a lesson? If you want to hit someone, use this. Luo Hongxia looked up and saw that the black whip was covered with iron nails and barbs. If she lashed it, her skin would be torn and bleeding. Let alone a fragile woman like Lin Shouyun. Even a strong and healthy man can't withstand more than a few lashes. Sima Meng is trying to kill Lin Shouyun. Luo Hongxia's eyelids twitched in fright, and she realized that Sima Meng's cruelty was completely beyond her imagination. She originally thought that with the Sima family members coming down, she could build a good relationship with them and have a powerful backer for her Wan family in the future. Now it seems that this is not a reliable person. All the families might be devoured alive. Luo Hongxia may be short-sighted, but she is not hopelessly stupid. She swallowed hard, her face pale, and said, Lord Sima, isn't this a bit much? This could kill someone if you kill her. Who will tell you where that kid is? Do you think I care? Sima Meng grinned, like a venomous snake. My Sima family's goal is to control Yun City. It's no longer important who injured young Master Sima. Everyone involved will be killed, including your Wan family. Sima Meng's smile grew even more sinister. What? Luo Hongxia was so frightened that she took 2 steps back and fell to the ground with a thud. She looked at Sima Meng in utter terror. Lord Sima, please don't joke like this. We have always been on your side and have never offended the Sima family. Why are we the ones who have to suffer? Stand aside. Does your Wan family even deserve to? No one from your Wan family is even worthy of shining my shoes. You should be qualified to run errands and be my dogs. Where does your Wan family rank in Yun City? You don't think I don't care about you, do you? Moreover, the matter of young Master Sima must not be spread. But don't worry, you can live a few more days after the Chu family members are all dead. It will be your turn. After saying that, Sima Meng picked up his whip and walked straight toward Lin Shouyun. How so? Luo Hongxia sat on the ground, her face blank, shocked and terrified, her mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Even Wanjia must die? Sima Meng stood in front of Lin Shouyun, whip in hand, and grinned. Woman, I'll send you on your way first. Sima Meng flicked his long whip, and the iron nails smashed to the ground, making a crackling sound like firecrackers. Then he suddenly swung the whip and lashed it hard at Lin Shouyun's head. The barbs on the whip gleamed coldly, like a sharp knife. If it were to strike, Lin Shouyun would surely be bleeding from a head wound. Lin Shouyun had already closed her eyes and was waiting to die. There was no hope in my heart. That's good, it'll be a quicker death. She just hoped that Qingqing and the others would find Su Ming quickly and run away, otherwise she would not be able to rest in peace if she fell into the hands of the Sima family. Boom! Just then, a dark shadow flashed at the doorway, and a huge figure rushed over, reaching out in midair to grab the whip. The nail pierced the other person's hand, but nothing happened to him. Sima Meng turned around in surprise, but before he could see what the other person looked like, he felt a tremendous force coming from his hand. Boom! Sima Meng was pulled into the air and flew towards the dark figure. A dark figure flew up and kicked Sima Meng in the chest. A heavy explosion. Sima Meng was kicked more than 10 meters away, breaking 5 or 6 of his ribs. After landing, he opened his mouth and spat out blood. The figure then stopped. Luo Hongxia and Sima Meng finally got a clear look at the person's appearance. He had thick eyebrows, a square face, a fierce expression, and exuded a violent killing intent. It was Yi Tang. Who are you? Sima Meng was shocked, biting his bloody teeth as he looked up at Yi Tang, utterly astonished. In this cloud city, someone actually dared to lay a hand on him? I am Yi Tang. Yi Tang's eyes flashed with cold light, her killing intent chilling.
You dare to act recklessly in my own city, do you really think I'm dead? Here, I'm the one who calls the shots, understand, you piece of trash.
After saying that, Yi Tang strode towards Sima Mang. During this time, Yi Tang was at the Imperial Guard base outside Yun City because the grand competition was about to take place. He was also reorganizing and training the people at the base, so he didn't have time to deal with things in Yun City. I never imagined that the Sima family would have fallen into such a state in such a short time. If Su Ming hadn't called to inform him, he wouldn't have known what had happened. Since Su Ming is in Qingzhou and it will take him some time to get back, we'll leave this matter to him for now. But within his jurisdiction, the Sima family dared to act so recklessly, they simply didn't treat him like a human being. At this moment, Yi Tang was enraged like a wild beast. His entire body was radiating murderous intent. The Azure Dragon War God's aura erupted in full force, shaking the entire One family. You're asking for it. Sima Mang was filled with shock, anger, and panic. He hurriedly shouted behind him, Sanlong, Liehu, where the hell are you? With Sima Mang with a roar, the three war gods flew out and landed in front of Yi Tang. You bastard, how dare you attack the Sima family? Today, we'll show you our three war gods. The wolf roared angrily. The three war gods? Yi Tang grinned and, without pausing, rammed into the three of them like a tank. All three of them frowned instantly. Is this guy really not afraid of death? Hearing their names, they should be terrified and kneel on the ground, yet they still dare to rush forward. They're practically asking for it. If you want to die, I'll send you on your way. Enraged, Sun Long punched Yi Tang in the face. Yi Tang didn't even glance at him, neither dodging nor avoiding, and raised her hand to exchange a punch with Song Lang. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Sanglang let out a scream as his arm bones were shattered, sending him flying backward more than 10 meters before crashing heavily into the wall. This? The other two's expressions changed drastically. Sima Mang was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. What kind of combat power is this? These three war gods represent the pinnacle of the Sima family's strength, surpassing even the 10 supreme war gods and standing out among them. He's at the leader level. But now, he can't even withstand a single punch from Yi Tang. What's wrong with this guy? Amidst the stunned expressions of the others, Yi Tang retaliated with a backhand punch, slamming it into the shoulder of another fierce tiger. Fierce Tiger raised his hand to block. But when the fist landed on him, it felt like Mount Tai was pressing down on him. His face contorted instantly, and his entire body was smashed to the ground. Then Yi Tang stepped on his back, shattering his internal organs, and blood instantly gushed from his mouth and nose. Fierce Tiger died on the spot. 175, Chapter 175. 15,000 people. The last warhorse terrified everyone. Where have I ever seen such a terrifying creature? It's not even human anymore. Terrified, he retreated repeatedly, turning to run away, but Yi Tang caught up with him, grabbed his neck, and slammed him to the ground, knocking him unconscious on the spot. The three great war gods. Yi Tang beat these three people as easily as beating dogs. Yi Tang then slowly turned around, her eyes seemingly bloodshot and extremely brutal as she looked at Sima Mang. Sima Mang was so frightened that he wet his pants. He looked at Su Ming in terror and said, "Who are you? Are you crazy? How dare you attack my Sima family like this? Do you know that my 15,000 men have already entered Yun City? If you dare to attack me, the entire One family will be razed to the ground tomorrow." You want to see this kind of consequence? 15,000 people? Yi Tang frowned, seemingly hesitant. Seeing Yi Tang's expression, Sima Mang immediately assumed she was afraid and sneered coldly, "You're scared now. It's not too late to regret it. You're powerful, but you can only kill one of me at most. But with my 10,000 men, I can kill more than just one person. If you dare to touch me, you'll be buried with me." Unexpectedly, Yi Tang grinned, looked up at Sima Mang, and sneered, "Fine, tomorrow, Tianxiang Tower, bring your 15,000 men, and we'll settle this. And the person you've been looking for is waiting for you there. Don't even think about escaping. Once you're in Yun City, even if you grew wings, you wouldn't be able to get out." After saying that, Yi Tang turned around, untied Lin Shouyun from the pillar, carried her on his shoulder, and left. What's going on with this guy? Sima Mang was still in a daze as Yi Tang left. Is it fear or not?
If this guy is scared, why is he still saying such things and challenging him to a fight? If you're not afraid, why don't you attack him? Sima Meng was both shocked and bewildered. He could only turn to Luo Hongxia, who was already terrified, and ask, who exactly is he? He seems to be from the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce. I had met Luo Hongxia once or twice before, and I had a slight impression of her. But she didn't know anything about Yi Tang's background. After all, the Wan family simply didn't have the qualifications to contact Yi Tang. It seems the people from the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce are already afraid of me. How can a mere Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce stand against me? I guess those last few words were just to save face for themselves. I'll go to Tiangxiangla tomorrow and see if he dares to come. Sima Meng gritted his teeth. Sima Meng was initially somewhat afraid and was still hesitating whether to go to Tianshan Tower for the appointment. Upon hearing that the other party was merely a member of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, the fear in his heart immediately subsided considerably. The most capable person in the Tianming Chamber of Commerce is a henchman with some ability, but what makes a mere individual dare to provoke him? Moreover, the arrival of his 15,000 men gave him even more confidence. I'll cut his head off tomorrow and use it as a stool. Let's see how he tries to act tough with me then. Sima Meng's face was sinister. Inside Tianxiang Tower, the unconscious Lin Xiaoyun slowly turned around, looking blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings, and saw a figure standing in front of her. Thinking of everything that happened at the Wan family's house, Lin Xiaoyun's face showed fear, and she asked in a panic, "Where is this place?" Startled, I sat up abruptly, feeling excruciating pain all over my body, as if my head was about to explode. "Aunt Lin, don't move around, it's all right now." The figure turned around, and it was Su Ming. Xiao Ming? Lin Xiaoyun was both surprised and delighted to see Su Ming. But thinking about what had happened before, cold sweat poured down his back. When Yi Tang appeared, she was already unconscious and had no idea what had happened. "I have no idea why I'm here." Su Ming handed a bowl of medicinal soup to Lin Xiaoyun and said gently, "Aunt Lin, this is a special medicinal soup I made for you. Drink it, and after a good night's sleep, your injury will be healed. Don't worry about anything else, leave it to me." "I'm so sorry, you've suffered so much." He brought the Sima family here, but he never expected that it would lead to Lin Xiaoyun being in danger and suffering such harm. This made Su Ming feel very guilty and uncomfortable. But at the same time, I was also very angry. The Sima family truly deserved to die. They should all have their heads ripped off to vent his anger. No. Lin Xiaoyun, however, remained terrified. She grabbed Su Ming's hand and said, "Xiao Ming, you shouldn't have come back. They're all looking for you. If they find you, they definitely won't let you go. How can you deal with the Sima family alone? Isn't that just suicide? At this time, don't be stubborn. Quickly go find Qingqing and Inkai, and take them away from Yunqing, the farther the better, to a place where the Sima family can't find them." She had previously disagreed with Chu Qingqing's suggestion to run away. But after witnessing the brutality and terror of the Sima family on this trip, she truly regretted not escaping in time. Those people are simply demons. Now that she has the chance, she just wants to escape as far away as possible. They didn't want to see Su Ming die at such a young age at the hands of those devilish people. But Su Ming calmly reassured her, "I understand, Aunt Lin, I'll inform them, but you should drink the medicine first. If you want to run, you need to heal your injuries first." "Xiao Ming, this time it's for real. You can't afford to mess with those people. This is not a joke. Go and inform them right away." Lin Xiaoyun was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. Su Ming nodded solemnly. Lin Xiaoyun then drank the medicine. This medicinal soup has a calming and sleep-inducing effect. Not long after drinking it, Lin Xiaoyun drifted off to sleep again. Seeing Lin Xiaoyun sleeping peacefully, Su Ming turned and left the room. Outside, Yi Tang waited. Upon seeing Su Ming emerge, they hurriedly came to greet him. "Prince Su, Sima Meng has already made his move. That guy seems to be up to the task. They're being very cautious. They've already deployed over 10,000 men to surround the entire Tianxiang Tower. Tonight should we take them all down?" Yi Tang inquired. 15,000 people. This is just ridiculous. He wouldn't even need to use the Imperial Guard base,
with just a single order, he could bring in 1,000 men from the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce, and that would be enough to take down these guys. He hesitated at the Wan family's place not because he was afraid, but because he needed to report the matter to Su Ming. Ignore him, wait for him to come tomorrow, I'll see that beast myself. Su Ming said coldly. Yes. Yi Tang respectfully stepped aside. The next day, Sima Mang led his men and swaggered to Tianshan Tower. Looking once again at his massive force of over 10,000 men, Sima Mang was full of arrogance. Even though he had been injured by Yi Tang, he could not hide his arrogance and wildness. Upon arriving at Tianshan Tower, he was met with fear and trepidation from the people inside, which only fueled his arrogance and made him seem even more overbearing. Is there anyone named Yi Tang here? Didn't he make an appointment with me? Tell him to get out here and see me. 176, Chapter 176 Alone. Yi Tang? No. The staff at Tianxi Anglo Hotel frantically checked the reservation list but couldn't find Yi Tang's name. As expected, he's just a useless coward. He only dares to provoke me verbally, but when he saw that I was really here, he immediately cowered in fear. The people of Yunqing are indeed all cowards. Sima Mang said with a disdainful sneer. Grandpa's here. On the second floor, Yi Tang stood by the railing, looking down at Sima Mang. Sima Mang looked up and his face immediately darkened. You actually dare to come, you're courting death. Sima Mang immediately led his men and charged forward. Yi Tang didn't linger and turned to enter the top-tier room. Sima Mang chased upstairs, kicked open the door with a bang, and rushed inside. Seeing this, everyone at Tianxi Anglo was filled with terror. I don't know who's so bold as to provoke the Sima family. They're definitely dead. I wonder what big event has happened that has brought so many important figures to Yunqing. Even the Sima family has come. Is Yunqing about to undergo a major upheaval? Sima Mang barged into the room and saw Yi Tang standing calmly to one side, staring at him with icy eyes. Lin Shouyun, who had been rescued and was still unconscious, was lying on the bed. Besides him, there was a young man sitting at the table with his back to him. Sima Mang ignored everything else, pointing at Yi Tang and sneer, My men have surrounded this place. Not even a fly can get out. You remember what happened last night, right? I'm giving you one last chance. Come here, kneel before me and bark like a dog, otherwise, you'll die today. Yi Tang did not speak. The young man at the table slowly turned around. It was Su Ming, of course. Su Ming raised his eyes, looked at Sima Mang, and asked with a cold gaze, Do you recognize me? Who the hell knows you? Where did you come from? Who gives you the right to interrupt? Sima Mang roared in fury. Su Ming smirked, You've been looking for me all this time, but you don't even know who I am? Sha. Sima Mang rolled his eyes, Looking for you? You think you're the king of heaven, you idiot? What are you pretending for? Believe me or not, I'll slap you. Yi Tang is good at fighting, so he can look at him with some respect, but where did this idiot come from, daring to put on airs in front of him? Su Ming smiled and shook his head, then said to Yi Tang, Let's do it. Yes. Yi Tang nodded in agreement, took out her phone, and gave the order to the person on the other end of the line. Let's do it. What are you going to do? Sima Mang's expression changed, and he took a step back, having his men protect him. He thought Yi Tang was about to make a move. However, Su Ming and Yi Tang remained completely silent inside the room. Bluster, are you kidding me? Sima Mang was furious and roared, If you don't dare to make a move, I will, all of you, get them, stop these two pieces of trash, I'm going to kill them with my own hands. But just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Sima Mang took out his phone and answered the call. Lord Sima, something terrible has happened. All our men have been questioned and detained. Our leader has also been arrested. It's a legion from the Cloud City Forbidden Zone base, the War God Army. On the other end of the line came the panicked voices of his subordinates, accompanied by several screams. What? Sima Mang was shocked and rushed to the window to look outside Tianshan Tower. Outside Tianshan Tower, all of the more than 10,000 people he had arranged had vanished, leaving only an empty and silent space, without a single ghost in sight. How is that possible? War God Army? When did he provoke the War God Army? Besides,
how could a small city like Yunqing have the war god army?
Although as more than 10,000 people were a large number, they all entered the city as ordinary people and were not part of a large-scale gathering, so why were they questioned?
Could it be that? Sima Meng was startled and turned around abruptly, his shocked gaze falling on Yi Tang. Could it be that you are a member of the war god army? No. Yi Tang smiled coldly, looking at Sima Meng with mockery. I'm just a subordinate of Prince Su. Prince Su is right in front of you, and you don't recognize him? Prince Su, who? Sima Meng turned his head in a daze.
In the entire room, besides him and Yi Tang, only Su Ming remained.
Sima Meng's gaze fell on Su Ming again, and instantly, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Could this kid be the real big shot? How could that be? Sima Meng shuddered, feeling his mouth go dry.
Su Ming slowly stood up, sneering at Sima Meng. 15,000 men, and you dare to come looking for trouble, not to mention the war god army. There are 500,000 troops stationed outside Yin City. Your 10,000 men aren't even enough to fill a tooth gap. Besides, I heard you've been looking for me the whole time. Is this never going to end? Su Ming walked up to Sima Meng and patted Sima Meng's terrified and stunned face. I guarantee that none of your 10,000 plus men will return alive. The only way they'll survive is if you die. Who exactly are you? Sima Meng turned pale with fright and asked, trembling all over. He is the leader of the war god army, the border king. Yi Tang said calmly. Thump! Sima Meng was instantly terrified and knelt on the ground, staring at Su Ming in disbelief. Bien, the king of the frontier, the king of the 9 provinces. How is this possible? How could he have imagined that Su Ming, so young, was actually the legendary border king who could kill gods and demons? Large beads of sweat rolled down Sima Meng's forehead as he kowtowed repeatedly to Su Ming. King of the frontier, spare my life. I didn't know it was you. I was blind and deserved to die. Please spare my life. Sima Meng raised his hand and slapped himself twice. He had no idea what he had done to offend such a powerful figure as the king of the frontier, which was why the other party was coming to cause him trouble. Is it just Lin Xiaoyun? Impossible. Ordinary families like the Chu family never had the chance to come into contact with the king of the frontier in their entire lives. Perhaps, this is just a misunderstanding. Spare you? Su Ming gave a sinister smile. I sent Sima Qingling to the hospital just so you could come and die. Do you think I'd let you off the hook? You're the one who injured the young master. Sima Meng was shocked again. He looked up in astonishment, his pupils dilating as he stared at Su Ming. Is this the kid from Wanjiokong? Is that the homeless boy who's staying at the Chu family's place? At that moment, Sima Meng's mind went completely numb. He then realized the complexity of the whole matter and that it was not at all what he had thought. It's not at all what Wan Jia and Lin Xiaoyun said. This is not about love turning into hate, jealousy, or misunderstanding. This is a complete setup. A deadly trap set for the Sima family. Upon realizing all this, Sima Meng nearly fainted from fright. He knelt on the ground, completely stunned, unable to come to his senses for a long time. He suddenly recalled what Lin Xiaoyun and the Wan family had said before. 3 years ago,